Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Yui stared at the screen of her phone as everyone gave confirmation that they'll be down in a bit. She was sitting on her bed, still in her pajamas, and was laying back against her pillows when 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 had sent everyone a text message through their group chat on Sunday afternoon. She had been napping and she'd been doing a lot of that since the talk, when her phone started going off and buzzing, and she lifted to see what was going on, and saw what 𝐒𝐿 wanted. The girl sat forward a bit, rereading the messages already sent as Setsuna, Pony, and Kinoko confirmed that they were coming down, feeling like something heavy was in her stomach. 𝐒𝐿 was being pretty vague about why she wanted everyone to come downstairs, but she knew, since she said they were waiting for Izuku, it had to be a talk with him. Another talk like Friday. And Yui let out a tiny sigh, putting down the phone and glancing out the window. She was not in the mood for a conversation like that. Truthfully, she was having a hard time facing her roommates lately. The guilt that she'd been feeling for starting all this 𝐻T, not caring for the consequences as she seduced Izuku then challenged Setsuna, insulting 𝐒𝐿 when she had smartly advised them about how this could backfire, and getting angry when they asked her to stop, and then how Izuku finally yelled his heart out at her and called her out for all the bullshit she'd been pulling. It was hard to even be in the same room as her roommates. She'd barely gotten by in class by avoiding everyone's gazes, staring at either the blackboard or her desk, and quickly leaving the room when lunch rang to avoid everyone. No one talked in detention, and while she did walk back with everyone, she was sure to stay in the back and avoid talking to everyone, and thankfully, they all gave her space. Which was why Izuku visiting her on Friday had shaken her up so much. She wasn't like Setsuna, who had blamed everything on herself, but she knew that she was the one who started all of this, had knocked over the first domino which made the mess, so Izuku visiting her, asking if she was okay, wanting to make sure she ate, it just threw her off. She said right at the start that she didn't see Izuku in a romantic light. She was a pervert. She'd never hit on any of her classmates, but had always thought the boys of her class attractive. She was well known as the pervert in the girls' friend group, everyone laughing when they noticed you checking their melons or butts or slipping out a dirty joke. So when she started sleeping with Izuku, she had only thought that it was something new that she wanted to try, a friends with benefits thing. And for a while, it was. She slept with him on bad movie night, and it was amazing. She snuck in after the shower incident to SEK him off then F him, and after that, before the truth or dare game to have a night to themselves. Those times, she hadn't even considered Izuku as a romantic partner, only as someone to have some fun with, and told 𝐒𝐿 off when she dared question Yui's motives. She had thought she was right, not considering the consequences of her actions until Izuku's fist went straight through the table. Then she had no choice but to consider them. She had been in for a rude awakening all throughout Friday. From Izuku's screaming at them to running away, to his return blooded and muddy. She had, then, been very conflicted by how she felt, in between blaming herself, being angry at Setsuna and 𝐒𝐿, and not sure what she wanted, until Vlad King came and accused Izuku of being a scumbag. That was the wake-up call that terrified you, that the boy she'd been yanking around like a portable sex doll, being angry that the other girls were getting in on her time, and didn't even consider his feelings, was about to take the fall for her mistakes. After that long and uncomfortable talk, where he confessed his feelings, Yui was lost, and quickly went to hide. And then this Friday came. When she sat in her room, trying hard not to hear the giggling of the little girl outside, feeling lonely that she couldn't even go out to talk to them, and then he came to see her. I know that you need to start making things up to me, but I don't want you to hurt by yourself. I just want you to not exclude yourself from everything. Those little words, while seemingly inconsequential, had made her stop and think for a bit. Then she opened the door and hugged him. And now her heart hammered in her chest when she thought of him, combated by the guilt she felt for hurting him like she did. Her mind was in a constant state of conflict, and now 𝐒𝐿 was asking for everyone to talk again. And she couldn't. You can't make it sorry poison I understand. but please consider coming down. This is important. Yu closed her eyes, letting out a shuddering breath, and quietly closed her phone, putting it down beside her bed, and rolled over onto her side. She knew she was acting cowardly, running from her problems instead of facing them, but she knew that she couldn't face her friends. That is, if they even wanted to be friends with her now. Midoriya. Uraraka. Izuku and Okiko jumped slightly at the sound of the raised voice behind them, and turned to see two people running up the path, waving at them. Closer inspection revealed that it was Āžirū Kirishima and Tetsu, dressed up in their gym clothes and cheering at them. Izuku smiled somewhat and turned to look at them. He got along great with Kirishima, and since Tetsu was essentially his twin brother from another mother, as Kirishima liked to frequently put it, he was pretty okay with the steel quirk user. Izuku and Okiko had been hanging out all day, wanting to take some time to hang out one-on-one. It had been a little bit since they'd been able to hang out on their own. They'd been keeping busy, what with Izuku trying to repair his relationships with the rest of Class 1B and Okiko dating Nejiya and hanging with the rest of the 1A girls. They'd met together this morning, albeit with a misunderstanding. Izuku offhandedly mentioned in their group chat that Pony was trying to become his new best friend, and Okiko took that to the literal extreme and dragged Izuku out for a battle filled with tears and betrayal. After that, they decided to hang out under a tree, catching up with the latest hero news, when Āžirū and Tetsu had spotted them. "Hey, guys!" Āžirū stopped in front of Izuku, breathing slightly. "Saw you two hanging out, and we wanted to ask you something." "Here. What's that?" "Well, I was just talking to Kirishima about it." Tetsu hit his chest with a steeled fist, making a changing noise. "I was thinking that next weekend, since we got permission from the teachers, maybe you guys would be down if we all wanted to do something. Like go out and do some activity as classes. I was thinking something big, like leaving the school now that the league isn't a problem anymore." "So like going out and hanging out?" Okiko asked, putting a finger to her mouth and thinking. "Well, I wouldn't be opposed. It's just, would it be expensive? I've kinda got a no-money spending thing going on." "Nah. Well, actually, I'm thinking just spending a night at a hotel, but I'm still gauging reactions, so nothing concrete yet. Would you guys be down?" I think I would be," Izuku shrugged, seeing nothing wrong with hanging out with both of his classes, and Okiko nodded as well, albeit with a small pout at the thought of spending money. Tetsu's grin widened. "Awesome. Well, we're just going around asking for opinions, so we won't bother you guys anymore." Āžirū nodded, grinning. "We'll see you guys. Actually, Midoriya, can I talk with you for a bit? There's something else I want to ask." Tetsu asked, and Izuku blinked, taken off guard. Tetsu wanted to talk. About what? Still, Izuku nodded and stood up, walking with the steel quirk user underneath a separate tree, while Āžirū and Okiko looked at them with curiosity, until they decided to give them some privacy and chatted amongst themselves. Once they were underneath another tree, Tetsu turned back to Izuku, and the green-haired boy gulped at the serious look on his face. "Sorry for dragging you away like this," he apologized. I just wanted to ask you something." Okay. What's up?" Tetsu cleared his throat, looking awkward. "It's just, what's up with the girls?" Before Izuku could even start to panic, realizing that he may have just been had, he hurried on. "And not that I'm thinking there's anything wrong. It's just, most of the girls are in detention, Kodai's avoiding everyone, Toka's used to, Monoma's angry at him for some reason, and well, it's just something us guys noticed. Do you know if anything is going on?" Izuku gulped, not really sure how to answer. On the one hand, Tetsu was rightfully worried. He was their friend long before Izuku came into the picture, and the other guys would obviously worry about them. It would make sense to let them know that their fears weren't unfounded, and something was indeed wrong. On the other hand, what was going on was very, very personal, and telling the guys might only make their situation even worse. But it didn't mean that he could just brush off their worries. "So, well," Izuku sighed, leaning against the tree. It's just, they did have some fights, but they are handling it. I'd tell you more, and I want to, but but you don't have their permission to tell me. Yeah. I'm sorry. Nah, man, it's cool. If they don't want us to know, I can't blame you for that. Tetsu shrugged, looking good-natured about it. It's just, man, if you do need some help, don't hesitate to come to us, okay? You might be from 1A, but I can tell the girls really like you, so that means you're pretty much one of us one burrs. Oh. Izuku blinked, going slightly red. Oh okay. If I need anything, I'll come to you. Cool, man. Tetsu grinned, raising a fist for a bump. Izuku smiled weakly and hit his fist with his own, wincing slightly at the steel knuckles, and returned to Okiko and Aizuru, who were talking about the upcoming exam in the week after next. Waving goodbye to them as the two manly men continued on their journey to get people's open arms, Izuku checked the time and jumped slightly in surprise. Oh, man, I should probably get going, he told Okiko, seeing the girls still waving to Aizuru. It's almost time to get ready for supper. The girls like eating early so they can exercise in the evening. Plus, I gotta watch some more anime with Pony. Sounds good, Deku. Okiko nodded happily, and together, they began walking back to the houses. Okiko also wanted to get back to start working on some homework. As they began walking back, Izuku noticed Okiko glancing off to the side, looking suddenly withdrawn, and it took him aback. He hadn't seen her look so off in a while, not since Night Eye died, so this took him completely by surprise. Oh, Uraraka. What's up? Here. What do you mean, Deku? It's just, you looked a bit off there. Okiko blinked, but couldn't help a small smile as she realized she had been caught. Sorry, it's just, well, just lately, I've been thinking about something. Here. What's up? Do you remember how I told you I used to like you? Izuku blinked in surprise, but still nodded. Of course he remembered. Well, thanks to, some things, I've been thinking about it again recently, and... Okiko sighed, rubbing a hand through her hair. And I'm not. Are you sure you're okay with what happened? I know that looking back on it, it was pretty much me telling you I used to like you and moved on. It was probably a really PP move thing for me to do to you. Izuku stared at her in surprise for a few seconds, suddenly reminded of what had happened months ago. She had taken him out to some empty hall in the school, tearfully told him that she used to like him, and wanted to move on with Nejaya. It had more than surprised him then. He had a crush on her the first few months of their friendship, and had given up when it appeared that the feeling wasn't reciprocated. It had been pretty shocking when he learned that she did like him back, but it was only after Nejaya had swooped her up. It had been a tearful conversation and an awkward few days afterwards, but Izuku found that their relationship had grown even stronger after that. Now that he realized she was doubting herself, Izuku smiled softly, looking to his best friend. Uraraka. I admit, when it first happened I was a little disappointed, but I think that we grew stronger after that, right? I know that it's kiss that we didn't end up dating. I mean, not to sound arrogant, but, you know. Okiko giggled a bit at that, nodding. But I think you and Nejaya are perfect together. And I know that I still love you, just like a sister now. Okiko grinned softly, and wrapped her arm around Izuku's shoulders, bringing him in briefly for a one-armed hug while he chuckled. Once she let go, Okiko smiled more naturally. Sorry for bringing it up again. I don't mean to make things dramatic, she apologized, giggling a little. It's okay, Izuku said good-naturedly, although there was a brief swelling in his gut after she let him go. The brief hug had made him feel very warm and comfortable, as short as it was. And now he felt oddly lonely. What's going on? Although you got enough drama to keep you going for now. Okiko laughed, not aware of his current plight. Izuku blinked, then shoved his bad feelings to the side while chuckling with her. Oh, please, Uraraka, I'm hoping that the drama is all over now. Oh, actually, speaking of that particular drama. Here. What's up? Well, I'm thinking of telling Shiozaki something. Can I ask for your opinion? Sorry for the abruptness of this, Izuku, but we need to have another talk. Izuku really needed to stop tempting fate. He took 2 steps into the house, ready to make some dinner, when he saw the tense atmosphere in the living room. the girls standing around or sitting down with frowns, how they looked at him when he entered, and then Itsuka's request for another talk. Immediately, Izuku's mind went into overdrive in paranoia. What happened? What did he do? Did the girls do something? Did they somehow know Tetsutetsu asked about them? Did he forget to put the toilet seat down? Did they want to kill him? He couldn't help but gulp, looking up at how serious Itsuka and Ibara looked. Well, the other girls looked serious as well, but there was a hint of nervousness on their faces. Pony, for one, was biting her lip, clopping her hooves together absent-mindedly. Leiko and Kinoko weren't looking at each other at all, instead staring at him with unsure looks on their faces. Setsuna, sitting in the comfy seat, had her hand detached, playing with the fingers of her own hand while trying not to show how nervous she really was. Ibara and Itsuka, still standing, didn't look like they were mad, but they did look like they were prepping themselves up for something. Realizing he hadn't spoken at all, Izuku cleared his throat, trying not to betray the rapid thumping of his heart from the sudden anxiety that hit him. Another talk?" Izuku asked, glancing around. Okay. What's up?" "Well," Itsuka sighed, putting her hands on her hips, "the truth is, I was wondering. Well, there is a lot we wanted to talk about, but if, and only if you're okay with this, I was also wondering if we could talk about your past." The moment those two final words left Itsuka's lips, Izuku was suddenly aware of two things. Firstly, that he was suddenly feeling the hot air of the outside breeze as he immediately turned around, ripped the door open, and sprinted outside, running down the steps and away from the house as fast as he could. The second was Ibara's vines wrapping around him, shocking him as he realized he was already 3 steps off the porch and running away, and pulling him back inside with enough force to almost give him whiplash, shutting the door with a slam and shocking him out of his brief panic. "Did you seriously just try to run away again?" Setsuna yelped, looking flabbergasted as Izuku was held up in the air by Ibara's vines, the vine girl herself looking pretty shocked herself. Itsuka was fixing Izuku with a sudden death glare, Pony had her jaw open in shock, and Kinoko and Leiko had raised their eyebrows. Well, Izuku sputtered, even he being taken aback by how fast he ran out of there, before he finally slumped in her grip, still dangling in the air. "Sorry. I kinda went on autopilot there." "Well, I hope that's the only time you autopilot on us," Itsuka grunted, moving to sit down beside Pony and throwing a half-serious glare at him. "If I have to chase you down and beat you up again, I'm breaking your ribs this time." "Please don't joke about that." "Nah, Prez," Setsuna leaned back, "this time I'd be kicking his butt." Ibara put Izuku down on his feet, letting him sigh as she released him from the hold. Now that he was no longer in flight or fight, he was sure to look around and see the looks on everyone's faces. Thankfully, Izuku's sudden impulse to escape the house helped alleviate some of the tension in the room. Setsuna was giving him a half-insulted, half-amused face over the fact that he tried to run away again, Leiko and Kinoko looking like they were repressing reluctant giggles, and Itsuka, while trying to suppress a smirk, looked kind of disappointed she wasn't able to fight him again. Maybe in addition to the bike and training with the rest of the Deka squad, Izuku should think about sparring with her. Sighing, Izuku moved to grab a chair from the kitchen table, pulling it out and carrying it to the small enclosure of his roommates. Glancing around, Izuku noticed one absence. Where's Kodai?" "Well, we did tell her that we were meeting up," Ibara sighed, sitting back in her seat and cupping her cheek with her palm, "but she said that she is not going to show up. I think we'll have to carry on without her." Okay, Izuku sat down, glancing around worriedly. But why are we talking again? Did I do something wrong?" "No." "Well, actually, no, you didn't." Ibara quickly shook her head, not really making Izuku feel confident with that answer, but still, she glanced to Itsuka, who nodded and stood up again, drawing every eye to her as their class representative addressed the small group. "The truth is, guys, me and Ibara have been noticing that there's something off with everyone," she sighed, putting her hands on her hips and lowering her head. "We kinda debated amongst ourselves if we should bring this up with everyone, but we figured that if we let this go on." She sighed, and then folded her hands together. Then it might be possible we get a repeat of last Friday. That made the small ease in tension from Izuku's trying to escape leave the room as quickly as he did. Izuku felt his heart jitter a bit when he heard those words come from her, and glanced around the room. He noticed that everyone was once again tense. Setsuna was clenching a hand tightly, Pony was biting her lip, Kinoko grew a mushroom on her leg absently, and Leiko's leg was bouncing. He glanced at Ibara, and saw that the girl was nervously rubbing a vine in between her fingers, not looking at anyone. So, Itsuka continued, instead of letting it come to that, I want to use this as an opportunity for everyone to air out what's been bothering them. I was thinking that if you guys want, we can have these meetings regularly. I don't like the idea of everyone sitting on their feelings and letting it build up. We don't want everyone to explode on each other again, so if you guys have something that you're worried about and want to just talk, I'm encouraging you to talk to us now. It can be about anything, big or small, but if it's bothering you, we want to hear about it. It's okay if you don't want to, we can't force you, but I really want to make sure that we don't go through a repeat of last Friday. So if we all have some kind of problem and want to use this as an opportunity to talk about it, I really hope you guys will. With that, Itsuka sat back down, and the small gathering lapsed into silence. It was quite apparent that none of the girls wanted to speak first. They all glanced nervously at each other, as though silently daring each other to speak up. Izuku himself was studying his feet, not sure if he should speak up. Itsuka asking about his past made the pit in his stomach clench, plus all of his self-doubting thoughts about kissing Setsuna and Ibara. Truthfully, of all the things he was worried about talking about his past. He had been tempted briefly to talk about it during the big talk, but thought that what had happened to him would have distracted from everything, so he didn't bring it up. But now that they wanted to know, he couldn't help but gulp nervously, unsure if he could really tell anyone about what happened. Before he could debate with himself more, Ibara sighed. I suppose if no one wants to go first, then I will. She sat forward, and the eye of everyone in the room was immediately drawn to her, Pony's eyes widening a bit in shock. They had no idea what Ibara could possibly be angsting about, but before they could ponder about it, she took a deep breath and turned her attention to Izuku, who gulped again when her appealing dark eyes found his. Everyone, Ibara hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and forged on. The truth is, at first, I wasn't sure if I really wanted to share this with everyone. It may change how a lot of you see me, and I do not wish to be treated any differently. So I only ask that you listen to me, and please don't freak out. Freak out? Setsuna asked, eyebrows crinkled. No way, Ibara, we'd never treat you any different. Yeah. Kinoko nodded quickly, balling her fists. Please don't be afraid to confer in us, Leiko also said, reaching over to pat her hand. Just say what's on your mind. Ibara nodded stiffly, trying hard to steady her breath, and looked Izuku in the eye. Midoriya, she gulped, when our, for lack of better terms, atonement, began, you made it abruptly clear that we should not see you in any SXL light. Yeah, that's right, Izuku nodded nervously, not really sure where she was going to go with this. Well, the truth is. Ibara sighed, and raised a hand to rub against her face, trying to calm herself, and then, blushing furiously, looked up and said, I have failed. Here. Izuku squeaked. I failed to not see you in a SXL light, Ibara clarified, blushing brighter and brighter. Wait, what? Setsuna stood up, staring wide-eyed at Ibara. You wanna F parsley? Ibara threw her head into her hands, groaning lowly as she hunched over in humiliation. Izuku, for his part, was staring blankly at Ibara with a huge blush of his own, feeling shock and embarrassment crawl all over him. Itsuka sighed, and reached over to pat Ibara's back, trying to soothe her from her obvious embarrassment. Leiko had an eyebrow raised, and Kinoko and Pony were as surprised as Setsuna. You wanna, what? Setsuna seemed more shocked out of everyone, looking like her mind was melting. I thought you wanna F him. Please, do not put it like that in such a vulgar way. Ibara groaned, toppling over and laying on her side on the couch, her face still hidden. Here. Izuku repeated quietly, slowly going into shock, and Pony had to jump over to shake him out of his stupor. Okay, everyone chill, Itsuka finally requested, tired of the back and forth. Set, come on, please sit down and stop having your mind be melted. Izuku, you good? Here. Oh, crud, Pony winced. I think his mind's busted. Okay. Ibara let out a shaky breath, and sat back up, uncovering her blushing face to look at Izuku. I will confess, Midoriya. You asked us not to see you in such a light, and I have failed to do so. I have been having dreams of Her face was now practically BLD red, every girl in the room, even Itsuka, having their eyes blown open at each word coming from her lips. Coming to WhatIf. Setsuna supplied helpfully. Itsuka swiftly moved to chop the back of her neck with an enlarged hand, making the dinosaur girl topple over. As Setsuna thumped against the couch, groaning lowly, Izuku finally was shaken out of his shock by Pony, and tried to numbly rub his hands against his cheeks, trying to get some of the color to die down. Itsuka studied him with a raised eyebrow as she sat back on her spot on the couch. You know, she mentioned, after you've slept with a majority of this room, I thought you'd be more accepting of girls finding you attractive, that way. Izuku sighed, putting his hands back down. Sorry, I kinda can't help it. It still comes off as a shock. He managed to peek back up at Ibara, who was still very red in the cheeks, and said, So, Shiozaki. You wanna dash? Yes, Ibara nodded. I am afraid that I continue to have I am having those dreams. About you. Oh. Yes, Ibara sighed, rubbing a hand against her cheek, and I'm not sure how to stop them. I am trying hard, Midoriya, to not see you in that light, as you have made your stance on that clear. It's just, she let out small hum, her blush returning in full force, and looked to her knees, mumbling a bit under her breath. The other girls glanced at each other, seeing Ibara's obvious uncomfortableness, and almost decided to move on, until Izuku let out another sigh, staring at his knees. Shiozaki, the girl immediately looked up, seeing Izuku's own blush. I'm guessing that you feel guilty for thinking about me like that. Yeah. Ibara blushed deeper, but still nodded. Well. I'm Izuku sighed again, shaking his head and looking up at her. I'm not angry at you for, dreaming of having a sec with me. I know you can't really control it. So you don't have to feel really guilty about it. Izuku took another deep breath, trying to calm down the blush on his face. He was reminded of his talk with Okiko, and her support of what he wanted to do, and took a deep breath. Maybe not now, but later, can I talk to you in private? There's something I want to discuss. Ibara blinked, trying to read Izuku's face for any hints but not receiving anything, and let out a tiny sigh. I suppose we could. Just so you know, though, I'm still going to feel guilty about this. Okay, Izuku nodded, unable to stop himself from smiling, and I'm still going to say it's not your fault. The girls couldn't help but laugh a little at that one. That type of answer was pretty predictable when it came to Izuku. Okay, Itsuka spoke up, patting Ibara's shoulder, so Ibara's got her thing off her chest. Okay. Let's keep going. Obviously everyone has something to talk about. So, who wants to go next? The girls once again lapsed into silence, not sure who to go next. They glanced between each other, before Pony let out a tiny sigh and slipped off the couch, choosing to sit back on the floor and prompting everyone to turn their gazes to her. Well, she bit her lip, this can be about anything, right? Anything at all. That's right, Ibara nodded at her best friend. Okay. It's just, not that this is a big problem, but there is something I wanted to ask you, Midori. Here. Izuku turned properly to her, seeing how nervous she looked. What is it, Tsunotori? She gulped, but then shook her head and looked up at him. I just wanted to know. Is this working? I'm sorry, is what working? Sorry, the everything. Pony glanced at her hooves again, looking forlorn. I know that you asked us to work hard to redeem ourselves, and we have, especially me, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Like I know that all we're doing is watching some anime together, and I'm afraid that it's not going to be enough. So if I can ask, is this working? Are you seeing me in a better light? Not to kind of hitchhike on this one. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed and folded her hands together, but I'm kinda in the same boat. It's not my big issue, maybe, but I'm not going to lie when I say that I'm not really sure. Wait, do you all think that? 𝐒𝐿 looked around, a bit taken aback. Is that what everyone's thinking? That you don't know if I think you're doing enough? Kinda, 𝐶𝐿 sighed. 𝐿𝐿 barely nodded. Oh. 𝐒𝐿 looked around at everyone, who was now pointedly avoiding his gaze. Ibara herself looked unsure, and Kinoko had her hands folded in her lap. I'm sorry, guys. I should have probably made sure you guys, yeah. But you all are. The girl's attentions returned to him at once, seeing him smiling kindly at him as he looked around. I should have probably made sure you guys knew that I'm really happy with you guys. It is working. I feel like you're all my friends. I mean, no forgiveness just yet, but we're definitely on that road. I know we got off on a rough start, 𝐶𝐿, but I honestly feel really comfortable with you now. And you, 𝐒𝐿, I'm learning a lot about bikes with you, and our exercises are going really well. Actually, if you wanna, we can spar a little bit too, if you want. Sparring. 𝐒𝐿 wondered out loud, before smiling. Yeah, I'd be down. And ♂, 𝐒𝐿 turned his attention back to her, who looked up at him. I know that you're kind of upset about just watching TV with me, but honestly, I really like doing that with you. It feels like we're bonding a lot. It's great. So you don't have to worry, okay? I think it's working. Okay, Pony nodded, settling back down with a small smile. If it's working, then, okay. Yeah. Like with 𝐿𝐲 on Friday, I was really happy with you guys, 𝐒𝐿 admitted, giving everyone a grin. Seeing her so happy playing around really made me happy. So, honestly, thanks again, guys, for being so good with her. Kinoko cooed, smirking a little, 𝐿𝐲's daddy looked so happy. Of course, that just made 𝐒𝐿 embarrassed, blushing up a storm and flailing his hands while denying that he was 𝐿𝐲's dad. That prompted the girls to laugh a bit, definitely feeling more of the tense atmosphere from earlier start to dissipate. They had been worried that this talk was going to go sideways instantly, or turn into another Friday situation with 𝐒𝐿 being cold and aloof. It had been such a sad thing to remember. It made each girl's heart sink when they thought about it, so seeing 𝐒𝐿 so calm and happy did lift a lot of their spirits. Once 𝐒𝐿 got control of his flailing, 𝐶𝐿 finally stopped laughing, and sighed, her smile sliding off her face. I guess. If we're talking about stuff bothering us, I'll go next. Okay, 𝐶𝐿 nodded encouragingly, and the other girls looked to her. 𝐶𝐿 was now frowning, but there wasn't any angry expressions on her face, more uncomfortableness. I guess I should say it's about what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday? 𝐿𝐿 asked, confused, and Pony's happy mood instantly dawned, a pout on her face. Oh, you wouldn't believe. She growled. 3 beaches from the 1C department came and started hitting on Midori. Pony, Ibara chided, please don't call them that word. What would you prefer? Pony crossed her arms. Assholes. Jackasses. Okay, maybe not that far, 𝐒𝐿 interjected before Ibara could pout at her, suppressing her own little laugh. Let's just call them very rude people. That's an understatement, 𝐒𝐿 muttered. Anyway, 𝐶𝐿 got them on track, turning to look at a curious 𝐿𝐿. 3 girls from 1C came over and started feeling up Parsley, hitting on him and all that. I asked for them to give him some space, 'cause he looked pretty uncomfortable, and they started insulting us. Like, not Parsley, all of us. Me, 𝐒𝐿 and Pony. Very rude people, Itsuka scowled. Yeah. Parsley eventually got them to PSS off, but, before they did, Setsuna sighed, leaning back with a small frown, they called me a guru. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and 𝐾𝐽𝐽's mouths dropped, looking shocked and offended on her behalf, and Ibara let out a small gasp, wrinkling her brow. Pony, on the other hand, looked a little confused, and Setsuna seemed to have picked up on it. Although she took no offense, while only being here for a year, Pony wouldn't have picked up on that particular lingo. Basically, she sighed again, a guru is someone who uses a lot of makeup to make their skin darker and dyes their hair blonde. They're usually seen as slots or idiots. Setsuna's frown deepened, a look of hurt on her face as she leaned forward. I used to do that in middle school. Dye my hair and have a lot of makeup. I got bullied a lot for it, and I eventually cut that SHT out. I kinda reacted badly to it yesterday because it came really out of the blue. But now that I think about it, I think one of those girls was from my old middle school, so maybe wait. Izuku sat forward, surprising Setsuna out of her stupor as she looked up to see Izuku's shocked face. You were bullied? Here. Yeah. What? Izuku looked utterly flabbergasted, even more so than the other girls. How could you be bullied? You're so cool, how could anyone want to make fun of you? As Izuku continued to rant about it, Setsuna blinked a bit, feeling a small blush on her cheeks. She let out a small chuckle, using her detached hand to reach over to rub his hair and surprising him out of his indignity. Thanks for that, Parsley, I'll use it to fuel my ego, she laughed. In any case, that's kinda why I snapped at you guys yesterday. They took me really out of it, and I took it out on you guys. I'm sorry. The girls smiled at her sympathetically, telling her that they understood and didn't hold it against her, with Pony crawling over to give her a hug, Setsuna giggling and smushing her face into her hair. Izuku smiled at her, although there was a part of him that couldn't help but feel a bit off from what he heard, kind of blocking out the conversation when Itsuka sat forward, rubbing her hands together as she explained what was bothering her. The fact that Setsuna had been bullied. It didn't sit right with Izuku. To hear that she had been mocked for wearing too much makeup or dyeing her hair sent a bolt of anger through his stomach, even more than when Meinu and her friends were making fun of them. Thinking of Setsuna hiding on the roof of her school, crying, being made fun of in class, having no one to back her, wait a second. Why was he putting her in his shoes? Izuku blinked in realization as Itsuka finished chatting, the other girls offering her advice, and moved on to 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and 𝐾𝐽𝐽, who looked very uncomfortable and avoiding each other's gazes. He had to do all of that, hide from Kaken and his lackeys, have to put up with people laughing at him in his face for his quirklessness, being told to jump off the roof. For a brief second, he imagined Setsuna in that situation, being forced to deal with the same bullies he had, and a cold shudder passed through him. Setsuna. She had put up with some of the same stuff Izuku had, even though she was working hard to make sure she wasn't known by that image anymore. He suddenly felt bad for being uncomfortable hiding his past when Setsuna had been upfront with hers. She had been open with them about how she had been bullied. So how could he hide his own past from them? Midoriya. Izuku jumped, going red as he realized he had been caught not paying attention. The girls gave him half-serious glares, although the hints that they were trying to fight down smiles hinted that they weren't really all that angry. I was asking, Kinoko repeated, Izuku's eyes immediately zooming over to the mushroom girl, if you and I could have lunch together tomorrow. I'm not really comfortable talking about what's bothering me with everyone, but I was thinking that if I could get your input, I'd know kinda what to do. My input? Izuku blinked, subconsciously glancing at 𝐒𝐭𝐽. The ghost girl was doing a good job not showing any emotion on her face, although there was a slight narrowing of her eyes hinting that she wasn't really happy with what they were talking about. Regardless, Izuku gulped and nodded to Kinoko. Sure, Komori. I'd love to have lunch with you tomorrow, and we can talk more about what's bothering you. Coolio, Kinoko nodded, smiling and giving him 2 thumbs up, and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 had to suppress a small huff, which Izuku pretended not to pick up on. Okay, Itsuka sighed, sitting back. Now it's your turn, Izuku. Like I said, you don't have to talk about what's bothering you, you can just tap out like 𝐂𝐭𝐲 and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 did. But she looked uncomfortably to the side, pouting a bit. But I think we'd all like it if you could open up with your past, and anything else that's bothering you. And not that I'm trying to guilt you into this, but no, I get it, Izuku assured her, sighing and sitting back. And I think I have avoided talking about this for too long. It's just, I do have something else to talk about before that. Is that okay? Of course, Ibara nodded immediately, leaning forward. Anything on your mind? Right, of course. Izuku felt his blush start to return. It's, well, oh, boy, it's about the kisses. With Setsuna and Shiozaki. There was about 5 seconds of silence, where Izuku then remembered that outside Itsuka, no one knew that he had kissed either of them. And the moment he realized that, the room exploded. Wait, what? Kinoko gasped. You kissed them? Was this after our arrangement? Leiko inquired, her brow furrowed and her eyes narrowed. When you specifically told us not to do anything like that. Oh, my. Ibara put a hand to her mouth. I was not aware that you kissed Setsuna. Wait, you kissed Ibara? Setsuna blinked in surprise, looking over at her roommate. Since when? I mean, I knew about Ibara, but... Itsuka hummed. Wait, you do? I almost forgot. Ibara gasped, going completely red again. Was this always a thing? Pony was looking frantically back and forth between everyone. Has he always been okay with kissing us? Wait, everyone calm down. Izuku waved his hands frantically. I'm sorry, I should have told you guys. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret. Oh, no, it's fine. Ibara assured him, still very red. It's just, okay, everyone, please, let's calm down. Let's just take a deep breath. It did take a little bit for the girls to calm down, everyone not aware that Izuku kissing them was on the table. Pony in particular was looking rather unhappy about that, although she kept quiet about it. Once everyone calmed down, they looked to Izuku, who was still a bit red, but sighed and decided to explain. Yeah. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you guys, but it's true. I did kiss Shiozaki last Saturday. We were both feeling down about what had happened, and we just kissed. It wasn't like a full makeout or anything, just a kiss. And then I kissed Setsuna when she needed to calm down on Thursday. I'm sorry I didn't tell anyone. It's just, I've been thinking about it a little bit, and I think I have a problem. A problem? Itsuka leaned forward, worried. What is it? It's just, yeah, I kissed Setsuna to calm her down, but I remember that, even after she calmed down, I continued kissing her. Like I couldn't help it. Izuku continued to explain, pretending not to notice Pony's little pout of jealousy in the corner. I just really needed to kiss her. And then when we walked back, she wrapped her arm around me, and it felt really good. Like, better than it should be. And today, Uraraka hugged me too, and it felt really good. And I'm not sure why. It's like I keep shaking, and then when someone hugs me I feel calmer. I have no idea why. The girls glanced between themselves, not really sure how to respond, except for Leiko, who had raised an eyebrow at the familiarity of what Izuku was talking about, and sat forward, a curious look in her eye. Midoriya, she asked, let me ask you something. Have you felt lonely lately? Here. What do you mean? Like, I know that you hang out with us all the time, but do you feel any sense of loneliness when you're alone in your room? Like trying to go to sleep, or just studying? Actually, yeah, kind of. Like late at night. Leiko nodded, thinking. And have you had any difficulties sleeping? Kind of. Wait, what? Izuku. Itsuka didn't look amused by that, crossing her arms. If you were having trouble sleeping, you should have told someone. Izuku sighed, glancing away. Sorry, Itsuka. Great, she huffed, although she had a small smirk on her face. Now I gotta be worried that you're not getting any sleep. Anyway, Leiko pressed on, When you shower, how long does it take? And are they usually really hot? Yeah, pretty long. Like, half-hour ones. But that's usually because I'm the last to go, and I use the time for myself. And I guess they're pretty hot. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Can I ask where you're going with this? 𝐿𝐿 nodded to herself, biting her lip. I believe, Midoriya, you may be touch-starved. Touch-starved? Izuku asked, looking at her in surprise. What does that mean? It means that you're craving physical affection, 𝐿𝐿 explained, sitting forward while looking fairly prideful of herself for knowing about such a subject. I used to suffer from it as a child. To put it simply, you're essentially going without any physical contact, and your body is reacting negatively towards it. It doesn't have to be necessarily something NTMT, though, hand-holding, hugs, pats on the back. If you don't have those, you may be going through what's basically touch withdrawal. Touch starvation. That's really a thing. Setsuna looked around at her, unsure. Indeed. A lot of people suffer from it, you know, I did as a child. But I don't get it, Izuku interjected, confused. I've never gone through this before, or, felt this way. Only recently. Why now? Well, I think I know why, 𝐿𝐿 sighed, leaning back in the couch with a frown. You haven't gone through these symptoms before because you haven't had a lot of physical interactions before. But after you moved in here, that changed. The mood in the room shifted, going from confusion and curiosity to dawning realization and foreboding. Ibara let out a tiny breath, Itsuka's mouth closed, and the girls who had slept with Izuku froze up, realizing exactly what that meant as 𝐿𝐿 continued to explain to a sobering Izuku. You had gone your entire life, presumably, without these kinds of physical affections, perhaps save hugs from your mother, to going 2 weeks where everyone in this house was crawling all over you. While the manner of how we did so is obviously awful, 𝐿𝐿 frowned at that, still disappointed in herself, we essentially gave you so much physical affection that you unknowingly got addicted to it. Kisses, hugs, the works. We held you, laid on you, pressed ourselves up to you. And then, after our conversation 2 weeks ago, you went cold turkey. No more of those touches, no more of those feelings, they were just all cut off without warning. So you're kissing Ibara and Setsuna, it may be your body subconsciously trying to get that kind of feeling back. Izuku glanced down at his feet, his mouth thinning. That did make sense. He had been feeling weirdly off, a bit shaky and lonely since the talk, and he hadn't known why since he was hanging out with the girls practically all the time. But now, he suddenly remembered how nice it had felt to kiss Ibara and Setsuna, how warm and comfortable it was when he slept with Itsuka and fell asleep hugging her on the Saturday they were sick, and how great it was when Eri hugged him on Friday, or Okako hugging him today besides the fight, since it was mostly punches and kicks they were throwing around. It must have been his body's way of telling him that it missed those touches. But I am worried about one thing, 𝐿𝐿 continued on, shaking Izuku out of his stupor. Why are you touch-starved in the first place? When I was a child, it was because of my anxiety. I didn't like being in crowds, and secluded myself. It took my parents constantly holding me and touching me to get me out of it, but even now I sometimes have trouble, but I usually go to one of the girls for some cuddling and I feel better. But why are you touch-starved, Midoriya? Izuku felt a lurch in his stomach at that question, because he knew the answer. Itsuka seemed to have picked up on it too, leaning forward with a worried look in her eye. It's because of your past, isn't it? She asked softly. You haven't received any of those touches before. Izuku sighed again, rubbing his face. He was wholly unprepared for this. He didn't expect to have to tell them all this today. But he looked up, seeing the worried looks on the girls' faces, all of them staring at him with such sad looks in their eyes, and he knew that it was time. He'd only told Uraraka and Ida an abridged version of his past, but he knew that it wasn't going to work here. He'd have to be completely open. He just prayed that he didn't start crying. Yeah. Izuku sat forward, trying to keep his voice even. I guess you guys can guess that I didn't have the happiest of childhoods. They all nodded. From what little they could pick up, it was pretty obvious. Well, the truth is, He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and said, for a good, long part of my life. Oh, wow, this is a lot more difficult than I thought. He couldn't help but let out a tiny laugh. It's all right, Ibara assured him. Just take your time. Okay. Izuku stood up, walking over to the window and rubbing his face, trying to calm himself down. This was going to be much harder than he thought. He was now sure that he was going to cry. The truth is. He sighed again. My quirk. It only came in last year. The girls blinked at that, glancing at each other unsurely. They didn't really get it for a second, trying to digest his words and add 2 and 2 together, until it sank in for Itsuka. She immediately whipped her gaze back to Izuku, who was still looking out the window. Wait. Only last year. That means. Yeah, he muttered, his voice quiet. For most of my life, I was quirkless. Ibara let out a quiet gasp, her hand moving to her heart, and Pony stared up at Izuku in shock. Setsuna felt pity flood her, and 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko couldn't help but wince. They'd heard stories all over the internet about how quirkless people were treated, essentially being treated as nothing but burdens, special needs in everything but name. And then there were all the horror stories they'd heard about how quirkless people were treated around the world. But that would mean. You faced quirkless discrimination, didn't you? Itsuka stood up slowly, feeling slight tears start to sting her eyes at the very thought. Izuku took a shuddering breath, trying to control himself. Yeah, he managed to say. Not a lot outside of school, since I could cover it a lot better, but for a long time, I was bullied for being quirkless. I wanted to be a hero more than anything, but I didn't have any powers, so my dreams were pretty much just that, dreams. I know that my quirk did eventually come in, but I was a late bloomer. So up until last year, I didn't have a quirk at all. You were bullied? Setsuna muttered. Yeah. Midori. Pony whimpered. Before anyone could say anything comforting, they heard a growl behind them, and turned in surprise as Ibara stood up from the couch, an uncharacteristically angry look on her face. How disgraceful, she growled under her breath. Mocking you. For something that isn't even your fault. That you had no control over. How dare they? I agree with Ibara, 𝐒𝐿 scowled. I can't imagine how awful that must have been. I'm sorry, Midoriya, that you had to go through that. Itsuka, taking a shaking breath to calm herself, quietly approached Izuku and gently took his shoulder, surprising the boy and making him turn to see her sympathetic look, tears still welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, Izuku, she muttered. I shouldn't have pushed you to talk about this. I thought, no, it doesn't matter what I think. I should have realized how painful it was to talk about your past. I'm so sorry. Without another word, she pulled him into a tight hug, squeezing the life out of him briefly before she relaxed her grip. Izuku stared forward a bit, taken aback, before he let out a shuddering breath and returned the gesture, squeezing her back just as tightly. As they hugged, Izuku opened his eyes to see the other girls standing by, looking at him with sympathy. While Izuku wanted to tell them that it was okay, that they didn't need to look at him with such sad eyes, but the way Itsuka held him, now that he knew that he must surely be touch-starved, made him cave, feeling tears start to drip down his cheeks. As they hugged, swaying a little back and forth, Itsuka suddenly had a thought, remembering something Momo had told her a long time ago on their brief internship with Uwabami, and she felt herself stiffen up. Izuku. Yeah. You grew up with Bakugo, right? Oh, Izuku stiffed up as well, feeling his eyes widen briefly as he realized exactly where this was going. Oh, God, it was one thing to talk about his past being bullied, Kaken was a whole other can of worms. Unfortunately, he was unable to cover his look of shock quick enough from the rest of the girls, who blinked at his uncomfortable face as Itsuka slowly let him go, staring up at him. I do believe you did, Ibara mused, thinking. That's what Uraka said. Wait a moment, I believe she said that he bullied you a bit in the past. Wait, what? Setsuna whipped around, eyes wide. He bawled. I thought he was just some loud but Parsley, is that true? Did he bully you? For being quirkless. Izuku. Itsuka was sure to give him her best serious look, making him glance away in guilt. Just answer the question. Did he bully you? Midori. Midoriya. Kinoko looked up at him in worry. Please, just tell us, Midoriya, Leiko requested. Izuku only could manage a few more seconds of uncomfortableness before he slowly nodded. The girls tensed at that, feeling anger start to bubble in their chests. Itsuka in particular took a step back to give him some space, taking a deep breath through her nose, and asked, how bad was it? It's not important. Izuku, it's very important. We just found out that one of your classmates was bullying you. How bad did it get? Yes. He once told me to kill myself. And of course, once they heard that, he got the reaction from them all that he had been dreading. Itsuka clenched her fists tightly and growled under her breath. Ibara's hand flew up to her mouth in horror, and Pony's glare that she was aiming at the ground intensified, more than he had ever seen it before. Setsuna looked like she was about to barf, and Kinoko's hair shadowed her eyes, although they could see her trembling in what they presumed was fury. Leiko herself was as still as a statue, looking down at the ground. None of them were aware of something shuffling around the corner near the stairs, as though someone shifted against the wall. I'm gonna kill him. Itsuka growled, turning to the door and surprising everyone out of their brief horror at what Izuku just told them. I'm gonna grab him and throw him across the campus, and if he survives that, I'm gonna grab him by the goddamn ankle and hit him against the ground until dash. Wait, no. Izuku was quick to assure her, grabbing her hand before she could march out. It's okay now. It's dash. It's not okay. Itsuka whipped around, looking aghast at him. Izuku, if he told you to kill yourself, what the hell is he even doing here? Heroes don't tell innocent people to kill themselves. That's what a villain would dash. Guys, please listen. Izuku was quick to look around at everyone, trying to make sure no one marched off to deal vigilante justice to Kaken. I know that he was but in the past. Trust me, I know, I lived it. But he's changed. He's a lot better now. We've gone through a lot, and we've come to an agreement to be rivals. I honestly consider him a friend now. That one last sentence was enough to make everyone freeze in place, their eyes slowly turning towards Izuku in shock and outrage. Midori, Pony asked in an emotionless voice, what exactly does that mean? It means that we're friends, Izuku continued to explain, glancing at his feet, and we put our past behind us. We talked, and now that we know where we each stand, we're honestly challenging each other to be real heroes. Kaken, I know he used to be a really big JRK, especially to me, but I've seen how he's changed. He's made friends with other people, he's not pushing anyone away. He's honestly changed, for the better. And I hope that we can continue to be friends. So please, there's nothing to worry about. I've put the past behind me, and now I can look to the future to be a better hero. Izuku finally looked up at them, giving him his best smile. He was sure that his words had reached them, making them feel better about his past and how he put it behind him. He was sure to look up at every girl, expecting smiles of relief. Only to be met with every girl in the room giving him a look as though he had gone crazy. Izuku balked, looking left to right as each girl looked like he had just announced that he would be replacing Nezu as the next principal of UA. Even Leiko, who usually had a much calmer and stoic expression, was staring at him like he had gone nuts. Setsuna looked like she was looking at something revolting, Pony as though he said something very rude, and Itsuka as though she could hardly believe what she was seeing. Even Ibara was blinking quickly, nose wrinkled and mouth open. Gee guys. You want to be friends with the guy who told you to commit suicide? Kinoko repeated, making Izuku cringe. I know it's awkward dash. Awkward is not the word I'd use here. Itsuka immediately spat, shaking her head. You're saying that you want to be friends with the guy who bullied you your entire life, made you feel like CRP, and taunted you to kill yourself. That is not your friend, Izuku, that's a bully. And you want to be friends with him. Yeah. Why on earth would you want that? Ibara gasped. Look, Izuku sighed, raising his hands so no one would interrupt his explanation, and noticing the girl steadily growing more frustrated the longer he talked, which only in turn made him start to feel frustrated. It's a really long story dash, you've already told us enough. Setsuna interrupted, but Izuku pushed on. But we're much better now. Honestly. Just because he isn't screaming at you every day doesn't make all this better, Midoriya, Ibara told him, the boy shocked that she was siding with everyone else. I admit, before you moved in I was unsure as to what exactly your relationship with him was, but now that I know he bullied you your entire life for something that wasn't even your fault, I have lost a tremendous amount of respect for him. Guys, please. Izuku looked from each girl desperately. I told you, everything's better now. He isn't like that anymore, he's changed. Then answer this, Midoriya, 𝐒𝐿 crossed her arms. If we are to assume correctly, your initial lack of confidence when you came to this school, your shyness, your lack of a social life, that was because of Bakugo, wasn't it? Yes or no, Izuku? Itsuka didn't look like she would like the answer regardless. Izuku tried to avoid everyone's gazes for a few moments, unable to meet anyone's gaze, but Ibara's vines reached out, gently lifting his chin up so he could look at the girls staring at him in worry. Midoriya, Ibara asked softly, was it because of him? Izuku blinked, glancing away, before finally nodding softly. Itsuka let out a sharp exhale of air, crossing her arms, while Setsuna glared a hole into the ground. Meanwhile, Kinoko let out an uncharacteristic growl. Fing butt, she said. What the actual F? He comes in here thinking his hottest in, like, ooh, I'm gonna beat everyone in the sports festival, and, wait. She suddenly realized, looking up at Izuku. He calls you Deku. I thought that was Uraraka's, her nickname, right? You can do it, she said was the meaning. Why does he call you that then? Izuku cringed, making Itsuka groan. What does it mean to him? She was in no mood to entertain him. Just say it. He means it as useless. As someone who can't do anything. Oh, my fing god. Setsuna groaned, moving to the kitchen to put her hands on the table, trying to steady her rapid breathing. Izuku felt a bit of panic as the rest of the girls looked angrier and angrier, even the normally stoic 𝐒𝐿 looking like she was barely holding back profanity. Guys, I told you, it's been handled. We came to an agreement. Oh, and that's supposed to make it better. Setsuna whipped around, staring at him incredulously. You acted like me being called a girl was such an awful thing, being all offended on my behalf, but when we hear that somebody has bullied you all your life and told you to kill yourself, it's okay. Because you reached some understanding. Yeah. Izuku couldn't help but snap, clenching his fists together. Are we seriously going to argue over this? Itsuka was utterly flabbergasted. Izuku, you literally told us he named you Deku because he read it as useless. I thought the goddamn nickname came from Uraraka. He's been calling you useless this entire time. Holy F, I need to sit down. She sat down at the kitchen table, her hand rubbing her forehead. Guys, it's not that big a deal. No, it is. Setsuna argued, whipping her head around at the other girls. Am I going crazy? Does he make sense to anyone right now? No, it does make sense. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head. Midoriya, we are very confused. Why are you defending the boy that bullied you your whole life? Look, I know that Kaken isn't flawless, but he can be a great hero. I know he can. You guys aren't in class with him, you guys don't understand, do not tell us we don't understand. Itsuka suddenly yelled, hitting her fist against the table and making everyone jump from the outburst. We understand completely. You're defending him from his own shitty behavior. He's making up for it. Izuku could tell his own voice was growing louder as well, clenching his fists tightly. Are you Midoriya, please hear yourself. It was so unlike Ibara to see her this worked up, but even she had a look of outrage on her face, her vines holding Pony back like the smaller girl wanted to book it outside to find 𝐭𝐻𝐿 herself. Please, understand this from our point of view. We have just learned that you, someone we care about dearly, has been bullied for being quirkless your entire life by a fellow student, something we had no idea about. Someone who, to our shock, told you to kill yourself, and now you are defending his actions. You are extremely forgiving, this I know, but even this is ridiculous. You are essentially telling us that the suffering you have gone through doesn't matter because the bully feels somewhat regretful. And that's why we're so weirded out about why you're giving him a second chance. Izuku couldn't stop himself from spitting out, like I'm giving you guys a second chance. This brought the argument to a grinding stop, everyone's eyes going wide at what Izuku said. The moment the words left Izuku's lips, he felt his eyes widen and regret immediately filled him, feeling the anger that had been coursing through his veins evaporate at once as though he had been stabbed in his heart. Each girl looked like he had gone over and punched them in the face, staring up at him in shock and building guilt. He managed to croak out. I'm before he could apologize, though, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 spoke up. You're right, Midoriya. She muttered. It does make sense from that perspective. You're giving us a second chance to make it up to you, and it's obvious that you've given him a second chance to make it up to you. Thinking about it like that, it does make sense. But that's why, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 suddenly interrupted him, looking up and giving him a glare. I'd like to know how he made it up to you. What? How did he make it up to you? What did you make him do to redeem himself in your eyes? You're making us work to redeem ourselves, we're working hard to make up for our mistakes, for how we treated you, and we know that it's going to be hard to fully earn your forgiveness. Tell us, what did Bakugo do to earn himself back into your good graces? What did he do to make you defend him like so? Tell us. Izuku froze up completely, staring at 𝐒𝐿𝐼 as though she had stabbed him in the gut. The other girls saw how he froze up, and felt their anger return, staring at him. Tell us, Izuku. Itsuka said, her voice tired. He didn't do anything, did he? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 guessed. Thinking about it, you always seemed to stand up for him, even at the start of first year. From what I've seen, and what the others in Class 1A say, you seem to always be okay with him, no matter what he yells at you or how he treats you. Tell us, Izuku, did you just forgive him? If that's the case, I'd like to know why you're making us work for redemption when you so readily forgave him. Tell us how that's fair, forgiving the boy who told you to kill yourself while making us work our butts off to redeem ourselves. For once, Izuku was completely speechless, feeling small tears well up in his eyes. She was right. She was completely right. He was a hypocrite. He made them work hard to redeem themselves in his eyes, when he forgave 𝐭𝐻𝐿 the moment the boy expressed some little form of regret, and didn't really change up his behavior until months later. He took a shuddering breath, trying to control his breathing, and immediately cast his gaze to the ground, feeling tears start to spill from his eyes onto his cheeks. For once, he couldn't even find the courage to look them in the eye. I'm sorry, he whispered, feeling tears start to drip onto his cheeks. I'm so sorry. The girls didn't say anything at first, only letting him silently cry. Then Itsuka let out a tired sigh, standing up from the table. I'm really tired of yelling, she admitted. I don't want to have these conversations anymore. I don't want to be angry at you. I know we all have a lot to do to make it up to you, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 is right. It's not fair if we have to work to make ourselves better if you just forgave your childhood bully like nothing. I know, Izuku whispered. Itsuka took another deep breath, and slowly walked to Izuku, standing in front of the crying boy. Despite how angry she felt towards him right now, she saw how pained he looked, and felt her anger start to fade as pity filled her heart. Okay. Itsuka nodded, and turned to the other girls. Group hug. That took everyone in the room by surprise. Setsuna was still in her own angry state of mind. Pony was looking like she wanted to run out to confront Bakugo. Ibara was conflicted about the entire situation. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was still angry about the hypocrisy, and Kinoko had gone deadly silent. Everyone was shaken by what Itsuka said, quickly looking up at her in surprise. Izuku himself started, looking up at Itsuka with tears still dripping from his chin onto the floor. The orange-haired girl wasn't deferred though, gesturing towards him with her head. The boy said his touch starved. She said, so either I'm gonna squeeze the life out of him by myself, or we all do. Come on. There was only a few seconds of silence before everyone moved, approaching Izuku. Before he could protest, Pony wrapped her arms around his neck and squeezed tightly, surprising him. He always forgot that her grip was a lot tighter than one would think, but then Itsuka wrapped them both in her own hug, and then was joined by Setsuna, then Leiko, then Kinoko, and finally Ibara wrapping her vines around everyone. Izuku was taken aback slightly, wanting to tell them to let go, that he was fine, but the warmth that spread throughout him at their touch made him hesitate. He blinked as the tears in his eyes doubled, letting out a small shudder, before he ended up caving and laying his teary face against Pony's head, quietly surrendering to the warm comfort and beginning to sob. Pony in turn squeezed tighter. Itsuka ran a hand through his hair, and Ibara's vines squeezed them tighter together as Izuku completely broke down. I'm sorry. It's okay, Ibara whispered, using her hand to wipe at his cheek. For a few minutes, Izuku cried while surrounded by his friends, feeling more emotional than he had been for weeks now. Everyone felt their anger at the argument completely fade away as they comforted him, putting the rage they felt in the back of their minds. None of them noticed the shuffling of feet against carpet as Yui went back upstairs, her own fists clenched tightly at her sides as she went. Finally, Izuku let out a small sigh, trying to take a steady breath as he got control of his crying, and nodded. He patted Pony's head, and the girls eventually broke apart, giving him a little space so he could wipe his face. Pony was also quietly crying, although she quickly wiped her face as well with the back of her hand, and Ibara looked as though she was trying hard not to tear up as well. Finally, Izuku got control of his emotions, and looked up at the girls. I really am sorry. He told them, looking at each girl. You're right, Yanaji. It's not fair that I'm demanding you guys make it up to me when I let Kaken off so easily. I'm a hypocrite. I don't blame you guys if you hate me now. You are a little bit of a hypocrite, Leiko admitted, although with no real heat. But please, Midoriya, don't think we yelled at you because we hate you over this. We only wanted to make sure you knew the unfairness of this situation. She took another deep breath. We love you. Hearing what you went through, and how your bully got off relatively easy. It didn't sit well with us. Hey, Itsuka muttered, wiping at his face with her t-shirt. It's not that we suddenly hate you. And we're still going to be making it up to you over what everyone's done. But it's like what Leiko said, we heard that someone we cared about got bullied and the bully got off scot-free. If you've forgiven him, fine. We can't change your mind. But please don't expect us to forgive him as easily. Izuku sighed, but nodded. Okay. I guess that's fair. Okay, Itsuka nodded, giving him a small smile. Now, I'm going to order pizza. This was a lot more stressful than I thought it would be, and I'm not gonna force you and Ibara to make dinner after this. Pony, you wanna put on a movie? And we can all watch together. Pony nodded, and quickly moved to go grab some movie to watch. Izuku managed to make his way to the couch, sitting down heavily with a sigh. Ibara also took a seat beside him, rubbing his arm. A sudden thought came to her, and she turned to address the room. Everyone, may I suggest something? They all turned to look at her, curious, and Ibara let out a tiny sigh and a blush as she continued to rub his arm. Midoriya. He's said to be touch-starved. I do not know if I'm the only one, but I'm not comfortable with knowing this and ignoring it. She turned to Izuku, who was now watching her carefully. Midoriya, while this may be against what you initially wanted, if you would like someone to hold you, or hug you, or even touch you in any way, at any point, please do not be afraid to come to me. Izuku blinked, taken aback. Before he could say anything, though, Pony jumped onto the couch, and wrapped her arm around his, surprising him. I'm with Ibara, she nervously said, blushing a bit. I don't want you to feel lonely. If you want to cuddle, just tell me. We'll cuddle all you want. Well, if that's the case. Setsuna rubbed a hand through her hair, using her other hand to wipe some leftover tears out of her eyes. It's a hard same for me too. Just let me know. I mean, we all cuddle, like, all the time, Kinoko said fairly, so it's not really that much different with you. If we mush cuddle, then so be it. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded. The girls turned their attention to 𝐒𝐿𝐽, who was looking around the room with her cell phone in her hand, about to dial the pizza company. Once her eyes met 𝐒𝐿𝐽's, seeing the blush and the fresh tears in his eyes, she couldn't help but let out a small sigh, and walked over to rub his other cheek with her thumb, getting the tears gone. If you need to cuddle, she said warmly to him, just let us know. 𝐒𝐿𝐽's voice caught in his throat, trying hard to stop himself from bursting into more tears, and tried to give them a smile. Thank you, guys. After that, everything turned relatively back to normal. While their disagreement about 𝐭𝐿𝐽 still weighed on their minds, they were comfortable enough to leave it as is. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 was free to forgive him, as long as he knew that the other girls would not. He knew that he was acting stupid, so he decided to put it behind him. And, as much as he tried to fight it, the ironic voice of 𝐭𝐿𝐽 in his head insulting him, he caved, and allowed Pony to wrap her arms around him, resting his head on hers. Once the pizza arrived, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 brought it to the table in the kitchen, and the girls and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 watched some romantic comedy and ate pizza, trying to put the argument behind them. After the movie was done, instead of everyone going off to their rooms, they just sat around and talked. They had an impromptu girls' night, albeit with 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sitting in the middle. They chatted about books, fashion, video games, movies, the works. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 was content to be silent for a little bit, basking in the warmth from Pony's hold on him, although he went a little red when Setsuna stood up and showed off her butt, asking if the breathes she was wearing made it look big, and laughed when 𝐒𝐽 realized what she was doing and literally kicked her in the butt, Setsuna getting back at her by shattering into several pieces as though she just kicked her apart, drawing several laughs from the girls. After that, it was close to midnight, so everyone decided to go to bed. 𝐒𝐽 ended up getting more hugs from everyone, which made him blush, but he still accepted them. He just had to accept that he was touch-starved and needed some physical affection. He went up to bed, changing into his pajamas, and laid back while pulling his covers to his chin, closing his eyes. Today did not go as he would have liked, talking about his past and the huge argument about 𝐭𝐿𝐽, but he was glad that he did. It was now a weight that was lifted off his chest, and now he felt a little closer to the girls. Remembering them all rising to his defense, while he had been on 𝐭𝐿𝐽's side, made him smile a bit to himself. Sighing a bit, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 rolled over on his side, closing his eyes a bit tighter and drifting off to sleep. Until there was an unexpected knock at the door. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 felt his eyes open suddenly, jumping up and looking to the door. He glanced to the alarm clock and saw that it just turned 1:30 in the morning. Who could it be at this hour? 𝐒𝐿𝐽. Pony. 𝐒𝐿𝐽. He knew the ghost girl liked to stay up at late hours, the girls occasionally complaining about her making spooky noises at 3 in the morning more often than not, but even now, this was ridiculous. He threw the covers off, standing up and walking to the door, turning on the light. He couldn't help but gulp in nervousness as turned the doorknob, opening it up. To reveal Ibara, looking up at him. Oh. Shiozaki. 𝐒𝐽 blinked, not really sure why he felt suddenly happy to see her. What's up? It's 1:30. Hello, Midoriya, Ibara nodded. To him, glancing at him with a blush. I'm sorry to bug you at this late hour, but do you mind if I come in for a second? Yeah, sure. Come on in. 𝐒𝐽 tried to give her a tired smile, and moved to the side so she could come in. Ibara glanced around as she entered, rubbing her hands down her nightshirt as 𝐒𝐽 closed the door. So, what's up? 𝐒𝐽 still had his eyes on the door, making sure to unconsciously lock the door. Well, Midoriya. I wanted to talk to you about, what our relationship is now. Especially in light of finding out that you are touch-starved. 𝐒𝐽 couldn't help but smile at her kindness, turning around to face her. I'm not really 𝐒𝐽. 𝐒𝐽's eyes bulged and a large blush burst onto his face as Ibara took her nightshirt and threw it off, throwing it to the other side of the room onto his desk. She was dressed in fancy lingerie, her bust barely held back by a BR, and a lacy dress that showed off her figure. Ibara looked embarrassed, but gave him a smile as she approached him, and before 𝐒𝐽 could say anything, she put both her hands against his chest and pushed him against the door, feeling his back press against it as Ibara embraced him. I know that you must be suffering, not being able to touch one of us after so long, she whispered, Izuku feeling himself freeze up as her lips were barely an inch from his own, so I think I know what to do to help you. Which is? Why, making love to you all night long, she whispered, and immediately pulled his head to her, inhaling his lips with a mm. Izuku froze up for only a few seconds, eyes wide, before he let out a quiet grunt and began kissing back, wrapping his hands around her midsection as she pressed herself up against him. Ibara's arms wrapped around his neck, and Izuku enjoyed the feeling of her body against his, and began pushing her back towards his bed, pushing his tongue into her mouth as she giggled. Ibara twirled them around so that Izuku could land back first against the mattress, immediately straddling him. Her vines spread out throughout the room, wrapping around his various merchandise of all might, but his eyes were only on her appealing face, staring down at him in adoration as her hands rubbed his chest. Please, Midoriya, she hummed his name, grabbing his hands and pulling them up. Touch me. Touch me here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. The morning is here. The morning is here. Izuku's eyes snapped open, staring at his ceiling. Ibara was nowhere to be found, the light was off, the morning light was beginning to poke through the windows, his alarm clock had been going off for 2 minutes, his bedsheets were messy and wild, and he was breathing heavily as the phantom feeling of Ibara's weight on him was still in his mind. Izuku sat up slowly, realizing what exactly he had dreamed about, and felt a blush explode onto his face. Oh, no. Yui was cessed. She was very cessed. Cessed at a lot of things. The problem was, she had no idea what she most cessed about. Against her entire body screaming at her not to, Yui had caved to her curiosity, and as quietly as she could, she had snuck out of her room, went downstairs, and hid in the bathroom. Thankfully, the girls were so antsy with what was about to happen that they didn't hear Yui's quiet footsteps, and she had managed to hide successfully against the wall in the bathroom when Izuku finally arrived, and they told him what they wanted to talk about. Yui had listened to their venting about everything that had been bothering them lately. She had felt herself relax somewhat, leaning against the wall as Itsuka talked about her stupid ex-boyfriend, Setsuna about her past as a 𝐒𝐲, Ibara's surprisingly spicy dreams. If they were in better standing, Yui would be pressing for details. Then Izuku spoke about kissing Setsuna and Ibara, which sent something unpleasant through Yui's stomach. And then Izuku's past. And then Bakugo. Yui had listened to it all. She listened Izuku's explanation about how he used to be quirkless. How he had faced discrimination in his school. And how Bakugo was a pivotal figure in his past. Bullying him, making him feel insecure, telling him to kill himself. She listened to the argument that ensured a series of yells and fighting that made Yui's fists curl at her side, until eventually 𝐒𝐿 accused him of being a hypocrite. That was what finally made Yui take a deep breath, wait for her opportunity to get out, and as quickly and quietly as she could, sneaked back upstairs and straight into her room, closing her door with a snap before throwing herself onto the bed, letting out a tense sigh. She was now in a storm of emotions, from everything that she heard. There was a lot of anger, but there was also a lot of bitterness, sadness, loneliness. She closed her eyes and rolled onto her side, exhaling through her nose. Everything about the argument just hurt her. Knowing that Izuku had hurt long before they met, and that she contributed in making it worse, made her shudder. Yes, as much as the girls were right that Bakugo was let off easy, she also knew that they'd hurt him just as bad. She felt angry at 𝐒𝐿 at accusing him of being a hypocrite. He might have let Bakugo off easy, but that doesn't mean that there was some innocence in comparison. They'd hurt him just as badly during their little game of pass the Zuku back and forth, and now they were daring to assume they had any moral high ground. With that said, Yui let out another sigh, rolling onto her stomach. She was angry at the girls for escalating things so far, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have a point with Bakugo. One might say the girls were poking their noses into Izuku's business, but Itsuka asked Izuku to share his past, gave him the opportunity not to, and Izuku still told them. He had told them everything about his past being bullied, to Bakugo's role in it, and the horrible thing that he had told Izuku to do, and Izuku was surprised that the girls reacted as they did. They took it a bit too far, but Yui couldn't blame them for their reactions too. The blonde boy and his past with Izuku, they all cared about him, some of them even liking him, so it wasn't surprising that they had such a bad reaction to Bakugo and his bullying ways. Izuku can say that they were in a better place, that they were friends, but from what Yu is seen of them, Bakugo must be one hell of an actor, because if he cared for Izuku now, he hid it well. From what she had seen, Bakugo yelled at him, threw things at him, called him weak. A few days ago he threw one of his stupid things on his mask at Izuku and it stuck in his head, making the boy collapse over. Yui had no idea how Izuku had gotten up and continued the conversation he was having with Shuji like it wasn't even in there, and apparently, that wasn't even the first time Bakugo did that. Like Itsuka had said when she left, none of them had any reason to like Bakugo after learning what he did to Izuku. Even if Yui thought Itsuka, Ibara, and Setsuna were being dramatic, she had a churning in her gut, the Pomeranian boy's smug face filling her vision and sending a stab of anger through her. She hated Bakugo. Probably as much as the other girls. But Izuku also said that he had it handled. She didn't want to interfere with something he said he handled already, but to know that Bakugo got off pretty much with a slap on the wrist. It didn't sit right with her. Yui groaned, rolling onto her back and shutting her eyes. This was utterly exhausting to think about. She was already in a bad place with everyone, no one probably even wanting to see her unless they had no choice, this talk, for example, and their detentions, but now, the vision of Bakugo's stupid face laughing wouldn't leave her mind, filling her with fury. She quickly stuffed her face against the pillow, trying to just shut her brain off and nap, and not feel lonely about hearing the girls and Izuku laughing downstairs over some movie. It was obvious she eventually fell asleep, because when she lifted the pillow off her face, it was pitch black outside, surprising her a little. Before she could get up to maybe grab something to eat, her phone chimed beside her. She was tempted to ignore it, until she heard more pinging. Evidently, their group chat was having a talk. Slight suspicion filled her, and Yui picked up her phone, not entering the code to get in so she could remain anonymous in their group chat. Dynamite. Alright, who's not dead? Sound off. Poison ivy. I'm awake. Same cowgirl. Me too. Emily. Tongue sticking out. Poison ivy. I think Yui and Kinoko's asleep. Dynamite. Okay, Bakugo, we need to talk about Bakugo. Yeah, I didn't say anything in the moment, Leiko, but after thinking about it I think calling Izuku a hypocrite was a bit too much. Emily, I know. Loudly crying face. Loudly crying face. Loudly crying face. I feel really bad calling him out like that. Do you guys mind if I walk alone with him to school? TM. I wanna apologize. Sure thing, hun. Cowgirl. Yeah, pensive face. Like, I get why we were angry about it, but maybe we took it a bit too far. Poison ivy. I agree. While I believe we weren't wrong to be upset over him defending Bakugo, we took it too far with accusing him of being a hypocrite, especially after all the SHT we've pulled ourselves. I didn't want to ruin the evening, but we all have had our own turns being assholes to him. Emily. Yeah, cowgirl. Yeah, like, I know me and Ibara can't talk because we didn't technically do anything like what you guys did, but still, we can't exactly talk about Izuku being treated badly by someone else when we treated him horribly ourselves. Poison ivy. I know, Emily, you're right. Itsuka. Yui blinked at the messages and couldn't help but let out a tiny little sigh. So it looks like they realized what they did wrong, accusing him of being a hypocrite when they themselves weren't much better. She leaned back comfortably against her pillows, so they realized it, and Leiko wanted to apologize for it. Okay. She could accept that. Before she could turn her phone off though, Setsuna chimed back in. Dynamite. With that said, I know that we haven't discussed it, but are we letting this go? Letting Bakugo off scot-free? I honestly don't know. Poison ivy. Why really? Yeah, honestly I'm super conflicted right now. On the one hand, Izuku said he had it handled, and I thought about it, and honestly, it really isn't any of our business. What he did to resolve things with Bakugo is his business, and not ours. But I also just found out someone I really care about got suicide baited by some, but in our other class. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still super thing-cessed about that cowgirl. Ya's dynamite. Yeah, same. Poison ivy. Then maybe we should tell a teacher. We could tell Vlad King that Bakugo bullied Midoriya. Dynamite. We got no proof though. Besides, if Aizawa didn't do anything about Bakugo treating Parsley like CRP after being in his class for a year, he probably won't now. And if word got around that he bullied Izuku, it'd start a witch hunt. And I hate the guy, but I do not want to upset Izuku by going behind his back and starting ST. Still, I don't feel like I'd be a hero if I just let this go. Poison ivy. Honestly, I wouldn't either. I know we all were awful to Midoriya, but Cowgirl, but if we confront Bakugo we'll get Midoriya angry at us. I don't want that. Emily, me neither. Pensive face, but it feels wrong just to let this go. Poison Ivy, why should we just talk to Bakugo? One of us, all of us, whichever. I know we all pretty much dislike him now, but maybe getting his side of things would help us understand Dynamite. I mean, he has no reason to want to talk to us anyway. Even if Parsley's right that he's changed, he's still got to stick up his but the size of MT lady's finger. Cowgirl, you studied the texts carefully, pursing her lips. It seems like the girls were conflicted on what to do, and honestly, so was Yui. Like it or not, the girls were a part of this now, and it would be strange to hear of their dear friend being bullied and told to commit suicide by their fellow classmate and just let it go. She wished they could live in a world where Izuku could ask them not to judge Bakugo, and they'd all smile and nod their heads happily, but now they were at a crossroads. They wanted to make things up to Izuku, and found it unfair that Bakugo got off scot-free for this. They were conflicted about their anger, it seemed through their texts, and were unsure if they should let this go and feel like they weren't being heroes, or confront Bakugo and probably earn Izuku's scorn. And the girls probably didn't want to make Izuku angry at them at all, especially after what they argued about today. So what to do? Yui scared and sat back, thinking. None of them wanted Izuku to get angry with them, but felt uncomfortable letting this go without confronting Bakugo. They don't want to throw any process they've made with Izuku out to process. Yui blinked and sat forward. They don't want to sacrifice their attempts to atone for what they did with him out of pettiness. But Yui hasn't done anything. She's avoided Izuku and the girls, shown no remorse. As much as her heart hurt for what she did to Izuku and Itsuka, she hadn't made any movements to atone. So, if they needed someone to confront Bakugo, if they needed a scapegoat, if they wanted answers, if they wanted someone to punch him, I'll talk to Bakugo. Yui. Dynamite. She lives. Emily, face screaming in fear, 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 face screaming in fear. Poison Ivy, why were you listening to our conversation? Yes, and you guys are thinking way too much into this. If you go confront Bakugo all gung-ho, it's going to result in someone being blown up or him dead. I've seen Pony's horns. She can kill a whole cowgirl. I can talk to him without him exploding. And if he does, he can go to detention for beating me up. And if Izuku gets angry, he gets angry at me. Big whoop, is already angry at me. Dynamite. Of cowgirl, of Emily, of fungi, of what's going on? Why are we oofing? Cowgirl, hi. Kinoko grinning face was smiling as fungi. My phone kept going off. Hi Pony, and really you don't have to do this. We can talk to Bakugo without it getting emotional. You got into a wrestling match with Midoriya in the middle of a downpour. You are literally the most dramatic person here. Are you saying that you wouldn't fight Bakugo at a moment's notice? Dynamite. I mean, she got a point. Prez, you a dramatic hoe. Shut up. Set Poison Ivy. Why? Shut up. Ibarra, fine. You, if you know what to say, we'll leave Bakugo to you, but if you need help, please come to us. You okay? I won't need help, but okay. But are you okay? We haven't seen you in a while. Are you good? Dynamite. Why, girl, we're missing you. Emily, you good? Yui blinked at the messages, inquiring if she was okay, and felt her gut lurch horribly. She stared at these asks of "Are you okay?" and "How are you?" and "We miss you," and felt a small shudder pass through her. No, she didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve this sympathy. She was quick to type up her answer. I'm fine. I'll talk to Bakugo tomorrow." With that, Yui shut her phone off, putting down beside her bedside table, and rolled over, adjusting her Matryoshka doll beside her alarm clock. She felt the sudden telltale sign of tears in her eyes, but was quick to wipe them roughly away and shut them. No feeling sorry for herself. She was going to be the bad guy from here on out. If Izuku wanted someone to hate, then she'd give him an easy target. She tried hard not to hear Setsuna softly knocking on the wall beside her, and was glad that the wall was at least thick enough she didn't hear Setsuna asking if she was okay. She might have broken if she had. The next morning, Yui had woken up late. She had forgotten that her alarm clock was set to a later time while her phone had her actual wake-up alarm on it. Still, she wasn't particularly late, she would just have to hurry. She was quick to slip on her uniform, putting on lots of deodorant due to the fact that she couldn't slip in a shower, and hurried downstairs, intending on grabbing some cereal bar from the cupboard and eat it on the way. As her foot landed on the bottom step, she glanced up at the front door, and blinked when she saw Izuku and Leiko leaving, shutting the door quietly in front of her. She stared in confusion for a few seconds, then was suddenly reminded that 𝐼𝐭 wanted to apologize to Izuku on their way to school. She grabbed a cereal bar from the cupboard, opening it and throwing the wrapper away, and then adjusted her bag so that she could hurry on out of the house, closing the door behind her and locking it. Walking down the steps, she saw Izuku and 𝐼𝐭 walking down the path toward school, and, after a moment to think to herself, she wasn't ordinarily a snoop, but she was curious. She hurried her pace, standing at a respectable distance from the two and listened. Thankfully, Yui was naturally very quiet, so they hadn't noticed her behind them as they talked. As such, I'd like to apologize to you, Midoriya. 𝐼𝐭 sounded at least apologetic, her head hung. I shouldn't have called you a hypocrite. It's okay. He was quick to assure her. I know in the moment it must have seemed pretty unfair to you. While it was, 𝐼𝐭 sighed, I still jumped the gun and accused you of giving special treatment. It's obvious, after sleeping on it, that you are not the same person as you are now. You forgave Bakugo then, and are asking us to redeem ourselves now. I really should not have insulted you like that, and I am sorry. It's okay, Izuku smiled softly. Honestly, I did some thinking about it last night, and this morning too. I think we'll eventually have to sit down to talk about it, but preferably later. When we've cooled off about it. I understand, Midoriya. So, how did you sleep? Oh, well, okay. Just some interesting dreams. Oh. While Izuku stammered out an answer, Yui let herself fall back, taking some time to eat while walking a bit slower. She was glad that 𝐼𝐭 apologized for her harsh words yesterday, and also glad that Izuku forgave her for it. She kept her eyes on the ground as she walked quietly behind her two other roommates, quietly mulling to herself as they continued on the way to school, not listening to Izuku make something obviously fake up to distract what he had been dreaming about, while 𝐼𝐭 listened with a skeptical eyebrow raised. After that, everyone got to class, Yui making sure to get to her desk and avoid the girls' looks as she pulled open her notebook as President MIC slid in enthusiastically to get their lesson started. As he wrote up their lesson on the board, Yui found herself distracted, doodling in her notebook as she scratched some lines into the top corner of the page. She wanted to pay attention, but she had found herself lost in her thoughts as she glanced back up at the board, seeing the note written in the corner about the joint training they were scheduled to do today at Ground Beta. That might be the time she could use to talk to Bakugo. The two classes joined together at the same time. She could take the blonde but and pull him to the side to ask for answers. She already knew that this was going to be extremely difficult. As Setsuna put elegantly last night, he had a stick so far up his, but it was amazing he could walk normally. Still, Yui pouted as she shook her head briefly, keeping her head low so she could scribble down something President MIC wrote. The only alternative is the other girls getting on Bakugo's bad side, and quite honestly, Yui didn't want to risk them getting hurt by provoking him or incurring Izuku's scorn. No, it would be her to get answers out of Bakugo. She just hoped that she could get them in a civil manner rather than him beating her up. Because, quite honestly, she didn't like her chances in a fight with him of all people. Their lessons went on for the entire morning, Yui keeping her head down and not addressing anyone unless the teacher specifically called on her. Finally, the bell for lunch rang, and Yui took that as her cue to get out of there as soon as she could, only seeing Kinoko hurry out to go presumably meet with Izuku for lunch. Yui grabbed her paper bag filled with her food and was quick to stand up, leaving the classroom while hurriedly speed walking. She'd did this for the last 2 weeks, of course, not wanting to risk the girls in the class talking to her when they had free time, avoiding them like the plague since Izuku's breakout 2 weeks ago. And usually, they didn't follow her. Usually, being the key word. Wait. The girl stopped her tracks, eyes going slightly wider as she recognized the voice behind her. She turned slightly to see Itsuka jogging down the hall, waving her hand at her, and Yui felt herself shrivel up inside. Of course. Of all the girls that had to try to talk to her, it had to be the one she was feeling particularly awful about. Just her luck. Before she could pretend that she didn't hear Itsuka, the girl managed to catch up, taking a few seconds to catch her breath. Yui quickly turned away, unable to look her best friend in the eye. Once Itsuka steadied her breathing, however, the orange-haired girl stood up properly, concern in her eyes. Yui, she said softly, I was wondering if I could talk to you for a minute. Sorry, Yu quickly answered, starting to walk away. "I've got someplace to be." Before she could walk away, however, 𝐒𝐿 reached out and grabbed the girl's hand, stopping her in her tracks. Yui wanted to yank her hand away, but there was something about the way 𝐒𝐿 held her hand that made Yui stop, enjoying the sudden warmth that spread up her arm and through her body at the touch. But Yui was quick to shake her head, trying to get that pleasant feeling away from her. 𝐒𝐿 spoke again. "I'm really sorry that we've been avoiding you for so long. I thought that you wanted some space." "I did. And I do." Yui said bluntly, ignoring the hurt that shot through her. She really needed to get away from her best friend before she broke down. "So please, let me go. Once I've talked to Bakugo. This isn't about Bakugo. I was wondering if we could eat lunch together and talk. Like we used to. No." 𝐒𝐿 faltered, blinking in shock as Yui finally looked around at her sharply. Yui tried desperately hard to look as stoic and uninterested as possible, even though her heart was hammering in her chest and guilt shot through her at the words she was about to say, but she needed to get away as quickly as possible. "I don't want to have lunch with you. I don't want to talk to you. I just want to be alone. Please let me go, Kendo." Yui didn't mean to slip into addressing 𝐒𝐿 by her last name. They'd been close for so long, it was weird to even reference them by anything other than their first names. And it tore her apart to say such things to her best friend, especially after how she'd been treating 𝐒𝐿 for weeks now. Still, Yui saw the hurt in 𝐒𝐿's eyes when spoke, and Yui knew that it was too late to take it back. Slowly, 𝐒𝐿 let go of her hand, taking a small step back, and glanced to the ground. "Sorry," she muttered. "I'll leave you be." With that, 𝐒𝐿 slowly turned around, head down, and walked back to the classroom. Yui stared after her with guilt still rising within her, feeling awful. Her best friend, and Yui couldn't even face her. She wanted more than anything to sit and eat with 𝐒𝐿, but knew that she really hadn't earned that right. At least, she didn't have that right anymore. She still remembered the harsh words and the way she treated 𝐒𝐿 during this entire ordeal. 𝐒𝐿 had warned her about what would happen if Yui just ignored the consequences of her actions, and she insulted 𝐒𝐿, brought up the girl's own jealousy as a way to deflect, and told her to go finger herself and stop raining on her parade. That got 𝐒𝐿 angry at her too. Then when 𝐒𝐿 tried to talk Setsuna and Yui out of it again, the night before everything turned to 𝐻T, Yui gave her the cold shoulder, ignoring the good points her best friend brought up. And then, Friday, when 𝐒𝐿 put her foot down, Yui immediately jumped on her butt, insulting her and getting ready for a fight. And then, after Izuku's breakdown and his telling them what would happen, when she was feeling lower than she ever had before, 𝐒𝐿 hugged her, told her it was okay. Yui blinked sudden tears out of her eyes, quickly walking away. She had no right to face her best friend. That is, if she could even be 𝐒𝐿's best friend anymore. She tried desperately hard to push the thoughts out of her head. She had to deal with Bakugo, get answers, and then go back to staying in her room at all hours. She knew eventually 𝐒𝐿 would push for a more direct confrontation. When she was tired of Yui pussyfooting around, she knew her best friend. She'd only play nice until she got tired of the cold shoulder, but she tried her best to avoid her and Izuku for now. For 𝐒𝐿, she had no idea what she was feeling for him, and that scared her. And for 𝐒𝐿, she was afraid of talking to her after how awfully she treated her over something so petty. "Just get through this, you," she scolded herself, trying hard not to notice Izuku and Kinoko outside eating lunch while she grew a mushroom on his arm as an experiment, feeling another wave of something unpleasant shoot through her. Just get through this. Once lunch was completed, Vlad King entered the classroom and told everyone to grab their suitcases and head to the changing rooms, so they can head to Ground Beta, the city training ground, for their joint training with Class 1A. Once everyone grabbed their equipment and headed to the changing rooms, everyone was ready in their hero costumes. Yui was quick to get changed, moving as fast as she could to get ready before anyone else spoke to her. She was very lucky that she was out of the door when Ibara finally found the courage to ask her something, leaving her friends in the dust. A good thing too, she was getting changed beside 𝐒𝐿, and the orange-haired girl's look of sadness plus the small glances at her was enough to almost make Yui give up and talk to them. Now, though, she was standing with the rest of the class, waiting for the rest of the classes to come to their joint training. Yui glanced to the side and saw that Izuku just arrived, chatting with Okiko and Tenya about something or the other. She saw Izuku start to glance around at her, but she quickly averted her gaze, shifting beside Bondo out of his sight. Once she was behind him, she stole another glance at the boy she lived with, seeing him chatting with Okiko about something on his phone, and glanced away, to see Bakugo stomping up to Izuku, snapping at something Kaminari said. The girl blinked, and then felt her eyes narrow more as Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the shoulder roughly and turned him around, growling something she couldn't hear at him. The boy she grew to care about so deeply jumped slightly, and managed to stutter out an explanation that made Bakugo huff and turn away. God, this was going to be torture. Yui shook her head and glanced away. She caught a glimpse of Itsuka, Setsuna, and Ibara also glaring at Bakugo, evidently seeing what just happened, but none of them stormed over to confront him, not wanting to cause a scene. Still, at least Yui felt a bit better about not liking the blonde boy very much, seeing her other friends being in the same boat. Before she could think more about it, Aizawa and Vlad King walked forwards, and called for everyone's attention. Alright, we're going to be doing a familiar lesson with all of you, just to do some cover for the exam in the next week, Vlad King told everyone, seeing both classes stand at attention. Since this is Foundational Hero Studies, we'll just be here to watch over you all. We'll let your teacher talk. Vlad King then stepped away, and from behind him, a familiar man walked up, which made everyone's jaws drop and Izuku's eyes widen in surprise. I have. Poof. Returned from my vacation on Island to start teaching you all once again. All Might. Several students gasped as their teacher puffed back down from his buff form, coughing up a bit of BLD. Izuku himself was very surprised. He knew All Might had gone on a well-deserved vacation over the break, but he wasn't aware that he was going to be back so soon. Not that he was complaining, though. Izuku had a wide smile on his face seeing his mentor returned. It was picked up on by Yui, who couldn't help but feel a bit warm at the look. Although, like usual, she immediately shoved it right back down. Yes, I'm back, All Might wheezed, waving a good-natured hand when everyone asked if he was okay. Decided to return a bit earlier so I can help you out before your exam next week. Sir. Tenya quickly raised his hand, almost smacking himself in the helmeted face in his haste. May I ask what we are doing today? Are we going to be doing a group effort? Not quite, young Ida. All Might strolled over to a stand with two boxes on top, labeled A and B, and put his hands in both boxes. We're going to be redoing the battle trial I had both classes do at the beginning of the year, this time with everyone being partnered with a member of the opposite class. Aye. Bakugo crossed his arms, or as best he could with the stupid grenade gauntlets he had on. Why the F are we redoing that? Because I would like to see how far you've all come. All Might said cheerfully. I thought that it would be a good way to see how we've all improved by redoing the first test I've had you done, to see how you've improved. Besides, I think it'll be fun. You guys haven't really teamed up with each other at all, so it'll add in a surprise element of suspense, and make things more interesting. Both classes glanced at each other before shrugging. They all got along relatively well, and it was true that they hadn't really teamed up at all during their scarce joint training exercises, usually only going up against each other. So it might be fun to see how they'd work well together. So everyone gave a nod of confirmation, while Monoma and Bakugo only huffed. Alright, let's draw the teams. All Might rummaged around both boxes, grabbing two pieces of paper before lifting them up and reading the names. Mineta and Kamakiri. Ah, man, I wanted to team up with a girl. Mineta pouted, crossing his arms. Momo began making a mallet to pull out of her stomach, narrowing her eyes at the little gremlin, before Kyuka reluctantly put her hand on her girlfriend's wrist, soothing her. Later. If he did anything, they would beat him down later. Uraraka and Tsunotori. Both Okiko and Pony nodded, glancing at each other and giving weak smiles. Ojuru and Tokichi. Setsuna gave Ojuru a shark's grin, while the tailed boy laughed weakly, blushing slightly. Beside him, Toru pouted, although no one could tell. Ida and Monoma. Ida gave a good-natured wave to Monoma, who scoffed. Kirishima and Tetsu. The two hardening students didn't know whether to fist bump or cry that they were put together yet again. Midoriya and Kodai. That one made Yui's eyes shoot up, trying hard not to betray any emotion as Izuku also blinked in surprise. The other girls stole a few glances at her as her face was shadowed by her hat, not showing off any emotion as she digested that the boy she was feeling weird things for and was avoiding would be working with her for this activity. Together. With no way that she couldn't not talk to him at least once. On the outside, she was calm. Inside, she was in a constant state of F. Bakugo and Kendo. And that was what took the girls out of while Midoriya and Kodai are going to be working together. That's going to be awkward to oh god oh no if Kendo's going to kill Bakugo. Izuku felt himself freeze up, realizing exactly how his friend would feel about that, and turned slightly to see Itsuka's eyes narrow, a frown on her face as she slowly turned towards Bakugo. The boy himself glanced at her, and was taken aback by the sudden death glare that was being sent towards him before he returned the glare even more intensely. Before anyone else in either of their classes could pick up on the sudden tense mood, Itsuka returned her gaze to All Might, her frown deepening as he continued to pair up the classes. Yui let out a tense breath, wondering how this could get any worse. It got worse. It got so much worse. Izuku and Yui were standing in the building, a neat replica of the old building they used at the start of the year, with a massive bomb made of paper make in front of them. Outside, Itsuka and Bakugo would be discussing strategies on how to beat them. Well, either that, or Itsuka was 10 seconds from ripping his head off. Yui, meanwhile, was trying hard not to look at her own partner, feeling awkwardness filling her the longer they stood there. Finally, Izuku sighed, and glanced at her. "So, what was your strategy for last time you did this?" he asked, looking up at the bomb. I think Itsuka mentioned that you were a villain for this activity." Yeah. I shrank the bomb and put it in my pocket," Yui stoically said, not looking at all at him. "Kororio and I tricked them into trying to get upstairs and avoid us, and then we let the time limit run out." "Okay," Izuku nodded, rubbing a hand against the fake bomb. "In that case I'm leaving it here." "Here." "I'm leaving it here." Yui turned away, walking towards the door that led outside the room into the building, shrinking down some couches and other objects and stuffing them in her pockets. "Itsuka would know if I tried it again, and is expecting it. I'm going to go confront them, you stay here and guard it." "What? Are you sure?" "I could I'm sure. Just trust me, and stay here to guard the bomb. I'm sure one of them will sneak by me, so be ready for a fight." "Oh, okay." But before Izuku could go on, Yui was out the door, walking down the hall towards the stairwell. She had to wait for All Might to begin the activity, but she could still go downstairs, feeling a plan forming in her mind, but still. She felt distracted. For some reason, Izuku's words yesterday about Bakugo bullying him were on a loop in her head, and she felt the pit of anger in her stomach boil. If the way Izuku flinched at the beginning of the year was any indication, Bakugo might have also beat him up, in addition to the taunts and mockery. The very thought narrowed her eyes, and made her fists clenched. She had a plan formed, all right. She'd go downstairs and confront the both of them. She'd let Itsuka slip away. And Bakugo? Well, she didn't have any chance of winning against. She knew that much. But after feeling lonely all day, isolating herself from everyone for the last 2 weeks, and how emotional she felt right now, she rejected everything and decided to completely embrace anger. She at least hoped that she would be able to break his nose. "All right, let's get started." The buzzer went off, and Yui took a deep breath, squaring up her shoulders and getting ready. She still couldn't really think properly, in between the anger churning in her stomach and the anxiety she was currently feeling, but her expression betrayed none of that, seeing Bakugo suddenly blast his way quickly into the building, a feral grin on his face. He suddenly caught sight of Yui, and his grin widened. "If you don't want to get hurt, I'd get out of the way." He shot towards her, evidently thinking that she'd either duck or get hit. So he probably didn't expect Yui to reach into her pockets, pulling out the couches she found on the second floor and shrunk, and threw them straight at Bakugo, pressing her fingers together and muttering, "Release." The couches regained their usual size, making Bakugo growl and raise his hands to blast them away. During that time, Itsuka sprinted in, evidently sensed that she had been left behind. Her hair was blown to the side, indicating to Yui that Bakugo blew her away when coming in, and stole a glance at Yui. She was taken aback by Yui fighting Bakugo directly. Usually the girl would be smart enough to not fight Bakugo without any cover. Yui stole a glance at Itsuka as well, and felt a small twinge of guilt that she immediately shoved back, and used her other hand, glancing at Bakugo quickly to make sure that he was still distracted by her throw, to pull on her pocket and reveal to Itsuka that her pocket was empty. The orange-haired girl was confused for a moment, until her eyes lit up in understanding. She didn't have the bomb, it would be upstairs. Izuku was nowhere in sight, so that meant that he was probably guarding it. Yui wanted a private confrontation with Bakugo. Itsuka let out a small sigh, and glanced back at her partner blowing up Yui's projectiles before looking back at Yui. She didn't like it, but she still respected Yui's wishes. She sprinted past Yui, the girl doing nothing to stop her as she turned towards Bakugo, who shoved the couches away and grinned ferally at her. "I don't know what your game is," he growled, "but if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you get." With that, Bakugo leapt at her, his explosions propelling him forward. Yui was quick to duck underneath him, but his hand reached out and blew an explosion at her back, making her cry out in pain as she was thrown away, skidding across the floor. Before she could even register the pain, however, Yui threw another object at Bakugo and let it reassume its size, but Bakugo, predicting this, raised his hand to blow it apart easily, which was exactly what she was counting on, rolling to her feet and running down the hallway. Growling, Bakugo gave chase. "The FS up with you assholes!" he shouted after her, throwing a punch at her that she ducked under, the girl leading him away from the stairs leading to the top floor where Itsuka disappeared to. "The ginger beach out there gave me the cold shoulder, and you're picking a fight." "The F I do. Did Shitty Deku tell you to come after me?" Yui was half tempted to answer him. This was the opportunity she had been looking for, getting him alone so that she could demand answers out of him. But then his nickname for Izuku made her stop, feeling the heat in her stomach burn at that once seemingly innocent nickname having a much worse meaning now. He means it as useless. As someone who can't do anything. Yui's hesitation, however, only let Bakugo raise his hand and send out another blast at her. Yui let out a shout of pain as she was blasted backwards, hitting the wall hard and crumbling to the ground, groaning slightly in pain as Bakugo landed heavily and stormed up to her. "You gotta be fing kidding me. You come in and pick a fight, and then you can't fing back it up." Bakugo grabbed her by the front of her shirt, lifting her up and glaring at her. "You knocked out. You gotta be dish crunch." Before Bakugo could even register what just happened, his head was thrown back, BLD seeping out of his nose as he stared towards the ceiling in shock, stumbling back and letting her go as she slagged against the wall. He quickly raised a hand to his face, wiping his lip and looking at the BLD while blinking rapidly. He was quick to look back at Yui, whose hat had been knocked away from the explosion before, but she slowly looked up, Katsuki's BLD on her forehead dripping down as she glared hell at him, her mouth in a thin line and her stance shifting into a fighting position. Katsuki blinked again, before what happened suddenly registered to him. The beach. Fing headbutted him. And broke his nose. A wide grin stretched on his face. "Okay, angel face," he sneered, "bring it on." It was a rather strange sight. BLD dripping from their noses. Holding their ribs, wincing in pain. Scuffs and bruises littering their faces. Limping to the front of the classes. Everyone's eyes had blown open in shock as they watched the two went at it as though they were dreaded archenemies engaging in their last brutal fight to the death. During the fight they watched on the monitor, the crowd winced, let out sympathetic oohs, and almost looked away when a particularly brutal hit connected. It was, by no other words, one of the most brutal fights any of them had ever seen, especially between two classmates. All Might studied the two bruised warriors, seeing them wincing and groaning before the large group, with Aizawa shaking his head and Vlad King sighing, as he stood back with an eyebrow raised. Young Midoriya, young Kendo. The two winced when addressed, trying not to move too much. "I am happy that you two took the assignment seriously and fought as hard as you could, but perhaps you could tone it down a little. We're trying not to let you all fight to the death." "Sorry, All Might." Izuku apologized sheepishly, while Itsuka tried hard not to hurt herself as she raised a hand to rub through her hair sheepishly, We got kinda carried away. Yeah, Itsuka mumbled. Geez, All Might shook his head, although there was a slight smile on his face from exasperation. He had turned to the other two, seeing Bakugo not really in any worse state other than the bloody nose and a few bruises on his face. Yui, on the other hand, was clearly barely holding up, wobbling slightly with burn marks on her costume, her face a bit scratched up, and holding one arm gingerly. Evidently, their fight, while not as brutal as the one upstairs, All Might wondered if he missed anything during his vacation, had evidently taken its toll on young Kodai. Well, in any case, this was a victory for the villains, as they managed to distract the heroes long enough for the timer to run out. I would say we should have you stay and go over the assignment, but I think you all should head to Recovery Girl as soon as you can. It looks like 3 of you need to be looked at, and young Bakugo should have his nose fixed. Just don't let her hit you in the head with her cane. Young Midoriya, you may have a concussion from young Kendo throwing you around. The 4 nodded, and headed away while the 2 classes watched them go with a concerned look on everyone's faces. They were a bit more used to Izuku and Itsuka's fight, at least the girls were. They knew the 2 were probably looking for any excuse to fight again, and took the opportunity to duke it out with their quirks for this exercise, but Yui's state of mind shocked their housemates. They knew that Yui had asked to take care of Bakugo, and they had thought it would be through talking or a verbal confrontation or anything else, but they had been shocked to see Yui not just cornered Bakugo, but didn't even bother to make any attempt to converse with him, only barely keeping up with him in the fight and not giving up no matter how many times Bakugo blew her up. They were more than shocked. Yui was fairly composed and in control. What they saw. Did Yui lose her cool? Down the hall, Yui limped towards Recovery Girl's office, keeping her eyes on the ground and trying not to jolt her arm too much, when someone roughly grabbed her arm. She gave no surprise though, turning to see Bakugo glaring at her, his mouth drawn into a thin line. He might be trying to look intimidating, but you didn't care. In his hero costume with the stupid orange and black things on his head, it was hard to take him seriously. Still, the arm he grabbed was the one that was bruised, and it hurt. Let go of my arm. What the F is your problem, angel face? Yui didn't feel any surprise or shock at his accusation. She always knew that he was smarter than he looked, even if Monoma shrieked and sneered about how one-note he was. It was obvious that she had something personal against him, which he probably picked up on. Still, she looked up at his narrow eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. Or what? You gonna beat me up some more?" Katsuki studied her for a moment, then let out a tired sigh and let go of her arm. He turned to lean against the wall, taking off his gauntlets and putting them at his feet so he could cross his arms. "Look," he grunted, glaring at her. "I don't give a flying F if I've hurt your feelings, or did something to offend you. I don't give a SHT about you. But you came at me today like I killed your Fing dog. And Ginger also gave me the cold shoulder, so I know it's not just you who's being a Fing beach. So call me curious." "Alright, curious. Fing, just Fing, tell me what the FS your problem." Yui glared back at him for a few moments, not blinking at all as she studied his gruff face, before she let out a huff of air and leaned against the opposite wall, careful to mind her burned back. "We know." "Know what?" "You and Midoriya. Your past." She raised an eyebrow. "We know." Katsuki was quiet for a few moments, digesting that. Yui patiently waited for him to respond, before he finally let out a tense breath and let his frown deepen. "Fing Deku ratted me out. How the F did that happen?" "We asked, he told us. We got our own SHT to deal with in our house, and our conversation ended up coming to you. And we discussed what happened to him in the past, and your part in it." "Well, I don't give a SHT about that." He grunted. "Who else knows?" "All the girls." Yui adjusted herself against the wall to avoid hurting herself, studying the blonde boy carefully. "If you're worried that your past as a jackass is going to bite you though, don't." Midoriya asked them not to say anything. Actually went pretty far defending you from them. She raised an eyebrow. "Can't for the life of me figure out why, though." "Ay. I'll be blunt." Yui narrowed her eyes. "You're a Fing butt." Katsuki scoffed at that. "A huge, Fing jackass. The fact that you can't even deny it says it all. You yell and scream and freak out at everything. You bullied Midoriya at the start of the school year, and I'm honestly embarrassed that it took me this long to put the goddamn pieces together. I'm also surprised that none of your class have said F it and given you the boot. Yui let out another sigh, and turned her gaze away. Today, I lost my cool. I was going to corner you later and confront you about this, and demand answers, but I got angry and decided to beat the hell out of you instead. It was either going to be me or every girl in my class that did this. And trust me, you're lucky it was just me doing this. The girls would not have been this nice. They'd have picked a fight. Katsuki scoffed. I'd have kicked their butts. No, you wouldn't. Hell yeah, I would've. Yui only raised an eyebrow at that. Besides, you're saying that you're defending me from them coming after me. Katsuki raised his own skeptic eyebrow at her. You thinking that I did something nice? That you think I regret bullying Deku? Don't think too much into it. Yui glared. I'm only doing this so Midoriya has someone to be angry at. Like I said, we're dealing with a lot of SE that's none of your business dash, but then you poke your nose into mine. Yui's eyes narrowed, not feeling like being nice anymore. I do not want to make this a big thing, but if you keep being in but, I will. She leaned forward slightly, minding her injuries. I'll tell all your friends about what you did to Midoriya. They'll probably not want to hang with you after they learned you suicide baited him. Especially not Kirishima. You know how much that guy likes defending the weak and defenseless. How'd he feel about you bullying someone quirkless? Midoriya would be cessed at me for snitching. Hell, he'd probably hate me, but that's not anything new. I fed up a lot recently. So I'm giving you one chance to actually explain yourself instead of being a D-wad, before I ruin everything you've built up here. Katsuki studied her carefully, not seeing any break or tell on her face. So you're blackmailing me into telling you my own version of what happened. Even if it gets shitty Deku to hate you. And you're willing to out his past to ruin my life. I don't know if you've noticed, she couldn't help but let out a small smirk on her face, but I'm in but too. So yeah. I am blackmailing you. Even if Midoriya hates me afterwards. The two glared at each other for a few moments, waiting for one of them to break while hearing the class in the other room comment on the fights they were looking at. Yui waited for him to call her bluff. There was no way that she would actually tell anyone about Izuku's past, and as much as she disliked Katsuki, she didn't want to ruin his life. They stayed silent for a few more tense-filled seconds, until Katsuki couldn't help but let out a small huff of amusement. I know that you're full of 𝐒𝐻, angel face, he admitted, but I kinda gotta respect that. You respect me? Kinda. Yeah. You. Yui shuddered. I feel like taking a shower now. And don't call me angel face, I feel like hurling. I'll call you whatever the F I want. Katsuki smirked, enjoying how uncomfortable she was with it. Fine. I'll admit it. I bullied Deku when we were kids. I bullied him because I considered him weaker than everyone. He thought he could be a hero, even without a quirk, and I thought he was looking down on me. I took it out on him. I intimidated him, I insulted him, I burned him, I threw him around, I beat him up. I told him to jump off the school roof and hope he got a quirk in his second life. Yui's glare intensified at each confession, feeling her stomach churn in anger as Bakugo freely admitted to it. However, before she could snap, he continued. I realize that I'm a but. He told her. I bullied some quirkless kid because I didn't like how hopeful he was. But you know what, angel face? I recognize that. I realize I'm a piece of 𝐒𝐻. You ever tell anyone this, I'll kill you, but I don't actually want shitty Deku to die. I'm trying to make up for it in my own way. So you and the rest of your beaches can hate me, but I'm doing my own thing. Yui stared at him blankly for a few moments, not betraying any expression, while she mulled over her answer. Before she could say anything, though, Katsuki smirked and leaned against the wall. That good enough for you too, big meaty claws. Yui blinked, and quickly turned to her left. Standing in the hall a bit further down from them was Itsuka and Izuku, still beaten up but watching the scene. Itsuka's face was stony, turning her gaze to Katsuki while she frowned, while Izuku looked to Yui, an unreadable expression on his face. That look was enough to break Yui's stoic image, letting her angry face fall and feeling the anger in her stomach fade away and be replaced by fear. Oh, God. He heard her say that she would tell everyone his past. He knew that she would out his past on the drop of a hat. Oh, God. Yui now felt anxiety spike in her heart, letting her breath come out a little jittery. Bakugo. She turned her attention to Itsuka, her best friend, continuing to glare at the blonde boy. I'm not going to lie to you, I hate you. Heh, he scoffed. Miss Goody Two Shoes hates me. I'm honored. Yeah. Itsuka crossed her arms. I hate you. I'm probably never going to stop hating you. Same goes to the rest of the girls. I'm sorry, Izuku, but us and Bakugo getting along is not going to happen. Ever. Izuku pouted a bit at that, obviously saddened, but still nodded in understanding. So long as we're clear, Itsuka continued, her gaze never leaving Bakugo's face, as long as you stop being such a shitbag, we won't tell anyone what happened. That's what Izuku wants, and we'll honor that. That said, we're not forgiving you, ever. You slip up, become the asshat you were at the start of the year, and you can kiss whatever friends you've got goodbye. Katsuki glared back at her, but knew that there wasn't much he could say back at her, and scoffed. He got off the wall, picking up his gauntlets, and moved to walk away, heading down the hall out of the building to see Recovery Girl for his nose. As he passed Izuku, Katsuki couldn't help but smirk as he turned to him. They got you PP whipped, Deku. Izuku didn't answer, and Katsuki scoffed lightly as he continued to move away. Remember, Baku, Itsuka called after him, Izuku's fine with you, but we aren't. Whatever, beach. Kaken. Katsuki faltered in his step when Izuku finally spoke up, turning to look at him as Izuku stared ahead for a few seconds. Then the boy turned, and Katsuki was caught off guard by the glare on his face as he looked at his old friend with a rage that he rarely saw. Don't call them beaches ever again. Katsuki was taken off guard for a few moments, before he huffed one last time, and moved to walk out of the building towards Recovery Girl's office, not looking back on the three as they were finally left alone. Taking a second to breath out, Izuku turned back towards Yui, whose gaze was now on the ground as she studied her feet. Kodai, he said softly, and the girl flinched. She gulped, and then without warning tried to speed walk past them, her eyes studying the ground. I'm sorry, wait. Itsuka was quicker this time, grabbing her by the arm before she could walk away. Please, wait a second. Please let me go, Itsuka. Itsuka hesitated, feeling lost, before her expression hardened and she lightly squeezed Yui's bicep. No. Not this time. Itsuka shut the hell up for a minute and let us talk. Yui fell into silence now, not looking up at either of them as Izuku and Itsuka shared a glance. The orange-haired girl studied the back of Yui's head for a few seconds, before she finally let go of her arm, and was relieved that Yui didn't move to walk away. She said softly, I know that you must still be hurting over what you did to Izuku. She didn't look back at all, leaving Izuku to glance at Itsuka uncertainly as she continued. I know that you must be feeling really guilty right now. I know that I can't exactly say that you have nothing to be sorry about, because that's not true. We both know that you had a chance to stop this before it went too far, but you didn't. You chose not to. Yui let out a shuddering breath. But I know you. I know that you regret what happened. That you're sorry. I know that you must be hurting over what you've done. So please stop locking yourself in your room every day. You think that we hate you, don't you? That's not true. Not at all. Yui didn't answer for a few moments, studying the opposite wall, before she slowly turned around. Both Izuku and Itsuka were taken aback by the tears in her eyes, and the small expression of grief on her face. You two should hate me, she whispered, sounding absolutely broken. I treated you like a piece of meat, my Doria. I didn't even consider your feelings. Itsuka, I insulted you so much. I treated you like garbage. But you two still like me. Of course, Itsuka nodded. Yeah, Izuku said. But Itsuka suddenly reached out, cupping her cheek and surprising the stoic girl. No force on earth could make me hate you. We've been together for so long, you know. You were my first friend when I came to UA. And you're my best friend. I could never hate you, and I know that you didn't really mean what you said when we argued. Yui stayed silent for a few seconds, studying the ground, before she slowly looked up at Izuku, who was watching them with slight tears in his own eyes, to the surprise of neither of them. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she whispered, backing slightly away from Itsuka. I'm sorry for using you like I did. For using you like a DLD, for disregarding your feelings. For not seeing the signs that you were getting uncomfortable. For almost ruining everything because I couldn't control myself. It's okay? Izuku nodded, smiling softly. Yui let out a small sigh, and decided to finally just come out and say it. Midoriya. Do you remember? When we first slept together. And I said that I didn't want to give the impression that we were dating. Yeah. And that implied that I did not see you in a romantic light. That's right. That was a lie. Izuku blinked, shocked, and Itsuka did as well. Did Yui just confess that she liked him? Before either of them could answer, Izuku about to burst into a red blushing mess and Itsuka fighting down a slight feeling of jealousy, Yui stepped forward and put her hands on Izuku's chest, surprising him. I do have feelings for you, she admitted. I tried to see you as someone I only found attractive, as someone physically appealing, but the night you slept with Leiko and Kinoko, Itsuka asked Setsuna and I if we had feelings for you. I wanted to deny it, but I couldn't. When we were together, my heartbeat would quicken, I would feel light and airy, and I would just feel happy. At the time, I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was just you and I having sex that was making me feel that way. Then came your breakdown, and I was forced to reevaluate myself. I'm not sure if I'm in love, or if I just have a crush, but I do know that there's something there for you. Izuku gulped, a blush on his cheeks. I understand. So. Yui glanced down at the ground again, moving so she could face both of them. Can both of you give me a second chance? I know, Midoriya, that you're open for everyone to make it up to you, but I need to ask this of you too, Itsuka. I hurt you because I was selfish, so please let me make it up to both of you. Izuku and Itsuka shared another glance, both of them taken aback by Yui's confession and her requesting to redeem herself. Itsuka came to her senses first, though, and was quick to wrap her best friend in a hug, both of them minding the other's injuries. Izuku stood back a little, letting them hug, before Itsuka broke away, and smiled down at Yui. I'm more than willing to give you a second chance, Yui, she told her best friend. I could never be angry at you. Well, I could, but not for long. Yui let out a small huff of amusement. But really, Itsuka cupped her cheek again, which made Yui stop all of a sudden, and look up at her best friend. I really want you to hang out with us all again. And me, too. I need you in my life, you know. So please, stop hiding in your room, please come downstairs, and please start being our friend again. For a brief moment, Yui stared up in shock at Itsuka, seeing her appealing smile, her comforting stare, and her understanding expression, and she felt something shift. For a moment, she felt her heart start hammering in her chest, as though she had just run a marathon. She felt like she was walking on air, and a wave of happiness clashed over her. She recognized this feeling. This feeling like she was the happiest girl in the world. The feeling that she had whenever she walked away from Izuku's room when they started sleeping together. The feeling she had when she hugged Izuku on the night Eri had visited them. So why was she feeling it for Itsuka too? She could dwell on those thoughts later. For now, Yui let out a small sigh, wiping her eyes, and smiled up at Itsuka. All right, she whispered. I'll try. Itsuka grinned and hugged her best friend again, both of them wincing slightly at their bruises. Izuku stood back, feeling tears dripping down his cheeks, and tried hard to control his crying at the heartwarming sight. Before he could say anything, though, Yui stood back, trying to fight down a slight blush, and turned to Izuku. Midoriya, she bowed slightly, I know you heard me say that I would reveal your past to anyone if Bakugo wouldn't talk, but please know, I didn't actually mean it. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm sorry. It's okay, Kodai, Izuku wiped the tears off his face, smiling at her. I know you wouldn't have actually done it. I forgive you. Okay. Well, if that's well and good, Itsuka sighed, wincing slightly. I feel like CRP. You guys want to visit Recovery Girl now? Both teenagers nodded, and together, they began walking out of the small hub that the classes had gathered in, and headed off towards UA together to visit Recovery Girl. As they walked, Izuku glanced at the two, and couldn't help but seethe a little bit. So, he started, you guys were gonna confront Kaken. Regardless of whether or not I wanted you to. I did confront Kaken, Yu shrugged. He beat the CRP out of me. Yeah, Itsuka winced, scratching her cheek. Sorry, Izuku, it seemed unheroic to just let it go immediately after hearing about it. I know that it seems like we went behind your back, and did something you didn't want, but we didn't feel comfortable with just letting it go. I get it, Izuku nodded. It's a lot to just ignore, I know. It's just, try not to pick a fight with him again. Please. Midoriya. Yui raised an eyebrow. As my father always says, don't talk SHT if you can't take it. I believe that applies here. I don't think your father ever said that. Itsuka doubted. I'm pretty sure he's the nicest guy I've ever met. He wouldn't even swear. Sure he did. You just weren't there to hear it. Izuku pursed his lips, before he sighed and couldn't help but smile. Okay. Tell you what, Izuku, Itsuka asked, having an arm wrapped around Yui's shoulder to help with her slight limp and not noticing the little blush on her cheek. Tonight, let's all talk about what we can do about Bakugo. No arguments, no fighting, no accusations, just talking. Okay. Okay, Izuku nodded, giving the two of them a little smile. And I'll try to look at it from an outside perspective. Not as his friend, but from your perspective. Okay. All right, Itsuka nodded, smiling, and we'll try to see things from your perspective. And we'll try not to fight you about it. Izuku smiled at both of them, before not being able to stop himself from chuckling. Although, I'm going to guess that you regret actually fighting him, right, Kodai? No offense, but you kinda look awful. Of course I regret this, Yui said without any emotion in her voice. Don't you hear the regret in my voice? Izuku and Itsuka glanced at each other uncertainly. That was a joke. Right. For a few minutes, they walked towards the school, feeling a bit more comfortable than before. Izuku felt his mind start to wander, taking a moment to think for himself, and then glanced back at Yui and Itsuka chatting with each other. He had talked with Okiko yesterday before their argument, and hadn't had the time to speak to who he wanted to afterwards. Maybe he should ask for some more advice. Hey, guys. Both Yui and Itsuka quickly turned, hearing the seriousness in Izuku's voice. Can I talk to you guys about something? It's actually about Shiozaki. There's something I want to tell her, and I wanted to get your opinions. After school, Ibara had shaken her head in exasperation at both Izuku and Itsuka, both of them healed up and bandaged while also being tired from Recovery Girl's healing. She insisted they sit down in the living room and nap while she got supper ready, both teenagers too tired to argue, and Izuku passed out on the love seat while Itsuka took the couch, drifting off while Ibara worked. Once their dinner had been prepared, both of them were roused when the door opened and the rest of the girls returned from detention, rubbing their wrists and groaning quietly. Dinner was soon served, the same as every night, but with one notable difference. For the first time in 2 weeks, Yui joined them. The mood of the table was much brighter than before, now that everyone was back together and talking. Izuku knew that there was still tension between Kinoko and Leiko, what the mushroom girl told him during lunch drifting around in his mind and making him worry, but he put it on the back burner for now. Yui was now in much brighter spirits, or at least, her eyes said so. Her face was still stoic, and everyone laughed and poked fun at the 3 bruised roommates for going overboard today. Even after supper was done and Izuku and Itsuka did the dishes to make up for not helping with the preparations, the girls sat down in the living room, turning on some background music so they could talk and laugh some more. Soon, Izuku and Itsuka joined them, and Izuku couldn't help but smile as the Class 1B girls were finally reunited and talking the evening away. Eventually, once everyone was comfortable and relaxed, Izuku asked the girls to have a much more serious and controlled talk about Bakugo. For their parts, they were sorry about going behind his back and apologized for it. They explained their reasoning, showing Izuku their group chat to let him see their thought process, and Izuku ultimately accepted it, acknowledging that it wasn't realistic for him to drop such a massive bomb on them and expect them to be okay with Bakugo immediately afterwards, although he did raise an eyebrow at Yui deciding to pick a fight with him. The girls all agreed that, in terms of dealing with Bakugo, they would not be able to fight him or argue with him, but Izuku did concede with their request to, while not confronting him or having him get in trouble since they really had no proof, only their word, allow them to pull pranks and poke fun at him. As Yui said, if Katsuki could talk SHT, he should be able to deal with it. The girls were okay with that, and Izuku felt a bit more comfortable putting the matter behind them for now, sitting back and talking and laughing and catching up with all of his friends. Soon, though, everyone knew they had to go to bed, wanting to go to sleep early after the exhausting day they had, and went to go take their showers. The girls went first, making it quick, and then let Izuku jump in. They wished him good night, as most of them would be in bed by the time he got out, wanting to recover from the training today to be refreshed for tomorrow. Izuku showered a bit quicker than usual, feeling a bit down that he didn't really get a hug today. God, he really must be touch-starved, but still, with Yui back with them, he couldn't find much reason to complain. He got changed into his pajamas, rubbing a towel against his head to dry his hair, and walked out to the living room, only to find that he wasn't alone. "Hello," Ibara smiled at him, sitting in the comfy chair with her book. She was dressed in her pajamas, a blue nightgown with socks on her feet, as well as her hair being tied back in a ponytail. At the sight of her, Izuku felt himself freeze up a little before he managed to get control of himself. Itsuka and Yui gave him the thumbs up when he told her what he wanted to do, although Itsuka seemed to pout a little, so he knew that this was the best opportunity to finally say what he wanted to her. "Hey, Shiozaki," he waved weakly to her, trying to control his blush, "are you still reading?" "Yes, I'm," she patted the book cover. "I was actually planning to finish it tonight. I'm not as tired as everyone else. Todoroki ended up freezing the entire building, so I just needed to reach in with my vines to touch the bomb." "I see." Izuku nodded stiffly, trying hard to control himself as he approached the chair. I was actually wondering if I could talk to you for a second." Ibara blinked, looking up at him in curiosity. "What about?" "Well, do you remember what I asked yesterday? To talk to you in private." "Ah." She wrinkled her brow, trying to remember, before it suddenly came to her. "Oh. It was, oh." Now she was beginning to blush, putting her book down in her lap as she studied her feet. "I suppose we should talk about, yes, the sec dreams." I do apologize. It must be very uncomfortable to learn that I have been, well, for lack of better terms, lusting after you. Especially considering what's happened with the previous girls, it must have made you feel awful, knowing that I've been looking at you like that." "Oh, no, it's okay, Shiozaki. Actually, Midoriya, you do not have to pretend. No, Shiozaki. I'm not pretending." Izuku insisted, trying hard to take a deep breath and muster his courage. "It's seriously okay. I'm not angry at you for that. In fact, I do want to tell you something." Oh. Ibara felt herself redden more, not sure where Izuku was going with this. What was it that made him blush so deeply? Was it serious? Did she do something that made him embarrassed? "It's just, I wanted you to know, Shiozaki." Yes, Midoriya. I forgive you." Oh." Ibara blinked, and gave him a small smile. Thank you, Midoriya. I know how awkward it must be to hear that I want to, but thank you for understanding." She turned to put her book aside, wanting to maybe put it away for now to talk with the boy a bit more, but Izuku suddenly reached out, gently taking her shoulder and stopping her, much to her surprise as she turned to see him giving her a serious look. "No, Shiozaki," Izuku repeated, "I forgive you." Ibara blinked, a bit confused for a few seconds as she stared at him, and then it came to her. She felt herself stiffen up, her mouth dropping as she stared at him in shock. Wait, you. I forgive you. For everything. Izuku clarified. For coming to the wrong conclusion when it all happened, for insulting me, for thinking I was at fault. I probably should have done this before the conversation, probably after it too, but… You. Ibara whispered, her heart hammering in her chest. You forgive me? Yeah. I forgive you. In terms of, well, everything that's happened you've been forgiven. Ibara stared up at Izuku in shock for a few moments, clearly lost for words. Before Izuku could ask if she was okay, however, Ibara quickly threw the book to the side, letting it bounce on the couch, and leapt up to hug Izuku tightly, wrapping both of her arms around his neck. Izuku let out a gasp of surprise as she slammed into him, some of her hair stretching around to wrap around both of them, and nearly lost his balance. Still, Ibara continued to squeeze tightly, and Izuku, after recovering from the initial hit, let out a small sigh as he wrapped his arms around her, hugging back. After a few moments of them swaying back and forth, the light from the lamp beside them the only illumination of the scene, Ibara finally pulled back from the hug, letting out shaky breath. Izuku blinked in surprise as she unwrapped one of her arms around his neck to wipe away slight tears that had built up, although there was a quivering smile on her face. I'm sorry, she laughed a little. I don't know why I'm crying. It's okay, Izuku couldn't help but laugh a little too. I can't exactly judge you for that. Ibara chuckled weakly, and slowly let go of Izuku, continuing to rub her eyes and face. Izuku gave her a weak smile as she slowly sat back down in her seat, taking her book back from where she had thrown it. So, she asked, I suppose. This makes us okay. Yeah, it does, Izuku nodded. We don't necessarily have to do gardening or making dinner together anymore, if you don't want – no, she quickly interrupted. I would like it if we continued to do our activities together. They've grown quite special to me. Unless you don't. No, Izuku shook his head. I would love to continue gardening with you. Very good, Midoriya. I would also like to continue gardening with you. Ibara smiled warmly at him. Good night. Izuku smiled back at her, and without thinking leaned down to kiss her, pushing his lips against hers while she closed her eyes and hummed. Both of them opened their mouths, letting Izuku push his tongue into her mouth while Ibara reached up to take a small fistful of his hair, both of them sighing happily into the kiss as Izuku wrapped his arms around her, and Ibara pushed her lips slightly harder into his. After a few moments of Izuku exploring in her mouth and Ibara rubbing a hand on his stomach, feeling up his abs, the two disconnected, smiling at each other, and Izuku turned to go upstairs, letting her return to her book. It took Izuku going up 2 steps and Ibara flipping the page of her book for both of them to realize just what had happened, and both of them froze in their tracks, eyes going wide in shock and dawning realization. As though he were frozen straight to the ground, Izuku slowly turned back around, a blush exploding on his face, to look at Ibara, who was staring straight ahead with her eyes wide and her cheeks growing redder and redder. Did we just? Izuku muttered, his heart hammering in his chest. Yes, Ibara whispered, sounding absolutely horrified. Yes, we did. Itsuka's eye was twitching. She had had a pretty great evening, catching up with everyone at long last, with no one hiding in their rooms or being angry at each other. Their conversation about Bakugo went well, with everyone okay with pranks. She, Setsuna and Yui were already texting each other with plans, and she had gotten out of the shower and was heading off to bed. She had wrapped her towel up in her hair, put on her pair of comfy pajamas, sat down and finished up her homework, and was about to unwrap her hair and crawl into bed when there was a sudden timid knocking on her door. She had wondered who it was, knocking at her door. At this time, walked over and opened it up. And standing there was Izuku, very, very red and looking very, very embarrassed. He took a seat on her small couch she had at the wall, Itsuka standing in front of him with a narrow glare. He hadn't spoken at all, but the look on his face made her already feel a headache starting to come on. Something obviously happened, something that he wasn't proud of, and she already knew that she wasn't going to like it. Izuku cleared his throat, glancing around. You have a really nice room, Itsuka. A lot of black. And motorcycle posters. Itsuka continued glaring down at him, and he gulped, his evidently weak attempt to small talk failing. He let out a defeated sigh, and glanced down at his knees. Oh, okay. I guess you wanna know why I'm here. 𝐿. WL. Why you see, Itsuka. Well. Itsuka could feel her lips thinning. I coming back from my shower, and everyone had gone to bed, and Shiozaki was sitting in the living room. 𝐿. And we got to talking, and dashin'. And I did tell her that I forgave her for everything. He gave her an unsure glance, very nervous. That went pretty well. I guess you could consider this a silver lining. 𝐿. Why yeah. Good. I wouldn't want you to think that we have, well, anyway, Izuku cleared his throat. After that, we talked a bit more dash. And then I was going to bed, and dash who kissed who. Izuku squeaked, going BLD red in the face and looking quickly back to the ground as she cut straight to the heart of it. Itsuka waited for her answer, tapping her foot while looking down at his unruly hair, and watched as he slowly looked up at her, guilt in his eyes. It was, Izuku coughed a little bit. I think it was at the same time. Itsuka studied him for another moment, letting out a tired sigh, and raised her hand above her head. Bonk. He let out a pained yelp as Itsuka grew her hand to a 2 and brought it down on his head, although not with a lot of force. Still, the green-haired boy grabbed the top of his head where Itsuka hit him, a few tears in his eyes. Itsuka let out a tiny exhale, an uncomfortable feeling in her stomach churling in her as she closed her eyes. She probably shouldn't have hit him at all, but the fact that he just went ahead and kissed Ibara made her brain hurt. That, and it sent a bolt of jealousy straight through her, and she did not like that at all. Oh. I think I still have a concussion from today. Izuku groaned quietly while Itsuka walked to her desk, taking her rolling chair and bringing it over to sit in front of him. Sorry, but... Itsuka sat down in the chair, rubbing a hand against her face. This is getting a little out of hand, now. Just so you know, I'm bonking her on the head tomorrow, so don't go thinking this is unfair. That's... I wasn't, but okay, Izuku conceded, lowering his hands so he could look up at her. She didn't look angry anymore, at least, just very tired and serious. Where is she, by the way? She, went to her room. Izuku folded his hands together. We talked about it before I came up here. She said that it was okay, that it was a mistake. We decided to leave it at that, and then she went to bed. She did ask that we not do gardening tomorrow, but she said it wasn't because of that, it was because she had work to do in the morning. At least she admitted it was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake, Itsuka sighed, hunching over slightly. Okay. I guess we need to address this now. I know that you two have been hanging out a lot lately, and I don't have any problems with that, by the way, but there's something happening between you two. Izuku blushed, but did not deny it. It was pretty obvious, and there was no use pretending that there was anything different. You two. Something's building up between you guys. You hang out a lot now, you spend your mornings and evenings together, you make supper, you do a lot together now, actually. And now, you two are kissing without even thinking about it. Is that what I'm understanding here? You just subconsciously kissed her. I think so. Izuku nodded, sitting forward. I didn't even mean to. It was like, one moment we were just talking, and then all of a sudden we were making out. Yeah, that's what, wait. Itsuka blinked. Making out. Izuku went much redder, glancing at the ground, and Itsuka leaned forward, eyes narrowing again. Define making out. Izuku gulped. I did kiss her, then tongue. 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 Itsuka groaned. Dear Lord. I'm sorry. Izuku glanced down at the ground, guilt building in his chest. I don't know what came over me. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stole a glance at him out of the corner of her eyes, seeing the guilt on his face, and let out a small sigh. No, Izuku, it's okay. I'm the one who should be sorry. Maybe I'm being too HRD on you. No, I think you're okay, Izuku waved a hand. It's just, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I say that I'm going to make sure you guys don't see me in a romantic light, and then I go ahead and make out with Ibara. I honestly is it because you're touch-starved? Ōtsuka interjected, making Izuku stutter to a stop. Maybe it's because you're maybe looking for something to, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't either, Izuku admitted, glancing at his knees. Ōtsuka felt a small pinch of pity in her heart, seeing him so down about this, and stood up, patting his shoulder to get his attention. Okay, she said softly, get up. Time for a hug. Izuku balked, going red and starting to wave his arms. Oh, no, that's not, you don't have to. I do. Ōtsuka shook her head, grabbing his hand and pulling him off the couch. I made you upset. So I'm gonna hug you. She put her hands on both of his arms, rubbing his biceps with her thumbs, and smiled kindly at him. If you don't want to, I won't, but I really think you need a hug. Besides, have you hugged anyone today? Izuku thought about it for a second, then shook his head. Ōtsuka's smile grew. Then we'll need to make sure you do. Without waiting, Ōtsuka pulled him in, and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing herself up to him. She heard Izuku take a shuddering breath, and then felt his arms snake around her midsection, holding her. Ōtsuka tried desperately hard to fight down the happiness flooding through her stomach, and raised one hand to gently rub the back of his head, enjoying how soft his hair was, while Izuku put his chin down on her shoulder. For a minute, they embraced in the middle of her room, Ōtsuka taking gentle breaths as her hand rubbed his hair, and Izuku's thumb circled on her back, leaving a tingling sensation that she tried hard not to enjoy. Finally, she moved off his shoulder, but still had her arms wrapped around his neck. She was aware of the implications, but there was a sudden possessive part of her that prevented her from fully disconnecting, enjoying this little warmth that was going through her that she hadn't felt for a while. Listen, she said softly, I'm gonna talk to Ibara tomorrow. I'm not going to yell at her or anything, just get her opinion on what's going on. Don't let this bother you, okay? I know it's pretty much useless to tell you not to worry, she giggled a little, and Izuku grinned sheepishly, but can you try? I'm sure you and Ibara will figure this out. In the meantime, go to bed, okay? Since you guys aren't gardening tomorrow morning, why don't we go for a little run? I don't think we've ran together since this all started. Okay, Izuku nodded, smiling down at her. Okay, I can do that. All right, Ōtsuka muttered, hugging him briefly again before backing somewhat up. And don't think I'm gonna let this I haven't been hugged by anyone today thing go either. If I ask you tomorrow night and you say you haven't been hugged at least once, I'm gonna do it. And it's gonna be a lot longer than the one we've had right now. Do you have to make that a threat? Yeah, Ōtsuka nodded affirmatively, unable to stop herself from laughing. Izuku soon joined her, laughing a bit lowly to himself. He slowly unwrapped his arms from around her midsection, and took a step back while she unfolded her hands from around his neck. He took a few steps towards the door, both of them unknowing starting to miss the embrace, and opened the door to head back to his room. He turned slightly to give her a wave, which she returned with a smile, and watched as he stepped out of her room to go upstairs to his own. The moment the door closed, however, Ōtsuka's smile fell. She suddenly felt something heavy weigh in her heart, turning back to her bed to sit down, letting her hair out of the towel and tossing the white cloth over to her couch. She laid back in her bed, pulling her covers up to her chin, and stared up at her ceiling, feeling some distressing feelings flooding through her. Izuku kissed Ibara. Again. This would have been what? The third time that happened. Ōtsuka felt a small twinge of jealousy in her heart, frowning. She'd admitted a long time ago to herself that she was in love with Izuku. She loved him for his humbleness, his sweetness, his everything. How sensitive he was, how thoughtful, how caring. Not to mention the fact that the guy she thought looked kind of plain in their first year turned out to be super hot. All those traits that she had fallen for. For a moment, she thought. For a moment, 𝐒𝐿 thought that in the future, after Izuku had forgiven her, she could try to muster up her courage and ask him out. She thought that they would work out. She honestly thought that, unlike Fing Natsuki, she could see herself and Izuku getting together and staying together. She'd been angry at him, of course, and they'd had fights, both verbal and physical. But at the end of the day, she had always understood and grown to care for him. She hated to think this, but she thought, out of all the girls in the house, she and Izuku had something special. And as much as she hated to admit it, she felt a small well of bitterness that Ibara had apparently taken that spot. She said she had been fine with them hanging out all the time, but that hadn't been true. She didn't hate the girl, not at all. Nor did she feel any resentment towards her. But now Izuku and Ibara spent their mornings together doing gardening, their evenings together making dinner, and apparently now couldn't resist keeping their hands off each other. 𝐒𝐿 closed her eyes and rolled onto her side, feeling sadness well up within her. And then, I'm thinking of forgiving Shiozaki. Do you guys think that's a good idea? He forgave Ibara first. 𝐒𝐿 knew that she was being unfair, that she didn't understand the full story, but the fact that Izuku prioritized forgiving Ibara over everyone else. She couldn't help the jealousy. Had she not done anything to deserve that forgiveness? Was anything she was doing even working? Was she? 𝐒𝐿 groaned. She had utterly no idea where she stood with Izuku, only that they weren't as close as they were before. That her spot was being taken by Ibara. She imagined that if Izuku had kissed any other girl in this house, it would have been Ibara he went to. She wanted to believe that it would have been her, but even she couldn't deny, her confidence had taken a hit today. She felt ditched. Like she wasn't needed anymore. Like Izuku didn't even really like her. They exercised and worked on her bike, but that was it. And now, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't a fool. She knew that she liked Izuku, and so did the other girls in the house. She knew that there was going to be another fight, a fight probably bigger than the other two combined. And she knew that no matter how much she wanted it to be untrue, that out of all the girls that Izuku could choose, the girls that he had been NTMT with, had actually been with him, had actually been kissed by him. She'd be on the bottom of the list. Stop it, 𝐒𝐿 mentally slapped herself. Stop it. Izuku made it clear, no regarding him in that light. Just concentrate on being his friend. And don't let your jealousy show when you talk to Ibara tomorrow. Bonk. Oh. Ibara mumbled, tears in her eyes as she held her head gently. 𝐒𝐿 had asked the girl to have lunch with her when the bell rung Tuesday morning, letting Izuku have lunch with Yui and Leiko. Apparently the quiet girl wanted to start making amends by treating Izuku like a genuine friend, and the ghost girl had wanted to tag along. While 𝐒𝐿 would have preferred Pony to eat with Kinoko and Setsuna, she decided to let the horse girl eat with them, not really wanting to hide things between any of them anymore. Sorry about that, 𝐒𝐿 sighed, leaning against the tree they were sitting at, and glanced apologetically at her friend. I just hit Izuku as well last night, so it didn't feel fair if I let you off the hook either. I understand, Ibara sighed, rubbing the top of her head. I certainly understand your frustration. I am very frustrated with myself as well. I'm so jealous, Pony grumbled, sitting back and folding her arms. He wants to kiss everyone but me. I get why, and I'm not complaining, but it feels unfair. I get you, honey, 𝐒𝐿 conceded quietly, still sitting back to scoop up some rice, before turning her attention back to the vine girl beside her. Like I said, I talked to Izuku last night, and he's not really sure how to go about, well, you. I was thinking I could get your input too. Well, Ibara sat back a little, twirling one of her vines in her fingers. Would you believe me if I said I still don't know? Yeah, I would. Well, that is my thinking right now, Ibara admitted. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I had thought, well, you both know that I like him. That's pretty obvious. I had planned to step back, and let whatever happened happen. But I hadn't imagined I'd be so taken in by him that I would be subconsciously wanting to kiss him. There was a small pause between them, letting everyone eat their food quietly while mulling over Ibara's words, before Pony quietly put down her chopsticks. "Is it just me," she said slowly, frowning to herself with a small pout on her face, "or is he making better progress with everyone but me?" 𝐂𝐸𝐫 blinked, looking around to her best friend. "What do you mean?" Like he calls you by your first name, 𝐒𝐿, and he calls Set by her name, but not me or anyone else. It's just, I dunno. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything." 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐈𝐵 shared a small glance, understanding filling their faces. Indeed, they knew that Pony was still a bit insecure about how her redemption was going, and it probably would feel bad about there not being any real change. "Hey," 𝐒𝐿 said softly, patting Pony's head, "I'm sure that if you ask him to call you by your first name, he'll do it. You just gotta ask." Pony still frowned a bit, but nodded in understanding. "Sorry to change the subject, it's just, I dunno, it was bothering me." "It's okay. Anyway," 𝐈𝐵 got back on track, scooping some more rice into her mouth. "Is he okay, 𝐒𝐿? I wasn't sure when we went to bed last night. I'm afraid that I upset him." "Well," 𝐒𝐿 scooped up some more rice, "I went on a run with him this morning, and he was a lot happier, so I think he's doing okay. At least, he wasn't feeling too guilty. But I gotta ask, how are you two going to do this? Going about fixing this, I mean." 𝐈𝐵 pursed her lips, putting down her chopsticks. Truth be told, she did not know either. Last night had been so unexpected she didn't really know how to process it. One moment, she was talking to Izuku, the next, he had forgiven her, the moment after that, she felt so happy her heart felt like bursting, and then, her tongue was in his mouth. She should have been appalled or have immediately begged Izuku for forgiveness, but she couldn't find herself regretting what she did. That was what she was most surprised by. She had kissed Izuku, even though she knew it was a bad idea, and she couldn't even muster the strength to regret it. Because she didn't. She had wanted to kiss him, and even now, still wanted to kiss him. But that opened its own can of worms, 𝐈𝐵 admitted to herself. She would be a fool to deny that there was something there with Izuku, but she didn't know how to proceed. She'd made a promise to herself, wait for the right guy, and if she felt that she could spend the rest of her life with him, then she shouldn't hold back on the more intimate parts of the relationship. And the longer it went on, the more certain that it was Izuku she thought was the guy, but the situation with the rest of the girls, in addition to her own growing attraction to him, it would only result in chaos through the household. If she made a move, then it would only be a domino effect that would affect the rest of her friends. But these kisses, and the dreams, they had to be addressed. But how? "Yo!" They suddenly heard a familiar voice behind them, and turned to see Tetsu jogging up to them, a big grin on his face. 𝐒𝐿's attention turned away from 𝐈𝐵, thank goodness, to smile up at her friend. Pony also turned away, still pouting somewhat in jealousy but managing to push it down when they saw their mutual friend, and giggled. "What's up, Tetsu? One day, I'm gonna make you say my real name, Tetsu. The steel boy grinned as the girls laughed at his joke, fist bumping the horse girl. "I just wanted you guys to know, we found something to do for the weekend." "Oh, right," 𝐒𝐿 nodded, remembering what he had told her yesterday during lunch, hanging out with 1A. "What's up?" "Found someone to give us a lecture on how to achieve utter manliness." "Nah, but I'm gonna someday. You'll see. Check it out." He brought out his phone and knelt down, showing them the picture. "It's a beach and hotel resort. I got talking to Yorozu, and she's cool with getting us all rooms at the hotel for the night. We can hang out on the beach on Saturday, have a bonfire at night, and be home by Sunday." 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow, taking his phone and scrolling through the pictures. "Kamigawa Beach and Resort. It's a pretty nice hotel. And the beach is big enough, we wouldn't have to be cluttered together. Ooh, I haven't gone to the beach since I've come to Japan." Pony gushed, looking over 𝐒𝐿's shoulder to see the pictures before she gave the phone back to their steel classmate. "I'm down." 𝐒𝐵 pulled up the hotel on her own phone, scrolling through. "It's 3 hours away from here, so we could use the hotel for an overnight stay, but how would we get there? Yorozu's cool with chartering some buses for us." Tetsu pumped his fist, grinning. And once we're there, I've got enough money to buy some stuff for a bonfire. Like marshmallows and firewood. 𝐻𝐸𝐫 bit her lip, thinking. What about the teachers? Have they given permission? I asked Midnight, and she's cool with chauffeuriness, 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 confirmed, as long as we don't bother her while she indulges in something or another at the bar. She really looked like she wanted some alone time to herself. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe she's looking for an excuse to just drink by herself and forget about us. Should we be concerned? 𝐸𝐵 asked, feeling worried. Nah, we're good. Midnight's probably just wanting to get out and do something without it being related to work. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 shook his head. So I assume you guys are down. Why not? 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, with 𝐸𝐵 and Pony nodding. We'll let the other girls know when we see them, and 𝐒𝐿 too. 𝐒𝐿? Not Midoriya. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 raised an eyebrow, which made 𝐒𝐿 pale and Pony and 𝐸𝐵 gulp when they realized 𝐒𝐿's slip-up, but then his grin came back. I guess you guys really are close now, here. Why yeah. Pony nodded feverishly while blushing, making 𝐒𝐿 wish she could tone it down before she gave anything away. He's pretty much one of the girls now. Sounds awesome. I always thought about what would have happened if Midoriya joined our class instead. We'd have probably kicked 1As but in joint training by now. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 chuckled, and turned to walk away. Anyway, that's all from me. I gotta meet up with Kuroro. I'll see you guys later. As he jogged away, 𝐒𝐿 sighed and leaned back, glancing at 𝐸𝐵's phone. A resort and beach. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm into it. It's been a while since we've been to the beach. Yes, 𝐸𝐵 nodded, picking her lunch back up. When was the last time you went? Dagobah Beach, last year, 𝐒𝐿 reminisced, smiling softly. It used to be garbage central there, but when Yui and I went to check it out, it was clean. That was. Wow, I think that was before the sports festival. We went there for training. Which? Pony put a finger to her mouth, thinking. I think I did bring a bathing suit, but we never got to use the pool last year because Mineta kept hanging around, right? Wait, that reminds me, wouldn't he be coming? I will gorge his eyes out if he looks at me, Pony grumbled. As the two girls chatted, 𝐸𝐵 sat back and continued eating her lunch. A trip to the beach and resort. It did sound a lot like fun. And as 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 said yesterday, it would be for a PRD of relaxation, before their exam next week. But now the thought of Izuku filled her head again, now that she was no longer distracted by their upcoming trip, and she let out a tiny sigh. That was a can of worms that she had no idea how to open. Or if she even wanted to open it. All she knew, for now, was that doing such a thing would only make the situation worse with the girls. If she came onto Izuku, he would turn her down, or would he? 𝐸𝐵 didn't know. But she knew that if she seduced Izuku, it would only make the other girls angry. What could she dash? When you said you didn't want us to look at you as a SXL partner. Were you talking about all of us? Or just the 5? I was, about, I don't know. 𝐸𝐵 blinked, slowly stopping her hand as she was about to push her rice into her mouth. The night they had kissed, after the talk. 𝐸𝐵 had asked him if she counted amongst those who shouldn't look at him in that particular light. And Izuku. He said that he didn't know. At the time 𝐸𝐵 had left it alone, too bugged by the kiss and then the dreams afterwards to come to a conclusion. But now that she thought about it, these feelings were getting out of control, if they were now unconsciously making out with each other. If she wanted to get a hold of them, she needed to address them. She was aware that she was sexually attracted to him, and if the kiss from last night was any indication, the feeling was mutual. So, what if? 𝐸𝐵 shook her head briefly, returning to her lunch while 𝐒𝐿 and Pony chatted, thankful that they had forget about what they had been previously talking about. But she knew she had a lot of thinking to do this week, before their trip to the beach. He said that he wouldn't look at them as SXL partners. But was that while they weren't forgiven? If Izuku had forgiven her. If she was afraid of making a move. Would he? One long week passed, and everyone in the house had packed up a big bag full of Yui's shrunken things, lifted up by 𝐒𝐿, and they moved out. They had packed up some clothes for an overnight stay, plus their swimwear and towels, and slung them over their backs as they headed out, closing the door behind them and letting 𝐒𝐿 lock up. Once it was locked, everyone let out a small cheer for the fun weekend ahead of them, and turned to walk down the stairs, heading off towards the parking lot. It had been a long week of excitement and anticipation filling them, trying to keep going about their daily lives as they waited for their break on the weekend. Izuku and Pony watched a new show that made them both bawl their eyes out, Pony stuffing her face with ice cream while Izuku's tears hit the roof in a geyser. 𝐂𝐿 had come to Izuku after dinner and showed him her notebook, filled with drawings of monsters and creatures, which impressed Izuku immensely since she was a great artist. Setsuna, Yui, and he had eaten lunch together every day, Setsuna teasing Izuku while Yui would occasionally barb Setsuna. 𝐒𝐿 and Izuku would go for runs after supper, and spar in the backyard, supervised by Kinoko while she practiced her quirk on a piece of paper to make sure they didn't need a trip to Recovery Girl again. And while Izuku and Ibara put the kiss behind them, gardening and making supper together, both could tell that it was on one another's mind, not really looking at each other as they worked, even though Ibara would occasionally steal glances at Izuku and blush, almost about to ask something before changing her mind. Now, though, they strolled up the path towards two big green buses, currently parked in the lot and waiting for them. Most of both their classes were there, the boys in 1B just waiting for Monoma's group while Class 1A was waiting for Bakugu's household. Okiko caught sight of them walking over, and raised a hand to Izuku, the boy grinning back. Midnight herself was chatting with the bus driver from 1A's bus, almost unrecognizable in her sun hat and sundress. I think this is the first time I've left the school since internships ended. Kinoko rolled her shoulders, bouncing up and down in excitement. I'm so ready to go swimming. I'm not looking forward to the bus ride, though, Ibara hummed, frowning. I usually don't like long car trips, especially 3-hour ones. I think I'm just going to try to listen to music and read. I'm at least going to nap on the way there, 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. Although I'm not really one for the sun, I am looking forward to relaxing all day. As the girls and Izuku made their way over to the bus, Tetsu and Awase giving them all a wave, there was a sudden obnoxious throat clearing behind them, making 𝐒𝐿's eye twitch. Sorry to seem condescending, Monoma didn't sound sorry at all, giving Izuku a knowing smirk, but your bus is over there. The girls gave Monoma a glare, but Izuku, not really wanting to pick a fight today, shouldered his backpack. I know, Monoma, I was just walking with my roommates. He glanced at the girls, giving them all a soft smile. Maybe hanging out with my friends all day, but I'll try to find time to come hang out with you guys. Is that okay? Of course, Ibara nodded, trying hard not to blush too much when she addressed him. We'll hopefully see you later. Izuku nodded, giving them all a small wave, and jogged over to high-five Okiko, who turned with him to get on the bus. By then, everyone had been accounted for, Midnight checking the names off the list, and gave the nod to the other bus driver, who was blushing from her provocative words and her posture being as stuck as possible, which made many students roll their eyes in exasperation, that it was time to get going. By then it was 9 o'clock in the morning, meaning they could drive to their hotel and drop their stuff off at 11 o'clock-ish, and then get changed and spend the afternoon on the beach. By then, they would be hungry enough for lunch. 𝐒𝐿 had their cooler filled with food, which Yui shrunk with all their equipment, the biggest benefit of having a friend who could shrink stuff. Monoma let out a huff as he watched Izuku board the bus, and loftily climbed onto his own, smirking. A smirk that had been caught by the other girls, who felt their glares narrow in annoyance. When we go back, Setsuna muttered to 𝐒𝐿, can we take Izuku with us on our bus and leave Monoma with Class 1A? That'll torture him. Ask me again tomorrow. It seems like a good idea right now, so I'll need to sleep on it just to make sure. With that, the girls hopped onto the bus, Kinoko making sure to sit beside Pony as quickly as she could, leaving 𝐒𝐿 looking sad beside Yui, while Ibara sat beside Rin and Setsuna and 𝐒𝐿 took up a seat at the back. Grabbing a notebook, 𝐒𝐿 was quick to do a roll call as was her responsibility as class representative, and when everyone gave the go-ahead, the buses started up, and drove off to their destination. Everyone glanced out the window as they rolled away, and saw Vlad, King and Aizawa watching their departures, talking amongst themselves as they watched their respective classes depart from the school. The girls, meanwhile, were surprised to see Eri beside Aizawa, dressed in a cute little dress and baseball cap that fit over her horn, and her gaze flickered to the 1B bus. She caught sight of Pony, and the girls saw her little jaw drop and her eyes widen, before a large smile bloomed on her face. She began enthusiastically waving at them, hoping to catch their attention, and was delighted when Setsuna opened the window to wave happily back. "Hi, Three." "Hi, Set." The other girls couldn't help but smile widely, waving back to the little girl happily as Eri hopped up and down in excitement. Soon, they pulled away, and were on the road to head to their destination. The guys chatted amongst themselves, with Ibara opening her book, and the girls settled back in their seats, smiling. "Oh, I wish she could have come with us," Pony dreamily said. "I'd have loved to have had Ai swim with us." "I know," Kinoko nodded, smiling wistfully. "We really need to have her back over for a sleepover. Yui, we still need to introduce her to you." Itsuka sat back down in her seat after calling to Kojiro to close the window to prevent their air conditioning from getting out, and sighed. Setsuna eyed the orange-haired girl with a small smile, and nudged her with her elbow. "Upset about Parsley?" "No. Well, maybe a little," Itsuka pouted. "I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanted to hang out with him today, but he should hang out with his friends too. We shouldn't be expecting him to be with us every moment of every day. Although, I'm not sure if he'll come around. I think Monoma scared him off." "Stupid face." "Well." Setsuna giggled, and Itsuka turned to see Setsuna open her backpack, and lifted up a blue, red and white towel. "I suppose if Parsley wants to get his towel back, he'll have to come to us for it." "Set." "What?" Setsuna laughed, putting the towel she had quickly snagged back into her backpack. "Parsley'll come for the towel, he'll hang for a bit, then he can go and hang out with his squad. At least we'll be able to see him a little today." Itsuka let out a small sigh, but shook her head and sat back in her seat. "I guess." 3 hours later, they finally made it to Kamigawa Beach and Resort, and everyone oohed and ahed at the very nice lobby, although they made the receptionist pale when Momo and Midnight approached them, backed up by 40 students, and told her that they were there for the night. When asked for a credit card to make the payment, Momo was about to offer, but Xiaotou was quick to pay for them all, flashing a red card with a flame pattern on it without even blinking. Once that was all sorted out, they went upstairs to put their bags away. Class 1B had the upper floor, while 1A took the floor below it, and Midnight had a room upstairs near the stairs to keep an eye on both floors. Everyone was excited to start their day on the beach, getting changed quickly, and then going through the garden in their t-shirts and shorts, carrying their things, and finally reached the long stretch of beach before them, several boats taking off from the pier in the distance. Everyone spread out immediately, the 1B boys going to their own section while Bakugu led his squad away, grabbing surfboards while Bakugu barked angrily at a laughing Aizuru and Denki the electric user was complaining that he wasn't allowed in the water. Momo and Kyuka went for a small walk, strolling with their bare feet in the water while holding hands and talking. A struggling and screaming Mineta was tied up securely with several towels by Shuji and Tsuyu, slipping a BLNDFLD on the pervert's head so he didn't get to peek. Midnight, surprisingly dressed in multiple layers to prevent sunburns, laid down on her own blanket and sat back with sunglasses, sipping on her drink while looking around at everyone. And the Deka squad got ready to get their day started, Okako holding their picnic blanket while Tenya held the food, and Xiaotou grabbed the umbrella while Tsuyu hopped. Izuku, on the other hand, was flabbergasted that he had lost his towel, trying hard to remember if he even brought it at all. Once he was sure he wasn't going crazy, he had the thought that maybe one of the girls had it, and excused himself from his friends to go find out where his roommates had set up. Walking down the beach, Izuku winced at the bright sun, raising a hand as he walked down the burning sand. At the very least, the beach was very nice, a great view of the sea and its appealing blue water, and since Momo apparently reserved their own portion of the beach, it wasn't that busy. Eventually, he could see his roommates ahead of them, chatting amongst themselves with Itsuka, Leiko and Setsuna standing near the water, while Yui and Kinoko sat on the sand and Ibara and Pony knelt down near a cooler. "Hey, guys!" Izuku called out, still trying to adjust his eyes to the bright sand. "I think I left my towel, do you guys dash?" "Oh, so that was your towel," Setsuna said immediately, a SHT-eating grin on her face as she lied as casually as she breathed. "Yeah, we got it here." Itsuka could only roll her eyes in exasperation. "Oh, thank goodness," Izuku sighed, feeling relieved and not catching the eye rolls or head shakes at Setsuna, who stuck her tongue out at them. He bent down to grab his towel, shaking some of the sand off of it, and looked up at them with a smile. "I'll just grab that and dash." What Izuku was going to say sputtered to a complete stop, however, because he finally looked up and got a good look at his roommates, and felt his words die in his mouth as he stared at them, feeling his jaw drop and blood rush to his face. It didn't make much sense, of course. He'd seen the majority of these girls naked already, with Itsuka and Ibara being the sole exceptions, but the looks of them in their swimsuits made his jaw sag. Yui was in a simple white two-piece string bikini, with a red flower in her hair as she sat down on the sand. Kinoko beside her was dressed in a more frilly one-piece bathing suit, red with white dots all over like her hero costume. Ibara had a long green see-through skirt on, showing off her surprisingly toned legs and, "Oh, okay," Izuku calmed down from her. "Stop doing that, do not perv on Ibara." Things were awkward as it was. Behind them, Pony gave him a wave, dressed herself in a two-piece bikini decorated like the American flag. 𝐂𝐿𝐽 near the water had a black bikini on, showing off her surprisingly toned body, and Setsuna was beside her, a top that covered a bit more of her chest but showing off her toned stomach. Itsuka had a blue bikini top on, and a pair of short jeans hung to her waist, and gave Izuku a good look at the stomach he'd made out with not very long ago, and made Izuku gulp when he remembered how nice it felt and how her breath made it pulse beneath his lips and tongue. Their dress wear was simple, not really anything that he hadn't seen before, or something that he'd normally get flustered over. For God's sake, like he said, he'd seen them naked. But honestly, there was something about them now that made them the most appealing girls Izuku had ever seen. He couldn't really find his words, feeling his mouth open and close like a fish while the girls studied his face, looking concerned. He was very, very nervous of people coming over and asking, "Is there an All Might action figure in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" Which would probably kill him of embarrassment on the spot. He just hoped that he could keep it under control. "Hey," you said from beside him, looking up at him. Why yeah. Is there an All Might action figure in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" Izuku squeaked, glancing down and going pale at the obvious irked and straining in his breathes. He quickly threw up his towel and wrapped it around his waist, going even redder while muttering apologies, unable to meet anyone's gaze. The other girls shook their heads in exasperation, but Itsuka couldn't help a small giggle as she walked over, seeing Izuku aiming his gaze to the ground, and put her arm up on his shoulder, leaning on him and making him look up at her, face steadily going redder and redder. "Just relax, okay?" she said, giving him a sincere smile. "It's not like we're gonna beat you up for looking. Why are you so flustered, anyway?" Setsuna dislodged her head from her shoulders using her quirk, sending it over to him and giving him a teasing grin. "Like, you've seen all of us naked, right? Well, except for Prez and Ibara. Why are you so nervous?" "I mean," Izuku glanced away, still very red. I know I'm being dumb. It's just. No, it's stupid, sorry. Here. What is it?" Kinoko had gotten up, walking over to him in curiosity. The other girls also gathered around, looking concerned when he suddenly couldn't meet their eyes. Izuku's eyes stayed firmly on the ground, gulping as he saw them all approach, and tried hard not to spontaneously combust. "It's just, well," Izuku took the time to gulp audibly, feeling nervous. "I just thought, you all look appealing." He really couldn't believe he just said that out loud, but there wasn't any chance for him to take it back. All 7 girls blinked at the words that left his mouth, taken aback by his compliment. Both Pony and Kinoko blushed, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 cleared her throat self-consciously, Ibara tried to fight down a smile, Setsuna and you tried not to feel too good about that, and Itsuka suddenly had a hard time looking at him, quickly looking away at the sea before them. She let out a weak little laugh and shook Izuku a little bit, surprising him out of his embarrassment. "See, Seaman, Izuku, no need to say such embarrassing things," she said weakly. "So if you're here now, why don't we dash?" "Hey!" a voice called out, and the girls plus Izuku turned to see Okako, Tsuyu, Tenya and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 walking down the beach towards them, 𝐼𝐷 holding the cooler and Tsuyu taking the umbrella from 𝐿𝐴𝐷. 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼 was dressed in a bikini, straw hat and an unbuttoned shirt, waving to them merrily. Tsuyu herself had a one-piece black swimsuit on, her hair done up in her own little ponytail. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Tenya were shirtless with swim trunks on, with Tenya looking quite happy and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looking around aimlessly. "I was wondering where you were, we've been waiting 5 minutes now." 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼 punched him lightly on the shoulder, not seeing Izuku still blushing from his encounter with the girls. "Do you guys mind if we set up beside you? Everyone else is kind of spread out. I thought it'd be nice if we were together." "Not at all." Itsuka managed to get out of her flustered state, giving the Deku squad a grin. "We'd be happy to have you." "Excellent." Tenya grinned, chopping a hand at them. "In that case, Midoriya, can you help Uraraka set up the blanket for our picnic while I set up the umbrella?" Sure, 𝐷. Izuku nodded, shaking himself out of his embarrassment and hoping that his problem downstairs wasn't obvious, and jogged out of the girls' minicircle to help 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼 spread out the blanket. Tsuyu handed the umbrella to Tenya to set up, and walked over to dip her toe in the water, rib-biting happily. 𝐿𝐴𝐷, meanwhile, stepped back a little, pulling out his book from the picnic basket and sitting down on the sand, flipping it open to his bookmark. The other girls let out tiny laughs, trying hard not to give away to anyone how flustered they were from Izuku's little compliment, and turned to start setting up their own little spot, Yui reaching into her bag to grab everything she had shrunken down. As they worked, Pony glanced back over at Izuku, who was taking one end of the blanket from 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼. "You know, I kinda know it's a sore subject, but it is a little funny," she couldn't help but giggle, "him coming over here and, getting abner." The other girls glanced at each other, and couldn't help but laugh as well. It was pretty funny to remember that, after all the drama they went through, Izuku was still a boy who got flustered around pretty girls. Setsuna glanced back at Izuku, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I mean..." She watched him as walked back first away from 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼, spreading out the blanket. "I know Yui teased him about being happy to see us. But I can't exactly say that I'm not happy to see him either. We're just not as obvious as him." The girls blinked, and looked around. Sure enough, Izuku's back was to them, his very muscular, nicely toned back. He bent over to help 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼 lower the blanket to the ground, and the girls' eyes automatically fell to his butt, a few of them going red as they admired it. Kinoko vaguely remembered humping his butt during their game of truth or dare, and bit her lip a little bit. "Goddamn stupid hormones." "Yeah," Itsuka muttered reluctantly, eyes still tracing his backside. "Yeah." Once everyone's blankets were set up and the large umbrella courtesy of Momo sticking in the sand, giving them some shade on the hot day, 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼 and 𝐷 gawked as you pressed her fingers together and regrew an entire electric grill, a small table to put down ingredients, and a large mobile cooler to stick their cold things in. Even 𝐿𝐴𝐷 raised an eyebrow at her setup. Yui saw their expressions, and gave them an innocent shrug. "I wanted to eat something nice today," she told them, "so I brought a cooler full of steaks for Itsuka to cook. She loves grilling. I have an extra 9th one, if one of you would like it." "I would have to say no, please." 𝐷 raised his hand, giving her a smile. "We have our own food that we can I'll take it." 𝐭𝐼𝐻𝐼 immediately interjected, the girl within her who could not afford good steak making the decision for her. "Well, if you're all interested, we also have other food." Ibara offered helpfully, opening the cooler near the grill as Itsuka checked to make sure everything was good for later. "We're all quite picky when it comes to food, so we have brought everything just in case, and plenty for everyone. So if you all would like to eat something from us, you're more than welcome." "Is there soba?" 𝐿𝐴𝐷 asked, and Ibara nodded happily. "Then I would like some, if you would make it." In a little bit, Itsuka closed the grill and nodded happily, grinning towards the water. "Right now I'm gonna go swimming." "Come on, Yui." "No, thank you." Her best friend shook her head, joining 𝐿𝐴𝐷 under the umbrella and sitting down. "I hate the sun." "That excuse might work for 𝐿𝐴𝐷, but it won't for you." Itsuka shook her head, growing out her hand and picking you up. The stoic girl's expression did not change at all as Itsuka jogged towards the water, although there was a mixture of amusement and annoyance in her eyes as she was handled as though she were a delicate doll. Izuku watched them go, and then looked towards Pony and Kinoko. You guys wanna go too? Heck, yeah. Pony nodded, and the trio were quick to kick off their sandals and ran to catch up with Itsuka, who had stepped carefully into the water while wincing at the cold. Xiaoto joined Leiko underneath the umbrella, sitting back and reading while the ghost girl laid on her towel and napped. Tsuyu had been in the water for a few minutes now, rib-biting happily as she enjoyed being back in her element. Ibara herself knelt down near their bags, checking to make sure they hadn't missed anything before she walked into the water. Down the beach, everyone from Class 1A and 1B were hanging out in the water or on the beach, happily laughing and playing around. Itsuka had stepped into the water deeply enough, the water coming up to her midsection, as she nodded. Okay, far enough. Far enough for dash. Yui was interrupted, however, as Itsuka winded her hand back, and with a laugh, threw Yui away. The stoic girl's expression did not change as she sailed away to deeper water, stiff as a board as she soared and fell into the deeper waters with a large splash. The other girls laughed a little while Izuku winced, and Okiko doubled over with laughter while Ida gasped theatrically, his glasses already taken off in case he lost them in the sea, and his swimming cap and goggles on his forehead. Kendo. I cannot believe, as a fellow class representative, that you would do such a thing. What if she was hurt? Nah, she's fine. Look. She pointed, and saw Yui resurface, her black hair clinging to her face as she shook the salty water out of her eyes. And without warning, she took a deep breath and dived back underwater. See. She's okay. Itsuka turned to smile at Tenya as Izuku, Pony, and Kinoko winced their way out near them, shivering from the cold. When we went to Dagobah Beach last year, she enjoyed being thrown in, she told us so. Is that right? Well, I would assume dash. Ida, chill. Okiko tapped his arm, laughing. We're here to relax and have some fun, not criticize everything. Just chillax. Well, if you want, I can throw you too, Ida, Itsuka jokingly offered, smiling at the aghast class representative when he turned around. I'm pretty strong, so I can, That tiny scream was due to Itsuka suddenly feeling someone wrap their hands around her ankles and yank, making her fall back first into the water, much to everyone's surprise. Yui finally resurfaced, taking a few deep breaths after being underwater for so long, and watched in amusement as Itsuka managed to resurface, gasping and giving her a glare. Payback, Yui shrugged, and everyone laughed as Itsuka shook the wet hair from her face. Can you throw people too, Midori? Pony asked innocently, the boy turning to look at her. I assume you can, since you've got a strength quirk. I suppose I could, Izuku shrugged, smiling awkwardly. I've never really tried it, though, usually if I'm throwing people it's towards villains. Well, why don't we give it a try? Pony asked, excited and hopping as best she could in the water. I bet you could throw me farther than Itsuka could. Izuku blinked, trying to figure out a reason why he couldn't, not finding one, and shrugged. Why not? We could give it a try. Awesome. Pony fist pumped the air, grinning widely. So how are you going to throw me? Izuku blinked, thinking. He was going to suggest black WHP, but he had a feeling that wasn't exactly what she was looking for. And grabbing her by the scruff and throwing her like he would Kirishima would be uncomfortable, and maybe give her whiplash. How could he? And then he remembered his mom's old soap operas, where the man would sweep the girl off her feet dramatically and fall into the ocean. It was such a stupid episode, his mom even said so, but the realization that this was how he could do it made Izuku freeze up, his face going BLD red as he realized what he had to do. Pony saw his faltered look, even as he slowly stepped around her. Midori. Are you okay? Before Pony could complete her sentence, and Izuku could second-guess anything, he moved his arm down to go behind her knees, throwing an arm around her shoulder, and lifted her up in a bridal carry, her smaller frame meaning that this barely made Izuku exert himself as he lifted her above the water. Itsuka and Yui, who were playfully splashing each other for Yui's payback, noticed what was happening and froze up, eyes wide. Kinoko herself felt her jaw drop. Setsuna, who had been floating her body parts above the water planning to dive in, glanced behind her and saw what was happening and accidentally let one of her feet fall into the water, making her jump from the unexpected cold, and 𝐿𝐵, who was edging into the water, let out a tiny gasp at her best friend being picked up like that. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 squinted one eye open to watch. Ida blinked in surprise. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 realized the implications and stayed silent. Tsuyu poked her head out from the water to watch. 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵 continued to read. Midori. Pony asked softly, her face going very red, but she was not uncomfortable. Being held in his arms like this. Wow. It was. Wow. Izuku himself went very red, the implications settling in immediately. Still, Pony continued to stare up at him in wonder, her heart beating rapidly in her chest as she felt so safe in his grasp, being held so tightly against him. Ah! Pony gulped, and Izuku finally snapped to attention, realizing exactly what he was doing, and felt embarrassment overcome him as threw his hands up to cover his face. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately for the both of them, Izuku forgot how strong he was. So when Izuku moved to cover his face in his hands, technically, Pony did get her wish to be thrown into the water. The only problem was Pony was sent flying through the air, not even having a chance to scream or react as she hit the waves, being completely submerged into the water. Izuku froze in horror as his roommate completely vanished into the water, staring at the spot she fell into. Kinoko let out a tiny sigh. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Ida looked like Pony was thrown to her doom. Itsuka and Yu sagged in exasperation, and Setsuna completely lost her SHT above them, laughing her butt off as she scooped her lost foot out of the water. Ibara let out a tiny sigh, continuing to tread in the water over to Itsuka and Yui. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 shook her head gently as she closed her eyes again. Tsuyu let out a little rib bit of amusement. 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵 continued to read. Izuku could only stare in terror as Pony slowly rose from where he had thrown her, her eyes boring a hole straight into his chest. She slowly waddled back from the deeper waters, her shorter stature meaning she probably had to move from the top of her hooves. She would have looked more intimidating as she slowly walked towards a frozen Izuku with a dangerous pout on her face, if not for the waves continuing to knock her off balance. Izuku, on the other hand, was more panicked when he saw she had one of her horns held tightly in her hands. Hey, Midoriya, Kinoko coughed, glancing at the advancing Pony. I'd run. Yeah, Izuku gulped slowly making his way back to shore. I'm gonna run now. Just be sure to come back to throw me, too. That looked really fun. I must give it a try. And you guys make fun of my t-shirts. With that, Izuku quickly turned around and started making his way back to shore, much to everyone's amusement. Glancing behind him, he could only pale in horror as Pony started swimming furiously back, eventually getting back to a height she could run and taking off after him. Get my hopes up then throw me. I'll beat the SHT out of you. I have no idea what you're saying. 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵. Tenya was quick to chase her out of the water as Izuku booked it down the beach, Pony hot on his tail. Using our quirks outside of school in situations that are not dangerous is prohibited. If you have no choice but to kill Midoriya, please use your bare hands. The girls shook their heads as Izuku sprinted away, Pony running surprisingly fast after him and Tenya waving his hands in the air, until at least Ibara caught the engine hero with her vines and made sure he stayed put, unable to stop Izuku and Pony from racing down the beach. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Tsuyu glanced at Itsuka, who was laughing at her friends as they began running away. Is that how it always is? She asked as she watched Izuku sprint as fast as he could down the beach, jumping over a sunbathing Mina. I know I usually beat the CRP out of him when he goes and best friends on me, but I thought it'd usually be less violent with you guys. Well, usually not, but this wouldn't be first time he got chased down by one of us, Itsuka said fairly, before blinking. Or the second. A bit further away, Izuku thought he had a second to relax, slowing down his sprint to a light jog, and turned to see if he'd lost his pursuer, only to see a breathing, ragged Pony still chasing him, dropping her horn as she reached out to grab him. Before Izuku could even panic and start running again, Pony wrapped her arms around his waist, locking them together tightly, and began groaning as she pulled on Izuku. The boy let out a yelp as she, apparently much stronger than she appeared, German suplexed him, and he collapsed hard into the sand, letting out a small oomph as he hit back first. Izuku groaned slightly, wincing, and opened one eye to see Pony let him go and roll onto her side while pouting hard at him, trying desperately to catch her breath after the intense chase. Izuku grunted as he lifted himself up into a sitting position, and gave her a guilty smile. He tried, "Can I buy you ice cream and we'll call it even?" Pony paused, considering it. Maybe. One trip to an ice cream stall near them later, and Pony was happily liking her Neapolitan ice cream cone while Izuku dipped his plastic spoon into his sundae, both of them groaning in appreciation as they tasted their cold snacks. Izuku noticed that Pony was walking a bit closer than she would before, but honestly, he didn't mind it. Rather, he did like the closeness. "Sorry about the violence, Midori," Pony apologized sincerely, at least sounding guilty. "You kinda threw me and I just saw red." No problem. Honestly, it was kind of fun to get chased around." Izuku laughed a bit, then went slightly red. "I probably shouldn't have picked you up like that, though. I'm sorry, I kinda went on autopilot." It's okay," Pony mumbled, liking into her ice cream cone. Izuku blinked at the sudden shyness, and was about to ask if she was okay when she suddenly asked, "Can I ask you something stupid?" "Here." "Something stupid?" Izuku asked, putting his spoon back into his ice cream. "What's up?" "Well." Pony bit her lip, glancing away. "It's just. This might seem random, but I was wondering." "What is it?" "Why do you call it Suka and Setsuna by their first names and not the rest of us?" Izuku quickly looked at her, surprised. That was not where he expected her to go. He was about to ask why she wanted to know when he saw the light blush on her cheeks, and then glanced down and saw her pouting slightly. He blinked again, and then turned briefly away again so he could blush himself. Because they asked me," he explained. "Itsuka said that she wanted us to call each other by our first names, and so I do. And Setsuna wanted me to call her by her first name so we could start getting back to normal." He paused briefly, then aimed a quick glance at her. Are you asking me to call you by your first name too?" Pony gulped, but still turned away, unable to look at him. Sorry. It's stupid. I'm used to how America works, where my friends always called each other by our first names, so it's weird to, be forced to call everyone by their last. I kinda had a bit of a problem getting used to it when I first came here, so I'm always really glad to call the girls by their first names, since it's not just like I'm at home, it shows that they trust me. So, you don't have to, but her little mini-rant was interrupted, however, when Izuku reached down and grabbed her swinging hand. Pony froze, feeling heat pouring into her face, as she looked up at Izuku, who also looked like molten lava, but still gave her a wobbly smile. He gulped, and then forged onwards. "I'd also like you to call me by my first name. And I'd like to call you PP Pony." Pony blinked, taken aback by Izuku calling her by her first name, and then felt a large smile blossom on her face. She glanced down at the beach, seeing that their friends were still a bit off, and then quickly moved her arm to wrap around his, pulling him in close and putting her head on his shoulder. "Eek. Zoo? Pony?" Izuku gasped, going very red at the sudden closeness. Is this okay?" she asked, sounding a little insecure. I can let go if you want, it's just, I thought, touch starvation stuff. I don't want you to, Oh. It's just, we might not have a lot of time for, hugging stuff today. So is this okay?" Izuku stared forward a little bit, trying to gather his thoughts, and then let out a tiny sigh, and smiled down at her. "Yeah. It's very nice." Pony smiled cutely at him, and together, the two walked down the beach while eating their ice creams. Once they caught sight of their friends, however, they reluctantly let go, not wanting to cause a scene. At the sight of Pony's ice cream cone, Setsuna, and Okiko enthusiastically strolled off, wanting some sweets, and avoiding Ibara's vines as the vine girl insisted they stay and eat what they were cooking for everyone. Still, Itsuka took a few minutes to get out of the water and throw the steaks on the electric grill, humming happily as she poked at the meat, and Izuku sat down near the water, enjoying his sundae as Tenya robotically swam through the currents. 𝐒𝐿 slept, Ibara helped Itsuka with the food, and Xiaotou continued to read. Ooh! Kinoko gasped, flopping out of the water to sit beside him. Ice cream. Yeah, Izuku nodded happily, sticking the spoon into his mouth and enjoying his cold snack. It's from a vendor a few minutes away. Oh, I don't want to walk that far, Kinoko pouted, and decided to get a bit playful. She poked Izuku's arm and grew a big mushroom, startling him, and when he was distracted, she quickly grabbed the spoon from his hand and dipped it into the ice cream. Izuku could only stare in shock as she stuck the spoon in her mouth, letting out a giggle as she caught the sight of his betrayed face. Sorry, I couldn't resist, she laughed, and handed him back the spoon. Izuku turned to his treat so she could pluck the mushroom off his shoulder. As he turned, however, his gaze fell to the umbrella, seeing Xiaotou flipping a page in his book and 𝐒𝐿 still napping. He caught sight of the pale girl laying on her back, and was suddenly reminded of what he and Kinoko talked about Monday. He felt his smile fall, which had been picked up on by Kinoko, who blinked at the serious look on Izuku's face. What is it, Midoriya? I'm sorry about taking your spoon, if that's what you're upset about. Here. Oh, no, that's not it. Izuku turned back to the ocean, watching the waves splash against the shore. It's just. I just remembered what we talked about on Monday. Oh. Kinoko's voice quieted, looking down at her feet. Izuku looked at her out of the corner of his eye, seeing her face turn more serious, and felt guilty about bringing up such a sore subject. Still, Izuku felt worried about her and 𝐒𝐿, and decided to softly push the subject. If I can ask, he said quietly, have you thought about it a bit more? Or changed your mind? Not really, Kinoko admitted. It's a lot, you know. A lot to think about. I still don't think you should do it, Izuku admitted, glancing back at the sleeping 𝐒𝐿. Break up with her permanently, I mean. I don't want to, Kinoko admitted, frowning and growing a mushroom on her thigh. I really don't want to. I'm really angry at her, and I think she's really angry at me, but I still love her. I wanna be with her. But there's so much baggage between us now. A lot. And when I think about it, and how fragile our relationship really is, I feel like there's too much baggage between us. We can't really be happy together anymore. I still don't know what's going on, not really. Izuku put down the cup of ice cream, not really minding as it melted in the cup, but I don't want you guys to be unhappy. I think that you guys need to just sit down and talk. I dunno, she mumbled, I don't think that's an option anymore. Okay, Izuku sighed as well, just. Please, don't break up with her just yet. Or at least maybe let me talk to her. I want to make sure you two, well, you come to a happy ending for this. Okay. Yeah, okay, Midoriya. Not yet, Kinoko nodded, giving him a small smile. Then she picked up his melted ice cream cup and tilted her head back, drinking it. Izuku could only sputter in indignity as she wiped her lip, laughing at his reaction. At least, though, she was looking a bit happier, which Izuku counted as a win. At that time, however, the girls returned with their treats, Okako looking sadly at her tiny ice cream cone in comparison to Setsuna and Yui's sundaes, but she was appeased when Itsuka confirmed that lunch was ready. The group sat down as one to eat their lunch, everyone laughing and chatting amongst themselves. Izuku sat down between 𝐒𝐿 and Tsuyu, eating his steak on the paper plate and listening to the girls of Class 1B chat happily with the Deku squad. Itsuka and Tenya traded notes on how to deal with troublemakers. Okako and Pony laughed a bit about their joint training exercise. They'd apparently eviscerated Kamakiri and Mineta in the training, and Tsuyu and Yu chatted about what was new in their classes. Setsuna glanced out at the beach, and suddenly had a funny idea, a dumb one, but one that made her giggle. While everyone chatted, she floated her body parts out to the ocean, carefully putting herself back together so that she floated just above the water. Satisfied, Setsuna giggled as she waved to Ibara. Ibara. Look. The girls glanced over, seeing Setsuna seemingly standing on the water, giggling and laughing to herself. Itsuka could only shake her head in exasperation. Look at me, Ibara. Setsuna called. I'm walking on water. I'm Jesus. We must actually be in hell if you are Jesus Christ, Setsuna, Ibara said dryly, shaking her head. The whiplash of this unexpected burn sent Setsuna tumbling back into the water, collapsing with a large splash. Which, of course, made everyone lose their minds laughing at Setsuna getting burned. Even Tenya had a hard time suppressing his laughter. After lunch, everyone became determined to have as much fun as they could while the sun was still up. They set up a net and blew up a ball so they could play volleyball. Itsuka, disqualified almost immediately for cheating with her large hands, exiled to sit under the umbrella and sulk. Setsuna challenged Tenya to run on water, and the boy tried to the best of his ability. Not one to take a challenge lying down, he almost did it, which no one noticed because Izuku had produced his notebook out of nowhere and scribbled almost insanely on Tenya's page, watching him very closely for any signs that he could run on a liquid surface. Pony and Kinoko challenged each other to a swimming race, which had almost ended in a draw before Pony somehow got her horn stuck on a large seashell, the entire group wondering how on earth she managed that. Okiko and Tsuyu had fun swimming in the water, getting hit and thrown around by particularly large waves, and Xiaoto was eventually convinced to come out from under the umbrella to swim, using his ice to glide around on the water. As the sun began gently setting in the sky, a sign that the day was almost over, they were not deferred from their fun. Leiko was eventually convinced to come out from the umbrella by Pony, dragging the ghost girl into the water and accidentally tripping her on some seaweed, sending her face first into the water. Ibara eventually got to work on dinner, insisting that she could do it by herself when Izuku offered, still unable to look him in the eye, and sent him off to play. Izuku took a few minutes to stand near the water, looking out as his friends played and laughed, feeling a warmth spread throughout him, when he felt someone from behind him approach, looking out at their friends. Hey, look, Itsuka patted his arm, pointing out to the sea. There, Okiko had climbed up onto Xiaoto's shoulders, having evidently dragged him back out from under the umbrella, and was currently playing a game of chicken with Setsuna and Yui. The quiet girl had Setsuna up on her shoulders, wobbling slightly as Setsuna and Okiko locked hands, shoving and laughing. Izuku gulped somewhat when he noticed Okiko's pinky was up, which made him pale when his best friend successfully pulled Setsuna off Yui's shoulders, throwing the size-changing girl into the water face first and Setsuna being tossed away, the dinosaur girl flailing somewhat as she splashed down. As Okiko basked in her victory, Xiaoto's gaze not changing at all, Itsuka stole a glance at Izuku. An idea formed in her mind, and she decided to forget about the logic behind why doing it would be a bad idea, and decided to go with it. Without asking, Itsuka was quick to grab Izuku's wrist, surprising him and making him WHP around to her, eyes wide. Before he could say anything, though, Itsuka quickly dragged him back into the water, straight towards Okiko and Xiaoto. As soon as they were halfway there, water coming up to their stomachs, Itsuka turned to Izuku and smirked. On your knees, please, she requested, and Izuku gulped. He decided to comply instead of asking, seeing the competitive look in her eye, and knelt down, the water coming up to his chin. Before he could ask what was going on, however, Itsuka stepped behind him, and Izuku quickly realized what she was about to do as she placed both hands on his shoulders. He managed to squeak out, "Are you dash?" Apparently she was, because she hopped up, making Izuku stagger a bit as her legs draped over him, and she sat on his shoulders, wobbling slightly. Izuku felt himself freeze up as both of her muscular thighs settled beside his face, feeling himself pale as the softness brushed his cheek, and the back of his head felt. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Don't panic, Izuku, don't panic. Don't panic while her very, very, very healthy thighs are right up against your face. No, no, calm down. Okay, Izuku. Itsuka patted his head, smirking, let's go knock Uraraka off her pedestal. Gulping again, Izuku nodded, shaking, and stood up, not really being bothered by Itsuka's weight at all. Itsuka giggled a bit nervously as she wobbled on his shoulders, putting a hand into Izuku's wet but soft hair to balance herself as he began walking over to Okiko, being sure not to trip on anything and send her tumbling into the water. By that time, however, Okiko saw them coming, and the competitive look in her eye intensified, a confident smile on her face as 𝐒𝐿 cracked her fingers above Izuku's head. She and 𝐒𝐿 grinned fiercely at each other, getting ready for the smackdown, while Izuku thanked every god imaginable that the water wasn't clear enough to see his problem downstairs due to his head between 𝐒𝐿's thighs, and 𝐿𝐿 looked around, bored. Soon enough, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 locked hands, 𝐒𝐿's pinkies out and 𝐒𝐿's hands remaining small, and both began to shove against each other, determined to be crowned the official winner of the chicken fights. As they swayed, shoving against each other, Izuku and 𝐿𝐿 were suddenly distracted by a voice calling them. Midoriya! Todoroki! Ibara called from shore, making the two boys look around and not pay attention to 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿's shoving. I finished the Kasuden and the soba. Kasuden? Izuku thought in excitement. Soba. 𝐿𝐿 nodded. Together, they both began jogging out of the water towards land, determined to get food. Unfortunately, neither of them paid attention to the two girls on their shoulders, who both let out shrieks of surprise as Izuku and 𝐿𝐿 moved away, making them topple over and land face first into the water. They jogged out of the shore, splashing water everywhere, and Izuku smiled at Ibara, who was glancing worriedly behind him. As they reached for their bowls, however, Ibara reluctantly pulled them away, still looking at the two approaching figures behind them, while Izuku and 𝐿𝐿 blinked in confusion. Shiozaki? Izuku asked, not hearing the person behind him storming up to him. Why are you not giving me my soba? 𝐿𝐿 wrinkled his brow. Hey! Izuku froze up, suddenly realizing why Ibara was staring at something behind him as a hand clenched painfully on his shoulder. He turned, fear filling him, to see 𝐒𝐿 giving him a sharp smile, her wet hair clinging to her face as she sniffled, 𝐒𝐿 already grabbing 𝐿𝐿 by the back of the neck. Izuku, she said sweetly, you know how much it is to have water suddenly go up your nose. It really is. Here, let me show you. One head dunking and several sneezes later, everyone got to sit down on the picnic basket, oohing and awing at the feast Ibara prepared in under an hour. The Vine Girl grinned proudly as everyone ate with gusto, complimenting her as she sat back and basked in their compliments. 𝐒𝐿 in particular ate her mochi with zeal, groaning in happiness as she chewed. Izuku got to sit back and smile happily as his roommates and his friends got along like a house on fire, 𝐿𝐿 and Tsuyu sparking up a conversation about some ghost story about a girl who drowned and came back to haunt those who murdered her. 𝐿𝐿 was enthusiastic, Tsuyu looked interested. Tenya and Ibara were chatting about their own classrooms, and how they were a bit tired of all the rule breakers in the class. Tenya was shaking his head as Ibara explained Minoma's antics, and Ibara looked aghast when hearing about Mineta in depth. 𝐒𝐿 was giggling nervously as Kinoko grew a mushroom on her leg, the two brunettes getting along like a house on fire, and Yui and 𝐿𝐿 calmly looking out at the sea as the sun set in the distance. Hey! 𝐒𝐿 poked him with her foot, making him jump and look around. She had her hair done up in her towel to dry, sitting cross-legged in the sand. You good? You've been staring off for a few minutes there. No, I'm fine. Izuku shook his head, smiling at her. Just enjoying the moment. 𝐒𝐿 smiled back, and patted his knee. As she did, though, she glanced in the distance, seeing the sun start to set over the sea, and let out a grunt as she hefted herself up, standing up to stretch. Okay, girls, she called out, grabbing everyone's attention. I got a text from Tetsu a little bit ago, and he wants to do the bonfire later tonight. He's gotten permission from midnight. I'm not sure about you guys, but swimming in the ocean all day makes me feel dirty. Apparently there's an onsen in the hotel for us to use. Do you guys want to hit that before we meet up with the rest of the class? The girls let out noises of affirmation, while 𝐒𝐿 and Tsuyu also looked like they wanted to hit the bath times. With that, the hangout started wrapping up, Izuku helping 𝐒𝐿 fold up the big towel while Yui shrank down their things, everyone putting on their sandals so they could walk back into the hotel. While 𝐒𝐿 picked up their bag, a sudden thought came to her. I don't think we decided before, but who's getting the extra room? 215. That stopped the girls in their tracks, blinking in confusion as they turned to their class representative. What do you mean? Extra room? Kinoko asked. Wouldn't it be for 8? 2 share 4 rooms. Are you making that assumption based off Midoriya sleeping in one of the rooms? Ida asked, forehead crinkled in confusion. I suppose that would work if Midoriya was staying with one of you, but... He's staying in my room, that's what we decided on the bus. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 raised a hand from where he was bringing down the umbrella, hair still wet from being dunked in the water by 𝐭𝐴𝐷 earlier. What? So there's one person who's going to have a room to themselves. Pony said slowly. In that case. Yui glanced around, eyes narrowing. Who'll it be? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 asked. The 7 girls were quick to eye each other as though they expected a stab to the back, slowly inching away from each other. Izuku and 𝐭𝐴𝐷 glanced at each other in a mix of concern and amusement as the girls squared each other up, until Itsuka, who was also looking around with narrow eyes, decided to get everyone's attention. Why don't we rock, paper, scissors this? To keep it fair. Sounds good. Easy enough. That spare room is mine. The 7 girls quickly moved to stand in a circle, eyeing each other dangerously while they all raised their fists. The Deku squad decided to stand to the side, watching with interest as they decided who would be getting the spare room to themselves. Itsuka squared off with Yui, Pony with Kinoko, and 𝐿𝐴𝐷, Ibara and Setsuna were ready to throw down. As one, the girls began their rock-paper-scissors matches while chanting, no hard feelings, rock, paper, scissors. Setsuna yelled DMN it. Pony groaned. Mu pouted. Oh. Ibara gasped, smiling as her rock beat both of 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Setsuna's scissors. At that, the 2 other winners, Itsuka and Kinoko, turned to face her, and quickly began the game. Kinoko was knocked out by both Itsuka and Ibara's paper, and then it came down to the 2 of them. Itsuka grew her hand out for the sake of pure intimidation, and Ibara smiled nervously as they prepared to throw out their hands, to see who would get the privacy to themselves all night. Itsuka. Ibara asked sweetly. Yeah. Itsuka raised an eyebrow. What's up? I'm going to choose rock. Here. Itsuka blinked, but then shook her head, unwilling to be fazed, and once the countdown began, threw out her big hand as Ibara threw out her own hand, Itsuka groaned as her scissors was hit lightly by Ibara's fist, the Vine girl giggling as everyone laughed at Itsuka being played. Well, I guess that's that. Ibara gets the room to herself, and we all got a bunk together. Yui, do you want a room with me? Yui blinked, taken aback and blushing slightly. Sure. I suppose. Then that must mean it's you and me, Pony. Kinoko quickly said, grabbing Pony's arm. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 blinked at the sudden speed Kinoko used to get to their roommate, and then felt her eyes lower, her small smile falling from her lips. Setsuna noticed the sudden shift in her posture, and gave her a sympathetic smile, wrapping her arm around her shoulder. You and me, honey, she said softly. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 glanced at her friend and gave her another small smile, although she could tell this one was forced. Thanks, Set. Okay. Itsuka called, picking up the cooler. Let's head back. If we want to hit the onsen soon, we'll have to hurry. The group cheered, and quickly turned to walk back to the hotel to get ready for their bath. As Izuku rolled his shoulders, trying to get rid of the 𝐂𝐴𝐻𝐿, there was a sudden pulling on his wrist, making him blink. He turned to see Ibara walking a bit slower behind the group, her vine stretched out to hold his wrist slightly. She was blushing somewhat, but still gave him a wobbling smile. My apologies, she said in a low voice, so no one ahead of them could overhear. I was wondering if we could walk back together a little further back. Here. Izuku blushed a little, but still slowed his pace down, so that Ibara could catch up and they would fall behind the rest of the group. Ibara nodded, and released his wrist from her vines, Izuku kind of missing the pressure on his wrist. I realize we didn't really have a chance to hang out today, what with my cooking. Ibara folded her hands behind her back, looking up at the hotel in front of them. So I was wondering. Yeah. Well. Ibara bit her lip, before shaking her head and looking to Izuku. I would like to talk about our kiss. On Monday. Oh. Izuku felt his blush, which had been a little subtle, explode on his face. Oh. Right. That. Right. He'd been having so much fun today he'd almost forgotten about it. He said weakly. Why yeah. Ibara nodded, looking up at the hotel as they finally got off the sand and began walking back. I'd like you to know, I do not regret kissing you. Here. Izuku quickly looked at her in surprise, seeing her face looking very red, but very certain. You don't. I do not, she reaffirmed. I enjoyed it. I've enjoyed all the kisses we have shared. But I have done a lot of thinking to myself this week, and I've come to a conclusion that I feel I need to share with you. Why yeah? Well, I think that we can both agree that there is something building between us. Ibara rubbed a hand through her vines, glancing away. Something. Well, you know that I like you. I like you a lot. Yeah, Izuku mumbled, glancing at the ground while feeling like his face was on fire. And I know that you like all the girls. That, I assume that I'm included in that. Yeah. Izuku quickly nodded, looking up at her. Of course. Does that mean? Ibara gulped, that you see me as you do them? Hey. Well. Ibara sighed. I mean, you obviously view them in a well, flattering light. Well, perhaps not flattering, but, you know. I mean, Ibara glanced away again, you see me in a SXL light. Izuku blinked, taken aback for a moment, before it clicked to him exactly what she was asking. If he saw her as someone he'd like to, and now the blush, which had started to die down, exploded again. He was staring at her, gaping like a fish, while she stole a glance at him out of the corner of her eyes, equally as red as he was. Still, Izuku could not find himself to answer, trying really, really hard to keep his eyes on her face and not go any lower. Oh, God. Oh, God, F. You do not need to answer, she mumbled, because I believe I already know. And that is why I want to make you an offer. She put a hand to his shoulder, stopping him from continuing to follow the girls and the Deku squad, letting them stay outside the hotel. Izuku felt himself freeze up when her hand brushed his shoulder, unable to look away as Ibara turned to face him. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the look on her face, and, wait a moment. She looked really quite, whoa. She looked very appealing. Did she always look this appealing? Before he could find his words, Ibara took a deep breath. Room 215. Ibara went even redder, but still stood tall. That is the room that I'm staying in, Midoriya. All by myself. If after tonight, when everyone's gone to bed, if you would like to finally put this tension of ours behind us, then you may visit me. Izuku finally found his words, feeling the blush growing deeper and deeper on his face. And how would we put the tension behind us? Ibara sighed, then took a deep breath. I am saying that, like you said to us, back when we first talked as a group. If we would come to you, asking to, you would turn us down. I plan to honor that. I do not want to risk the girls getting angry at me. So I will not come on to you. Does that make sense? Izuku blinked, thinking about it, and then nodded. Ibara nodded as well, but then her blush got even redder. But if you were to come to my room tonight, and ask to connect to me. Ibara finally looked away, biting the inside of her cheek. Then I will not turn you down. But if you were to come to my room tonight, and ask to connect to me, then I will not turn you down. Izuku stared blankly at Ibara for a good 10 seconds, feeling his cheeks start to redden rapidly, his breath coming out a bit jittery as he slowly realized what she was asking. They were still standing outside the hotel, the distant sound of the water splashing against the shore their only ambience. The sun setting over the sea in the distance, and the last rays of sunlight caught on Ibara's face, making her face come under an almost heavenly glow. Which only made it harder for Izuku to look at her, feeling his face start to burn hotter and hotter. Make connect to, she wanted to have sex with him. Tonight. He didn't. Wait, hold on, hold the phone, Izuku, wait a second. I'm sorry. If you are to come to my room, Ibara repeated, going even redder than he was, then I would not mind if you made love to me. He cleared his throat, glancing ahead of them to see if any of the girls overheard. Luckily, they'd all reached the hotel by now, and were entering the lobby while chatting happily with each other. None of them had noticed them hanging behind, not hearing what they were talking about, a good thing too, or Izuku probably would have died of even more embarrassment. Izuku was quick to glance back at Ibara, who removed her hand from his shoulder while glancing at the ground, fidgeting to herself. You want to have secretary? Izuku wanted to make sure he 100% understood what she was asking here, and gulped when she nodded stiffly. But like I have to be the one to do it. I have to come on to you instead of the other way around. Yes, Ibara gulped, still not looking at him. I know that this situation is awkward. You've made your stance on us coming on to you quite clear. But the dreams I've had of you, they haven't gone away. They've only, made you more attractive to me. I thought that if we just did it, then we'd be able to move on, and stop with all the awkward kissing and stuff. But I know that the situation with the other girls is awkward. So, I had the thought that if it was you that came up to my room and seduced me, it wouldn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Midoriya, she quickly shook her head, guilt overcoming her. Please, just forget what I said. I shouldn't have wait a second, Shiozaki. Izuku interrupted her, grabbing her shoulder as she was about to walk away. There was a part of him that felt incredibly nervous and anxious about what she asked, but he couldn't let her walk away assuming she just made things worse. The already fragile situation with Kinoko and Leiko came to mind, and he didn't want his good friendship or relationship with Ibara to come under the same strain. What he needed? Well, Izuku sighed to himself, he really needed to think. I think I get your logic, Shiozaki, he admitted, seeing her perk up a little bit, that if it's me hitting on you, and coming on to you, and initiating the sec, it'll be, well, you wouldn't look too bad with the other girls, they'd understand. But I also have to consider, like you said, I have to consider what they would think. Do you think they would be okay with us, doing it? Well, I'm not sure, she confessed, continuing to study her feet. I know that they would probably have their own issues. In any case, I do believe I should tell them, at least, what I want you to do. Just so we don't go behind their backs. Yeah, he nodded, completely agreeing. Can I have some time to think about it? And then I'll answer you. Of course, Ibara agreed immediately, moving a hand to brush her vines behind her ear. Please, Midoriya, take all the time you need to think about this. I know that I am asking a lot of you. Yeah, of course, Shiozaki. The girl nodded, and without another word, quickly turned on her heel to walk back into the hotel, not glancing back at Izuku as she kept her head low. He knew that she must feel very embarrassed by what she had asked. Basically asking the guy she was crushing on to come upstairs and make the moves on her must have taken a lot of courage from the Vine girl. But now Izuku was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because quite honestly, he had no idea what he should do now. Izuku let out a tiny sigh as he sat down on the bench in the garden, rubbing a hand through his hair. He wasn't going to lie to himself, the prospect of sleeping with Ibara, it was more than a little tempting. Hell, forget a little, it was very tempting. Ibara, while he knew was more pure than who he would usually sleep with, was a very appealing young woman. Izuku couldn't pretend that he had never checked her out. Like most of the girls, Ibara tended to wear dresses or loose t-shirts around the house, long grown used to his company to really consider what they wore around him. He knew that she was, well, very appealing, both emotionally and physically. He would be lying if he said he never fantasized about it. Because the truth was, he did dream about it. He may not have had frequent dreams of her like Ibara did of him, but he still had them. He dreamed of her stretching her vines to wrap him up, squeeze him gently, of him inside her, and he always woke up before it got out of hand, groaning at the wood in his breathes. It didn't help that she was usually the first one he saw in the morning, so he had to make sure he was calm and presentable before going out to the garden to meet with her. He knew that Ibara was right before, there was something building between them, and maybe by finally just saying to hell with it and enjoying each other, they'd be able to get that frustration out of their systems. But at the same time, Izuku groaned and rubbed a hand against his forehead. At the same time, it may fix some of the stuff between him and Ibara, but it would only complicate the situation with the other girls even more than it already was. Izuku had made it clear they would not come on to him, would not ask to have sex, and would not consider him in that light at all. Izuku had stuck cleanly to that, even though he slipped up with Ibara twice now and Setsuna. He knew that if he went upstairs later tonight and rocked Ibara's world, the girls would not take kindly to it. But maybe he could find a loophole. Izuku sat forward, thinking. He technically forgave Ibara, right? Gave her the confirmation that they were okay. So maybe that would be the sign that he was, wait, no. Izuku shook his head. The implication that he would have sex with them if he forgave them would send the wrong message, right? He didn't want to give them that impression. He knew he was pretty much waiting for the opportunity to tell Itsuka he forgave her, and to tell Pony as well. His paper written in English by present MIC, which he had memeized and recited nightly, was coming in handy. Setsuna, Leiko, and Kinoko, however, were their own problems, Izuku sighed, so telling them all casually that he would be having sex with Ibara tonight would only make things more complicated, or even worse than they are now. With that said, the temptation to finally break the tension between himself and Ibara, it was very hard to just push that thought aside. Izuku let out another sigh, and stood up from the bench to go back inside, to get ready to head to the open-air bath. This was going to be a lot to think about. Oh, I'm so looking forward to this. Setsuna grinned, grabbing a thin white towel and holding it up. I don't remember the last time I used an onsen. I think it was training camp, right? Leiko mumbled, opening her bag and searching for something in it. They were back in their hotel room, already having showered after being on the beach all day, and were getting ready. They had all agreed to meet up in half an hour to head into the onsen, the girls breaking up into their separate hotel rooms to get ready. Itsuka wanted to take a quick shower to get the smell of the ocean off her, while the other girls wanted some time to relax to themselves, either on their beds or on their balconies. Ibara had arrived behind them, obviously flustered about something, but Leiko had paid it no attention at the time, because she was very much caught up in her own mind and her own problems. She knew that Kinoko was deliberately avoiding her now. She had tried to catch her girlfriend's eye for the last few days, especially during their time on the beach today, but Kinoko had tried hard to interact with everyone except her. Leiko couldn't blame her, of course, she'd messed up badly. She was asked to essentially choose between Izuku and her, and she refused to give an answer until pressured into it. And then she couldn't even say that she didn't feel anything at all for Izuku. And now, Kinoko was spending all her time with the guy they both presumed the other liked. And Leiko. She didn't like it. She had pretended to be asleep at the time, which was pretty easy when she wore sunglasses under the umbrella, but the truth was, she watched, out of her squinted eyes, as Izuku and Kinoko sat at the surf, talking and laughing. She had felt a spike of jealousy in her heart as Kinoko grabbed his spoon and ate some ice cream from his sundae, an indirect kiss, for God's sake. And then their conversation turned serious when they glanced back at her, pretending to be asleep. Leiko didn't like the look on either one of their faces when they talked, obviously too far away for her to hear, but the way Kinoko looked miserable and Izuku looked sad, it scared her. Was she considering leaving her permanently, now? Leiko couldn't help but shudder at the thought. She'd liked Kinoko ever since they met. The girl had a bouncing, happy vibe to her that Leiko had been surprisingly attracted to. She had gone out of her way to become Kinoko's best friend. She braved them all when they went on a shopping trip, shuddering through crowds, and only being comforted by Kinoko holding her hand, somehow understanding her anxiety. She learned the names of all the latest idols so she could hold a conversation with Kinoko about them, and always assured Kinoko she'd be an amazingly appealing and well-liked idol like Popstep. In turn, Kinoko learned more about ghost stories, although 𝐒𝐿𝐾o knew she was uncomfortable with them, and then tried hard to invest in her own hobbies. And just like that, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o's tiny crush blossomed into love. The first time they realized they had an interest with each other was in the dorms. They were talking and laughing on her bed, and 𝐒𝐿𝐾o had asked if Kinoko had ever been kissed. The mushroom girl confirmed not, saying that she was waiting for the perfect opportunity, and 𝐒𝐿𝐾o, for some reason, asked if she thought the opportunity was now. What followed was probably one of the most intense make-out sessions of 𝐒𝐿𝐾o's life, and from there, their attractions for each other increased, going from light petting to an attempt at sex that ended awkwardly, and then to mutual MSTRBTN between each other in the privacies of 𝐒𝐿𝐾o's room. 𝐒𝐿𝐾o had finally asked Kinoko out, and then, due to their stupidity, they brought Izuku in to please them. And just when everything was coming together, it then spiraled out of control. 𝐒𝐿𝐾o could only blame herself for what happened, for accidentally breaking Izuku's heart during their TSM, to her and Kinoko's small argument that blossomed into this ugly, twisted fight. She knew that Kinoko had feelings for Izuku, just the same as 𝐒𝐿𝐾o did. She thought Izuku was attractive, that he was kind, that she enjoyed spending time with him, and thought him lovely, and that was that. It was just a small crush. Nothing like her and Kinoko. And yet, now she was losing Kinoko. The girl wouldn't even look her in the eye anymore. And now, every time she tried to talk to her, Kinoko with someone else, and it was usually Izuku. The ghost girl wasn't fooled. She pouted as she put down her shirt on her bed. She was right. Feelings can shrink, and feelings can grow. It was obvious that Kinoko's feelings for her were shrinking, and hers for Izuku may be growing. She saw them at lunch together, growing mushrooms on his arm while she giggled. She saw them on the beach, Kinoko stealing his ice cream and him being comically shocked. They looked really good together. Like a good, nice couple. And now, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o was angry. Angry at Kinoko, angry at Izuku, angry at herself. Girl. Here. 𝐒𝐿𝐾o blinked, looking around. Setsuna was giving her an odd look, her shorts off and only wearing her t-shirt and panties. It was obvious that she was just getting changed, and 𝐒𝐾o had stared off into space for the last few minutes. You good? She asked, grinning softly. You spaced out. Oh, yes, I'm fine, 𝐒𝐾o lied, looking back around, just thinking. That didn't convince Setsuna, though, who smiled softly and detached her head, floating it over to look at 𝐒𝐾o much better. You know, honey, she said softly, I ain't prez, but if you do want to talk to someone, you can talk to me, right? If there's anything bothering you, we can have a girl night. 𝐒𝐾o pursed her lips slightly, staring out the window as the sun finally set, and shook her head. Like I said, she replied, pulling off her t-shirt, I'm fine. Itsuka let out a tiny sigh as she pulled the string on her bikini top, letting it fall off her shoulders. She and Yui had just gotten back from the beach, and she wanted to really take a shower. She knew that they were technically going to go to the onsen in a bit, but she didn't like the dirty feeling on her skin, and having it on her for half an hour before finally bathing wasn't really what she had in mind. So she was content with showering the sand off her body while Yui laid around on the balcony. As she stepped into the shower, sighing as she let the cold water run over her skin, Itsuka felt herself pout. Today was very good, fantastic even, so normally, she wouldn't find anything to complain about. She had a lot of fun with all her friends, with Izuku's friends too, so she should just sit back and enjoy, right? She got to go swimming, throw her friends into the ocean in a contest with Izuku, threw Izuku himself when she lost, got to eat lots of great food, got to play chicken with Okako. So why was she feeling like this? This weird, sad feeling. What was her problem? Izuku. Itsuka sighed, pressing her forehead against the shower wall. Of course, it had to be Izuku. Or rather, her own stupid feelings for the boy. She wasn't blind. When their group had broken up to go get their stuff done before heading to the onsen, she had seen Ibara come in the hotel in a hurry, looking flustered. And Izuku was nowhere to be found. She felt her heart clench in jealousy, which was something she was really starting to hate. Did they have another moment? Did it escalate? Did she drag him behind a bush to make out? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 groaned and hit her head softly against the wall. These stupid feeling of insecurity. It no longer made her feel sad, it just left her annoyed. She did mean something to 𝐒𝐿. She knew it, she had to. She was pretty much his big sister figure. She fought him in the rain over their feelings, she always checked in with him to make sure he was okay, she always walked home from school with him, she hugged him all the time. But, god damn it. 𝐒𝐿 grumbled and turned off the shower, not bothering to use shampoo or anything, just rinsing herself off. She meant something to him, but it was probably just platonically, right? He said that he liked all of them, but she didn't have those moments with him like the others. He didn't lose his virginity to her, like Yui. He didn't go to lunch and get teased by her, like Setsuna. He didn't have that intense make-out in the closet with her, like Pony. He didn't connect to her like he did with Kinoko and Leiko. He didn't find himself subconsciously kissing her like Ibara. All their moments together, they seemed like they were just being friends. She knew she was being unfair comparing her interactions with him with the other girls, especially after what they went through, but she couldn't help it. She pouted as she tried to think of anything that could be interpreted as romantic between them, but couldn't find anything, without her insecurities casting doubt into it. Hell, even when he kissed her stomach, that didn't seem very special, she would bet anything that he also kissed the abs of the other girls as well. If only she could. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, and went about drying her hair out. There was a part of her that wanted to make sure 𝐒𝐿 knew that she also liked him, like Yui and Pony and Ibara did. She wanted to make sure that 𝐒𝐿 knew that she also carried a torch for him. But how? Unless she did something to get his attention. She'd only be the seventh and last name in a list of girls that already had 𝐒𝐿's heart. But how? How could she make it clear to him that she was interested? Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 jumped with a little leap, surprised out of his thoughts as he watched the sun set from the window in his hotel room. He turned to see 𝐿𝐿 stepping out of the bathroom, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, and giving him his usual deadpan look. He had a towel wrapped around his neck, and he was holding a toothbrush, his hair a little wet from just taking a shower. 𝐒𝐿 had just gotten back from walking around the garden, stewing in his thoughts, still unsure as to what to do, and got distracted looking out the window, still debating Ibara's question and how he would answer it. He didn't even hear 𝐿𝐿 get out of the shower. The half-hot, half-ice boy raised an eyebrow, putting down his toothbrush on his suitcase, on a chair near the TV. "You've been muttering for 5 minutes, he noted. "I was saying that if you wanted to go to the onsen tonight before that bonfire, you'd probably have to hurry. Apparently some of the guys are already there, in 1-4, I think." "Alright." 𝐒𝐿 nodded quickly, standing up and grabbing his notebook off the table. 𝐿𝐿 continued to study him, expression unchanging, as 𝐒𝐿 hurried around, tossing the book back into his bag and reaching for his spare towel. "Are you alright, Midoriya?" he asked. "You seem distracted." Kinda," 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, giving an innocent smile. "Just something got brought up to me, and I'm still kinda thinking about it." "I see," 𝐿𝐿 nodded, sitting down on the bed. "Is it something serious?" "No, kinda, but not really." 𝐒𝐿 felt himself go a bit red, grabbing his green towel from his backpack to bring down with him to the onsen. "Just something that I'm still thinking over. Nothing to worry about." "I see," 𝐿𝐿 repeated, glancing at his book. Before 𝐒𝐿 could ask his friend if he was going to go down to the onsen as well, there was a knock at the door. Slightly surprised, and wondering who that was, 𝐒𝐿 walked over, thankful that both of them were still dressed, and decided to get changed downstairs, and opened the door to reveal Momo and Kyoka standing there. "Hello, Midoriya," Momo smiled, bowing slightly. "Sorry for the intrusion, but I was wondering if I may speak with Todoroki. He borrowed one of my books, and I wanted to see if I could get it back." Oh. Yeah, of course." 𝐒𝐿 nodded, moving aside so that Momo could come in. She exchanged pleasantries with 𝐿𝐿, asking about the book in his hands, and 𝐒𝐿 decided to step out for now, not wanting to potentially fourth wheel. As he stepped out, however, Kyoka followed him, shutting the door lightly behind her as they stood out in the hall. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, looking at the conflicted look on her face. He cleared his throat, Are you okay, Jiru? Here. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. She quickly shook her head, trying to fight down a small blush. Just something Momo and I were talking about with Todoroki earlier. No need to worry. Oh, Izuku blinked, getting a sense of déjà vu. He wondered briefly if it had something to do with Ha and Momo visiting their setup earlier today on the beach to talk to Xiaoto privately, but if Kyuka didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't pry. How about you? Kyuka asked suddenly, giving him a little grin. Is everything okay with, Here. Oh, Izuku started, realizing who she was talking about and feeling himself blush. Well, He felt his shoulders sag. I don't know. Kyuka blinked, feeling a little concerned. Everything good. I mean, I know I just said that you don't need to worry about my problems, but if you do need to talk to someone, we can chat for a bit. Momo might be a while in there. Kinda. For the most part. It's just. He sighed, I kinda dude, no way. Both Izuku and Kyuka jumped, looking around. They didn't see anyone, but they could hear Kaminari's voice coming from around the corner. You heard me right, Mineta's voice sniggered, making Kyuka narrow her eyes. The girls from 1B are totally gonna be in the onsen. We can sneak in. No way, man. What if Midoriya catches us? What? Like his with one of them? You really think Midoriya would make a move on any of them? No way, no way. I mean, maybe. But still, what if they catch us? You saw how Kendo beat the hell out of Midoriya on Monday. No way I wanna get on the receiving end of that. They won't. We'll sneak in early, hide under the water, and then they'll just jump in their appealing naked glory. Trust me, man, we can check them all out. Kendo's honkers. Kodai's gorgeous cake. Shiozaki's Kyuka didn't have to look back at Izuku to know he was about 10 seconds from storming down the hall and kicking Mineta across the ocean, his eyes narrowed and his teeth starting to grind together. So, she patted his shoulder, muttering, how about you head down? I'll handle Dumb and Dumber. Okay. Great, she sighed, pointing her jacks menacingly out while storming down the hall, fully willing to make up for teasing Izuku for what happened a few weeks ago by stabbing the class pervert in the eyes. And maybe kick jamming way. Maybe. About 10 minutes later, downstairs, Izuku let out a small sigh as he finally entered the onsen, dressed only in a towel wrapped around his waist as he observed his surroundings. The bath was outside, showing off the appealing night sky as stars began twinkling above him. In front of him was the hot bath, steam rising up from the warm water. It was a circular bath, deep enough for Izuku to sit down in and relax, and on the opposite end of the pool was a large stone on the side of the pool, not looking really sharp, and mostly there to lean up on for relaxation. He stuck a toe into the water and winced at the heat. The water itself seemed dark enough that if he were to sit naked in it, his PP wouldn't be seen, so that was a relief. He didn't need the guys coming in and seeing that, especially if he was still considering Ibara's offer for sec later that night. Speaking of the other guys, where were they? Izuku wrinkled his brow and looked around. He would have thought Tenya was here at least, maybe he was still getting changed. Shrugging, and considering that they just might be around, Izuku sighed as he unwrapped the green towel from his waist, placing it down carefully on the bench, and turned to walk down the steps and into the water. Wincing at each step from the heat, Izuku was soon in the water, the bath only coming up to the upper half of his thighs, and waded over to the rock. He let out a sigh of contentment as he sat down in the water, raising his arms to rest on the stone as the water reached up to his chest. The heat from the water almost made him woozy, but he still felt his thoughts swirling in his head. Mineta's words upstairs about the girls had sent him into a state of anger that momentarily drove Ibara's offer from his mind, but now that he was in the water, feeling his stiff joints start to relax, her request and the worries that came with it came back in force. And with it, his main conflict, of what the girls would think. Izuku sighed as he closed his eyes, breathing in the various sweet-smelling mixtures put into the bath, as he thought it over once again. Half an hour after she asked, and he still didn't know what to do. Accept Ibara's offer and have a night they would never forget, and risk putting his other relationships with the girls at risk. Or turn her down, and potentially make that relationship more awkward, and risk more. Well, accidents. An accident, like their kiss on Monday, where they hadn't even thought to do it, and all of a sudden they were making out. Izuku felt himself grimace, wondering how it'll escalate from there. Will they high-five and suddenly he would be grabbing her butt? Will they say hello and then find themselves making out on the couch? Agree to nap together and wake up naked? Granted, he was probably overthinking this and blowing it out of proportion, but he couldn't help it. He knew he had something there for Ibara, but he also had a thing for everyone else, too. Should he take this risk and potentially destroy what he had going on with everyone else? Izuku let out another sigh, closing his eyes and sitting back, when he heard the sound of someone on the other side of the slide, talking. Izuku opened his eyes, looking up in curiosity as he heard someone laugh. He was about to call out a greeting, ask where they've been, when another laugh carried out, and made him pause. That voice, it sounded really high-pitched. Very high-pitched. Who in the class had a voice that high? Izuku tried to rack his brain. Kaken. No way. Tokoyami. Definitely not. Koda. He usually only used sign language, even around stuff he found funny. Why would he be laughing out loud? As Izuku mentally went through the voices of his male classmates, he couldn't find a match to the voice. As he wondered, he turned his head slightly to the slide door, looking above it, and reading the section's name. 1. Izuku stared at it for a few seconds, feeling confusion fill him briefly, before he froze. There was no one here. 𝐿𝐼 said there would be guys there. But there weren't. There hadn't been for, the 5 minutes he was sitting here. Someone would have come in by now. And the voices behind the door, they were all high-pitched. No one in Class 1A, none of the guys at least, had voices that high. Apparently some of the guys are already there, in 1-4, I think. 1, that was the boys section. This was 1, and that's when Izuku finally realized what he was hearing, horror filling him. Those voices. They were the voices of girls on the other side of the door. Before he could freak out, the door began sliding open. Without thinking, Izuku took a deep breath and dunked his head underwater, hiding. As soon as he was at the bottom of the bath, hunched over, he felt himself start to panic. Oh God! What should he do? Can he swim away? No, this was in its own section, there wasn't an escape. It wasn't like he could swim out. There was a rock behind him, right? Could he swim behind it and hide? Was there even any room for him to hide? He knew he could hold his breath for about 40 seconds, thanks to his training with All Might on the beach, but would that be long enough for him to swim away? Izuku squinted an eye open to look up, trying to ignore the sting of the water, and felt himself pale. He could see silhouettes above him, unwrapping something around their wrists, when they froze, staring at the pool. Squeezing his eyes shut once again, Izuku prayed to every god he could think of, prayed to All Might, hell, prayed to Yorozu for some reason, that they would think that was nothing so he could try to swim away under the water. He only had about 3 seconds of panic before he felt someone, poke his head. He immediately sat up, escaping the warm water with a gasp, and screwed his eyes shut as he threw his hands over his face, keeping his lower body in the water. I'm so sorry. I thought this was the guy's side, but I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll get out. There was about 10 seconds of silence, while Izuku had his eyes screwed shut and prepared for hits from the baskets in the corner, when a low, angry, yet feminine voice growled. You little perv, the mysterious lady snarled through gritted teeth, coming in here by mistake. Yeah, right. You keep those eyes shut, while I get your punishment ready. Why-ism? Izuku whimpered, going absolutely red. Oh God, he was so dead. Forget being reported to the hotel security, it was likely he was about to be drowned. He heard the sound of splashing, and felt movement around him, and then the voice spoke again. All right, pervert, open your eyes. I said open them. I'm sorry. Izuku stammered, removing his hands from his face. I'll open them. The reason he faltered off, however, was because he was not facing a stern woman ready to beat his head in, but a sniggering Setsuna, seated comfortably in the water while trying very hard to hold in her laughter. Izuku dumbly looked around, seeing Itsuka also suppressing giggles, her normally tied-up hair loose, as well as Pony, with her hair tied up in a bun, and Kinoko with a cloth on her head. Leiko was beside Pony, giving him a small wave, while Ibara gave a weak smile, and Yui nodded. Izuku blinked several times, face going redder and redder, until he collapsed back into the pool with a splash, groaning lowly. "You guys SCK." That, of course, made Setsuna, Itsuka, Kinoko and Pony burst into laughter, doubling over in giggles. Even Ibara couldn't help but let out a small giggle at his expense, although she pointedly glanced away, a blush on her face, while Izuku sank back into the water, blowing bitter bubbles at being played so easily, while Yui patted him on the shoulder, not really being bothered to suppress her own small humid smile. "Sorry, Parsley, sorry, I couldn't resist." Setsuna giggled, once her little laughing fit was done, and gave him a grin. "So, you got the wrong bath. I was wondering who owned a green towel." Yeah," Izuku sighed, emerging from the water with his head low and face red. "I was a bit distracted, so I thought this was, the guy's side, but I didn't realize this was your bath." His face suddenly went redder, realizing something important. The 1A girls aren't going to come in too, are they?" No, they got their own bath reserved." Itsuka leaned back, rolling her neck. "They had to take care of Mineta and tie him up in his room before they came down." Oh. Okay, that's good." Izuku nodded, and moved to stand up. "Oh, Midoriya." Kinoko blinked in confusion, immediately whipping her gaze away when he sat up on his knees, showing off his abs and muscles. The other girls as well were quick to glance away. They'd not had much time to look during their time on the beach today, but after weeks of no sec and viewing each other as only friends, it took them aback to see his shirtless upper body up close and personal. Ibara, going even redder, turned pointedly away, while Itsuka tried very hard to keep her eyes on his face, not looking down for a second. Sorry, guys," Izuku sighed, trying to ignore his own blush. I'll just get dash." He was about to leave. Of course, he was in the wrong bath. Of course he had to go before he got caught by someone who actually didn't want to have him here, but then he froze when he caught sight of his towel on the bench near the wall. And that was when realized he had a small situation. His towel was on the other side of the baths. He was naked. Oh no. Oh, God. Oh, F. Izuku's face went red when he realized, oh, God, he's naked. In front of the girls. Again. Only this time the water wasn't clear enough for them to see. But if he got out, if he got out, they'd, oh, God, there was no way he could leave this bath without them realizing he was naked. He'd have to tell them to look away. Izuku slowly sat back down, much to the confusion of the girls as they glanced between each other. Izuku. Itsuka asked. "You good?" Why yeah. Izuku nodded quickly, raising his head to glance at Itsuka, and then he saw her melons. Izuku blinked, not really understanding at first. He only knew that there was something wrong here. It wasn't like he could see anything, only the top half of her BRSTS, so what was the problem? Why was he dash? And then he glanced at her shoulders, and understanding started to fill him, eyes widening in horror. Her shoulders were bare. They didn't have straps. She wasn't wearing a BR, or the top of a bikini, or anything. Where she was, oh no. He thought he would see the straps for her BR, or her swimsuit, but nothing. She was. He slowly looked to the benches, not noticing Itsuka blushing up a storm when she realized he was pretty blatantly checking her out, and saw her towel lying on another bench, accompanied by 6 other towels. Oh, no. He glanced straight down into the water, redder than he had ever been, which sort of alarmed the girls. Are we all? What's up? Yui wrinkled her brow in confusion. The girls also shared a glance. They'd been briefly taken aback by his wet muscles, enjoying the show a little, until he sat down with an utterly mortified look on his face. They'd also gone red themselves when they realized that Izuku was unsubtly checking out Itsuka's BRSTS, trying to push down feelings of jealousy. Hell, an immature part of Pony was tempted to just stand up to get his attention, while Setsuna tried to hold in her laughter. This, however, made them balk. 𝐒𝐿 was sliding deeper into the water, his face practically BLD red, and he looked more embarrassed than they had ever seen him before. Are we all naked? The moment 𝐒𝐿 said those words, he regretted it. He saw each face look confused for a moment, as though wondering what he was talking about, and then it settled in for them like it settled in for him. It was clear that they hadn't really thought this through. They must have seen 𝐒𝐿 in the water, poked him, saw him emerge, and Setsuna's little prank made them forget about the fact that he would be naked in here with them. He felt, rather than saw, 7 pairs of eyes slowly go down to the water where his privates would be, and saw their faces go from slightly playful curiosity to horrified realization. Ibara herself went just as red as 𝐒𝐿, looking like she was about to faint. Itsuka, meanwhile, gulped nervously as she realized why 𝐒𝐿 checked her out and immediately slid lower, hiding her BRSs completely under the water and only having her shoulders and head above the water. The other girls, meanwhile, seemed to realize the implications of that and went dead quiet. Setsuna's smirk fell off her face. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐭𝐼𝐻 cleared their throats awkwardly. Pony shrank in the water until she was imitating 𝐒𝐿 from before, blowing bubbles in the warm water, and Yui didn't physically react, but did shift a little away from him. Setsuna chuckled weakly, glancing at the towels themselves. Why yeah. We're all naked. Oh dear, Ibara muttered, studying the water in front of her. There was a long, awkward silence between them, everyone very interested in the water around them and not looking at each other, while 𝐒𝐿 started to feel a little woozy from the BLD running to his face. That was, until Itsuka finally found the courage to speak, laughing a little awkwardly. "Well," she managed to say. It's not like we've never, seen you naked." 𝐒𝐿's eyes went wide. When? He managed to stop his panic when he remembered, which only made him go even redder and almost like he wanted to pass out from the embarrassment. The shower. Yeah, Itsuka muttered, the shower. Another silence fell, although this one was eventually broken when Setsuna giggled. I'm sorry, she managed to get out, still giggling. It's just, wow, this is awkward. 𝐒𝐿 paused, and then let out a weak chuckle, and the other girls reluctantly giggled along with him. 𝐒𝐿 was still studying the water as though it was the most interesting liquid on the planet. I suppose we shouldn't feel, too awkward about this. After all, most of us have, we've all seen each other naked. Perhaps with an exception of Itsuka and Ibara. Right, 𝐒𝐿 nodded slowly, still not looking at anyone. There was one last awkward pause, before Setsuna sighed and detached her arm, pointing to the benches. You want me to go get your towel, Parsley? You can wear it in the bath if it makes you uncomfortable. I suppose, but I probably should go, 𝐒𝐿 muttered. I don't want to interrupt your bath time. What? No, you wouldn't. Pony insisted, finally looking up and waving her arms frantically. We would honestly like you to be here. I don't know. 𝐒𝐿 shook his head, still blushing. I don't want to impose. Boy, trust us, you aren't imposing, Itsuka finally managed to say, after the long, awkward PRD of her trying hard not to look at him. I guess 𝐒𝐿's right, you have seen most of us naked, and we've all seen you naked. It's not something we haven't forgotten. So just sit back and relax, okay? Enjoy the bath. We won't get up, and if we have to, we'll warn you before we do, okay? I guess, 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, not really seeing the logic but truthfully. He didn't really want to look for it. Once he managed to get through his embarrassment, he would lie if he said that he didn't want to stay here and have a bath with all the girls he liked. So, while he still felt awkward, he sat back on the rock, closing his eyes lightly, and let out a sigh. So. Itsuka cleared her throat, trying to get back on the topic they were discussing before their little discovery of 𝐒𝐿 in the water. The bonfire's happening at 11 tonight, and, Ida asked me earlier to help him take care of everything, so I'll be busy doing that. What do you guys think you'll be doing? Well, Pony sat back as well, trying hard not to glance at where Izuku's lower half would be. I think I'm going to make a grilled cheese sandwich with some prongs. Over the fire. Oh, is that good? Ibara asked, sitting back as well. I did it when I went camping a lot. There's nothing like making a sandwich over fire. But what about a s'mores sandwich? Kinoko asked. Those are delish. As the girls chatted, feeling their embarrassment start to die down after the revelation that they were sharing a bath with Izuku, the boy let out another small sigh as he sat up slightly, resting his arms on the rock beside him. He was still very red, but he tried to will down his embarrassment, glancing around. While the girls relaxed, they did make sure that nothing obvious was pointing out to him. They all made sure to hide their BRSTS in the water, making sure Izuku saw nothing through the water except for the top of their chests, which still made Izuku a little embarrassed, if he was being honest, and their shoulders. Itsuka only once stretched one muscular leg up out of the water in relaxation, and he tried very hard not to stare at her muscular calves as she brought it back down. As he glanced away, though, someone poked him subtly in the shoulder. He glanced around and went even redder when he saw that Ibara had floated over to him, still a little red but glancing at the girls as she leaned in slightly. I'm sorry about this, Midoriya, she said quietly, making sure she wasn't overheard, but I'm afraid that I've run into a problem. Oh. Yes. You see. I was planning to. Well, tell them about my offer to you. Izuku jumped slightly, but Ibara was quick to assure him. I was thinking that it would be better to just outright tell them what I asked, you know. I wanted to be upfront, but I hadn't expected you to be here as well. I had hoped to tell them by myself, so I could get their opinions before you. Well, you came to your own decision. I understand, Izuku shrugged reluctantly, a bit scared of how everyone would react, but knowing that she was right. It would only make things worse if they hid what Ibara wanted him to do from everyone else. At this point, secrets would only make their situation more likely to fracture again. Still, things may be even more tense than Ibara intended, what with him actually here when the truth got dropped. Izuku glanced away, a small frown on his lips, and Ibara was quick to study the water in front of her, red. If I may ask, she asked timidly. Have you had any thoughts on what you want to do? I'm still thinking about it. All right, she nodded. That's all I ask. What are you two talking about? Itsuka blinked, swimming over. Before Izuku and Ibara could panic and make something up, however, the girls suddenly heard the sound of the slide door on the far side of the bath, where the rest of the hotel was, start to open. Immediately, Itsuka and Ibara grabbed the top of Izuku's head, and without warning, shoved him back under the water with a small splash. The girls were quick to fix innocent smiles on their faces, although for Leiko and Yui it looked stiff and unconvincing. It was obvious, from where Ibara and Itsuka's hands were, that there was someone underneath the water, air bubbles rapidly bubbling on the surface of the water. Thankfully, though, their unexpected guest wasn't a hotel employee. What's with the bubbles? Okiko asked, her brow wrinkled in confusion. She was dressed in only a towel as well, with her hair tied up in a ponytail as she walked over on the wet floor to the bath. The girls let out small sighs of relief, and Ibara and Itsuka relaxed. At least, until they remembered they were holding a flailing Izuku underwater, and let out two small eeps as they quickly let go, letting him resurface with a gasp for air. Oh. Hey, Dew. Okiko didn't seem really fazed by her best friend's appearance, watching him sputter and spit out some water as he squinted one eye open. Hey, Uraka, he gave a weak wave, the other girls. Surprised that he wasn't flailing and being embarrassed by the appearance of his nearly naked best friend. Are the other girls coming in too? No, they're in the one next door. Okiko waved her hand dismissively. I was actually wondering if I could talk to the girls really quick. For just a minute. Izuku blinked, wondering what on earth they had to talk about, at least privately, and then it hit him. Oh. Right. I'll just, 40 seconds. With that, Izuku ducked his head back underwater, holding his breath while Okiko finally gave the girls who had hurt him weeks ago the shovel talk. Okay. I'll make this quick, So poke Izuku when I'm done. Okiko nodded happily, clapping her hands together. So, this is about how you guys used Izuku and hurt him with your stupid sex stuff. I didn't have a chance to do this when it went down, so I'm doing it now. Oh, Setsuna's smile fell, knowing exactly what was coming. The other girls did too, turning to the bubbly girl expectantly and getting ready for the death threats. So, Okiko's smile didn't leave her face, although they could see her eyes grow colder. I did not like what you guys did to my friend. Not at all. When he told me, I was half tempted to storm up to your house, drag all of you outside, take away your gravity, and then slam you against the ground. Many times. Many times. Izuku wanted to handle it, though, so I let him. But I want you guys to know now, that SHT's never going to happen again. You hurt him. You hurt my best friend. I'm going to float you. I know that I can float things high into the sky, probably into space, but you won't go into space. Oh. Itsuka gulped, feeling an odd sense of foreboding. Nope. I'll float you above the clouds, and then I'll drop you. And then I'll step back as you all hit the ground. I don't want it to come to that, though, so I would rather you guys never repeat what happened a few weeks ago. Because you know what? You remember how Itsuka looked when she fought Deku in the joint training last week. She leaned in, her smile dropping and giving a cold look they never thought they'd see on the nice girl's face. That'll be nothing compared to when I'm done with you. After about 5 seconds of tension-filled silence, with the girls staring up in terror at Okiko and the brunette glaring down at them, her expression changed back to its usual bubbling one, smiling at them all and giving them slight whiplash. Okay. As long as you guys know that, it'll be fine. She said cheerfully. Poke Deku, he might be out of air. See you guys at the bonfire tonight. With that, she turned and strolled away from their bath and out the door, closing it gently behind her. The girls could only stare after her in a mixture of wonder and terror, and Itsuka numbly reached down to poke Izuku's face, feeling his cheek squish. Izuku immediately popped back up, letting out a few deep gasps for air, with his hands still covering his eyes in case he accidentally saw anything. Huff, huff. Ah. Are you guys okay? He asked, shaking his head and getting some water out of his hair, peeking out behind his hands. It wasn't too bad, was it? Uraraka is scary. Leiko shook her head, relaxing back against the stone edge of the bath. Yeah, I don't know why you continuously PSS her off with the best friend thing, Setsuna shivered. I don't ever want her to look at me like that ever again, that HD was scary. The girls shuddered, still a bit taken aback by the threats, while Izuku leaned back against the rock, rubbing a hand against his face. Ibara looked at him out of the corner of her eye, seeing that everyone had calmed down a little, and sighed. As much as she knew this was probably about to ruin the evening, and in particular the mood that they were enjoying, she knew that she didn't want to hide this from everyone, and knew it would be pretty useless to drag it out for much longer. So before everyone could relax back in the water, and go back to what they were originally talking about, she straightened up, and took a deep breath, getting herself ready for trouble. Everyone. Can I have your attention? She asked timidly, raising her hand. I have to tell you all something. That got the attention of the girls, looking around at their friend with interest. Izuku lowered his hand, giving her a confused look until he saw the blush on her cheeks, and realized what she was about to say. He took a deep breath as well, and sat up a little. Well, I believe you all remember what we talked about last Sunday. Ibara asked, feeling herself go redder and redder. The dreams about Midoriya. That took everyone aback, glancing at each other. Yui's brow wrinkled, Pony blinked, Leiko and Kinoko raised their eyebrows, and Setsuna leaned forward in interest. They hadn't heard much about Ibara's more adventurous dreams about Izuku for a week, so the fact that she wanted to bring it up to them now. They were intrigued. Itsuka, meanwhile, felt her small smile from before fall. She, at least, thought she knew where this was going. Ibara cleared her throat awkwardly. The dreams have, not gotten worse, but they are still there, so, anyway, last Monday, when everyone went to bed, she and Midoriya kissed on Monday, Itsuka said bluntly, making Ibara stammer to a stop and Izuku freeze up. There was 3 seconds of shocked silence from everyone, where Itsuka sighed and shook her head. Sorry, guys, but you were taking forever. I assume that's what you were building up to, Ibara. Well, yes. Ibara closed her eyes, ashamed. Sorry, girl. I probably should have let you get to that. No, you're all right. I was taking too long. Wait, so you did kiss? Pony gasped, leaning forward in jealous outrage. Come on. Can you two please keep it in your breathes? Both Izuku and Ibara grabbed their faces with their hands, groaning in embarrassment. The other girls let out small sighs, shaking their heads, although 𝐒𝐿𝐾 was studying Izuku with narrowed eyes. Anyway, Ibara finally managed to get out. Yes, we kissed on Monday. That happened. And I've had a week to think to myself, and wonder how we can fix this. I know that the situation in the house is awkward now, but I feel like if I let this go on, then it will only get worse, and we may end up doing something we regret. So tonight. She sighed. I made an offer to Midoriya. That caught everyone's attention again from their exasperation of the two of them, all eyes whipping around to the Vine Girl as she sank lower and lower into the water, blushing bright red. Izuku himself was studying the water, feeling himself go redder, and making Itsuka sigh to herself and lean back. Ibara muttered, up to her chin in the water. I asked Midoriya if he'd have sex with you. Yui finished for her, no emotion in her eyes at all. There was another silence in the onsen, with Ibara's mouth now in the water making bubbles while not looking at anyone. Itsuka was staring at the evening sky, her face purposefully as blank as she could make it, showing no emotion. The other girls turned their attention to Izuku, who was silently staring down at the water, before he let out a tiny sigh. Yeah, he mumbled. Yeah, she asked me. But please don't be angry at her. He quickly looked at each girl, pleading. She's not coming on to me. She just asked if I would do the seducing. She says that she'll be fine if I don't come to her and, this is entirely my decision to make. And what is that decision? Itsuka asked quietly. What are you going to do? Izuku blinked, and then looked down again. I'm still thinking about it. For a while, everyone sat back in the water, digesting what they'd been told while Izuku studied his feet, and Ibara came partially back out of the water, still glancing down. Itsuka continued to study the sky, jealousy thumping in her heart but not trusting herself to speak, while the other girls looked at the water. And then 𝐒𝐿𝐾 spoke. May I ask, she requested, sounding more than a little annoyed, what exactly are you trying to do with 𝐒𝐿𝐾 here? Here. Izuku blinked, looking around at the grey-haired girl. She was sitting forward, a cross look on her face, while the other girls looked around and were surprised. You said that you would not allow us to ask you for 𝐒𝐿𝐾, she said, sounding a little angry, that if we, and I quote, crawled on our hands and knees and begged, your answer will be the same. To be clear, that's you saying that you would turn us away. We accepted that, we understood you, loud and clear. And now you're saying that you're considering having 𝐒𝐿𝐾 with Ibara. Izuku winced, and glanced back down. Yeah. Then I want to exactly know where you draw the line here. 𝐒𝐿𝐾's glare intensified, and the girls were surprised to hear the normally low-pitched 𝐒𝐿𝐾's voice getting louder with each word. They had never seen this before, they'd seen 𝐒𝐿𝐾 be annoyed and judgmental, but they'd never seen her zest, and it seemed like she had a lot more anger towards Izuku than the situation would normally call for. Is Ibara okay to have 𝐒𝐿𝐾 with, but Yui and Pony and I are not? Can you kiss Setsuna freely but not Kinoko? Can you say that we aren't welcome in your bedroom, but usher Itsuka in? Tell me, Midoriya, where exactly do you draw the line here? Hey, Setsuna quickly said, reaching over and grabbing her shoulder. Come on, girl, you gotta chill a little. I know you're angry. I'm Dash. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 almost raised her voice to a shout, glaring at Izuku, but then Kinoko moved slightly at the side, not looking at her at all, and 𝐒𝐿𝐾 abruptly stopped, realizing immediately what she was doing. She wasn't just angry about Izuku's back and forth on second intimacy, she was taking her anger out on him, for all the stress she'd been feeling lately. She felt her initial rage deflate, and sagged a bit. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry. I'm not allowed to. Hey you're not wrong, Yanagi. The girls looked over at Izuku, who had listened to 𝐿eiko's complaints with a frown. He listened to her carefully, and found himself unable to disagree with anything she said. She was right, although she probably could have said it a little better. You're not wrong about what you're saying, Yanagi, Izuku sighed. And you are allowed to be angry about this. I'm being a hypocrite again. I'm saying no to you guys and considering having sex with Shiozaki. I'm being stupid. Hey Pony said, worried, but Izuku shook his head. I should probably be honest with you guys. The truth is that, well, I've been having sex dreams about Shiozaki too. Wait, what? Ibara was knocked out of her brief stupor, whipping around and staring wide-eyed at Izuku. You've, what? Maybe not as frequently as you, but I have, Izuku admitted, feeling himself go slightly red. So I think I know where Shiozaki is coming from. There's something building between us, and she thinks the only way to get it out is for us to actually, do it. That's why I'm conflicted here. My brain's yelling at me to do it, but my heart's awkward about it. But you're right, Yanagi. I'm considering having sex with her when I've already told you guys to not even come to me about it. I'm not being fair. Maybe not, Izuku, Itsuka finally said, still staring up at the stars, but you're not wrong that we shouldn't be doing it. You were right, what you said during our talk. We shouldn't be having sex with you. But regardless, you are considering having sex with Ibara tonight. Yeah, he said guiltily. Yeah. So, she looked down, studying her feet. That's why I think we should offer a compromise. A compromise? Kinoko blinked, looking around. What do you mean? Let's be honest, she reluctantly said, shaking her head. You two are probably going to have sex tonight. Both Izuku and Ibara squeaked, but the other girls didn't look surprised or shocked, more like they agreed and accepted it. Pony sat back, a down look on her face, and Setsuna and Yu pouted a little bit. Meanwhile, Kinoko and 𝐿eiko couldn't even look each other in the eye. And I'm not going to stop you, Itsuka admitted. I'm not. Ibara's right, it's up to Izuku to make the decision, and we'll have to accept it. But Izuku, you have to realize that this, from our perspective, this does feel unfair. I'm not saying that you have to decide right now what to do. I do agree with what you've said before, that we need to see you for a friend, and as a person, not some walking and talking DLD. But, God, I can't believe I'm about to ask this. Itsuka sighed again, rubbing a face against her hand, and looked up at him. You have feelings for all of us. She reminded him. That's what you said, and that's what you wanted to get across to us that day, right? That you like each of us that way. All right. And yet, whenever we hear about you slipping up and getting NTMT with someone, it's always you and Ibara. That's been a recurring little theme in our house, hasn't it? Who just kissed? You and Ibara. Who's having sex dreams about each other? You and Ibara. Who's spending their mornings and evenings together? You and Ibara. Who can't keep their hands off each other? You and Ibara. Itsuka let out a shuddered breath and shook her head. She knew she was letting her jealousy speak here, so she needed to dial it back and make it less about her insecurities and more about everyone else. And yet, you know that Pony likes you. That Yui likes you. That probably everyone here likes you. Izuku winced, and looked down at his feet. Itsuka took his non-answer as confirmation that he understood, so she sighed. I'm not saying to not have sex with Ibara tonight. You two have something to sort out, and you need to do that as soon as you can. But 𝐿eiko has a point. And it's unfair to see you clearly favor one of us over all of us. Itsuka had said her piece, and suddenly felt the need to leave. She didn't want to look Izuku in the eye after what she just said. She'd been feeling conflicted since Monday evening. These feelings that she felt in her, the realization that she'd essentially been replaced. She had no idea where she stood with Izuku at all, if he liked her as just a friend or if there was something there, but it was clear that she wasn't really needed there. This was for people he had that particular tension with, and she didn't qualify, her thoughts in the shower about an hour ago echoing around in her mind. She ignored the thumping in her heart, and the sadness, and moved to just get out of there. She was about to stand to go, intending to get her towel and go back upstairs to get changed and go back to the beach, when Izuku suddenly spoke behind her. "You're right." Itsuka turned slightly, seeing Izuku still studying the water. You're right," he sighed. I'm not being fair to any of you. I keep having these moments with Shiozaki, and I'm not considering any of your feelings." Izuku glanced at the other girls, who had their gazes locked into a neutral expression. "I'm sorry, if you guys thought I was favoring Shiozaki over everyone. I still care about you guys, all of you. I still have those feelings. It's just Shiozaki that's, well." Dashi shook his head, and turned again to look at the Vine girl, who was staring at him with a small blush. I still don't have an answer," he told her, but Itsuka's right. I'm probably going to come to your room. So we can settle this, whatever's going on between us. So for the rest of you he turned to look at everyone again. I want to make sure you guys know how much I care for you. But I don't know how. I don't know how to make sure you guys know that I care about you." For a few seconds, the girls sat in the warm water, thinking. And then Pony spoke up. "A kiss." The 6 girls blinked, taken aback by what the horse girl said, and then everyone whipped their gazes to her. Izuku did as well, blushing slightly, but saw Pony's determined face looking at him, although there was a hint of a small blush. I'm not saying right now," she clarified, but if you want to, make it up to me, and make me feel better, at some point, I'm going to want to kiss you. I like you. I gave you my love letter. And hearing you talk about kissing Ibara and Set, and having all these flirtatious moments, they make me feel sad, angry, and jealous. So at some point, I want to have my big anime moment with you." Sorry. Big anime moment?" Ibara asked, confused, and Pony nodded. "At the end of every romantic anime I watch," she explained, "the main couple always has, well, the big DMN kiss. The big kiss that always seals the deal. And every time I've kissed Izuku, it's always been, lustful. So I want to have a big romantic kiss. After that, I'll be okay." She turned back to Izuku, who was still looking at her in shock. "Not right now, but eventually. Is that okay?" Izuku continued to look at her, a little taken aback, then let out a tense breath. Is that okay with everyone? If I eventually kiss Pony?" The girls blinked at the use of the two of them using first names all of a sudden, but after sharing a glance with one another, nodded. "Sounds okay to me," Setsuna shrugged. "I mean, it'd be hypocritical if I said, 'Oh, no way, bro, you can't kiss Pony when we've already kissed before.' But is that how this works? You do us one favor if we're okay with you having sex with Ibara." Izuku glanced around, seeing the other girls looked interested, although still a little skeptical. I suppose. Within reason. That's fair. In that case." Setsuna raised a hand to her lip, thinking, then nodded. "Dinosaur exhibit." What?" "The Edo Tokyo Museum is opening a rare dinosaur exhibit. It's got a lot of rare dinosaur fossils coming in, for a one-time only kind of thing." She pointed at Izuku, smirking. "You're coming with me to see it? Oh, that's all you want? Just going to look at an exhibit? Well, I'm going to be talking your DMN ear off, but yeah, an exhibit." Sure. Great." Setsuna pumped her fist, grinning widely. "It's gonna be after the exam, during our break week, so I hope you're ready." Yui then hummed, and Izuku turned his attention to her. You also want a favor?" "Yes. Although, this one you can do now." Oh, Izuku blinked, blushing, and what would dash? Call me by my first name. Yeah. You heard me, Yui leaned forward. Call me by my first name, and let me call you by yours. Like you do with Itsuka, Set and Pony. And no, well I might as well call everyone by their first names now, I want this to be special. Hush, Izuka blushed, glancing away, and the girls couldn't suppress a smile at how obviously nervous he was about this. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲. He blushed even deeper about that, glancing down at his lap. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Good, she nodded, happy with that development but still blank in the face. Izuku. Of course, that only made Izuku stutter and blush more, which made the girls' considerably dour mood pick up, laughing a little and giggling at his reactions. They could feel the energy from before, and the energy from all the fun they had that day, return a little bit, once they made sure that Izuku wasn't purposefully neglecting any of them in the feelings department. They knew that they still had a lot to do to redeem themselves, and did still feel a little jealous about what he and 𝐈𝐵 would be up to tonight, but seeing him being all stutters and awkwardness again lifted their spirits. I have an idea what I'd ask, Kinoko said awkwardly, glancing away. But it can wait until we get back. Okay, Izuku shrugged, not finding anything wrong with that. He turned to Reiko, who also glanced away. Obviously, she still felt a little guilty about her accusations from earlier, but before he could ask and confirm that it was okay, she spoke up. I'd also like some time to think about what I'd ask for. Oh. Izuku nodded stiffly, glancing away. Okay. That just left Itsuka. Izuku nodded, turning back to her. She still had her back to everyone, her loose orange hair floating in the water, and obviously was mulling everything over. Izuku floated a little over to her, feeling guilty about obviously causing her stress, and quietly spoke. Itsuka, he said softly, what do you want me to do for you? She didn't say anything at first, her gaze still on the water, and then she spoke in a mutter. She listened to the talk, and had thought long and hard about what specifically she would ask for, and then an idea reached her mind and wouldn't leave. It would be far more embarrassing than anyone else, however, so she wanted it to just be the two of them for this. When everyone leaves to go upstairs, she said lowly so no one heard her, stay here. Izuku blinked, but understood. Okay. Thankfully, no one heard what Itsuka asked, and Izuku made sure to apologize to all of them again for putting them in such an awkward position yet again. They all brushed his apologies to the side and were content with sitting back in the onsen and relaxing. The girls chatted with each other about what they planned to do during their break after the exam, with Pony determined to get Eri to their place for a sleepover once again, a plan approved by everyone, and to get their pranks on Bakugo started. Itsuka, when she returned to their little circle, asked the status of their first one. Izuku could only watch with slight fear as an evil grin crossed Setsuna's face and gave her an affirmative nod. No one addressed 𝐈𝐵 and Izuku's situation, with the Vine girl attempting to put on a friendly front and chat with everyone, laughing and enjoying the warm water. Finally, after a few games and laughter shared between everyone, Pony noticed the time and realized that they'd been in the water for about 2 hours, giving them little over half an hour to go back to their rooms, get changed, grab something quick to eat, and head out to the beach for the bonfire. Everyone got ready to go, until they glanced back at Izuku and realized the problem, seeing him shrink back into the water. So, Setsuna cleared her throat. How are we doing this? Does Parsley go first while we look away? Before they could make a decision on how Izuku would get out of there, however, Itsuka cleared her throat. You guys go on ahead, she told them, with all the authority of her role as a class president could have. I'll keep on the lookout. Once the coast is clear, I'll get Izuku out of here. The girls glanced at one another, feeling something off, but decided ultimately not to get into it. They moved as one to get out of the water, making sure Izuku had his back clearly to them. They could swear that the water was boiling where his face was, his blush was that hot, and wrapped themselves in their towels, and moved as one to the slide, opening it to head back to the lockers. 𝐈𝐵 stole one glance back at Izuku, feeling her heart thumping in her chest, and followed her friends, closing the door. Once they were alone, Itsuka sighed, slipping back into the water. She could feel herself start to wrinkle from being in the water for so long, but she didn't care at this point. She sank low enough so that nothing obvious would be shown, and cleared her throat. "Okay, Izuku," she said, "you can turn around now." Izuku nodded, feeling strangely nervous. Did she want to talk more about Ibra? And turned to face her, the both of them on opposite ends of the open-air bath. Now that they were alone, Itsuka felt a bit more awkward. She was technically naked in front of the guy she had serious feelings for. Obviously she was feeling a bit shaky. But if Izuku was offering a favor from each girl, she had an idea for what she wanted to ask. So. Izuku gulped, glancing away. Their heads and shoulders were still above the water, not showing anything. What was it you wanted? Itsuka paused for a few seconds, trying to summon her courage to speak, and then glanced up at him. Before we get to that, I have something else to ask you. Not the main thing, but this needs to be asked. Yeah. Did you get a hug today? That took Izuku right out of his nervous state, blinking in confusion. Wait, a hug dash. Wait, of course. She'd always asked, since Monday, if he had been hugged, which he usually nodded yes or no. The 2 times he said no, Itsuka grabbed him with both her big hands and squeezed him, and the second time, threw him to Yue for a hug. The mute girl had hugged him, rolling her eyes slightly at his blushing face, but still squeezed him tight. Pony did, wrap her arm around mine. Does that count? I guess it counts, Itsuka shrugged, trying hard not to betray her blushing face to the boy. The truth was, during the half hour they had to themselves, Itsuka had some time to think to herself. She had the idea of what she wanted from Izuku when he had asked, but it embarrassed her. She knew she might be only making this whole situation worse, but she thought about how she had been put on the back burner, not important enough for Izuku's attention. He was focused on fixing stuff with Ibara, and Pony, and Setsuna and Yui and Kinoko and Leiko. Ultimately, the attention had been taken off of her completely. So, she wanted the attention to come back on her. Let's just hope she didn't die of embarrassment when she did it. Okay, she sighed, looking up at Izuku, I do have something I want to ask of you. The only thing I want. After that, I'll consider us good. You can, sleep with Ibara, and I won't complain. Okay, Izuku nodded, feeling a bit concerned. What would she ask? And why did they need to be alone for it? Before he could try to figure out what it was, Itsuka took a deep breath. Okay. The only thing I want, she tried to say, keeping the shaking out of her voice from what she was about to do, is for you to not take your eyes off me until I leave this onsen. Do you understand? Sorry. Not take my eyes off you. Why yeah. Okay. You promise? Yeah. I promise. Itsuka looked closely at his face, trying to pick up if he was lying, but she only saw genuine honesty in his expression, so she knew that he meant what he said. He wouldn't look away from her. Of course, he was blushing somewhat, although he didn't seem to know why. After a few seconds, Itsuka managed to shove the embarrassment down, trying to feel as confident as she could, and gave him her most confident smile. Good. And without warning, she stood up from the water. It was almost comical, seeing Izuku's face change that fast. It went from slight curiosity, to surprise, to realization, to embarrassed horror. His eyes practically bulged out of his head when Itsuka stood up in the water, the bath itself only coming up to her upper thighs, and showing her naked body to him. She watched as Izuku's eyes slowly but automatically zipped to her BRSTS, face going redder than she had seen all night. She couldn't help but smile as his eyes went lower and lower, over her smooth muscles reflecting in the dim light of the bath, right down to her vidane. She knew that he was about 3 seconds from throwing his arms around his head, so she spoke up. Remember, his eyes immediately went straight back up to her face, seeing her confident and not fake at all, no smirk as she played with some of her orange hair, trying hard not to blush too much. Your eyes on me. I'm trusting you. With that, she turned around, and started to walk back up the steps to the benches. She felt rather than saw Izuku's eyes go down again, going down her long hair out of its ponytail, coming down to the curve of her back, his eyes tracing her muscular shoulders, her back, and then, of course, right down to her butt. She tried to walk as confidently as she could out of the water, letting her butt sway back and forth while he was mesmerized. When she reached the bench, she was about to reach down to grab her thin white towel, but why not tease a little? She smirked for real now, and made sure she pointedly picked up his own green towel. Izuku gulped nervously, staring up at her in a mixture of surprise, horror, and alola as she wrapped herself securely in his towel, making sure to do it as slowly as she could while watching his face. She could see his eyes tracing her entire body, but rather than feel weird, like Natsuki when he watched her undress, that lecherous look in his eye, making her feel dirty, she felt appealing. Izuku was looking at her, not like some piece of meat he wanted to get into, but like he was seeing the most appealing thing in the world, his eyes tracing her breasts, her thighs, her face, with a look on his face that made her feel more confident than she had for a while. Once everything was wrapped up, she smiled widely again. "And we'll consider that," she called to him, "my favor. You're good." With that, she turned on her heel and started to walk out of the open-air bath. She knew that there wouldn't really be anyone there, it was pretty late at night, and she could cover for Izuku while she got changed if anyone came in to inspect, but she didn't mind if she ran into anyone and had to help Izuku out. She couldn't help but feel more alive than she had since they left the beach. Izuku himself tried to stand, his eyes still on her, but stayed in the water, probably to conceal his very obvious problem downstairs. Still, he was bright red, gaping at her like a fish as she slid the door open. I, Izuku stammered, pointing weakly at her. Why did you, Itsuka paused at the slide, glancing left and right down the hall to make sure they were alone, and, as confidently as she could, turned her head, giving Izuku a playful smirk. "I wanted to remind you," she said, as smoothly as she could, "why you voted for me in the beauty pageant." 𝐻. "Don't think too much about it," she gave him a small wink, "just consider this. A clarification of interest." With that, she turned back around, being sure to really pronounce her walk to emphasize her butt swaying, and strolled out of the onsen. She couldn't know that Izuku almost passed out the moment she closed the door, grabbing his nose at the sudden nosebleed that came out of nowhere, nor could he know that she broke her stride to race to the changing room, grew out her hand, wrapped it around her head, and screamed in embarrassment as the reality of what she just did settled in. Neither could know about the other's reaction to what just happened. But both somehow knew that what she had done wasn't seen as a negative by either of them. In fact, Itsuka felt more confident than she had all week. And Izuku? Well, he needed a little privacy for a while. It took Izuku another 10 minutes, but he finally managed to successfully sneak out of the girl's bath, embarrassed as he wrapped himself in Itsuka's towel, and put his head on a swivel and prayed that no one caught him. Thankfully, the halls were empty, and he got to the boys' change room without running into anyone. A good thing too, Izuku had a difficult time hiding his problem downstairs. He was grateful he had the time to calm down a little. As he left the bathroom and entered the lobby, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, he shook himself slightly, trying to get the image of Itsuka's naked body out of his mind. It was probably never leaving when he suddenly heard someone clear their throat. "Midoriya!" Izuku jumped slightly, and turned to see 𝐒𝐿𝐼 leaning against one of the pillars in the lobby leading out to the beach. She was dressed in a blue t-shirt and short shorts, and studied him carefully as he walked out of the bath. Izuku looked at her cautiously as she approached him. He still remembered how she had gotten angry at him in the bath, and felt slightly intimidated as she finally stopped in front of him. Although that cautiousness became confusion when she bent down in a bow. "Midoriya, I would like to apologize to you." 𝐻. Izuku blinked, turning back to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Sorry. Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed, her face turning into a pout as she glanced aside. "I have begun to notice that I am running into a habit of, yelling at you. Firstly with our argument with Bakugo, and now with our scene in the onsen, I've had a habit of losing my temper with you. For that, I apologize." "And no, it's okay." Izuku shook his hands, pushing the thought of Itsuka from his mind as he tried to palate her. "Honestly, I really am being unfair to you guys. But that does not mean that I should continue yelling at you when I'm angry." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shook her head. "That would be improper. Well, in any case, I know that you have promised me one favor, and I intend to collect in due time." For now, however, I wish to assist you. Sorry, assist me. Izuku blinked. How so? Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 nodded to herself, holding her hands out in her usual zombie way. In this case, Midoriya, I intend to serve as, what I believe the term is, your wingman. I'm sorry, my what? Your wingman, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 repeated, looking absolutely sure of herself. In this case, helping you, as Setsuna would say, seal the deal. I believe you are going to sleep with Ibara tonight, are you not? Well, Izuku stammered, and then felt himself hunch over, defeated. Yeah, I am. In that case, she clenched one fist, giving him a sure look, I intend to make up for yelling at you by helping keep other people away from Ibara. That way, you may put the moves on her, and stuck her. I will make sure you have a good alibi. You make this sound less like me hitting on Ibara, and more of an undercover mission, Izuku said weakly. In which case I should be very good at it, I'm quite sneaky, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 nodded, and reached to open the door that led to the beach. Now, shall we get going? Izuku gulped, feeling his heartbeat start to quicken at the thought of what he had to do tonight. After what Itsuka did, he had almost forgotten what he was asked to do, to spend the night with Ibara, and he already knew what his answer was. He let out a small sigh. Yeah. Let's do this. Why did she do that? Why did she do that? Itsuka let out a small groan of humiliation as she slowly left the elevator as it opened on the bottom floor, walking slumped over in defeat as she headed towards the door towards the beach, where Tetsu had just texted her to confirm that they were starting the bonfire. After making sure Izuku had gotten out of the bath and towards the changing room, Itsuka numbly walked back upstairs, putting his towel with her stuff after stashing it away in her bag to make sure you didn't notice and ask questions, and then put on her blue sweater and shorts to go downstairs and outside. All the way down to the main floor, Itsuka felt like walking outside, digging up a hole in the sand, and burying her head in it. Why did she do that? What the hell was she thinking? Showing off her naked body to Izuku, she didn't just cross the line, she freaking vaulted over it. She wanted to make sure Izuku knew that she was interested in him, and wanted to hint it to him, but forget giving him hints. She might as well have walked over and shoved her melons into his face. Itsuka let out an embarrassed sigh as she slowly opened the door to head outside, breathing in the nice chilly air. God, she shouldn't have done that, she should have she didn't even know, ask something else. She had one favor from him, anything, and what she thought of at the time was to let him perv out on her. Itsuka shook her head as she walked through the garden, regretting her every life choice. She could have asked to hug him while naked. Or kissed him. Or to touch him. All of them were perverted, sure, but it was better than just outright flashing him. Why was she someone looks embarrassed. Itsuka jumped a little at the unexpected voice speaking to her left and quickly looked around to the bench. Sitting there was Midnight, out of her regular hero costume and dressed in a far more presentable get-up than they were used to. It kind of threw Itsuka off. She was wearing a dark sweater, blue jeans, glasses, and her long hair was tied up in a ponytail, and Itsuka could make out slight redness from her cheeks. She was holding a beer in her hand, raising it to her lips for a sip, and she gave Itsuka a teasing look. You're looking quite red there, Kendo, she stated, raising an eyebrow. Run into anything embarrassing? Sensei, Itsuka gulped, glancing around. Are you drunk? No, she giggled, flicking her hand while Itsuka went red in embarrassment from the bluntness of her question. While I am technically on break right now, I still need to be sober to make sure that nothing goes wrong at the bonfire. I'm just enjoying the night air with a beer. I was about to head down to the beach to make sure everything's going alright, but then I saw you. And how you look like you're about to go jump in the sea. Itsuka winced, glancing away. Midnight gave her a warm smile, and shifted around so she sat at the edge of the bench, patting the seat beside her. Why don't you have a seat? She asked kindly. I always enjoy helping out my students with their problems. It might not be, might it be too much for your old sensei to take? Not safe for work, Itsuka muttered, and Midnight's grin widened. All the better. She patted the seat again, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let out a tiny sigh as she walked over and sat down, letting Midnight place her bottle in between her legs so she could sit forward and smile at her student. Now, what is it that's bothering you? Well, 𝐒𝐿 gulped, glancing away with a blush, while her teacher gave her a small nod of encouragement. It's just, she sighed, looking down at the ground. Boy stuff. Midoriya, here. 𝐒𝐿 squeaked, her eyes whipping back up to Midnight's face as the woman laughed a little, raising the bottle back up to her lips and taking a sip. No need to be so embarrassed, Kendu, I saw this coming a mile away. She chuckled. Put one boy in a house full of girls and romance was sure to flow. Oh, how youthful. I was the one who told Aizawa and Vlad King to stop having their panties in a bunch and let him move in. You know, they wanted to delay the closing of the dorms to put him in one of the rooms, but we had more houses to build and no room in the first year's dorms to put him in. Oh. So did you? Well, I didn't predict how it would turn out, Midnight admitted, her smile falling as she frowned. I was quite disappointed to hear about the girl's behavior, of course, so that was why I specifically asked to punish the girls myself. Oh. Well, in hindsight, 𝐒𝐿 admitted, sitting forward, lines are a pretty good punishment, I guess. Oh, it's not just lines, dear. Midnight waved her hand, making 𝐒𝐿 blink in surprise. That was only for the first week, but I know that writing the same lines over and over will help, but it won't solve everything. I've also been trying to go more in depth as well. I've had them doing assignments in class on SXL assault cases, research papers on men whose SXL assault claims go ignored, and so on. I've also lectured them about the double standards of women being treated more sympathetically than men in these particular situations. And since we're in our final week of detentions, I'm going to try to talk to each of them one-on-one, to go over what they learned during detention. I also plan to have a mini-exam for them in 3 days. Don't tell them, though, I want it to be a surprise. Yes. So the odds of them doing something of this magnitude again are slim to none, Midnight nodded in satisfaction. Still, I know that they're good girls, they just got carried away and didn't consider the consequences of their actions. I just want to make sure that this doesn't ever happen again. Why yeah. But enough of them, my dear. Back to you, she smiled at her. You mentioned not safe for work, so I assume your feelings for Midoriya are more SXL in nature. And not entirely. 𝐒𝐿 was quick to defend herself, waving her hands in panic. I do like him. Romantically. Man, I do like him like that. It's just, she sighed again, and glanced away. I noticed that I've noticed that, lately, he's been kinda, 𝐒𝐿 blushed again, glancing at her feet. He's been busy with everyone else. And I haven't really liked that. It's really petty, but I felt, I don't know, neglected. So I may have done something to put myself back on his radar. Oh. Midnight raised a skeptical eyebrow, narrowing her eyes, which 𝐒𝐿 caught at once and knew exactly what she was going to ask. And nothing like the other girls have been doing. She quickly defended herself. Just something that I'm kinda regretting right now. Honey, we're both women. You can tell me. Midnight assured her, patting her arm, I won't tell anyone. Kendu. I may have let him see me, naked. For a few seconds, Midnight stared at 𝐒𝐿 as the orange-haired girl went redder and redder, staring down at the ground in shame. And then the teacher let out a small laugh. My, she tittered, awfully bold of you, Kendu. 𝐒𝐿 groaned and held her face in her hands, letting out a small, muffled noise of embarrassment while Midnight patted her shoulder. Well, she tilted her head, while I admit that I'm not sure what was going through your mind when you thought to do that, and really, I'm not encouraging it, I believe I do have some advice for you. Does it involve stripping off my clothes again? No. Although I'm sure that would work, that's probably not what you want to show him. Then sure, I'll take some advice. You had the right idea, Midnight admitted, but you went about it a bit too extreme. I believe your problem is that you don't think Midoriya likes you. That he isn't showing interest in you. Well, in that case, I would advise you to show your interest in him. Chivalry isn't dead, my dear, but I have a feeling your patience is. So you need to get more aggressive. Aggressive? Indeed. Midnight nodded encouragingly. You need to make it known to the poor boy that you are interested. Make it clear. Tell him. Or if you don't want to, show it. Be sure not to make him uncomfortable. Probably too late for that, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 muttered. But if you want to, hug him, touch his shoulder, hold his hand, be close to him. Make it known, girl, that you want to be number one. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 considered her words, staring down at her knees in thought. Maybe, be more aggressive with her feelings. She could already see several problems with that, 6 other problems with feelings presumably just as strong as hers. But at the same time, she didn't want to be the 7th pick in Izuku's potential girlfriend list. She wanted to be near the top, so maybe she should be more open with her feelings, like Yui and Pony are. Yeah. She should be more open with her feelings. Once she's able to look him in the eye without dying of embarrassment, that is. Midoriya. I'm going to ask this as nicely as I can. Yes, Yanagi. Are you an idiot? Yes. Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 were standing off to the side of the bonfire, away from the light and near the water. It had been 1 hour since they went out to the bonfire, with Izuku resolved to approach Ibara, talk to her a little bit, take her to the side, and ask her to come with him back to her hotel room. He was aware of the consequences of going with her tonight and was ready to deal with them, and wanted to make sure that this tension rising between them was finally addressed and resolved, and they were ready to move on with their relationship and friendship. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was more than on board with helping him, trying to set up conversations to push Izuku in Ibara's presence, usually competing with Tenya to keep Izuku on track, and then have him take her aside to get their night started. That is, if only Izuku would actually take one of her setups. This has been going on for an hour, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 reminded him while he hunched over in embarrassment, going very red, and you haven't taken any of my openings. I literally started a conversation that talked about you, and what did you do? Chickened out and went to talk with Ida. Izuku looked ashamed. Indeed, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded, and lifted up her phone to show that they had hit 12 o'clock. We're only going to be out here for 2 more hours, and once 2 o'clock rolls around, everyone's going to wrap this up and head to bed. That's what Midnight said. Once we've gone to bed, you are not going to have any time to have sex with Ibara, because both of you will be too tired. You can't sleep with Ibara if you're literally falling asleep in the middle of it. You need to stop chickening out, and just approach her and ask to talk. Izuku nodded, and glanced over at the large bonfire their classes were chatting at, either roasting marshmallows or having a mini marshmallow fight. Tenya and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 were walking around helping everyone out, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 herself having pointedly avoided looking at Izuku all night and he doing the same to her, neither of them wanting to collapse into a red-faced pile of embarrassment. Setsuna, Yui, and Pony were currently chatting with the orange-haired girl, while Kinoko was cooking a marshmallow over the fire. Ibara herself was standing next to Tsuyu and chatting, Izuku gulping when he noticed her nice yellow sundress and tied-back vines. Near them, Kyuka, Momo and Shoto were talking, Izuku blinking when he noticed Momo and Kyuka were standing a bit nearer to him than they had all night. But still, his eyes were drawn to Ibara's face illuminated by the fire, laughing at one of Tsuyu's jokes, and Izuku gulped when he saw how cute she looked. Midoriya. Oh. Izuku jumped, returning his gaze to his silver-haired classmate. I'm sorry, I got distracted. And I'm sorry for not taking any of your hints. It's just, I'm nervous. I'm sure she is, as well. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 glanced over, seeing Ibara laughing with Tsuyu. I know that you must be anxious about this, but you pretty much said that you'll be visiting her tonight in the onsen, Midoriya. Do you want to get her hopes up and then let her down? No, not at all. In that case, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed, nodding, if we are to get you and Ibara alone, I'll have to take desperate measures. Desperate measures? Indeed. I'm very glad that I have one favor that you will have to do, because I am about to make a fool of myself, and I will want proper payback. Follow me, Midoriya. Izuku gulped, but did as he was told and followed 𝐒𝐿𝐴 back to the campfire, passing by a laughing Kirishima and Tetsu. As they strolled by but not to Ibara, Izuku glanced at his silver-haired roommate in question, wondering what exactly her plan was. 𝐂𝐿 didn't give anything away, though, as they casually passed Ibara, who was now talking excitedly to Tsuyu about one of their assignments, and then all of a sudden, 𝐂𝐿 tripped and face-planted into the sand, surprising Momo, Kyuka and Xiaoto. "Oh, oh, oh," she said, rubbing her left leg. "My leg. What happened?" Izuku jumped in surprise, looking down as she held her leg. Ibara also turned around, alarmed as her friend let out a hiss of pain. "My ankle. I believe I may have twisted it." 𝐂𝐿 shook her head, glancing up at Izuku and Ibara. "Midoriya, Shiozaki, can you help me get back to my room? I think I need to lay down." "Oh, dear. Of course, 𝐂𝐿," Ibara nodded, and knelt down to throw one of 𝐂𝐿's arms around her shoulder. Izuku also acted on autopilot, not really understanding what was going on, and bent down to throw her other arm over his shoulder. Together, they lifted her up, 𝐂𝐿 keeping her right leg in the air. Neither one of them noticed it was the wrong leg as they half-carried, half-dragged her back up the path to the hotel, the other classes looking after her in worry, or at least, everyone but the girls of 1B. Itsuka and Yui shook their heads and returned to their conversation. Setsuna and Pony rolled their eyes in exasperation, and Kinoko, who had felt worry overcome her when 𝐂𝐿 collapsed and was about to jump up to help, slowly put down her hand, downcast, and returned to looking at the fire, yelping when she realized that her marshmallow was melting. Izuku, Ibara, and the not actually injured 𝐂𝐿 took their path up to the hotel carefully, Izuku and Ibara walking slowly so 𝐂𝐿 could hop along and not get dragged. They passed midnight at the entrance to the garden as she fixed 𝐂𝐿 with a skeptical eye, albeit one accompanied by a smirk and a small shake of the head, and watched as they opened the doors to the lobby carefully, entering the hotel. As they walked into the hotel near the elevator, Izuku stole a small glance at 𝐂𝐿, about to ask if she needed them to take her straight to her room to get ice, when 𝐂𝐿 suddenly put her foot down, standing up properly and pulling her arms back from around their shoulders. "There." 𝐂𝐿 nodded, resuming her usual zombie stance. "My wingman role has been fulfilled." "What?" "Here. Wingman." Ibara blinked in surprise, shocked that she could suddenly stand without any problem. "𝐂𝐿, what about your leg?" "I lied about that. I'm not actually injured." "What, 𝐂𝐿?" Ibara sounded aghast. "You lied about your injury. But, why?" "Sorry, Ibara. I know you hate lying, but that was the only way you two would get alone. Neither of you would make a move, so I had to get creative. I've fulfilled my role as a wingman, as you two are now by yourselves, so I'm going to go up to my room and go to sleep." She nodded at both of them, and turned to walk up the stairs, no limp in sight. "Go have sec, you two." Both Izuku and Ibara sputtered, going bright red, but before Izuku could make an excuse or denial, not really being sure why he would, 𝐂𝐿 already closed the door to the stairs, leaving them alone. They blinked, and then turned to glance at each other, gulping and turning back away to stare at their feet. "Eso," Ibara gulped, feeling a bead of sweat on her forehead. "Why, Izuku muttered, rubbing a hand through his hair. "Why, you've made up your mind?" Yeah, I have." And you're going to?" "Yeah," Izuku nodded, still staring at his feet. I want to connect to you." There was one last awkward silence between them, both of them having fun studying their sandals rather than looking at each other, before Ibara finally sighed and glanced up. "Okay," she said softly, looking at the elevator on the far side of the lobby. Let's go to my room." "Why, yeah." Together, they walked to the golden elevator doors, and Izuku gulped as she pressed the button. They patiently waited for the doors to slide open, and once they did, they trooped inside the mirrored elevator. Ibara pressed the button to her floor, and both of them gulped when the doors slowly slid shut, and the elevator took them up 2 floors to where Class 1B was roomed. Once the doors opened, Ibara slowly led Izuku down the halls to the farthest door near the window, where the rest of the girls had set up, and slowly slid her card key through the slot. Once it flashed green, Ibara took a deep breath for bravery, and opened the door to let Izuku step through. Trying hard not to sweat too much, 𝐒𝐿 stepped through the door, walking in and taking a look. Like everyone's room, it had 2 beds with white pillows and blankets, a TV that was still on, and a balcony. Ibara's backpack was on the opposite bed, closed neatly beside a folded-up towel, and on the balcony hung her bathing suit, presumably left there to dry with the window open to let some air in. Before 𝐒𝐿 could admire it a little more, Ibara closed the door behind him, making him jump and whirl around as she walked through the entrance, 2 of her vines rubbing together. "All right," she mumbled, "I suppose." Her gaze then lifted up to the TV, and she blinked in surprise. "Oh, the Prince of Egypt. Here." 𝐒𝐿 blinked, confused, and turned to look. Sure enough, he saw an animated movie playing on one of the channels, showing a man in red robes raising a staff, before it faded out into a commercial. He looked back at Ibara, seeing her interested, and smiled. Do you like that movie?" "It is one of my favorites," she nodded, smiling as she strolled into the room and picked up the remote from the bedside table, turning down the volume. "I don't know about you, but I find many films about religion tend to get pretentious, so I enjoy a movie that does discuss God in a less demanding kind of way." 𝐒𝐿 glanced at the TV. "I'll have to watch it sometime." "Yes, what?" Ibara blinked, whirling around. "You've never seen Prince of Egypt?" No." "What dash? We'll have to." "Well, Ibara shook her head, looking absolutely aghast that he had never seen her favorite movie before. "Once we have a good movie night again, I know what I am going to play. It's genuinely one of the greatest movies of all time." "Oh, of all time? Of all time?" She nodded, absolutely sure. "I can't believe you've never seen it. What even is your favorite movie?" "All Might vs. the Forces of Darkness." There was about 5 seconds of silence, as Ibara slowly digested those words, and 𝐒𝐿's smile fell when he saw her judgmental stare. "What?" "The movie where All Might fights the shadow-controlling villain. It's based on a true story." "It's an awful movie." "No, it isn't. It's emotional. All Might looks like he wasn't paid enough to be there." "But dash. Midoriya," Ibara sighed, "you need to watch better movies." "Why, you dash?" 𝐒𝐿 was absolutely appalled, realizing she was insulting his favorite movie, and without thinking, crossed the room in 2 steps and grabbed Ibara's waist. The Vine girl let out a small shriek of surprise as she was tackled onto the bed, letting out a laugh as 𝐒𝐿 raised his hands to tickle her. She squirmed out of his grasp and yelped, "The CGI is awful. It was made in 2001. Even the practical effects are fake-looking." "Well, Prince of Egypt sounds boring." "Boring. Boring. How dare dash?" Now it was Ibara's turn to sneak her hands underneath 𝐒𝐿's armpits, making him burst into laughter as she suddenly gained the home advantage, rolling on top of him and making him squirm, using her vines to hold his hands back. "You take that back." "No. Take it back." "I won't." For the next few minutes, they were content in their little tickling contest, laughing and giggling as they squirmed, 𝐒𝐿 getting his arms out of her grasp to sneak against her sides. Finally, they both relented from their little tickle war, trying to calm their laughter as they took deep breaths for air. They didn't even notice Ibara still straddling 𝐒𝐿, his hands resting on her hips as they tried to calm down their giggles. Finally, 𝐒𝐿 managed to get control, taking deep breaths, while Ibara wiped some tears from her eyes. It was then, however, when 𝐒𝐿's subconscious acted for him, and he reached up and gave her a light kiss on the lips. At the touch of his lips on hers, Ibara froze, her eyes widening and her blush suddenly returning. As 𝐒𝐿 disconnected, he felt his cheeks do the same, both of them lapsing into the same awkward silence that they were going through downstairs. Before 𝐒𝐿 could apologize, or beg for forgiveness, however, Ibara let out a small, cute giggle, covering her face with her hands. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, her voice coming out muffled. "I had gotten so distracted I forgot what we came up here to do." "Yeah," 𝐒𝐿 chuckled, rubbing her side softly. It was then, of course, both of them realized their positions, and Ibara was quick to jump up, scuttling down onto the opposite bed and letting 𝐒� sit up, thankful that his PP hadn't gotten with the program and made things even more awkward. For a few seconds, they were comforted to sit in silence, rubbing their cheeks and smiling softly to themselves. Finally, Ibara looked through her fingers, still blushing. I have a confession. Oh. The truth is, well, Ibara gulped, covering her face again before removing her hands and looking at him. I am very nervous. I kinda figured. Yes. Well, you may have guessed at this, but this will be my first time. Ibara glanced away, her blush deepening. And, well, I am not as experienced as the other girls may be. Or at least, they know better than me. I haven't exactly, well, pleasured myself like that before. What? So you mean Dash? Yes. I haven't ever, touched myself. Now Ibara's face was practically glowing red, glancing away. I don't really know what to do here. All I really know about Sek is what I read from our romance novels. I'm pretty much flying blind, Midoriya. So Dash, that caught Ibara's attention, looking back around to see Izuku smiling softly at her, leaning forward on his arms. The sight of his smile caught Ibara off guard, making her breath halt in her throat. Actually, if I'm being honest, I'm kinda nervous too, he confessed, looking sheepish. This'll be the first time in a while I've done this, so I'm not sure how long I'll last. Oh. Until you 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Yeah. Izuku nodded awkwardly, not really sure if they should address it so formally. Yeah, 𝐒𝐽𝐽. I see, Ibara bit her lip, glancing away. I should have thought of that, and I assume you haven't really, masturbated lately, either. It was kind of embarrassing to hear Ibara talk about 𝐒𝐽𝐽s and MSTRBTN, but for some reason, hearing her kind, soft voice talking about such dirty things made Izuku gulp nervously. He glanced down at her dress, seeing it looking quite formal but still clinging to her curves, and felt his cheeks go slightly red. Ibara seemed aware of Izuku's eyes going down her, and went as red as he was. Still, there was one thing. May I do something before we begin, Midoriya? Here. Izuku's eyes snapped back up to hers, seeing her reach into her backpack and pull out a blue night dress, and his eyes widened. May I please go change into this? She glanced away, thumbing the soft fabric awkwardly. I believe that it may help my confidence if I'm already wearing my pajamas. Oh. Why yeah, sure. I'll just dash. Izuku glanced around, blushing, and was quick to pull off his sandals. I'll just be here. Of course, she nodded, and quickly stood and speed-walked into the bathroom, holding the dress tightly to her as she went. As soon as the bathroom door was closed, Izuku let out a tense breath, rubbing his face in his hand as he picked up his sandals to put at the front of the door. Once they were there, he returned to the bed and sat back down, feeling his legs start to bounce and his PP already starting to harden in his breathes. Was this going okay? He gulped, feeling himself shake a little. He knew that it started pretty well with the tickling thing, and made them both somewhat forget why they were there. But now, oh God, she was getting changed into something sexy, wasn't she? Izuku groaned as he slumped over, feeling himself go red. Ibara was very hot, he knew this, and she was going to capitalize on that, wasn't she? But he knew that she was also nervous, so he had to make sure he didn't go overboard. Definitely kissing to start, and then warm up to the main thing. Melons grabbing. Would she even like that? Izuku let out a small sigh as he leaned back, glancing out the balcony window. He definitely wasn't going to make her blow him. He decided already that tonight was about her, not him. So he would have to stick with making her feel special, and not have her go down on him. After that, well, he had no idea, to be honest. He had no idea what it was going to be like when they woke up tomorrow morning, presumably in separate beds, as Izuku had to go back downstairs to make sure he didn't get caught by anyone sneaking around. Maybe his thought process was interrupted, however, when he heard the sound of the bathroom door opening, the soft padding of Ibara's bare feet on the porcelain alerting him. I'm ready, Midoriya. Oh. Okay. Izuku stood up, glancing down at his clothes as though to make sure he didn't get anything on them. So are you? 𝐂𝐤𝐲 words had faltered, and he felt his jaw drop once she properly stepped foot back out in the hotel room. Her hair was tied up in a bun, showing more of her jaw and neck than he was used to when she wore her hair down. She was dressed in the surprisingly short nightdress, the blue color reflecting nicely in the lamp's light and coming down to her thighs. While a lot of what Ibara wore was very nice and fashionable in her own way, this shirt, on the other hand, made Izuku's heart skip a beat. The straps were quite thin, and it was revealing enough to show off her collar and cleavage. Izuku gulped when he glanced down at her bivs and blushed bright red. She had a little freckle on her right melons, it was oddly cute. He glanced up at her and saw that she was blushing quite strongly too, her lips wobbling, and Izuku thought he knew why. It was clear, from what Izuku could see, that she wasn't wearing a bra underneath that shirt, and that made him very, very nervous and very, very excited. How do I look?" she asked weakly, raising her arms somewhat. I usually don't wear this kind of thing when I sleep, usually sticking with my pajama shirt and bottoms, but I thought you look appealing." Ibara's word stopped, and she glanced up to see him blushing as hotly as she was, glancing away in embarrassment and rubbing his hands together, but he still glanced up at her and nodded. You're really appealing, Shiozaki." Oh, she gulped, trying hard not to smile too much. Thank you." They stood there for a few seconds, and then they heard the sound of loud music on the TV. They glanced over to see some weird game show, with people using their quirks in awkward-looking games. Ibara took a deep breath, and then glanced over at Izuku. May I ask a favor?" Here. What is it?" I'm wondering if, before we begin, can we, maybe watch some TV? I'm still quite nervous, so maybe if we start by maybe just sitting back and watching something dumb, I can relax a bit." Oh. Izuku glanced at the show, and then nodded. "Oh, okay." Ibara smiled at him, which of course made Izuku's heart skip yet another beat. She then walked over to the bed beside Izuku and crawled in, heading for the left side. Izuku watched her go and gulped when he saw her surprisingly toned but swaying over to it, and watched as she plopped down beside it. She smiled weakly up at him, and reached her hand over and patted the space beside her. Taking his cue and swallowing his own nerves, he made sure to put the backpack on the edge of the bed down on the ground before crawling into the bed beside her, settling down against the pillows. Ibara then grabbed the covers and pulled them over both of them, Izuku feeling the slight coolness of the sheets on his bare legs as she tucked them both in. Once that was done, Ibara was quick to turn off the light beside the bedside table, casting them into darkness, except for the moon shining in through the window and the TV, its brightness turned to a low setting. Once they were alone in the dark, Ibara took a deep breath, glancing at Izuku. She was doing her best not to freak out and panic, but now that Izuku was sitting right beside her, their arms almost touching, she could feel her heart beating hard in her chest as she stole a small glance at Izuku, seeing him watching the TV with a tiny little smile, although there was still a blush on his cheeks. She let out a nervous gulp and returned her gaze to the TV, watching some guy with a soap quirk slip through a bright game show obstacle. For the next few minutes, they were content with watching the TV at a low volume, trying not to glance at each other too often while fidgeting. Ibara took another small glance at Izuku, seeing him move slightly to lay more comfortably, and decided to follow his move, laying down more comfortably and unknowingly adjusted herself so that her leg pressed against his. Izuku, meanwhile, felt himself shake a little as he debated how to make his move. Should he just go for it? No, he had to do this smoothly. Maybe turn her face and kiss her. Hug her. Maybe, wait. Izuku glanced at her, and saw that she had sat up a little to stretch, her arms going over her head as she stretched out the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Maybe he could. Before Izuku could think about it, his body acted on autopilot, making him take a deep breath, steady his nerves, and move his arm so that when Ibara laid back down, she laid her head down on top of his arm. Ibara froze slightly, her blush blossoming, and Izuku was half tempted to apologize and withdraw his arm, until she took her own deep breath, and rolled slightly so she could lay her head on his shoulder, wrapping a shaking arm around his waist, and slotted herself slightly against him. Both of them were screaming into the void of their minds, but Izuku exhaled slightly, trying to make sure he didn't come across as amateurish as he raised his arm to wrap around her shoulders, letting her nuzzle into him. He slowly moved his other hand from where it was lying beside him, trying to ignore the stiffness in his breathes, and brought it down to lightly brush against her legs. He felt Ibara's breath hitting his neck where she was lying, her eyes still on the TV but not really focused on it, and Izuku, after mentally counting to 5 to ready himself, spread his hand on her upper leg. It was, oh, holy Siu. Izuku opened his eyes widely, her legs were really soft. Like, impossibly soft and smooth, and surprisingly a little cold to the touch. Ibara herself let out a jittered breath as Izuku slowly moved his hand to her inner thighs, marveling as they somehow got softer. By now, both of them were letting out small breaths as they felt excitement and nervousness bubble in their chests. Izuku began rubbing up and down her leg, enjoying how cool to the touch it was, as they drowned out the noises of the TV in front of them as Izuku thumbed at her leg, his thumb brushing against the soft fabric of her panties as they finally got things started. Izuku shuddered as he felt Ibara's hot breath on his neck, the girl letting out small soft groans at the pleasure of Izuku's hand rubbing against her thigh near her entrance. It was soft, so soft to touch, Izuku couldn't help running his hand up and down. In turn, Ibara doubled her grip on Izuku's side, grasping at it tightly, and brought herself close to him, her biceps pressed against his arm as she let out small noises of pleasure. Izuku could already feel his pee strain against his underwear and breathes, the small pleasured sounds of Ibara so 𝐼𝐴 he almost couldn't think straight. In turn, Ibara's vines, once tied up in a ponytail, started to uncoil, beginning to spread out and travel throughout the room, wrapping up the lamp, spreading across the TV, curling over the chair, but of course, neither of them really noticed, too absorbed in feeling each other up. After a few more groans, Izuku's hand rubbing her legs and Ibara's grip tightening on his hip, Izuku finally stopped pretending to watch TV, and turned to look at Ibara. Her mouth was hanging open, her tongue rubbing along her lips, and her eyes were hazy, staring up at him in adoration. Her night skirt was a bit wrinkled from the friction, and Izuku glanced down to see her cleavage, letting out a small groan. Ibara, in turn, felt her hand go underneath his t-shirt, and began rubbing the nice, hard muscle of his stomach. Her eyes traveled below, and gulped when she saw, where the blankets had covered up their legs, a noticeable bulge. But Izuku letting out a shuddered breath in her ear made her look back up, seeing his eyes half-lidded, his chest rising up and down, and Ibara felt her resistance, and her patience, crumble. Without thinking, both leaned in, umming as their lips met in a kiss. Ibara let out a small sigh of happiness as Izuku shifted her around, laying himself down on his side beside her as his tongue teased in her mouth, and she opened it to let him in and explore. Izuku's hand raised from her thigh to rest on her hip, rubbing a thumb against the soft fabric of her shirt as his other arm wrapped around her shoulders. Ibara, in turn, raised a hand between them to cup his cheek, the other still underneath his shirt and rubbing his abs. They briefly disconnected before Izuku went in for another kiss, feeling happiness bubbling in his chest from every kiss and the feeling of her body. He had missed this, he realized. It was nice to just be friends with the girls, of course, and would always accept a hug to keep him calm, but there was a part of him that missed this particular intimacy, the feeling of her lips and tongue on his hand rubbing circles on her hip, her hands feeling him up. He missed this a lot, and he knew that it was likely after tonight it wouldn't be a while until he could do something like this again. So he decided to shut his brain off and enjoy making out with Ibara, his hard pee straining in his underwear. Before he could disconnect from her lips to continue on, however, Izuku was suddenly aware of something slithering around his arms and chest like snakes. What dash? Izuku disconnected from her lips to look down, his eyes widening. Her vines, which had come undone from her ponytail, were now coiling onto his body. Izuku blinked as her vines circled his arms, legs and torso, squeezing with a slight tightness that made Izuku gasp softly. Ibara, who was wondering why the kisses stopped, lazily opened her eyes, and then they widened as well, sitting up after their small makeout. Oh, my. I'm so sorry, I didn't even realize I did that. She looked frantic, as though worried that she ruined everything. Let me just dash and it's okay. Izuku insisted, sitting up with her as well. Surprisingly, he didn't seem as constrained as he initially thought, Rather, it was like they were just holding on to him, so he was free to move his arms and legs around. Wow, they're everywhere. Ибара looked around and let out a small groan of embarrassment. Yes, it turned out that her vines were pretty much everywhere. Wrapped around the chair, the lamps, the TV, even some drifting into the bathroom to grab the shower and toilet. Ибара held her face in her hands, shaking her head while blushing furiously. Izuku couldn't help but let out a little laugh, feeling oddly confident in spite of the situation, and leaned forward to press a kiss to the side of her head, which made her jump slightly. You really don't mind?" Ибara mumbled, her cheeks still very red. "Yeah, really," Izuku nodded, smiling at her. It's actually kinda cool." He looked down at the vines wrapped around his arm, and raised a hand to slide it. He blinked at the feeling, rubbing it up and down. "I never noticed, I thought your vines had thorns. They feel really smooth." "Well, usually they do, but I used a special shampoo tonight to make sure they're not there, just to make sure you're not hurt by them," she explained, shifting in her seat as she also reached out to rub the vine, her hand brushing his. "Are you sure it's not weird?" No, it's not," Izuku assured her, leaning forward and pressing his forehead against hers, another move that surprised her. "Do you want to continue? If you want to stop, we can dash." No, I want to continue," Ибара nodded, giving him a shaky smile. "It's just, well, I do have something to confess to you." Yeah. "Well, the truth is, I'm not sure how long I can last," she admitted, going red again. I'm not sure if after 𝐒𝐽𝐽 tried hard not to smile at that proper use of the word, if I'll be able to go on afterwards. I'm sorry, it may just be one and done." Izuku laughed a little, kissing her cheek and surprising her yet again. "I don't mind," he assured her, and Ибara blinked in surprise at his sudden confidence. I guess that I just need to make sure this counts. If you want, I can lead." Ибara blinked, glancing away, her blush still on her cheeks. Although Izuku wasn't one to talk, his face had been feeling pretty hot for the last little bit. He was about to ask if she was sure she was okay, when she leaned forward and caught his lips again, making him blink. Before he could try to kiss back, Ибara disconnected, and gave him a little smile that clenched his heart. If you would like," she giggled. Izuku grinned, feeling his heart pump happily at the cute look on her face, and leaned forward to kiss her again, making her coo a little and wrap her arms around his neck. Her vines, now fully around him, squeezed a little bit, making him jolt in surprise but continue kissing her as he laid her down on her back, pushing his tongue slightly into her mouth. Before she could push her own tongue against his, however, he disconnected, and let out a small sigh as he adjusted himself, and bent his head to plant a kiss to her neck. Ибara gasped, eyes flying open as his lips pressed against her neck. She felt her legs twitch as he moved his head again, his hair tickling her as he began peppering kisses against her neck, bringing out his tongue to move against her. Ибara hummed, her hands raising to rub through his hair as he continued. They were still in FY, and she could already feel a wetness in her panties as Izuku continued kissing her neck. He couldn't help but chuckle at the ticklish sensation of her hands threading through his hair, and began going lower, kissing her collar and leaving soft bites, making her breath stutter. The vines around his body would occasionally squeeze around him, making him groan a little. It surprisingly felt good, and he wasn't one to make her stop. Finally, he reached her breasts, taking a moment to rub her sides as he looked at her cleavage. He already knew that her melons were bigger than he expected, especially after their long day on the beach, but having them in front of him now, he gulped nervously. He stole a glance back up at her, seeing her sit up slightly and watch him with a careful eye. Izuku gave her a small, shaky smile, and turned back to her breasts. Taking a deep breath, Izuku sat up slightly, raised his hands, and after a moment to hesitate, reached down and lightly squeezed both of her breasts. "Oh!" Ибara winced slightly, feeling his hands through her shirt. Izuku swallowed down some of his nerves as he lightly massaged her breasts, rubbing where her nipples had suddenly hardened through the velvety fabric. Ибara hummed at the feeling, relaxing her head against the pillows again and let him play, until, at least, Izuku removed his hands from her melons and reached down to pull her shirt up and over her head. Once he grabbed the helm, Ибара suddenly felt a wave of anxiety crawl all over her. What if he took off her dress and didn't like it? And sat up, raising a hand. Wait, please, Midoriya. Adash. Izuku jumped, looking back up at Ибара as she went even redder, glancing away. Can I keep the shirt on? She mumbled, biting her lip. I'm sorry. Izuku stared up at her, seeing how uncomfortable she was, and he slowly nodded. He reached back up, patting her shoulder to get her attention, and when she turned to look at him, he kissed her nose. She balked slightly in surprise, not even seeing it coming, and then let out a nervous giggle. Just let me know if I do anything uncomfortable, okay? He asked softly, kissing the side of her mouth again as she nodded. I'm sorry, she said quietly, I feel so dumb, I'm sure I'm messing this up. No, he quickly shook his head. Not at all. This is amazing. I know that it's your first time, and everything, and I want to make sure that I make this as comfortable for you as possible. He rubbed her sides again, which seemed to help calm her down from her nervousness, humming and enjoying the feeling. Ибара, after taking a deep breath, leaned forward and kissed Izuku's forehead, disconnected and moved to rub her cheek against his hair as he pushed a kiss to her collar. After taking a deep breath, she raised her hands to the sides of her dress and pulled down the straps. Shiozaki. Izuku blinked, going redder as more and more of her breasts were revealed. Well, I can keep the shirt on. Ибara blushed as well, glancing away. But if you would like, taking a deep breath and trying to steel her nerves, Ибara pulled the shirt down all the way, and Izuku felt his jaw drop as her breasts were fully revealed to him. Ибara gulped as she lowered her hands, letting Izuku stare at her melons for a few seconds in shocked silence. For Izuku, of course, he felt himself go fully red. This would be the second pair of breasts he saw that night, with this pair being right in front of his face. Ибara cleared her throat nervously, making Izuku jump out of his shocked state and look up at her. She said smallly, rubbing a vine in her fingers. Are you, Izuku blinked, and then realized that he got caught looking like an idiot. Shaking his head and trying to get rid of the blush, he took a deep breath, staring at her heavenly breasts, and raised one hand to cup one from beneath. Ibara's breath jittered, staring down at Izuku as he studied her breasts, his expression briefly unreadable, and then he took a deep breath, steeling himself, and leaned forward to seek one of her nipples into his mouth. Oh! Ибara gasped out loud, letting out a shuddered breath as Izuku scared on her melons, closing his eyes as he rolled her hard digit in his mouth. Ибara let out a loud mmm as his tongue played with her breasts, feeling her panties get wetter and wetter, and her vine squeezed down on Izuku again as she threw her head back into the pillows, umming loudly as he nibbled lightly on her NPL and played with her other breast in his scarred hand. This, oh, dear Lord. This felt too good. Ибara squeezed her eyes shut as Izuku released her right breast to 𝐔𝐬𝐷 to the left, giving fair treatment to her melons. She threw her hands back into his hair, grabbing tightly and squeezing, letting her mouth drop and her tongue roll out of her mouth as she thrilled to his tongue and mouth. Izuku felt his RLL spike as he heard her high-pitched mmms and squeals of delight, and released her melons from his mouth, seeing some drool lingering there, and crawled back up to mash his lips back against hers. Ибara ummed again, pushing her tongue into Izuku's mouth, and let him hold her tightly to him as he rolled around. Now she was on top of him, enthusiastically making out with him on top of the hotel bed, one of his hands raising to grab a fistful of her vines. Her vines began squeezing on everything attached to them, the two of them not really caring for the slight sound of cracking, as Izuku's hands lowered to grab at her back. He let her disconnect, and gasped as she now dipped her head down to kiss at his neck, the ticklish sensations of her lips and tongue imitating what he had done earlier, making him groan in approval and lower a hand to her butt, the dress having ridden up during their make-out, and squeezed on the taut flesh. This, however, shook Ибara right out their aroused state, and her eyes widened. Disconnecting from his neck, she sat up and stared down at Izuku in shock. Midoriya. What is your hand doing? You, touching your, but. Midoriya, my butt is not some horn you can squeeze on. Oh, I'm sorry. Izuku balked, and immediately released his hand from her butt, raising both his hands in surrender. Ibara didn't look angry, though, just scandalized, looking back at her but where his hand had been. Before he could try to apologize, however, she continued on. Why did you grab my butt in the first place? Well, it's just, I really got caught up in the moment, and I just reached down and grabbed it. Well, Ibara huffed, still blushing. It was, well, a little unprovoked. Izuku blinked up at her, feeling confused. Did she not know why he grabbed her butt? He stared up at her for a few seconds, still trying to think, and then slowly lowered his hands to her lower back, making her jolt in surprise and look back down at him. I'm sorry I surprised you. It's just, he gulped. I really like your butt, and I wanted to grab it. My butt. Wait, you wanted to grab it? Why yeah. Why you see, there's a specific K&K, or more of a, well dash he let out a tired sigh, trying to think of a way to explain this. You remember, do you remember when we played Truth or Dare? When you were dared to spank Yanagi? Yes. Well, she likes having her butt touched. It feels good, it's kinda like when I grabbed your melons, it just felt nice. I've had my butt touched before, and it's nice. I really don't know how to describe it. He turned away, feeling embarrassed, while Ibara digested that information. It was true, while she had been taken off guard by his hand grabbing her butt, that they were gearing up for more NTMT and SXL things by night's end. It was strange why she seemed so hesitant to let him touch her bottom. She let out a small sigh, and sat up on his legs, reaching behind her to put her hands on the back of his. Izuku felt his eyes widen as she slowly slid his hands back down to her butt cheeks, his hands accidentally slipping through her panties, and looked up to see her blushing red, and glancing away as well. If it's supposed to feel good, she bit her lip again. Perhaps I should give it a try. Izuku stared up at her for a few moments, taken aback, before he let out a soft sigh. He slowly squeezed down on both of her ass cheeks, feeling the flesh mold into his hands, and gave her an appreciative rub. Ibara let out a small exhale of air, closing her eyes as Izuku sensually rubbed her butt. Izuku leaned up, still massaging her ass cheeks, and pressed a kiss in between her breasts, making her gasp out loud. He slowly liked up the valley between her melons, and Ibara let out a small mmm of pleasure. She could feel a bulge beneath her, but she didn't move off it. Rather, she strangely enjoyed the feeling and let him kiss and nibble at her breasts. Are you still having fun? He asked in a whisper, pressing another kiss to her collarbone. Yes, she nodded, kissing his soft and fluffy hair. This is a dream come true. Literally, Izuku added, and both of them giggled. Is there anything else we can do? She asked, closing her eyes as he continued massaging her butt. We kissed, you kissed by BS, is there anything else we can do before dash? Well Izuku cleared his throat, blushing. I could go down on you, but I might be sloppy. I haven't done it in a while. Go down on me. Yeah. It's when I kiss and like your V. Oh. Ibara blinked, staring down at him in surprise as she went bright red again. No, I couldn't ask you to do that. Why not? She looked away, mumbling, would it be, gross. Izuku stared up at her again, and then removed one of his hands from her butt, bringing it up to her hair, and brought her down for another kiss. Ibara was only surprised for a second, but quickly into the kiss, her hands going to his shoulders and squeezing. You're not gross. Nothing about you is gross, Izuku growled between kisses, taking her aback from his sudden assertiveness. You're appealing. Ibara stared down at him for a few seconds, taking a small intake of air, and then she kissed him harder, as his hand squeezed on her butt. Okay. After a minute of his hand on her butt, she could understand the appeal. She also let out a gasp of surprise as Izuku unexpectedly rolled them over again, her back against the bed once more, as Izuku disconnected from her lips and sat up on his knees. Before she could say anything, Izuku grabbed the hem of his shirt, taking a deep breath, and pulled it off of his body. She stared up at his pecs for a few moments as he threw the shirt across the room and then reached down to unbutton his briefs, zipping the zipper down, and threw it to join his shirt on the other side of the room. Soon, he was sitting before her only in his underwear, and she felt more moisture pour out of her vagina and onto her legs. She felt her veins squeeze on him again, the ones on his torso taking the opportunity to rub against his bare chest, and she could only watch as Izuku adjusted himself to lay between her legs, opening them and rubbing the softness of her thighs, as he looked down at her wet panties. "Can I take them off?" he asked, rubbing her thighs with his thumbs, and Ibara tried to suppress a little shudder as she glanced off to the side, seeing her vines stretched everywhere in the hotel room, and then back at Izuku, giving a timid nod. Izuku smiled up at her, and then raised her hips, hooking his fingers in her black panties. Taking 1 second to breathe, he pulled them down, making Ibara squeak in surprise and immediately throw her hands to her face, covering herself up. Izuku couldn't help but let out a little laugh at her embarrassment, thinking she was cute, and stole a glance down at her vagina. And what he saw made his eyes widen. It was okay. Ibara was a mess. Moisture was pouring out of her vagina and onto her legs and the bed, her pee-pee neatly trimmed as though she knew this was going to happen tonight and got ready beforehand, and holy Ethan, after weeks of nothing like this, it looked really freaking hot. Izuku felt his mouth water, as though he were looking at the most delicious thing he'd ever seen. Taking a deep breath, Izuku settled between her legs, staring at the leaking pee-pee in front of him, and took a deep breath. He turned his head to her right thigh, and moved to press a kiss to the softness, and pressed another kiss right beside that one. Immediately, Ibara jumped, throwing her hands aside to see what Izuku was doing. She was shocked to see him kissing closer and closer to her vagina. Ibara leaned forward, balancing her weight on her arms, to stare as Izuku got closer and closer to her wetness. Before he reached it, Izuku stole a glance back up at her, seeing her watch him nervously, and gave her a look in his eyes that plainly asked if she was sure she wanted this to happen. Ibara took a deep breath, still blushing, and muttered, just a little. Not too much. Izuku nodded, understanding, and took a deep breath, before bending forward and liking at her snatch. Ibara let out a yelp at the sensation, her eyes widening as Izuku took another swipe. Oh! She didn't have much time to think before Izuku gently began liking up her essence, his tongue sliding up and down. She let out a shuddered breath at the unknown feeling of his tongue on her as she laid back, folding her legs behind Izuku's back. She squirmed a bit as his tongue poked and prodded, and gulped when he took an extra long drag. This was, oh, geez, this felt kinda good. Ibara blinked and let out a small breathe as Izuku continued dragging his tongue along her entrance. Oh, geez, Ibara mumbled, surprised at how much better this felt the longer it went on, and her hand went down to Izuku's hair, petting it as he continued teasing at her. Finally, Izuku took a deep breath, and pushed his tongue into her folds, making Ibara gasp and sit up, staring down at Izuku in shock and surprise as he pushed his tongue into her, mouthing at her folds. Oh my. Izuku, meanwhile, felt his pee-pee harden up at the sounds of Ibara's pleasure, grunting slightly as he adjusted himself to lay down a bit better, feeling her vines squeeze down on him as he moved his tongue around within her. It had been a while, so he was a little worried about being out of practice, but he was glad that, despite his initial fears, she was quite vocal in how much she was enjoying this. She was letting out a series of hot cries, throwing her head back into the pillows while squirming around, and his hand went to her stomach, rubbing the smooth skin as it moved up and down. Izuku pushed his tongue further into her, groaning as he tasted her. Ibara leaned up on her forearms again to look at Izuku through squinted eyes as he continued going down on her. She felt the muscles in her legs tighten, trapping Izuku in between them as he continued to lap her up, and let out a lust-filled sigh of joy. And that was when the sudden urge filled her. The tongue, it wasn't enough. She loved it, and knew that he was able to probably bring her to orgasm with it, but she was realistic. This was her first time, and having a much lower stamina with the other girls, it may be possible that she wouldn't be able to keep up with him for much longer. And she still wanted the main deal, to complete the intimacy that she's been craving for. So she needed him back up here. Midoriya, Izuku glanced up, his tongue still inside her, seeing her giving him holy s. It was the most lustful she had ever looked. Her face was red, but there was a wide smile on her lips as she leaned against the pillows, her eyes practically screaming the lust she was feeling right now. She raised one finger, being sure to also release Izuku's head from the prison of her thighs, much to his disappointment, and crooked a finger at him. He did not waste a single second. He immediately withdrew his tongue from her snatch, putting his hands on the bed beside her hips to sit up on his knees as Ibara scrambled to move up as well, grabbing his face and smashing their lips together in a desperate kiss. Izuku groaned, and used his hands to push her shoulders back down on the bed, laying on top of her as he pushed his tongue back into her mouth. Ibara giggled in joy as she wrapped both of her legs around his waist, kissing back with just as much fervor. Izuku's hands went down to her strong legs, rubbing them in appreciation, as her vines squeezed him back in favor, her hands feeling up his back. They broke from the kiss, Izuku breathing raggedly, and he dipped down to kiss and mark up her breasts, Ibara squealing in pleasure as he nibbled on her nipples once more, and they rolled over so that she was on top again, Izuku's hands returning to her but and squeezing as Ibara let out a shudder at the feeling. Her hands grabbed Izuku's own, intertwining them, and began pushing them up. Izuku didn't pay it much mind, letting her bring his hands up to the bed frame as she brought him back up for another lust-filled kiss, rubbing them against the cool metal, until he suddenly felt her vines wrap around his wrists. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise, disconnecting from the kiss to look up. Sure enough, his hands were secured by her vines, tied to the bed frame. He quickly looked back at her, seeing her taking deep, rapid breaths as she tried to calm down through the veil of lust she was currently going through. Is this all right, Midoriya?" she asked in a husky whisper, making Izuku stare at her in wonder and lust. Holy hell, was she always this secretary? I can let you go if you want, but I just wanted to try this. Yeah, it's fine. Izuku nodded stiffly, staring up at her in wonder. Just do your thing. I will, Ibara nodded, and sat up so she could pull Izuku's underwear down. She took a deep breath for encouragement, trying to steady her nerves, and pulled down his underwear slowly. She gulped when she saw his pee-pee flop out, standing at full mast and making her balk. Holy moly, this thing was going in her. She was still feeling slightly nervous, even through all the lust and love she felt at this moment, and she knew that this was not going to be an easy task. But she wanted to at least try. She didn't think she could SCK him off, though, blushing at the thought, she knew she would screw it up completely. Once his underwear were at his feet, Izuku being sure to hastily kick them off, Ibara rearranged herself, planting her feet on the bed beside Izuku's hips in a hunched position, as she put one hand on his pecs, rubbing his abs with her fingers, and raised the other hand to grasp his pee-pee lightly. Izuku still gasped as finally, after several weeks of no sec, another hand grasped at his pee-pee. He didn't have time to marvel at it, though, because Ibara pointed it up at her vein, angling it so it could enter. Ibara gulped, and then glanced back down at Izuku's face. I will go slowly, at first, she told him, Izuku seeing the nervousness on her face immediately. He nodded in assurance. Just take your time. Okay, she took a deep breath, and as slowly as she could, lowered herself onto his pee-pee. She screwed her eyes shut as she felt the tip of his rod enter her, letting out a shuddered breath as she went further down. Now Izuku threw his head back, groaning in pleasure as, for the first time in the last few weeks, his pee-pee was enveloped in warmth. Oddly, it was a little tighter than he was used to, although Izuku thought that maybe it was because this was really the first time Ibara's done something like this. He was about to ask if she was okay, or if she wanted to slow down, when he felt his pee-pee meet some resistance. Okay, Ibara breathed, letting out a few breaths of exertion. Let me just. Taking another deep breath, Ibara pressed down, and winced in pain as she felt him break, letting Izuku go further in. Both of them groaned as Ibara finally bottomed out and sat on his legs, the girl letting out a few uneven breaths as she slowly grew used to his length inside her. Izuku glanced up at her with a bit of worry. Are you okay?" he asked, and Ibara glanced down at him, still trying to catch her breath. It's really tight. Are you alright?" I'm okay," she nodded, still trying to get used to him. I think it's because I'm still nervous. Okay, Izuku nodded, wanting to raise his hands to hold her but still having his wrists pinned to the bed. Just let me know if it hurts too much, okay? All right, Ibara nodded, and then glanced down at where they were connected, her blush faintly on her cheeks. I think I will start moving now. I just bounce up and down, right? Yeah, Izuku nodded, smiling a little shakingly, or you can also move your hips around if you want. And if you do bounce up and down, I can meet your moves with my hips. Okay, she nodded, and then, putting both of her hands on his chest, slowly raised herself up from his PP. Both of them groaned in pleasure as she did so, and Izuku noticed slight BLD from her him coming out. But before he could worry, Ibara slowly dropped back down, her winner walls dragging along his PP. Izuku and Ibara ummed as she slowly got used to him inside her, and she slid herself back up on his PP, breathing heavily, and dropped back down. Oh, my goodness, she whispered, her eyes closed. Oh, my goodness, Izuku ummed out as she continued picking herself back up and dropping herself on his PP. It was obvious that she didn't really know what she was doing, only what she knew from what was presumably romance novels and the such, but after weeks of no sex, Izuku wasn't going to complain as her tight wetness continued enveloping his PP, hearing the wet sound of their hips meeting as he began angling himself to meet her in the middle. Ibara herself was umming loudly, her mouth dropping open in pleasure as the two greenheads finally made love after weeks of dreams and tension. They had begun to pick up a rhythm of meeting in the middle, her feet still planted on the bed so she could stand hunched over, letting Izuku hump up into her while he ummed, his hands grabbing the bars of the bed in pleasure as he screwed his eyes shut. Suddenly, however, Ibara sat completely down on him, breathing, and Izuku opened his eyes to see her gazing down at him in lust, and another emotion that he thought he knew but couldn't think properly through the pleasure to name. Her vines on his wrists suddenly released, and Izuku blinked as he pulled his fists back down, rubbing them slightly. Please, Ibara managed to gasp out, using her hands to rub his chest and squeezing her vines around him. Please, lay on me. Izuku didn't need any more instructions. He immediately sat up, making himself angle his PP in her and make her cry out, and kissed her hard, his hands returning to her butt and squeezing. Ibara ummed in pleasure as Izuku rolled them over, laying her down on her back near the pillows, and felt her legs wrap around his waist as he began to hump in and out of her, both of them umming in joy as Izuku began fing her. Ibara ummed out as Izuku kissed her neck again, and placed his head into the pillow beside her, groaning as her tightness clung to him. Her legs were practically crushing his waist, but he didn't complain at all, continuing to move in and out of her, and her hands crawled all over his sweaty back as she breathed raggedly. The vines around the appliances in the hotel room finally released them, slithering back to the bed and wrapping around both of them, squeezing tightly and making them both groan in pleasure, Izuku's own hands grabbing her waist and holding it hard enough to bruise. That was their life for the next few minutes, both of them umming and jing each other as Izuku went and out of her vines slithering over them and occasionally exchanging kisses on their lips, cheeks, foreheads, and necks, as they waited for Ibara to break and finally come, Izuku himself starting to feel that tingling sensation in his PP. However, Ibara opened her eyes, feeling worry start to crawl over her. Shouldn't she have come by now? How long have they been doing this? She glanced around at the alarm clock beside the bed, and blinked to see the time of 1:43 a.m., which means that they must have been doing this for, an hour now? More than that. She tried to focus through the pleasure she was going through, and raised on hand to rub through his hair. Shouldn't she have 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 by now? This was her first time, and shouldn't she feel more sensitive and more likely to come sooner? Why wasn't she dash? Wait, was she dash? Wait, please stop, hold on. Izuku blinked, but the moment the word stop left her lips, immediately pulled away, breathing. He had begun sweating up a storm during their lovemaking session, vines clinging tightly to his waist, torso, arms, legs and neck, and tried to refocus. Ibara was a breathing, raggedy mess beneath him, her night shirt pushed down to her stomach and exposing her BRSS, the dress also hiked up to show her lower body as well. She was taking deep, steady breaths, but there was a clear sign of discomfort on her face, which immediately sent Izuku straight into scared mode. I'm sorry, did I do this? No. It's not you. Ibara shook her head quickly, trying hard to catch her breath. It's just, I don't think I can finish. Sorry. I mean, Ibara sighed, glancing away while looking very embarrassed. We've been at it for a while now, and I think I'm too nervous to 𝐒𝐿. Wait, really? It's not you. She quickly assured him. It's just, I think, after everything. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I ruined the evening. No, you didn't ruin anything. Izuku quickly assured her, bending down to kiss her sweaty forehead, which did make her reluctantly smile. Maybe you'll be. Hold on, let me pull out. As slowly as he could, Izuku pulled out of Ibara with a wince, already missing the tight heat and feeling his own 𝐒𝐿 start to die down, but still sat up, letting her breathe a sigh of relief. Her vines, which had been squeezing on his waist, legs, arms, didn't leave, but did definitely loosen their hold. He glanced down at his PP, seeing it covered in her pre-cum but nothing else. Ibara herself sat up, wiping a hand against her sweaty forehead, and was thankful that she could now think clearly through the fog of lust that she was currently enveloped in. Not that she was uncomfortable with it, or didn't want him inside her. She did glance guiltily down at his PP, still covered with her essence, and sighed. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she apologized. I imagine that, are you still corny? She faltered to a stop, blinking, and looked back at Izuku. He went a bit red after interrupting her, but went on. What I mean is, are you still aroused? Ibara guessed for him, and he nodded. The girl glanced away, feeling embarrassed. She knew that she was still turned on, still wanted to finish things with him, but she knew that she was still feeling extremely nervous about having him inside her. Especially since this was her first time. She gave a small, stiff nod, and sighed. I believe it's because I'm too nervous having you inside me. It's very nice, and I love it, but I think I'm too nervous to properly 𝐒𝐿. There was a small pause, letting Ibara catch her breath, and then she felt Izuku shift. She glanced down and was surprised to see him, laying back on his stomach between her legs, spreading them apart again. He stole another glance back up at her, and gave her a shaky smile. We can stop, if you want, he clarified. But if you'd like, I can try to get you off like this. I know that Setsuna sometimes liked it when I finished her off with, all. Oh, Ibara gulped, glancing back down, and then back up at him. Are you sure? I don't want you to force yourself, you don't have to. Izuku stared up at her, and then took a deep breath. Shiozaki, this is really hot. And I really like to hear you when when you feel really happy. And, well, the truth is I really like giving all, in general. So I'm not bothered at all. If you want, you can just lay back and enjoy. Ibara hesitated for only a few moments, glancing down at Izuku as he put both his hands on her soft thighs, looking up in adoration at her, and she let out a small sigh as she laid back against the pillows, moving her feet to wrap around his neck. Okay, Midoriya, she said softly, lowering a hand to rub his hair. Izuku nodded, smiling, and then bent back in to take another like at her. Ibara jolted, letting out a small gasp as Izuku's tongue flicked against her folds again, swirling it around and teasing at her. She gulped as Izuku teased her a bit more, liking her slit up and down as he looked back up at her, seeing her jaw start to hang open as she shuddered, her thighs slowly closing in on his head as she breathed. And then let out a loud cry as Izuku pushed his tongue back into her folds, letting out a satisfied hum as he tasted her once again. Her vines then tightened once more, Izuku letting out a small grunt but feeling no pain as they slid up and down him, feeling up his body. Thanks to the thornless appendages, it felt pleasurable, making him shudder more. Ibara herself let out another loud cry as Izuku pushed his tongue further into her, moving his tongue up and down within her. Oh, dear Lord, Ibara gasped, squeezing her eyes shut as Izuku further explored and arching her back again, with Izuku using her slightly elevated position to grope her butt, letting out a satisfied groan as his hands mold into the fat molds. His tongue became more and more DMNT, thanks to his loads of practice with Setsuna, so he knew the weak spots that could drive Ibara back into her state of joy. He used his finger to go inside her, curling it and pushing it in and out, and sked her CLT into his mouth, nibbling softly on it. At the feeling of her being in his mouth, the vines tightened again around Izuku, making him groan in pleasure. "Oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness!" Ibara cried out, throwing her head back into the pillows and arching her back as Izuku released her CLT and shoved his tongue back in to join his finger, inhaling and exhaling from his nose to keep his air flowing. Her vines crawled down him, wrapping tightly around him, and then without warning wrapped around his PP. Izuku let out a small noise of surprise and pleasure as the vines, still thankfully thornless, began jacking him off, trying to repay the favor in some way. Unnecessary, of course. Izuku was having way too much fun tasting and fingering Ibara, groaning in pleasure as his other remaining hand squeezed her butt. He opened his eyes to look up at Ibara, who had suddenly sat forward. Her hands suddenly gripped his hair, her own eyes screwed shut as she let out a series of cries, her mouth turning upward in a pleasured smile. Her vines began rubbing Izuku's PP faster and faster, which made him into her snatch. He hadn't come either after all of their FUPLY and their time with him inside her, so this was getting him closer and closer to returning to that release he'd almost felt while laying on top of her. Izuku ignored that, however, in favor of slurping on her privates, enjoying the sounds she made as his tongue pushed somehow further inside her, and his hand played with her CLT. Oh, my goodness, I think Ibara shuddered, feeling heat start to pool in her stomach. After riding him and letting him lay on top of her with no success, she felt a happiness bubble in her chest as she realized her orgasm was finally coming. She had been a bit disappointed that him being inside her made her too nervous to properly orgasm, so the fact that he was still going to make her release tonight made her let out several cries of joy, in combination to his tongue moving around inside her. Besides, this was, only hopefully, the first time they did this. Next time she was determined to make him erupt inside her. But now, Midoriya, I think I'm going to org. Ibara tried desperately to think through the rising pleasure that was overcoming her, but she couldn't. Her hips were shifting up and down, practically humping his face, while Izuku groaned in pleasure as her vines squeezed down on his PP, albeit not painfully. He could feel her walls start to clench around his tongue and finger, lapping up her juices, and pushed his tongue further into her. Midoriya, I'm leaking. Ibara screamed as she finally felt her orgasm flare up within her, and let out several loud cries as she squirted. Izuku blinked in surprise as her juices shot into his face, making him start as her juices flowed into his mouth. He didn't have much time to think about it, however, because due to her orgasm, her vines also seized, squeezing him very tightly. His PP, which had already been in danger of erupting, immediately exploded when her vines squeezed down, Izuku letting out a loud groan of pleasure as he ejaculated onto the bed, both green-haired roommates thrilling to their mutual orgasm. It wasn't like how they envisioned tonight going, but after weeks of sex dreams and tension between them, Izuku couldn't even muster the strength to complain. He let out a tense breath as he finally felt his orgasm fade away, blinking slowly as he came down from his high. Thankfully, in Ibara's afterglow her vines stopped gripping his body so tightly. Good thing too, he didn't want to look down and see half his body turning purple, and her grip on his PP loosened, releasing it from its trap. Izuku sat up while taking several gulps of air, his chest still rising and falling as he wiped his mouth and swallowed her essence, strangely not at all gross, Izuku realized to himself. He glanced up at Ibara, about to ask if she was okay, or if she wanted to see if she wanted to continue on, only to blink in surprise. She was currently fast asleep, her chest rising and falling as she passed out. Her dress was still a mess, only riding up to her stomach and shoved down to show off her biases. Her melons had hickey marks and bites covering on them, and her entire body was lined with a layer of sweat. It was obvious that Izuku overstimulated her. She probably didn't have the physical stamina of Pony or Setsuna or Yui or Layko and Kinoko, and with so little SXL experience, it would be pretty obvious that she could tire out easily. Still, Izuku smiled down as she adorably snored, seeing her smiling in satisfaction even as she slept. He stole a glance up at the alarm clock on the side, blinking lazily, and then his eyes shot open at the time of 2:08 a.m. Wait, had they been at this for 2 hours? Where had the time gone? Knowing that he needed to get back to his hotel room before anyone realized where he went, Izuku was quick to move off the bed, his movements slightly impeded due to the vines wrapped around him. He grabbed a Kleenex and cleaned off the juices on her legs, trying hard not to disturb her as he cleaned up her mess. He also wiped at the dark spot on the bed where he had came onto, grimacing slightly, and threw the tissue out. He was about to reach for his clothes to get dressed, going back to his hotel room to ensure that no one suspected where he had been, when he suddenly ran into a problem. Ibara's vines, they were still wrapped securely around him, although not as tightly. Still, he would not be able to get far away from the bed, let alone the hotel room and back downstairs. Izuku grimaced again, glancing around, and tried to subtly pull his arm out of her grip, and let out a small squeak as she suddenly pulled. It was clear she was still asleep, but she seemed to subconsciously pull him back into the bed with her vines, Izuku not being able to break free without using his quirk, and he didn't want to disturb her as she slept. Before he could blink, he was back in the bed, laying beside Ibara. The vine girl immediately hummed as she wrapped her arms around Izuku, not even releasing him from the vines, and squeezed him tightly in a hug. Izuku blushed bright red as she nuzzled her cheek into his chest as though he were a giant teddy bear, cuddling into him and wrapping herself around him. Izuku gulped, and glanced around. It was clear that he couldn't really break free, nor could he wake her up after putting her to sleep. Izuku let out a tiny sigh, his options limited, and decided to just roll with this. Ignoring the blush on his cheeks, Izuku used his foot to grab the sheets at the foot of the bed, pushed there during their lovemaking, and brought them back up. Grabbing it with his hand, Izuku managed to bring the blanket back up to bring down on them, wanting to make sure Ibara wasn't cold from the night coming in through the open window. Ibara let out a small sigh of comfort as she cuddled back into Izuku, her vines still wrapped slightly around him, and Izuku decided to just lie back and smile as he closed his eyes as well, placing his cheek down on her forehead. Still, Izuku gulped. He hoped that �プto wouldn't ask questions about where he was when he got back to the room tomorrow morning. �㗗to really hoped that Izuku still had his key for their room. The bicolored boy let out a small sigh as he laid back in the bed, but not his own. He glanced back down to see the slumbering, naked forms of Momo and Kyuka laying on top of him, cuddling into his sides as they snored. He gulped as he saw Momo shift again, showing off her large breasts pressed against him, and Kyuka rubbed her hand against his abs, smiling smugly in her sleep. Something told him that he was not making it back to the hotel room tonight. At 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 hours later, to say that the moment they woke up was, well, awkward, would be understating it. Ibara had woken up first, raising herself up to stretch and smack her lips lazily, raising her hand to rub against her eyes, and glanced down at the bed at the still sleeping and obviously naked Izuku. That was when it all suddenly became clear to Ibara what had happened, and she transformed into a large, blushing, stuttering mess that woke Izuku up with her yelp of surprise. After they both apologized and waved off their apologies awkwardly, Ibara realized that Izuku needed to get back to his room as soon as he could, and she released Izuku from his entanglement in her vines. Izuku quickly got dressed, Ibara looking awkwardly away, and he gave her a weak and dorky goodbye as he hurried out of his room to head downstairs, praying that Midnight wasn't awake to catch him. Thankfully, while Izuku was trying to make up a story to �㗗to about where he'd been, he was about to open his hotel room door when the door to Momo's room opened, and �㗗to awkwardly tiptoed out. The two friends froze when they saw each other, glancing over one another as they put 2 and 2 together, and thankfully had an unspoken agreement not to talk about it if the other didn't ask. �㗗to was nice enough, at least, to let Izuku shower first, laying down in his bed and trying not to fall back asleep. After their showers were done, Izuku and �㗗to saw that it was about time for them to head to the buffet downstairs and eat breakfast, with the plan to afterwards grab their stuff and board their bus to go back to UA. Nobody really spoke while they ate breakfast, still tired from their celebrations on the beach. Izuku was quick to slip in between Okako and Tenya, trying not to glance at the table with 1B, where Ibara would be sitting. Midnight, meanwhile, was glaring at her own bacon and eggs evidently having drunk a lot more than she thought she was going to last night. Once they were done, they all clambered out of the hotel, their backpacks and suitcases ready, and went to the 2 green buses to head back to UA. As they went, Monoma stole a glance at Izuku and leveled a glare at him. Subtly, the blonde boy hung back, until he was walking at the same pace as Izuku, and leaned in. "Hey!" Izuku jumped slightly, turning around to face Monoma as the blonde glared at him. "Don't think you're being subtle," he grumbled, shaking his head. "I know that you're still messing around with my classmates." "Monoma," Izuku sighed, still too tired to do this today. "So listen to me," he growled. "Kendo may have told me not to interfere, but I don't plan to let you just do whatever you want with my friends, and ignore the consequences. If you don't stop, if you keep insisting on taking advantage of my friends, I will dash you'll what?" Both Izuku and Monoma jumped, whirling around to see Itsuka glaring down at Monoma with her eyebrows furrowed. "You say he's not subtle, but you should honestly take lessons from him," she coldly said, and Monoma's glare intensified. "Monoma, I already told you, we were the ones with the problem, and we don't need you to butt into it. I gave you one warning, and I meant it. If you don't stop, you're going to have a problem with not just me, but everyone in class. So keep your nose out of our business. Kendo, even you have to see dash." "God, Monoma, you know what? I'm not in the mood to deal with this," Itsuka sighed, shaking her head. "I think I'm going to be taking an idea from Setsuna now. You need some more time hanging out with 1A to see that you're being stupid." "What dash?" "Sensei," Itsuka called, attracting Midnight's attention. "Do you mind if we do a SWCH for the buses? One of us rides with 1A, and someone from them rides with us." "Oh, sure," Midnight shrugged, making several students blink at her uncaring attitude. "As long as it doesn't cause any problems." "Great." Itsuka nodded happily, and then grabbed Izuku's wrist, surprising both boys. "Monoma, ride with 1A. Izuku, you're with us." "What dash?" Monoma gasped, betrayed, but Itsuka didn't bother looking back as she pulled Izuku with her to the 1B bus, jumping on right behind her class, and Izuku did little to resist as he was pulled onto the bus. She gave him a small grin, although Izuku could see her still blushing heavily, as she released his hand and called to the rest of the bus, ignoring the blush on his own cheeks. "Okay. I'm gonna roll call soon, and since Midoriya's riding with us, he'll count for Monoma." She moved to her seat in the back, everyone glancing out the window to see Monoma be practically shoved on the 1A bus by Midnight getting on, not listening to his loud complaints and getting ready to pull her sleeve back to use her quirk. "Midoriya, take a seat, and we'll get going." Izuku blinked, still a bit confused about what just happened, but went into autopilot to follow her instructions, moving to the nearest available seat as the bus driver boarded and closed the doors. Izuku sat down, putting his backpack in between his legs, and glanced up, to see Ibara blinking at him, going slightly red. Izuku froze, realizing exactly who he just sat down next to, and, the realization of what they did last night, and felt himself blush as well, immediately turning his head to look between his feet. Ibara gulped nervously, glancing away as well, and called out here when Itsuka went through the roll call. Setsuna and Leiko, on their left, glanced at the two of them, sharing a look between the two of them, and Pony and Kinoko also looked awkwardly between each other. Behind them, Yui kept silent, although she would steal a small look at the two of them, and Itsuka also found herself glancing between the two of them. It was clear to all the girls what had happened last night, due to Ibara and Izuku's awkward posture, and they felt a stab of worry going through all of them. Were they okay? Did it end awkwardly? Was it bad? How bad was this going to go from now on? Once Itsuka had completed roll call, and the bus driver got confirmation from the other bus that everyone was aboard, albeit with Monoma knocked out by Midnight's quirk, the buses turned on their engines, and drove away from Kamigawa Beach and Resort. As they drove onto the road to head onto the highway, Izuku stole a glance at Ibara, seeing her still blush, but couldn't look away in time before she glanced back up at him. For a few seconds, they stared at each other, Izuku scared of what she was going to say and Ibara looking unsure for a few moments herself, until she smiled, and subtly reached down and squeezed on his hand. "It's okay," she muttered, making sure to keep her voice low. I don't regret what happened last night. Izuku gulped, glancing away and then back at her. You don't? No, she shook her head, I do not. I think that last night was one of the best nights of my life. Izuku blinked, and then felt a small smile grace his face, squeezing her hand back lightly and then turning to look down at his lap, nodding subtly. Yeah, he told her, me too. 3 hours later, Itsuka turned the key in their door, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they walked into their home, kicking off their shoes. It had been a long bus trip of Ibara trying not to concentrate on the road due to her road sickness, her head in her book, and Izuku getting to talk with Rin and Awase for a bit, while the other girls chatted amongst themselves and their classmates, before they all arrived back at UA. Once they started walking back to their houses, they realized how tired they all were, not having gone to bed until late last night, and the girls and Izuku grumbled as they walked into the house, holding their backpacks to their chests as they observed the living room and the kitchen. After a few seconds, Setsuna spoke up. So, she stared, sounding exhausted, do we have to talk about what happened last night, Ibara? Or, can it wait? Ibara thought about it for a moment, blinking sleep out of her eyes, and smiled. I actually don't think we need to at all, she explained, and everyone blinked in surprise, turning to look at her. We made love, and that's that. No discussions necessary. What? Really? Are you sure? Pony gaped. I'm sure. A bit taken aback, everyone glanced at each other, as though unsure. And then, so, Yui shifted on her legs, still stoic as ever, can we ask for details? Oh, details. Ibara blinked, turning to look at her friend. Like how it was. Wait, you want to know the details of our lovemaking? Yeah, Yui nodded, while the other girls giggled at Yui's pervertedness and Ibara's scandalized expression. I didn't hear anything when I went to bed, so I presume it wasn't that long. I went to bed at 3, by the way, I stayed up a little bit longer. When did you two stop? 2 in the morning, Izuku muttered, going red, and both Kinoko and Setsuna let out teasing ooze. 2 in the morning, and you two left at midnight. Setsuna laughed, slapping Izuku's shoulder. My, oh my, parsley, sounds like one hell of an evening. Okay, Itsuka sighed as she approached the stairs, yawning. You can save the teasing for tonight or tomorrow, whichever. I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted. I barely got enough sleep last night, so I'm going to take a nap. A nap sounds very good, Ibara sighed, moving to follow her friend up the stairs. Leiko also followed them up, her head bobbing up and down as though fighting off sleep, and Pony helped her up the stairs to make sure she didn't pass out and fall down the steps. Setsuna and Yui followed them, Setsuna rubbing some sleep out of her eye, and Izuku was about to join them when someone suddenly grabbed his shirt. Izuku jumped slightly, and looked around. Hold on a second, Midoriya, Kinoko grinned up at him, although Izuku thought it looked a bit off, I want to talk to you for a sec. Oh. Izuku blinked, turning back around to face her. What's up, Komori? Well, I've done much thinking, she smirked a bit at the pun, and I think I know what I want you to do for my favor. Your favor? Izuku blinked, confused for a few moments, and then he remembered. The onsen. And everyone asking for a favor to be okay with him sleeping with Ibara. Izuku gulped a little, but still turned to look at her. Oh, right, your favor. You asked to think about it, right? I did, Kinoko nodded, brushing some of her hair behind her ear as she took a few steps back, giving them plenty of room, and I think I know exactly what I want. So, if it's not a problem for you, Midoriya, Izuku watched as Kinoko took a deep breath and raised a hand to point at the ceiling, and he then flinched when she brought it back down, pointing straight at his face. For my favor, Kinoko grinned widely, with that same strange smile on her face, you are going on a date with me. For my favor, you are going on a date with me. Izuku could only stare at Kinoko in confusion for a few moments, her finger still pointed directly into his face while they stood near the door. Outside, he distantly heard the girls from 1A passing by, laughing and chatting amongst themselves, But he couldn't even think to listen clearly, still staring down at Kinoko's strange smile as she grinned up at him, as though waiting for him to answer immediately. Go on, what? A date. She wants him to go on a date with her. Like to a movie. Or a dinner. That kind of date. Not a, wait, slow down, Izuku, think. Kinoko wants to go on a date with you, but is it dash? So, Izuku tried to clarify, staring down at her in confusion. This date. This is like just a friendly outing, right? Like we're just going to hang out. Nope. This would be a romantic date, Kinoko clarified, and Izuku jolted in shock. Just kinda imagine it like, I just came up to you after class, all shy and timid, and asked, hey, Midoriya. Can you come with me for a second? Izuku blinked as she gestured to the kitchen, waiting for him. It was then he realized she was doing a bit, and blushed a little as he followed her into the kitchen, standing at the table as she turned around. Midoriya, she continued on like they were in school, and she just dragged him under a tree, glancing away and tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I've always thought you were really cute, and so brave, and I like that in a guy, so I'm wondering if you'd go on a date with me. I'm not actually asking, by the way, just doing a skit, she giggled, and Izuku sagged a bit. But yeah, my favor is, you and I going on a romantic date, like, genuinely a romantic date, not anything friendship related, and after our date, I'll consider us good, and not bother you again. Izuku took a few seconds to think, pulling out a chair and sitting at the table, with Kinoko imitating him and sitting beside him. He was still blushing a bit, but still glanced at her waiting for his answer. Still, there was something about this all, her smile, her enthusiasm, that seemed a little fake to him, as though she were putting on a front. He wasn't sure why, though. Kinoko usually was pretty much like this, confident and happy. So why did this feel so weird? Still, he did promise her one favor, like he did to all the girls, and he would have to fulfill it, no matter what it was. He should probably be thankful that this wasn't something sex-related. He wasn't sure if he would be able to even go through with it. But even so, there was one thing that didn't sit well with him. Leiko. Although he couldn't say that he and her were as close as, say, Itsuka or Ibara, he still cared for her a lot. She helped him out a lot last night, getting Ibara away so they could do their thing, and he appreciated her. They shared interests in swords, drawing Izuku's notebooks for himself, hers for her sketches and other stuff, and overall, Izuku just liked being in her company. She was honestly a cool friend to have. And this would probably be considered a betrayal. Going on with her girlfriend on a date. He didn't want to hurt her. But Kinoko did want this as a favor, and he had promised to do what she and the other girls wanted when it came to their favors. But even so, was this Kinoko finally making up her mind on what to do with her estranged girlfriend? Izuku cleared his throat. Can I ask why? Here. Kinoko blinked, confused. What do you mean? Like, why a date? He glanced at her again, still blushing. I mean, I'm not turning you down. If you want to go on a date, we can go on a date. But can I ask why? Why a romantic date? Kinoko paused, looking up at Izuku with a small frown, and then glanced away. Izuku noticed that the fake smile she had on her face during their talk had finally faded away, and he felt a little concerned when she looked down at the table, twiddling her thumbs. It's because of Leiko, isn't it? She asked quietly. You're wondering because you think I made up my mind. Izuku winced, glancing back at the table. Yeah. Kinda. I get it, Kinoko smiled softly. You probably don't want to hurt her. And neither do I. It's just, there's something I have to figure out before I make a decision about if I want to end the relationship or not. Here. Izuku glanced back up at her, seeing Kinoko rubbing a hand over her knuckle. What is it? Kinoko sighed, and sat up in her seat, glancing up at him with a small blush. I like you, Kinoko confessed to him, like you. Like I think you really are cute, and nice, and so cool. I actually, genuinely want to go out on a date with you. The problem is, I don't know why I like you. Here. Midoriya, Kinoko smiled softly a little bit. I think we both know that, out of all the girls, we don't have, that special connection. Sorry. Well, you know, Kinoko shrugged, looking away with a small blush. You're like, best friends with Itsuka, you two are really close. You've got that SXL tension thing with Ibara you just resolved. Setsuna likes to tease you. You is a big perv around you W8, what? Izuku blinked, surprised. But I thought Midoriya, Kinoko giggled, we know we've got to make everything we did up to you, but, you know, you're still really hot. And you got a great butt. Oh. Izuku blushed, glancing away. And you did check us out a few times yesterday, you can't deny that. So. And no, I guess you have a point. And nothing wrong with staring. Anyway, Kinoko got back on track. Pony and you watch anime together, and you and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 eat lunch a lot together and talk about swords and stuff. And I'm just the girl you had sex with that one time. Wait a minute, Izuku protested, looking up at her in worry, but Kinoko was quick to shake her head. There's nothing wrong with that. She assured him. It's just, out of all the girls, you and I are the only ones who don't have that, vibe. But I still like you. And it feels weird, since I'm in love with 𝐒𝐿. I don't know why I like you, so I want to find out why I like you. And the only way I think I can do that. She took a deep breath, and looked back up with Izuku with no smile or smirk in sight, only sincerity, is to go on a genuine date with you. Like I'm not going to lie, Midoriya, we'll have to, do date stuff. Like hand-holding. And hugging. And now her blush returned full force, glancing back down at the table, and maybe a little kissing. Oh. Now it was Izuku's turn to blush again. You can say no if you want to, she told him, seeing him still uncomfortable, and I'll find something else to ask you. It's just, I don't think I can make a decision about 𝐒𝐿 unless I at least give this a try. Izuku let that sink in, staring at the table for a bit while thinking. She wasn't sure if she wanted to break up with 𝐒𝐿, he knew that. Was this really the only way? Go on a date with her, hug, hold hands, kiss, and help her understand why she was attracted to him. As much as he wanted to assure her she was wrong, he knew that Kinoko raised a good point. Of all the girls, she and him didn't really have that weird connection. He liked Itsuka a lot, and always enjoyed his time with her, and he had that tension with Ibara that just got resolved but still needed addressing, preferably when they were less tired. He would get teased by Setsuna, and tease her back. Pony gave him her love letter, which he kept on his desk and still read occasionally, and practiced his English to eventually address her feelings. Yui was the first girl who showed him that specific attraction, and eventually blossomed into feelings. And 𝐒𝐿 would have lunch and sit with him, and helped him out last night. He and Kinoko. They didn't have that. So maybe, to help her understand. I think I understand, he told her, looking back at her and giving her a weak smile. And, yes. Do you want me to ask? Here. Kinoko blinked, confused. Ask what? Ask you, it's usually the G guy who asks, right? The guy dash. Oh. Kinoko gasped, understanding, and nodded enthusiastically. Go right ahead, Midori. Izuku registered his little nickname from her, and nodded. He felt himself go red, but still, took a deep breath. Oh, Komori. I was wondering, if you'd go on a date with me. Kinoko considered those words carefully, raising a finger to her lip as she hummed. Izuku waited for an answer, although he already knew what it was, as Kinoko played up the little innocent act. Until. I must decline. Okay, wait, what? Decline. Just kidding. Kinoko laughed, this time with a genuine smile on her face, as she slapped his shoulder as he slumped over in defeat. So our date is happening. Awesome. I'm gonna wake up early tomorrow to get ready. Here. Early tomorrow. Are we going on a morning date? No, I just won't have time after detention, so I'm going to get us ready for after school, so don't eat with everyone. She stood up from the table, practically vibrating from excitement as she bounced up and down. I've got a plan, Midori. We're going to have a shroomtastic time, so just hang on to your butt. With that, Kinoko jogged away and up the stairs, intending to head to her room but not get much sleep in her excitement. Izuku stared after her in surprise for a few seconds, before he let out a tiny sigh and shook his head. It seemed like he was going to be going on a date tomorrow night. It'll be awkward to explain to the girls, but if that was what Kinoko wanted as her favor, that was what she would. Wait. Izuku blinked, still sitting at the table as he finally realized what was about to happen. He was going on a date. Like, an actual, romantic date. He'd never been on a date before. Nothing close to it. He sat forward in terror, trying to rake through his mind to try to remember if he'd been on anything even resembling a date before. Maybe, with Okiko. No, nothing like that. They'd never been alone like that before. Or maybe, no, nothing with the other 1A girls either. What about? Izuku tried to think about the 1B girls, and thought if there was anything there that could technically be considered a date. Itsuka. They did work on her bike together, and used to run together, and had their fights as spars in the backyard. No. None of those count. Izuku sighed in defeat. Those were about working on something. Setsuna. No, they just hung out at school and the house, and usually with someone else. Pony. They did go for that run, but that ended with him fing her brains out. Izuku shook his head with a blush, so that probably didn't count. Has he seriously had nothing even remotely resembling a date before? Izuku groaned into his hands, feeling anxiety running through him. Who should he ask for advice? Okiko. No, she told him yesterday during their time on the beach that she was going on a date with Nejiya tomorrow night. He didn't need to distract her from her prep time with his problem. Shoto. No. Tenya. No. Kaken. No. Izuku sighed as he stood up from the table, planning to head upstairs for his nap. He was going on a date with Kinoko tomorrow night, and he had no idea what to do, what to say, what to wear. He honestly had no idea who to even ask for advice, because out of everyone he knew, who he was close with, he wasn't sure if. Wait. Izuku blinked, and stopped with his foot on the stairs. Wait, there was someone he could ask. Someone older, probably having a lot of experience with dating, based on how popular he was. Someone who would be able to advise him what to do. Realizing that he knew exactly who to ask, Izuku nodded in determination, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, and hurried up the stairs to his room, pulling out his phone to text this person to ask to talk tomorrow morning before school, where there would be plenty of time to talk and advise. He was so buried in his phone, trying to pull out the contact information, he passed by the second floor, unaware of a silver-haired girl leaning against the wall, unnoticed by either him or Kinoko, who just wanted to go downstairs after leaving Pony on their floor to grab some water, and now felt more defeated than ever. I'm surprised, young Midoriya. Usually we don't have these chats so early in the morning. Sorry, All Might. Izuku blushed a little, accepting his tea from the retired pro hero as he sat on the stool. There was just something I wanted to talk to you about, and I don't think I had time to talk about it tonight. They were sitting in the nap room, very early in the morning as they sat down, with Izuku taking a moment to sip on the tea that All Might prepared. The sun was starting to rise over the treetops, and the birds were singing. Izuku had been quick to text Ibara when he woke up from his nap last night, telling her that he had an appointment with All Might early in the morning and apologized that he wouldn't be able to help her out with the garden. Thankfully, Ibara took it well and wished him good luck, saying that she would be able to manage on her own. Now, Izuku was sitting down on the stool pulled up by All Might near the table, hoping to get his mentor's advice. For All Might, however, he saw that Izuku looked a little nervous when he came in and accepted his tea, although the boy seemed to calm down a little once in his mentor's presence. Still, he looked a little anxious, so All Might decided to open with a little small talk to get his protégé more comfortable before asking the big question of why they were meeting up. It didn't seem like we had a lot of time to talk since I came back from my vacation. All Might chuckled as he got comfortable on the couch, smiling down at his protégé. Melissa sends her love, by the way. She's been really busy with the upcoming Expo and her inventions, but she does eventually want to call you over Skype. That sounds great, All Might. I'm glad she's doing okay. Izuku smiled, the thought of his American friend lifting his mood somewhat. While he reminisced, however, All Might's expression fell. Although, I do hear from Midnight and Aizawa that you've had a busy few weeks yourself. Izuku winced, his smile falling, and he nodded as he put down his teacup. Yeah. Well, from what I heard, the girls of 1B do seem genuinely remorseful for what they did, All Might conceded, pouring himself some more tea, so I'm glad that it seems to have resolved itself. I simply didn't imagine, of all the things that would have happened to you, that kind of thing, but enough of that. Now then, young Midoriya. What was it that you wanted to speak to me about? Well, Izuku cleared his throat, going a little red, which made All Might raise an eyebrow. It's just, well, I may have been. Go on, my boy, All Might encouraged, giving him a smile. I've been asked out. On a date. There was a long pause between the two of them, with Izuku glancing at his feet with his face burning and All Might's eyes widening in surprise. Oh. Yeah. Well, I was just wondering. Izuku cleared his throat, going even redder. If I could ask you for advice. Advice, young Midoriya. Such as? Like, this is my first date, All Might. Izuku slumped over in his seat, feeling himself go redder, and I have no idea what to do. Like, what do I even dash? Do I hold her hand? Hug her? Kiss her? I have no idea. So I thought I would ask you if you would have any advice on what to do. All Might studied Izuku for a bit, seeing him shrink into himself as he continued to mutter nonsense, and put down his cup of tea. All Might let out a small sigh, feeling a smile grace his lips, and sat forward, attracting Izuku's attention immediately as the older hero reached over and patted his shoulder. If you're looking for advice on how to go out with a girl, All Might chuckled, I'm afraid I can't help you. What dash? Well, everyone has a different way to go about the first date, young Midoriya. He laughed. Some prefer something calm, like a walk in the park, or a nice dinner, or something exciting, like a public event, or a movie. No first date is probably the same, young Midoriya. For example, I went on my own first date in my second year at UA, and, well, it was quite the disaster. He chuckled in reminiscence, Izuku leaning forward with surprise and intrigue as his mentor explained. I tried to take her out on a nice, long walk, and ended up near a villain fight, so I had to step in to help, and ended up taking an hour to defeat the villain and help everyone out. My date didn't really appreciate that. Ended up going home after I saved 3 separate cats. From 3 separate trees. But what I'm saying, young Midoriya, is that for first dates on how to go out with a girl, I'm afraid I wouldn't be very helpful for that kind of advice. Oh, Izuku muttered, looking down, but All Might patted his shoulder again. On the other hand, he said cheerfully, if you would like advice on how to present yourself, I'm more than happy to assist you. Really? Like how to dress for it? Really? Like I said, how to go about your first. I might not be much help, but I know a thing or two about presentation. Oh okay. Izuku nodded, giving him a little smile. So how should I dress up? Well, All Might sat back, raising a finger to his chin. Do you know what you're doing? Are you going to see a movie? No, but she did text me this morning. Izuku held up his phone briefly. We're staying on the campus, just going somewhere by ourselves. So it might be a picnic or something along those lines. All Might mused, nodding. In that case, young Midoriya, you might want to go with dressed up, but somewhat casual. Dressed up, but casual. Kind of like. All Might stood up, and removed his suit jacket, placing it on the couch beside him, and then rolled up his sleeves to his forearms. Like so, young Midoriya, a professional, but somewhat casual look. Coupled with jeans, maybe unbuttoning your top buttons. I imagine you could pull it off, young Midoriya. Really? Are you sure? Izuku asked in worry, looking down at himself. Maybe I'd look more stupid than anything. I'm really afraid of messing this up. I'm afraid that I'm going to look like a dork. Young Midoriya, trust this old man, All Might assured him. I imagine that, in that particular get-up, you'll look quite charming. Your date will be crawling all over you. Hopefully not, Izuku mumbled, blushing a bit more. Well, I hope that's everything you needed, young Midoriya, All Might sighed as he grabbed his jacket from the couch. I'll need to run to the teacher's lounge to grab my notes, so I'll know what I'm getting into when I head down to the first years. You should go get something to eat as well. Of course, Izuku smiled, getting up. Thank you, All Might. You're welcome, young man. And break a leg tonight. Not literally, though, I imagine that would be a romance killer. Izuku laughed, and thanked his mentor as he led him out of the nap room, closing the door behind him as All Might headed off to the teacher's lounge, putting his suit jacket back on as he walked away. Izuku himself felt a little better after talking to his teacher, waving him goodbye. He had been admittedly worried about his little to no experience dating, but talking to All Might definitely helped. While he still didn't know how to go about his date with Kinoko, he knew that he would need to look presentable. He knew he had a dress shirt and jeans back at the house, so he could change after school and wait for Kinoko. He'd just have to explain to Itsuka and Ibara that he wouldn't be joining them for dinner. Hey! Izuku jumped slightly at the sound of the low voice, and turned around. Around the corner was Leiko, staring at him without any emotion on her face. Izuku was surprised, but before he could say anything, she pointed at him, and gestured him over with the curl of her finger. Izuku blinked, but still shook his head and jogged over to her, seeing her stare up at him without any emotion on her face. Why Yanagi? Izuku asked, glancing around. Why are you here so early? I know. Izuku stared at her dumbly, not really getting it, but before he could ask, he suddenly felt a tugging on his clothes. Before he could glance down, he let out a yelp as Leiko used her quirk to drag him by his clothes with her, his feet sliding on the ground as she walked to an empty classroom, opening the door and pulling him in, sliding him into the classroom while she moved to close the door. Why Yanagi? What's ? I know. Her only reply was, as she slowly slid the door shut, her back to him. Her hold on his clothes faded away, and Izuku adjusted himself, staring at her in confusion. You know. Leiko turned slowly around, and the moment he looked into her eyes, he suddenly understood, feeling terror suddenly fill him. Her eyes were holy freaking CRP. There were so many emotions in them, but he could see the utter rage and hatred lurking in there, combined with the hurt and pain. I know, she repeated in a low voice, that you are taking Kinoko out on a date. I know it's her favor, Leiko said in her low, emotionless voice, approaching Izuku slowly as he backed up in slight fear, but I do know what that entails. I was getting water yesterday, before I went for my nap, and I heard everything. I know she's on the fence about breaking up with me. And she wants to go on a date with you to better understand her feelings of you. I know exactly what she wants to do. Yanagi, this I know, she whispered, and Izuku's back hit the wall as he stared down in terror and another unexplainable feeling as she continued approaching him with that dead look in her eyes, looking up at him as though he were that she wants you to treat her like it really is a first date. Hold her hand. Hug her. Kiss her. That's what she wants you to do. She wants to find out more about her feelings for you before making a decision about me. Oh, Sion, he whimpered as she stood straight in front of him, continuing to stare up at him with that dead look on her face. He felt guilt slamming in his chest the longer she stared, and he felt what little resistance he had left crumble as he hunched his shoulders. Yanagi, I'm sorry, he muttered, glancing away. This is such a betrayal. And I know it's her favor, and I have to do it, but I shouldn't be doing this to you. I'll be quiet for a moment, Midoriya. Leiko interrupted, still staring up at him. I'm still speaking. Sorry. Like I said, I'm aware of why she's doing it, Leiko said shortly, still glaring up at the guilt-ridden Izuku. I don't like it, but I know why. So, I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do. Okay. Firstly, Leiko continued to glare up at him, you had better do what she wants you to do. Of course, Izuku blinked, quickly looking at her. What? Go on that date. Don't even think of me, just take her out and give her a good time. Hug her, kiss her if she asks, hold her hand, and don't hurt her. If that's what she wants, then you had better give it to her. Izuku stared down at her dumbly, not really getting it. Take her, wait, does 𝐒𝐿𝐾 want him to take Kinoko out on a date? Really? Like she wants him to genuinely go on a date with her girlfriend. Wait, is that okay? Secondly, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 leaned back in, and Izuku gulped when she leaned straight up into his face, practically nose to nose with him as she glared straight into his eyes. When you get back tonight, I will want to speak to you. Okay. About what? I'll leave you in the dark about that for now, just so you can focus on the date with Kinoko. Just know that when we talk, she leaned in closely, the feeling of her breath on his lips making him shake for a few different reasons. I expect you to listen to whatever I have to say. And I will have a lot to say. Izuku gulped, trying hard not to show how frightened he was and how weirdly good she smelled as she turned on her heel and walked out of the classroom, opening the door and shutting it firmly. Izuku stared after her for a few moments, trying to collect himself from his life flashing unexpectedly before his eyes, and he glanced down at his feet, and let out a yelp at the sight of the bulge in his breathes. Hurrying out of the classroom, Izuku looked left and right quickly to make sure no one was there, and ran straight into the bathroom. Holy CRP, Izuku thought reluctantly as he hurried in, that was weirdly hot. Once school was finished for the day, going by a bit slow for everyone after their relaxing weekend, Izuku went back to the house with Itsuka and Ibara, while the rest of the girls got started on their last week of detention with Midnight. He told the two on the way back that he wouldn't be joining them for dinner tonight, already having plans, and they understood, Itsuka being willing to step up to help Ibara make dinner in his place. Of course, she had confirmed she'd be able to do this to Forest where she was staring instead of directly at Izuku, and he had thanked her for helping out while gazing at the ground. Obviously Itsuka's little stunt in the onsen was still fresh on their minds and preventing them from even being able to look each other in the eye, much to Ibara's confusion. Still, once they got home, Izuku got the chance to head upstairs, taking All Might's advice about what to wear to heart, and got changed. After that, he went downstairs to help Ibara and Itsuka with dinner anyway. Even though he was going out, he should still help out. It was around 2 hours after school, with Izuku, Ibara, and Itsuka finishing up dinner without trying to be very awkward. Izuku had no idea how he felt less awkward around Ibara, the girl he just slept with a day ago, than with Itsuka when the door opened behind them as the girls sat down to eat. They turned to see the rest of their household returning from detention, most of them turning to the dinner table with hungry looks on their faces as they put their bags down on the floor, groaning about unexpected exams being thrown at them out of the blue. Kinoko, on the other hand, gave Izuku a huge smile. "Hold on, Midori," she asked him, hurrying to the stairs. "I packed up everything before I left for school this morning, so I'll grab it and we can go." Once she was out of sight, Setsuna blinked, sitting down and looking at Izuku. "What's going on?" she asked. "And, what's with the clothes?" Izuku cleared his throat, glancing nervously away. He was currently dressed in a dark button-up shirt and blue jeans, with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms showing off his scarred arm, and the top 2 buttons left open, showing off his collarbone. That had been something All Might advised, and what he looked up on the internet on his lunch break while sitting with Okiko and Tenya, the site advising him to look at least somewhat desirable, even if his cheeks were currently on fire. It was a pretty good look for him, at least according to Itsuka's private thoughts, the orange-haired girl letting out a small hum whenever she glanced down at his slightly open shirt and acting like he wasn't looking like an absolute snack. Izuku coughed, glancing down at 𝐒𝐾 as she dug in. The ghost girl hadn't looked back at him at all, quietly pulling some food over to her, and he felt himself gulp. He knew that the girl pretty much all but threatened him into going through with Kinoko's request, but he felt it would be a pretty douchey thing to just say to everyone that he was going on a date with her ex-girlfriend. "Gotta say, it's a good look," Setsuna added, smirking up at him while Yui nodded in agreement. "See, this is what we know you're capable of when you don't wear those dorky shirts." "Oi," Izuku grumbled. "I do agree with Setsuna," Ibara said evenly, smiling up at him. "I didn't mention before, but you look quite handsome." Yui nodded. Izuku chuckled weakly, feeling his cheeks go red, but a small smile graced his lips from the compliments as he rubbed a hand sheepishly through his hair. 𝐒𝐿 didn't try to comment either, mostly trying to make sure she didn't let anything provocative slip out by mistake, but still gave him a general smile and a small thumbs up. "Yeah, cutie, you're looking lit. Kinda looking like you're going on a date," Pony giggled, scooping some rice onto her plate to eat. Not noticing Izuku jump at those words, eyes going wider and face going redder as he averted his gaze and stared at the ground. This, however, was picked up by everyone else, who all blinked up at him and felt their own eyes widen. "Wait," Setsuna leaned forward, shocked. "Are you going on a date?" Oh my." Ibara looked shocked as well. Although he noticed there was something else on her face that looked slightly jealous as well. "A date, right after we dash." A date with," Itsuka said slowly, and then it came to her, finally looking up at Izuku's face in shock. "Wait, are you and Kinoko going on a date?" Wait, what?" She whipped her gaze to 𝐒𝐿, who was staring down at her plate, her hair shadowing her face. "But dash. I'm ready." Everyone, with an exception of 𝐒𝐿, turned to look as Kinoko hopped off the last step, landing with a slight oomph and making a pose. She was dressed in a white dress that reached her knees, a sun hat, and a pair of pink sneakers. Her fringe still hid her one eye, but the other one was brimming with excitement, as she smiled up at Izuku, seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere that had been building in the kitchen in just under 30 seconds. Underneath her arm was a basket. "I made some mushroom soup while everyone was getting ready this morning, so we're good to go." She quickly approached Izuku and grabbed his wrist, dragging him to the door while Izuku pointedly avoided the death glares the other girls were sending him. "We'll be back later, guys." Without another word, Kinoko opened the door, pulled Izuku out, and shut it behind her. There was a small silence in the kitchen, no girl wanting to speak first, until Itsuka stole a glance at 𝐒𝐿, and felt pity rise up in her. "Hey," she said softly, leaning forward, "are you dash?" "I'm not very hungry," 𝐒𝐿 said suddenly, standing up abruptly and surprising the other girls. "I'm going to go study." Raid Setsuna tried to say, but 𝐒𝐿 had turned quickly and speed walked to the stairs, moving up them two at a time. The girls could only watch her disappear in the stairwell, and wince as they heard her door slam 2 floors above them. After a few seconds, Itsuka let out a small sigh of defeat and picked back up her chopsticks, scooping up some teriyaki. "Well," she mumbled, "the piece was fun while it lasted." Outside, Izuku winced as the door shut behind him, knowing that the girls were probably thinking how much of a scumbag he was right now, and honestly, he couldn't really blame them, as Kinoko jumped off the steps and landed with another little oomph, her excitement obvious. He was now the one holding the picnic basket, handed to him by her so she could do her stunts. "Alrighty." Kinoko cheered as she pointed. "Onwards." Right," Izuku nodded, holding their picnic basket under his arm as he walked down the steps to join her. Where are we going again?" "It's a secret," Kinoko grinned up at him, walking backwards down their driveway with her hands folded behind her back, "and one that will not be revealed until we get there." Okay. Come on." She quickly moved to grab his hand in hers, and pull him quickly with her. "This is a date, so we gotta be more date-y. Don't be afraid to grab my butt." "What dash?" "Just kidding." Izuku slumped over, already feeling exhausted from the sheer whiplash of this girl as she giggled from her teasing. "Come on, Midori, lighten up a little bit," she asked him, squeezing his hand in hers. "Like I said, this is just a date. It can be our only date if you want, but I still want to try to make this romantic, just to make sure I know why I like you. Also, I know I said I'm kidding about the butt touching, but if you wanna, you can." Izuku cleared his throat, still feeling a bit redder but conceding her point, squeezing her hand back. "I guess so. I'll keep the butt touching in mind." "Please do." Izuku sighed a little, but couldn't help but give her a soft smile from her teasing, which, of course, made her heart beat a little bit faster, but Kinoko simply pushed that aside as she led him off the path of the sidewalk, leading him straight into the forest, much to his surprise. "The forest?" he asked, looking around at the trees illuminated by the sunset behind them. What are we doing here? You'll see. With that vague statement, 𝐭𝐽𝐾 continued pulling him into the forest, her hand surprisingly warm in his grasp. Izuku let out a small sigh, and then shook his head and tried to smile. This was 𝐭𝐽𝐾's favor, after all, so he shouldn't be worried about what Liko and the other girls would say right now. He needed to make sure that she had a fun time, so that was what he was going to focus completely on as she continued leading him into the forest, the basket under his arm not very heavy as 𝐭𝐽𝐾 walked with determination to wherever they were going for their date. And here we are. She pointed forwards, and Izuku looked over to see a clearing in the middle of the forest, the sunlight from the setting sun shining through the trees. There were a few mushrooms lying around the tall grass, but it was actually a rather pleasant sight to behold. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 strolled forward, and let out a small grunt of contentment as she plopped down on the grass, smiling up at Izuku and patting the grass next to her. Izuku gave her a weak smile and sat down on the ground next to her, seeing 𝐭𝐽𝐾 bounce with excitement as she took the basket from him, and opened it up to look inside. Izuku took a few seconds to look around the clearing, not seeing anyone in sight as the sun set in the distance, and looked back to his date as 𝐭𝐽𝐾 let out a small noise of happiness, lifting up 2 bowls and a container filled with a creamy sustenance. "Mushroom soup," she announced, opening the container and pouring some into the bowl. "I know you and Ibara, like, the chefs of the house, but I don't think you can beat my homemade recipe." "Oh, I didn't. Well, actually, I probably should have figured you could make this," Izuku chuckled, taking the bowl offered to him and taking a look, taking a sniff of the soup and feeling his stomach growl. "It's mushrooms, you probably know how to make everything with mushrooms in it." "Of course. I excel in mushroom supremacy. But this..." 𝐭𝐽𝐾 put a hand to her chest in pride, making Izuku chuckle a little as he took a spoon from the basket. "This is an ancient mushroom soup recipe, passed down my family for generations. It'd be shameful if I wasn't an expert in making it. I've known how to make this soup since I was 6. So, come on, give it a try." "Okay," he nodded, and scooped some of the soup out of the bowl with his spoon and brought it to his lips, slurping it. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 bounced in excitement as she watched Izuku mull over the taste before swallowing, blinking in surprise. Wow. That's really good. See. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 nodded in excitement. The komori mushroom recipe claims another victim. Wow, hold on. Izuku took another spoonful of the soup and put it in his mouth, groaning a little in happiness. This is the best mushroom soup I've ever had. Wow. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 was practically bouncing with happiness, very pleased that he liked it, and dug into her own meal. She let Izuku eat his dinner in silence for a bit, watching his face and beaming when he ate up her soup like it was a lifeline, smiling happily at the soup. Soon enough, all the soup was gone, and Izuku leaned back on his hands, smiling in satisfaction as 𝐭𝐽𝐾 put the bowls back in the basket. Wow. Could I ask you to teach me how to make your soup?" he asked earnestly, making 𝐭𝐽𝐾 laugh. "Nope. What dash? Why not? Like I said, it is the komori family recipe. If I teach it to an outsider, my mother will probably break into the school and drown me in mushrooms. And I'd rather not suffocate to death. My mom goes for the throat. So uncute." Okay, Izuku sighed, pouting a little, which made 𝐭𝐽𝐾 giggle. "But if you ask nicely," she offered, laying back so she could look at the sky, "I may be enticed to make you more sometime." "That would be awesome." Izuku smiled, and imitated her, laying down and looking at the dusky sky. "Oh, and I didn't mention this before." 𝐭𝐽𝐾 turned her head to give him a small smile, blushing slightly, "but you look really handsome." Thank you." Izuku blushed again, although there was a wobbly smile on his face as he turned to her. And you look really cute." "Do I?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 teased, sitting up and posing slightly with a hand in the air. "Do I take your breath away?" Yeah." "Oh." 𝐭𝐽𝐾 gave him another teasing grin, and rolled over so she laid right beside him, making Izuku blush again at her closeness. "Tell me, Mr. Midoriya, how cute am I? Cute enough to be an idol?" Yes. Izuku nodded, sitting up slightly with her and trying hard not to blush from the embarrassment of all the compliments he was giving her. I noticed that you've mentioned idols a lot. Do you want to be one? That's my dream, an idol hero, like Pop Step. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded enthusiastically, balling her fists. I've been practicing singing and dancing, and I think I'm an awesome dancer, if I say so myself. I know that once I graduate, someone will notice my cute features and beg me to model for them. Oh, you can sing? Izuku asked with interest, and was surprised to see 𝐭𝐚𝐲 falter a little. A little, she admitted, looking away. I'm not really confident, though. Well, I think you could be awesome, Izuku said fairly, but was surprised when 𝐭𝐚𝐲 shook her head. Pouting a little, Izuku decided to quietly ask, just out of curiosity, well, if you want to, do you wanna sing a little right now? Oh, no, I couldn't, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 blushed, glancing away. I'm not really that good. Trust me. Well, if you don't want to, you don't have to, Izuku said fairly, but still gave her a small smile, but I think you could be really good. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 blinked at that, seeing Izuku's small but confident smile in her abilities, and she felt her heart beat a little harder in her chest at the cute face. Still, she shook her head, and couldn't help but smile a little bit. Okay, she sighed, standing up, brushing the grass off her back, and stepped away a little. Just don't be too shocked when I SEK, okay? I'm pretty sure you won't. Izuku continued to smile at her as she took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. She pulled out her phone and tapped at a few buttons, and then turned up the volume to max as a song started playing. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 held it in her hand at her side, glancing at Izuku uncertainty, but felt a bit better when he gave her a certain smile, sitting forward in interest and giving her his entire attention. She took a deep breath, glancing at her feet, and when she heard her cue, sang quietly, the unusual aroma of hair reminds me, how loath, the moment that dancing passively can't hold innocent smiles any longer, hiding grief under scarves. Izuku blinked, taken completely aback. Her voice was quiet, almost inaudible over the sounds of the forest, but what he could hear. It was almost like listening to an angel speak. Her voice was a appealing pitch, despite the lack of confidence in her voice, and there was no shake in her voice. It was almost comparable to how he felt when he heard 𝐒𝐽𝐾 sing for the first time during their preparations for the culture festival. Before he could even think of what to say, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 continued to sing, slightly louder when she saw Izuku's look of surprise. Don't know since when was I able to grin and bear it more like this, because I was always called a crybaby in my childhood. Hey, keep it a secret. How cruel were those words that came from my mouth. The most ingenious call for help inside my mind is fading into nothingness, just like my future, which is supposed to be wonderless, is getting farther away. Before the chorus could begin, however, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 quickly turned the music off, going slightly redder. It was rare that she sang for anyone in general. She'd only sang for 𝐒𝐿𝐾 before, and the girl had given her all the encouragement and smiles she needed, but Izuku, she felt, was different. He was the second person that she had willingly sang for, and was a bit afraid of his opinion. She studied her feet while swaying slightly back and forth, still red, and asked, feeling more timid than she had in a long time, so, what did you think? Izuku blinked again, glancing around while trying to find his words. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 glanced up at him, seeing him looking utterly lost. Before a big smile came to his lips, and he turned back to her. That was really appealing, Komori. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 blinked, and then quickly shook her head. No, I bet my singing is awful. You don't need to no. Izuku shook his head, completely sure. That was some of the best singing I've ever heard, Komori. Seriously? Oh, no yes, Izuku insisted, leaning forward. You're going to be a great idol. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 stared at him for a few seconds, completely taken aback, and feeling heat rising to her face as her heart thumped in her chest. It might have been the sun casting shadows over the trees. But Izuku looked so. She didn't even know how to describe it. The look on his face made her heart beat wildly in her chest, and made her feel like she was on cloud 9. It was almost like how 𝐒𝐾 makes me feel. Shaking her head, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 managed to get the smile back on her face, although it was much shakier, and managed to laugh out loud. Oh, Midori, you're making me blush." She giggled, and moved back to sit down beside him, surprising him at how fast she moved to sit by his side. "Why don't we talk a little about how your day was? What did you do?" Izuku blinked, and then his grin returned. Well. They were content to sit there, talking about their day and what they did while they were waiting for their date. As Kinoko chatted about making a super bouncy mushroom, Izuku gave her a smile at how cute she was when she talked enthusiastically about how much fun she had. And he decided to put all his worries about 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and the girls aside so they could have fun. And tried not to freak out too much when Kinoko's hand sneaked into his once again, interlacing their fingers. Knock, knock, knock. Itsuka blinked, looking around from her desk. She was doing some homework from Midnight's class, having eaten dinner and decided to head to her room while waiting for Izuku to get back. She had been the one to volunteer, mostly to make sure Setsuna and Pony didn't make a poor lapse in judgment and bury Izuku in the garden. The girls had grumbled and shook their heads at Izuku for going on a date with Kinoko, him being apparently oblivious to 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and her problems, but ultimately, Itsuka reminded the girls that they didn't have the full story, and they knew that Izuku was way too nice to go behind 𝐒𝐿𝐼's back. So she would sit in her room for a few hours and then go downstairs to sit on the porch, wait until he got back with Kinoko, and ask him what was going on. If he didn't, of course, then she would throw him to the mercy of the rest of the girls, but Itsuka couldn't deny that Izuku was trustworthy, and would probably tell her truthfully what was going on. Still, she wondered who was at the door, and got out of her chair to go and open it. Once she swung it open, she was surprised to see 𝐒𝐿𝐼 staring at the ground, a full pout on her face as she stood there in her gym clothes. "𝐒𝐿𝐼!" Itsuka blinked in surprise. What's up?" "I need to borrow your punching bag," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 muttered. "May I?" Itsuka blinked, glancing behind her at the punching bag near the closet with the taped X from where she had beaten it so hard it broke after their game of truth or dare. She glanced back at 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and gave a little nod. Sure. Just go at it." She nodded, and Itsuka stepped away so her silver-haired friend could walk into her room, walking to the little desk near the punching bag to put on the red gloves that Itsuka had bought for everyone to share. It was a rare but expected thing that the girls would sometimes come into Itsuka's room to punch at the bag when they were frustrated. It was usually Yui trying to get out some stress she didn't want to keep in, or Pony being surprisingly feral when someone took the cute thing too far. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, on the other hand, usually didn't use it, as she had other ways to vent out her frustrations, usually by talking to someone else, which most of the time meant Kinoko. So this was a pretty odd sight to see, the normally calm and collected girl about to wail on a punching bag. Itsuka wasn't even sure if 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had ever thrown a punch in her life, usually fighting with her quirk. Still, she wasn't going to turn 𝐒𝐿𝐼 away. She had a feeling that she knew why she needed to punch out her feelings, and that was the brunette girl and green-haired boy currently out on a date. The girl was much quieter than usual as she lifted up the gloves, studying them for a small moment, and then subtly put them down as she turned and squared up against the bag as Itsuka returned to her desk, pulling up her homework. Itsuka tried to not listen very hard as she began writing down the art assignment Midnight assigned, hearing 𝐒𝐿𝐼 punching at the bag, and Itsuka was content to write on the piece of paper while 𝐒𝐿𝐼 continuously punched the bag. Until 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hits got louder. And her grunting suddenly became harsher. Itsuka blinked, and looked around as 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hits got harder, hearing her grunt more in exertion as she hit the bag as hard as she could. Itsuka gulped when she saw the rage in the girl's eye as she wailed on her punching bag, slamming her fists against it as though it had insulted her mother. It was so unlike 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to have genuine emotion on her face. She was a bit more expressive than Yui, but still stoic enough that the sight of her teeth gritting together in anger and her wrinkled brow was so weird to Itsuka it was like she had never seen her friend before. Itsuka glanced at her desk, almost tempted to ignore 𝐒𝐿𝐼 out of respect as she punched out whatever feelings she was currently having, but then she glanced down and her eyes widened as she saw that 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wasn't wearing the gloves, hitting the punching bag with her bare fists. And as someone who had bruised her hands that last few weeks while wailing on the bag in rage, she knew it wouldn't take much to injure her knuckles. Hey, whoa, hold on, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. She was quick to jump up, worry overcoming her, and reached to grab 𝐒𝐿𝐼's wrists to prevent her from punching anymore. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 froze when she felt 𝐒𝐿𝐼's touch, and the rage and anger in her face drained away as the orange-haired girl lifted her hands to look at her knuckles, wincing slightly at the bruises already forming. "Hold on a sec, honey, I'll wrap those up." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 bent to her desk, opening a cabinet and pulling out the gauze. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was guided to the couch, sitting down as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 began wrapping up her knuckles carefully, glancing up and seeing 𝐒𝐿𝐼's conflicted face. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded. "I'm fine, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Just went overboard with the punching. My knuckles will be fine." "That's not what I was talking about." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 didn't really have a response to that, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed. There was a part of her starting to become tired of letting her roommates vent their problems to her, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was obviously in pain. "So, is this because of 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and 𝐭𝐼?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 guessed, and saw 𝐒𝐿𝐼's pout return. I kind of figured." "I'm sorry," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 muttered, looking away. "It's stupid." "It's not." She shook her head, and sat back on her chair that she had dragged over, letting 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sit back as she tended to her bruised knuckles. I know that it must really 𝐿𝐼. Seeing those two going on a date. I shouldn't be angry." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shook her head. "I told Midoriya to go on the date. It's 𝐭𝐼's favor, Midoriya has to do it. I actually told Midoriya to do whatever she wanted, even if she wanted to kiss or something like that. And I told 𝐭𝐼, this morning, to do whatever she wanted. If she wants to go on a date with Midoriya, she can. And I can't really tell her not to. But..." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded. There was a part of her that had guessed that Izuku was doing this as 𝐭𝐼's favor. So he wasn't really the one to blame for this entire situation, even though he certainly wasn't making it better either. With that in mind, she planned to text it to the group chat in a second, to make sure the girls didn't go after Izuku's head when he got back. Knowing that it was for 𝐭𝐼's favor did appease her, even though she still had a twitchy eyebrow at the thought of 𝐭𝐼 kissing Izuku. "But I can't help." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 continued on, pouting. "I can't help but feel jealous when I think of them together. I told Midoriya that it was okay to make out with my girlfriend, and I know that 𝐭𝐼 is considering breaking up with me permanently." "Wait, what?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gasped, taken out of her brief bout of jealousy to look at 𝐒𝐿𝐼 in shock. I don't blame her," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed, sitting forward. "I've been, well, very inconsiderate with how I've treated her since we slept with Midoriya. I've had a small crush on him for a while now, and it's been messing up our relationship. She asked me, right out, if I would choose between her and Midoriya, and I couldn't answer. And the answer was obviously her. But now we've made such a big deal out of this, and now she's off exploring her own feelings for him, and I'm afraid that she's going to come back tonight and tell me it's over." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 glanced down at her feet, unsure what to say. She honestly had no idea what was going on right now, only that Izuku and 𝐭𝐼 were out on an actual, romantic date, and 𝐒𝐼 was worried that this was it for them. Before she could say anything, though, 𝐒𝐼's brow wrinkled again. "Of course," she said in a low voice, "if 𝐭𝐼 wanted to break up with me, she should just do it, right? Instead of pulling this CRP. Going out on a date with a guy she maybe likes," 𝐒𝐼 continued on, her glare returning, "while still technically in a relationship with me. To find out how she feels for him. That stupid talk about little feelings and big feelings. Was that just bullshit? Was she always considering breaking up with me, this entire time, and I never noticed? She told me she's liked me since the start of first year, and I believed her, but what if she's just saying that to appease me? Was this even real? She asked me out, she told me she loved me, that she cares about me, but we've never even had sex like that. It's always about sex, not actually making love. It's always been our fetishes," 𝐒𝐼 continued to rant, unaware that 𝐒𝐼 was slowly shrinking away from every word that she said, going redder and redder. "It's what we started as, and what we brought Midoriya in for. Was she just using me this entire time, and now that she has Midoriya she's okay with breaking it off with me? Is that it? She told me she was in love with me, but was that all an act? Just to get in my breaths, and then when Midoriya came in, she left me for him. I thought she genuinely loved me, but it must not be all that strong if she's willing to go on a date with Midoriya, right? Itsuka glanced to the side, not really sure what to say as 𝐒𝐿𝐽 got more and more paranoid about what she thought was real and what was not. Before she could say anything, though, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stood abruptly from the couch, startling her. Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shook her head. I'm not one for those stupid games. It's time that I figure out exactly what's going on between us. Itsuka balked as 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stormed away from the couch, opening Itsuka's door sharply. What are you doing? I'm going to go, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said shortly, and kick Kinoko's butt. Oh, okay. Itsuka nodded numbly, watching as 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stomped out of her room. And then it registered what she just said. Wait, what? You know, I never noticed how squishy your face is. Here. Izuku blinked, looking around. My face? Yeah. It's like Smush Central. Kinoko raised a hand and poked at his cheek, giggling as he reacted in surprise from the sudden touch. Still, thanks to the much lighter atmosphere in this little section of the forest as they had laid there for hours, the sun set long ago and the stars twinkling above them, Izuku was feeling much more playful in turn. He gave her a little grin, and raised his own finger. I think why you're more Smush Central than me, he laughed, and poked her own cheek. Seeing the slight squish. Kinoko giggled at that, and sat up, giving him a small smile, until she glanced around, and her eyes widened. Whoa, how long have we been out here? She asked, looking around. Where'd the sun go? I guess we've been out here. Izuku pulled his phone out of his pocket, glancing at and feeling his eyes widen. For 2 hours. Ooh. Well, I guess we'll need to head back soon. Kinoko quickly stood up, scooping up the basket. I still need to do Midnight's assignment. Izuku nodded, and stood up as well, wincing as he realized that his foot had fallen asleep, and shook it slightly. They'd been there for hours, going over a large variety of topics. Izuku had asked Kinoko about her hobbies, and she had confirmed that she did like dressmaking and had helped with designing Itsuka's dress for the beauty pageant. Kinoko in turn asked about her section in Izuku's notebook, which he had whipped out of nowhere to show her, much to her surprise, and showed her his illustration of her hay. You made my melons bigger in this picture. Thanks. Gurk. It had gotten to the point that Izuku even let her coat his arm in her mushrooms, chatting with her as she picked them off one by one while they talked about whatever they wanted, not really caring for the time. Alas, their time in this little section of the forest had to come to an end, and they needed to head back. Once he was sure he wasn't going to fall over from his sleeping foot, they started walking back out of the forest, Kinoko leading the way as she knew where they were going. Soon, they managed to clear the forest, brushing some of the grass off their butts and legs as they got back to the sidewalk illuminated by the street lamps, and started walking back to the house. So, Izuku cleared his throat, glancing around. Was that a good date? Kinoko confirmed, nodding happily. That was perfection. 10/10. Would do it again. Yeah. I had fun too, Izuku nodded, smiling. As first dates go. I guess this was a good one. Ooh, so I took your first date virginity. Kinoko teased, and Izuku laughed sheepishly, rubbing a hand in his hair. Well, I'm happy. I made you a first date that you'll never forget. And you didn't even have to touch my butt. Again with the butts, Izuku groaned lowly, although with humor. Do you just really want me to touch your butt? Well, if you're asking. Kinoko put a finger to her lip, and moved so that she could stick her butt out in a teasing manner. Which Izuku immediately balked at and threw his arms to his face in embarrassment, which made her almost topple over in giggles. Still, she managed to get out after her giggling fit, slowing their walk to a stop as she turned around. I think tonight was a big success. But there's just one more thing I want to try. Oh. Izuku blinked, looking down at her and feeling startled. She had put down the basket, and stared up at him with a serious expression, her one visible eye half closed, and her hands behind her back. Usually, after the first date, she cleared her throat, and glanced back up at him in uncertainty. The couple, they tend to, well, kiss. Oh. Izuku felt himself go redder, realizing exactly what was going on right now. Oh, she wanted him to kiss her. It did make sense. Kinoko did bring it up during her explanation of her favor. Kissing was definitely on the table, and definitely, Kinoko wanted it. He remembered Leiko's words this morning, threatening him to give her girlfriend a good time, and kiss her if she wanted. Although, the guilt at doing this behind Leiko's back. But still, she told him to. But, okay. Izuku nodded slowly, still feeling quite guilty but knowing that he had to. Just one, right? Why? Kinoko nodded, another expression on her face that confused Izuku, but he couldn't really understand what it was, only that she was grinning a little too widely. Just one. Just to confirm something. Izuku nodded stiffly, taking a deep breath, and moved to stand right in front of Kinoko, staring down at her as she looked up at him through the fringe in her hair, looking cuter than ever and almost making his heart skip a beat. Slowly, he moved his hands to lay on her waist. Kinoko then took the incentive to wrap her arms around his shoulders, making Izuku chuckle a little bit as he was forced to lean down a bit to her height so they were face to face. They could both feel their hearts pounding in their chests, and once Kinoko took a deep breath and took a step forward, they could feel each other's, as now they were chest to chest, and Izuku gulped as he looked into her appealing brown eyes. Slowly, they leaned in, hearts hammering in their chests, as Izuku slowly closed his eyes, feeling her breath on his lips, and then nothing. Izuku felt confused for a second, and opened his eyes. To his shock, Kinoko had moved her head away, her fringe hiding her eyes, but Izuku could see that the smile on her lips had suddenly vanished. He felt concerned that he did something wrong, and quickly moved away, backing up so that they were no longer face to face. I'm sorry, Komori, I shouldn't have am I a bad girlfriend for doing this? Izuku blinked, and looked over, seeing Kinoko's frown as she still refused to look at him, and her lips started wobbling. I'm going on a date with you. I just had a great date with you. And I want to kiss you so badly. But I know how much this must be hurting Leiko right now. She muttered, her arms moving down so she could grasp his shoulders, her grip surprisingly tight. I know that we're technically broken up right now, and, she did tell me earlier today that she knows what I'm doing. Oh. Yeah. It was really dismissive, and she said to do whatever I want, but... Kinoko bit her lip, her voice now wobbling. But I feel bad. Izuku stared at her for a few seconds, feeling pity in his chest, and nodded. She confronted me this morning too, he confessed, which drew Kinoko's eyes back to him, and told me that I should treat this date seriously. So she did give me permission to do all the date stuff, like you want. But I do know what you mean. I feel pretty bad for doing this to her too. I'm sorry, she whispered, feeling tears in her eyes. I like you. I do. It's why I wanted to go on this date. I said that I wanted to explore why I liked you, and I did. But that's not all. I wanted to go on this date to confirm if my feelings for you, if they were bigger than what I felt for her. Here. Izuku blinked, staring down at her in confusion. I like you, and I love her, she explained, and I wanted to know if my feelings for you were stronger than my feelings for her. That was my favor, to figure that out. And... Izuku swallowed nervously, looking at her wobbly lip with slight fear. And what's the answer? It's equal. Hey. I like you both equally, Kinoko muttered, feeling her tears start to slide down her cheeks. I want to go out with you. I want to date you. I don't want to say that I love you, but I think eventually my feelings for you could turn to that. I sang for you, and you didn't judge me. I think you noticed, but I've always been really insecure about my singing. And when I did it for you, and you encouraged me, I felt really happy. Izuku nodded, letting her explain. Kinoko sighed, glancing away. You and Leiko, you're the only two I've sang for after that. And and your reactions made me so happy. I wanna date you. But I love 𝐂𝐿𝐽. I've loved her since the start of school. I'm angry at her right now. And I'm not sure if our relationship could survive after what we did to you, but I don't wanna. Izuku let her vent a little, his arms still on her waist as she muttered lowly, and then blinked when her eyes widened in alarm. Am I cheating on her? She asked in a horrified whisper. What dash? I'm cheating on her. Kinoko gasped, feeling her tears start to slide down faster. We're on a break, we broke up, but I still took you out on a date. If I kissed you, would she forgive me? I wanted to make sure I knew how I felt for you, but oh my god. Keikomori. I don't want to cheat on her. Kinoko cried out, raising a hand to grab at her face in horror. Komori. I'm awful. I'm completely and totally dash. Do you want to break up with her? That seemed to yank Kinoko right out of her brief horror at how she might have possibly cheated on her girlfriend, and looked up at Izuku in surprise. He could see her confusion, reflected in her glossy eye not hidden by her fringe, and patiently waited for her to answer. Like I've said before, it's complicated. Just answer it, then. Yes or no? Well dash. Are you going to answer no? I think you are. Izuku nodded slowly, smiling down at her. You're worried about having cheated on her, and I don't think you have. You didn't do anything like that, and I don't think you'd be worried about cheating on her if you were going to dump her anyway, right? I don't know. I think hey. Both Izuku and Kinoko jumped at the unexpected voice, and quickly turned around. Standing a few meters away was 𝐂𝐿𝐽 and Itsuka, the orange-haired girl looking worriedly between the three of them. 𝐂𝐿𝐽 herself was glaring at Kinoko, much to Izuku's surprise. He kind of expected 𝐂𝐿𝐽 to be more angry at him than her, and looked like she was about to snap at her, probably something angry. But then Kinoko slowly turned around, showing 𝐂𝐿𝐽 the pain and tears on her face. Izuku could see the anger and pain in the silver-haired girl's eyes fade away at once as Kinoko stared at the ground. What's going on? 𝐂𝐿𝐽 asked, glancing between the two of them. Izuku glanced down at Kinoko, and let out a small sigh. He slowly let go of her waist and stepped back, and looked at 𝐂𝐽. Yanagi. I'm sorry, he apologized, which drew 𝐂𝐽's attention to him at once. I went on a date with your girlfriend. I know you said it was okay, but I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry. What? 𝐂𝐽 asked. Can I ask you something, Yanagi? Izuku asked quietly. When I got back tonight, were you going to ask me to do your favor? Yanagi. Yes. I see. Izuku nodded slowly, and then glanced at his feet. Can I ask what it was going to be? 𝐂𝐿𝐽 flinched, and glanced at Kinoko. The brown-haired girl was still studying the ground, tears in her eyes, and 𝐂𝐿𝐽 found herself feeling hurting in her heart at the sight of her girlfriend in pain. She slowly looked back up at Izuku, and let out a defeated sigh. She muttered. I was gonna ask you. Yeah. I was gonna ask you to help me get back together with Kinoko. Kinoko let out a small gasp, and looked back around at her girlfriend for the first time since she came here, and not a little glance, but a full-on stare. 𝐂𝐿𝐽 herself was looking away in guilt, staring at her feet while Itsuka shared a glance with Izuku, who was looking sad himself. And then, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I can't help you. 𝐂𝐿𝐽 blinked, and then looked quickly back up at Izuku. Wait. What? I can't help you get back together with Komori, Izuku elaborated, which made Kinoko quickly look at Izuku in shock as well. It's not my place to. I want to, I really do, but I can't. If you guys want to get back together, and figure this out, you two need to do it. Not with me in the middle, asking you to. You need to talk, honestly, with each other. You can't avoid each other anymore, you need to work this out. For a few seconds, the four of them stood in silence, everyone avoiding each other's gaze. That is, until 𝐒𝐿 let out a quiet sigh, and rubbed 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐲's shoulder one more time. She quietly walked over to 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐭𝐼𝐲, and took a minute to grab the hem of her t-shirt to rub against 𝐭𝐼𝐲's face, wiping away the tears, and quickly gave her a small kiss on the forehead. "I'm gonna leave the door unlocked, just in case," she said quietly. "Just take your time, okay, honey?" Without waiting for a response, 𝐒𝐿 quietly reached out and took 𝐒𝐿's hand in hers. Squeezing slightly, 𝐒𝐿 pulled 𝐒𝐿 away from 𝐭𝐼𝐲, with the boy quietly following her, and both of them headed back to the house, leaving 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐲 and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 to finally decide where their relationship was headed. "All right, girl." 𝐒𝐿 leaned forward, smirking. "It's time to spill." "Spill?" 𝐒𝐿 cleared her throat, glancing away. "Spill what?" "Nope." Yui shook her head, agreeing with 𝐒𝐿. "You can't play dumb with us." They were seated in the living room, the love seat pulled from where they had it on the other side of the room and placed in front of the couch so the girls could sit in a circle, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 taking up the couch and Pony and Yu sitting against the love seat. They were all dressed in their pajamas, 𝐒𝐿 in a green tank top and short shorts, Yui in a t-shirt and gym breathes, Pony in an anime t-shirt and flannel breathes, and 𝐒𝐿 in a nightdress. They had snacks to the side of them while they had an impromptu girls' night, wanting to have a little relaxation. Vlad King warned them in class this morning that they were going to be working extra hard now that the exam was coming up on Friday, so they wanted a little time to relax to themselves. And they knew exactly what topic they wanted to cover tonight. 𝐒𝐿 gulped nervously as all three girls leaned forward, Pony looking a mixture of intrigued and jealous, 𝐒𝐿 looking very interested, and Yu expressionless, but definitely as intrigued as the others. "Girl, you just slept with Parsley," 𝐒𝐿 grinned, "and we want the deets." "But there's no deets to be had," 𝐒𝐿 tried to deflect, blushing bright red while staring at a specific spot on the wall across from her. We went back to the hotel room, and we made love. That's it." "Well, obviously," Yu shrugged, "but we're more interested in what you guys did specifically." But why would I want to tell you guys that? It's embarrassing. Why would you want to know what Midoriya did during our, well, you know. I mean, as intriguing as hearing how he FS after a dry spell, that's not really what I'm interested in. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, leaning back in her seat and picking up a Dino cracker from the box beside her and tossing it into her mouth. "I love the boy, but we've all had sex with Parsley, so we already know how the boy operates and what he does to get our engines roaring. We're more interested in you, girl." "In me?" 𝐒𝐿 gasped, looking scandalized. "What, do you plan to stuck me now?" No, nothing like that." 𝐒𝐿 laughed, but then raised an eyebrow. "Although if you're interested." 𝐒𝐿 narrowed her eyes at her teasing, and threw a popcorn kernel at her, to which she feigned mortal injury as it hit her forehead and collapsed against the couch, Pony giggling at her antics. She was up in a moment, though, grinning. "Relax, hun, I'm kidding." "Well, maybe not, but that's not what I'm asking anyway. I'm just saying, you were looking pretty satisfied when we saw you the next day, and we were just curious about what happened. We can all attest that Parsley's really good at what he does, so we were just wondering how you returned the favor." "That," Yu bluntly said, "and none of us have had sex in nearly a month now. And Izuku having sex with you is the most intriguing thing I've heard in a while. I would like some details, if you're willing to share them. If you don't want to, though, you don't have to." 𝐒𝐿 pouted, glancing at her feet, and then sighed in defeat. What would you like to know?" 𝐒𝐿 and Pony let out small oohs and leaned forward at once, looking very interested, while Yui sat back to enjoy what she was about to hear. "So," 𝐒𝐿's grin widened, "how did he do it? How did he stuck you?" How he did it. WL. 𝐒𝐿 glanced to the side, blushing heavily. We got back to the hotel room." Pony nodded. And we talked a little bit beforehand, and kissed once, just so we were clear that we were going to go through with it. I got changed into my more mature dress. You looked intrigued by that, and we got in bed. I wanted to watch some TV beforehand. Giving him some time to work up to it instead of jumping right into it, Yui nodded in approval, okay. Then he started touching my legs. The girls subconsciously glanced at Ibara's bare legs and gave each other grins. Pony, for one, was comfortable with just listening to what Ibara was saying, sitting back and feeling her face flush red while Setsuna and Yu leaned forward more. Then we kissed again. Ibara gulped, glancing away again. And from there. She let out a small groan and grabbed the nearest couch cushion to shove her face into, letting out a muffled, "So embarrassing." I mean, not really, Setsuna laughed, tossing some popcorn into her mouth. We're all big girls, Ibara, you don't need to be embarrassed. So, how many times did you come? Please don't use that vulgar language. Ibara protested, throwing the cushion away. I only ejaculated once. There was a small silence, before Pony let out a small, "You know, it's hard to take you seriously when you say ejaculated." Then what would you like me to say? I clenched. Yeah, 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐺 is good. Just please don't say ejaculated ever again. Heh, you said in a monotone voice. Ibara said ejaculated. That resulted in a few eye rolls, and Setsuna lightly hitting Yui on the shoulder, before she got back on track, having raised her eyebrow over something Ibara said. So, just once. So you were a one and done. Oh, dear Lord, Ibara groaned, rubbing her face with one hand while Setsuna gave her an innocent grin. I should have known that this would have been prime teasing material for you. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Pony tried to assure her, smiling. I'm sure that it was a good first time all around. Did he go down on you and you, clenched, and that was it? Ibara lowered her hand, surprising everyone with her small pout. Not exactly. Please give me more credit than that. To put it in your terms, Pony, yes, he went down on me. We did make out for a while there. I found that Midoriya was more than willing to. Well, explore my body. The three girls leaned forward with interest, seeing the blush on Ibara's face along with the small smile. I'll admit that it felt, well, good to be treated like that. He seemed to practically worship my body. I never felt, well, pardon me if it sounds a tad bit arrogant, but I never felt more attractive than I did that night. Oh, I know, Setsuna nodded, blushing a little too. The boy gets downright worshipful around us. It's like the nicest feeling in the world, just sitting back and letting him do his thing. But like, what do you mean worship? Like, did he dash? Ibara glanced left and right, blushing brightly, but still reached for the collar of her nightshirt and brought it down slightly. The other girls' eyes widened as they saw her marked-up chest, some faint bruises there with slight grooves as though there had been someone biting her there. Ooh, that's kinkier than I thought you'd get up to, Ibara. Setsuna giggled, going slightly redder. I honestly thought it would be kiss, let's get naked, in and out and then done. So what happened after that? Well, besides your crude analogy, no, we did not. Kiss, let's get naked, in and out and then done. Ibara blushed again, while the other girls giggled. In any case, yes, we did make out for a while, and then strip down, and then, like I said, he went down on me for a bit, to get me used to the feeling, and then he took my virginity. Ooh, that's cutie number 8 done in the virginity department. Setsuna raised her hand for a high five, which Ibara weakly gave to her. This is no longer a house full of versions. We are now a house full of winners. So what happened next? Well, I took charge, initially, and then she gulped. And then he took over, and, well, There was a small silence, before Ibara slumped over and admitted, in a grumbling voice. I was too nervous to see 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 properly, so Midoriya finished me off by, well, going down on me again. The girls blinked, glancing between each other. Izuku had gone down on all three of them as well, and knew that he was pretty skilled in that department, so they didn't see any problem with that, before Yui shrugged, sensing part of the reason why Ibara was so put off. I guess that makes sense, she reasoned. It was your first time, you were probably really nervous even before it got started. Indeed. Ibara pouted. Still, Well, at least you came, I guess that's what matters. Yui nodded, and then leaned back. Did you at least finish him off? I'm afraid I don't know, Ibara admitted, pouting a little more. I will admit, his skills while he went down on me were, well, it was very hard to pay attention to anything else, I suppose you could say. I could barely think while he was doing it. I'm not sure if I did anything to make him 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 as well, but I knew that as soon as I finished, I passed out. Then I woke up the next morning cuddling him. Oh! Pony smiled a little, thinking of the adorable thought of her best friend and Izuku sleeping in a vine ball, the thought so cute that she could not even feel slightly jealous. Setsuna and you also seemed to think it was a little cute, smiling at her, although their smiles faltered when they saw Ibara's frown. Do you think he'd be upset about that? She worried, glancing to the side, that my pleasure was put above his. Perhaps I should, oh dear, I don't even know. She sat forward, her brow wrinkled. Do I talk to him about it? Apologize. I mean, I don't think he would hold it against you, Setsuna shrugged. I think he'd be more that night was about you, not me. I'm just happy you had fun or something along those lines. Yu wordlessly agreed, throwing another piece of popcorn into her mouth. He does tend to prioritize our pleasure above his. That's what usually happened whenever we had sec. After all, I would do my thing, and he'd do whatever he could to make sure I finished. Yeah. And my thing. Setsuna frowned somewhat regretfully, reminded of what she did to him during their times together. Usually he would do whatever I told him to. Well, even so. Ibara bit her lip. Maybe I should ask to return the favor. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, prompting the other girls to look at the vine girl in intrigue. However, Ibara shook her head. I can't ask that, she sighed. The agreement was that Midoriya was the one to come on to me, not the other way around. I can't exactly go up to his room, ask him to lay down, and return the favor as you said. I'll just have to make sure that he's all right with what I didn't do that night. There was another small silence between them again, while Ibara ate some of the popcorn in the bowl and Pony turned up the music on the TV somewhat while Setsuna laid back and Yui thumbed at her phone, the conversation seemingly done. And then, Ibara cleared her throat. Just as a matter of curiosity, she blushed again, how many times can you all, finish in one session? The girls blinked, glancing between each other. It was really surreal, seeing Ibara interested in something sec-related, but they shrugged. Well, I can last. Maybe 5 or 6 times. Yui thought about it. I think that's how many times Izuku and I went at it once, although, he sometimes just fed me through a bunch of orgasms until he came, so I can't really say, might be more than 6. I honestly lost count, Setsuna shrugged, smiling somewhat. I think the most times for me was about 10 times. But that was when I was letting him practice eating me out, so I'm not sure about if we could actually go at it that many times, or if it's more. Pony took a moment to think, trying not to blush too much. I think 4 times for me. But I think the first one was that I got too excited and the other times, yeah, it was him thing me through the last 3. Ibara let out a low groan and slumped back against the couch, disappointed in herself. I only came once and I was out like a light. Don't stress about it too much, girl. Setsuna poked her with her foot, grinning. It was your first time, and you're not as fit as the rest of us. Maybe you could mstrt to practice. I think fingering yourself could help get your stamina up and ready for more. Mstrt. Ibara was about to reprimand her for the suggestion, but she stopped to think. Maybe. I mean, nothing wrong with jerking off, Setsuna shrugged, before a teasing smirk filled her face. Of course, if you want to get some one-on-one practice, you could always come to my room. I'm not even sure if you're kidding now, Setsuna, Ibara huffed, shaking her head. I thought you were straight. Setsuna guessed the rest of her sentence, leaning back on the couch and stretching her arms. Well, now that I think about it, I'm not too sure myself. If we wanna put a label on me, I guess you could say I'm bi-curious. I'm bi, Yui raised her hand, which everyone rolled their eyes at. Yui had checked them out enough times that none of them were really surprised. Pony gulped, glancing away. I'm not really sure. P put me as straight for now. For now, you say? Yui raised an eyebrow, and Pony blushed again, which made Setsuna giggle and Ibara pat her best friend's shoulder with a small smile on her face. Look, I'm glad that we're all down to F now, but Setsuna was about to say, and Ibara was about to bop her on the head for the vulgar language used throughout this conversation, when she caught sight of a familiar set of orange hair outside the window. Oh, hey, Prez is back. The girls turned, and saw Itsuka's back to them as she stood outside the porch. They were about to wave to her, maybe hoping that she would like to join their little circle for the night after running out unexpectedly a few minutes ago, when they caught sight of someone else standing beside her, and blinked. Wait, Parsley. Setsuna wrinkled her brow, tilting her head. I thought he would be with Kinoko. Do we still have to kick his butt for that? Pony pouted. Like, come on, Izuku, don't go on dates with a girl when her ex is in the room. Before any of them could agree with Pony's statement, however, Itsuka glanced at Izuku, and the two wordlessly walked away from the window. Curious that they hadn't come in yet, Setsuna detached one of her eyes to float over to the window on the porch, peeking subtly out. They're just sitting on the porch. Setsuna noted, wrinkling her brow. Oh, dear, Ibara worried, does it look serious? Well, yes and no. They aren't frowning, but they aren't smiling either. Neither of them look angry, though, if that's what you're asking. Do you think she's talking to him about Kinoko? Ibara wondered. Maybe, Pony pouted, feeling a little worried. Do you think she's going to reprimand him? Should we just listen in? Yui asked the room, and the other girls glanced at her. Like, I know we're just sitting here guessing what they're doing, but maybe we could open the door a little. Just to listen. I don't know, Ibara hummed, looking worried. What if it's a private conversation? I don't know about you, girl, but I feel like privacy isn't really a thing in this house anymore. Setsuna shook her head, biting the inside of her cheek. Not since everyone wanted to make sure their worries were out in the open. There was a small silence between the four as they debated what to do, and eventually decided to say screw it and subtly sneak up to the door, their curiosities overcoming them although Ibara was shaking her head somewhat. As quietly and subtly as she could, Yu turned the doorknob, trying hard not to let it squeak, and the four girls put their ears to the crack in the door, trying hard to be subtle about it. Outside, Itsuka sighed as she finally released Izuku's hand, sitting down on the top step and looking up into the starry sky. They had been silent while walking back to the house, Itsuka trying hard not to give away how nice it was to hold his hand. It was calloused and scarred, but felt so right interlaced with her fingers she had to constantly fight down a small smile on her face. She wasn't aware of Izuku subtly doing the same, trying hard not to rub his thumb against the back of her soft hand, but his worries about Leiko and Kinoko behind him kept bringing him back to reality as he joined Itsuka on the stairs, sitting on the step below her and looking up into the sky. For a few seconds, they just stared up, not really sure what to say, until Izuku closed his eyes and let out a small exhale. Do you think it'll go well? He asked her, not looking back. Yanagi and Komori, I mean. Itsuka continued looking up, before letting out another small sigh. I don't know. I hope so, but, God, I just hope so. Izuku nodded at that, completely agreeing with her, and they lapsed into another silence. This one, however, was broken by Itsuka as she let out a small laugh, making Izuku turn back around to her in curiosity. We shouldn't be worrying about it right now, she softly said, leaning forward. All we're going to be doing is worrying and being nervous about them, but whatever happens, happens. We'll deal with it whenever they come back. Izuku took another small breath, and then gave her a little smile. I suppose so. You're right. I know I am, Itsuka nodded, and then moved so that she could sit on the same stair as him, and tried to give him a coy grin. So, a date with Kinoko, here. Yeah. It was her favor. From the onsen. A romantic date and then she would be okay with me. Izuku glanced at her, worry in his eyes. Are you mad? Well, at first I was, Itsuka shrugged, looking back up at the sky, and added when. Izuku looked panicked, but not for the reason you're thinking. We were more upset about Leiko, but I thought about it, and I know that you weren't some JRK like that. There had to be more to it than what we were thinking. She let out a small laugh. I kinda had to make sure the girls didn't try to lynch you the moment you got back. Heh, Izuku chuckled, smiling weakly. Thanks for that. Well, we got defensive of Leiko, so we were gearing up to hang you with Ibara's vines. I had to remind them that you actually have a good head on your shoulders. She then bumped shoulders with him, which surprised him slightly. So I was gonna wait out here for you to get back and let you explain yourself. Oh, Izuku laughed weakly, glancing away. How kind of you. It was. Itsuka nodded, leaning back again, and her hand brushed against his arm, which made him jump a little. I might have had you on your hands and knees while you explained, but I don't think I would have gone that far. Maybe. Izuku nodded weakly, and glanced away again. Now that he had noticed, he felt a little nervous again, but for an entirely new reason, that being Itsuka was really, really close to him. Like, practically sitting right beside him. As in, her leg was slightly touching his, that close. And now, Izuku glanced at her face, seeing her looking up at the stars, and felt himself gulp. Holy Siu, what the hell was going on? Why was she so close? Why did she smell so good? Wait, why was he smelling her? Was she so close that he could smell her very nice shampoo from here? Wait, did she always have that freckle near her eye? Hey. Izuku jumped slightly, feeling himself go red as Itsuka looked back around, and he immediately whipped his gaze to his lap, praying that she did not just notice him staring at her. Thankfully, Itsuka didn't seem to notice, which he thanked every god imaginable. Why yeah. Can I ask you something? You just did. Itsuka raised an eyebrow at the unexpected sass. Izuku himself only let it slip out, and was currently going much redder, then laughed softly and punched his shoulder. Okay, smartass. I wanna ask you something else now. Oh, okay. It's about Saturday. And that was what made Izuku freeze in his seat, eyes going wider and his heart thumping in his chest. Saturday. The beach day. The onsen. And Itsuka, oh, God. Now he remembered why he was so awkward around her all day. Her teasing him while naked. Oh, good Lord, she wanted to talk about what happened. Was she uncomfortable with it now? Nervous? If she was nervous, why was she so close? Did she want to apologize to him? Clarify something he missed? What if he did miss something? Did he? Izuku, you're muttering. Izuku jumped slightly, blushing redder while Itsuka giggled. He did note, however, that there was a blush on her own cheeks as well now, and she glanced away awkwardly. I was actually hoping we could talk about Ibara. And what's being implied here? Oh, sorry, I thought, Izuku blinked, taken aback. Sorry, what implications? Itsuka sighed and folded her hands together, pouting somewhat. She wanted to try to say this while not coming across as jealous or insecure. She was still grappling with how exactly to address her feelings for Izuku, as in, whether to take Midnight's advice to be more assertive, or just let them be, so she wanted to make sure her own feelings didn't influence her words when she asked this. Well, it's just. You've just had sex with Ibara. Itsuka stared back up at the stars, unaware of a small squeak from behind the door and 3 voices shushing it. And that was after you said that you wouldn't do that with us anymore. So what's going on? She sighed, rubbing a hand against her face. We weren't close enough to make anything specific out, but I did see Kinoko leaning up to kiss you. You said no more SXL stuff, but you've kissed Set, you've had sex with Ibara, you're going to eventually kiss Pony at some point, and you tried to kiss Kinoko. You're going to that dinosaur exhibit with Set next week, and Izuku coughed, and she blinked, sorry to interrupt, but we're just hanging out, right? I thought that's all there is to that. Izuku, Itsuka gave him a deadpan stare, eyebrow raised, you're going with Set to a museum. Why yeah? Alone. Without any of us. Just the 2 of you. That made Izuku pause, trying to think through what she was saying, and then it came to him. Itsuka tried not to giggle as the realization and horror crossed his face. Wait a second. Am I going on a date with her? I mean. Itsuka shrugged. She didn't say it like that exactly, but. Yeah. You guys are probably going on a date. Ooh, Sion. Izuku groaned, cupping his face with his hands. I barely survived this date, how can I survive another one? Anyway, Itsuka got back on track. You've gone on a date, you're going on another, you're going to kiss Pony eventually, and you've slept with Ibara. So I guess what I'm asking is. She sighed again, pouting somewhat. What's going on with everyone? What do you mean? I mean that, are you going to start sleeping with everyone again? Go on dates with everyone? Kiss everyone? I don't know where exactly you're going with this. Izuku paused, and slowly let his hands drop, frowning. What Itsuka was saying. It wasn't exactly unfounded on nothing. He did see what she was asking here. If now that he slept with Ibara, was he up for sleeping with the other girls again? He understood what Itsuka meant. If he slept with one girl, what's to stop him from sleeping with the rest of them again? And he could not lie to himself, the same thought had crossed his mind somewhat. He had been distracted by Kinoko and their date all day, but there had been moments where he had thought about it some. To be honest, he saw both a negative and a positive to this. The negative, if he started sleeping with the girls again, there was a real possibility of things being repeated. He was trying to rebuild everything with them from the ground up, but there was a part of him that feared that letting them back at him after all these long weeks would just result in the same thing, the girls sleeping with him and arguing over him, miscommunication and tension everywhere. He didn't want to repeat that. But, on the more positive side, there was a part of him that knew that it wouldn't be repeated. At least, the girls only using him for sec, that was, and wouldn't let him know that they saw him as more than that. Izuku may be insecure and filled with self-doubt, but he couldn't deny that these girls did not see him as walking, talking DLD. Not at all. They cared about him. Ibara, Pony, and Yui liked him. He knew that Kinoko liked him, but the situation with Leiko was definitely more complicated than with the other girls. Setsuna was a bit of a mystery, but if what Itsuka was suggesting was true, and their dinosaur exhibit adventure was a date, then there had to be some interest on her side. And then, there was Itsuka, and what she did in the onsen. Izuku gulped, and glanced to the right. What she had done there was definitely something he didn't expect at all, and tried very hard not to think about. But he also remembered how she'd been with him all along. She supported him during this entire fiasco, always gave him a hug if he needed it, and was generally touchy-feeling with him, making him feel better from his touch starvation. She said that what she did in the onsen was a clarification of interest, but if Izuku really thought about it, that clarification of interest was unnecessary. He knew she was interested, and he'd be foolish to not admit that he was interested in turn. But he was getting distracted. He knew that sleeping with Ibara changed something in the house, and it would need to be addressed soon. Itsuka let him think quietly to himself, and then glanced away in turn, blushing a bit redder. While he had been quietly thinking to himself, her own thoughts returned to what happened between them in the onsen after he had reminded her. She felt like her face was being set on fire the longer she thought about it, and stole a glance at Izuku as he bent over in thought, quietly muttering to himself but not loud enough for her to hear. She tapped her fingers together, and let out a sigh. Hey. Izuku blinked, taken out of his thoughtful silence. Why yeah. I was just thinking. I still have your towel. Itsuka cleared her throat, glancing at her feet while looking like her entire head was on fire, the orange hair and red face clashing spectacularly. I'll wash it with the rest of my stuff, then give it back. Oh. Why? Izuku also went red at what she just said, reminded why she would have his towel, and glanced at his feet as he realized why she had just brought that up. I guess we need to talk about it, here. Why yeah? I mean, I know it's kind of awkward, you showing me your naked body in the onsen, but deshnama. Oh dear. Izuku and Itsuka jumped at the sound of the door bursting open behind them, and quickly whipped around. Laying on the porch in a pile was Ibara, Pony, 𝐤𝐬, and Setsuna, all of them groaning in pain. Pony was on the bottom, slapping the ground in pain while having all of her roommates' weights on top of her, while Ibara tried to get up with 𝐤𝐬 on her back. Setsuna herself had fallen to pieces, her torso, legs and head bouncing against the ground, and making her groan in pain. Finally, Ibara whipped her gaze up to Itsuka, eyes wide and jaw dropped, and the orange-haired girl seemed to finally grasp what was happening. What does that mean? You were naked in front of him in the onsen. Oh! Itsuka's eyes widened, and she felt herself pale. Oh, by the way, Parsley, Setsuna pointed a finger on her disembodied hand at him, her face widening into a mischievous grin. Yes. The dinosaur exhibit is a date. Eek! 𝐒𝐿𝐽 let out a little sigh as she sat down on the bench, slumping forward slightly and resting her forearms on her knees. Beside her, Kinoko also sat down, staring at her lap as she folded her hands together. Neither of them had spoken when Izuku and Itsuka walked away, only glancing at each other once and then away. Wordlessly, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had walked to the nearest bench underneath the streetlight and sat down, taking a moment to feel the warm summer air, and Kinoko had shortly joined her. She had no idea what to say. She honestly didn't. She had come out here to shout at Kinoko, ask her what her deal was, maybe even punch her for being an inconsiderate tool, but the sight of her crying hit her like someone had walked over and punched her in the throat. At that moment, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had no idea how to react, and then Izuku had spoken up, and guessed her favor, that she wanted him to help her get back together with Kinoko. That idea had come to 𝐒𝐽 as soon as Izuku offered favors to each girl while they were in the onsen. She had no idea how to get back together with Kinoko, the problems they were facing too big. She would have loved to talk it out with her girlfriend, but Kinoko was very quick to avoid 𝐒𝐽 at all costs, running over to literally anyone else so 𝐒𝐽 couldn't get her on her own. It had demoralized her over the last few days. Every time Kinoko would hurry over to Pony or Ibara or Setsuna, she would feel desolate, lost. This was in no doubt her fault. Kinoko had asked 𝐒𝐽 to choose between her and Izuku, and she hesitated. And then Kinoko asked if 𝐒𝐽 had feelings for him, and she couldn't answer. That was probably the driving point that convinced Kinoko to give up on her and pursue Izuku. That thought, that one horrible feeling that Kinoko was about to move on from her, convinced 𝐒𝐽 in the onsen that her favor from Izuku, the one thing that he promised each girl, was for the boy to help her get back together with Kinoko. 𝐒𝐽 didn't know how he would do that, or if Izuku even could, but she knew that she wasn't able to do it on her own. But now, Izuku made his stance quite clear. If 𝐒𝐽 wanted to get back together with Kinoko, she would have to do it by herself. But how? She didn't even know how she was to ask Izuku to help her tonight. Besides threatening him subtly, how could she get Kinoko to forgive her? Kinoko muttered, and 𝐒𝐽's attention was on her so fast, she almost felt something creak in her neck. It's warm tonight. Yeah, 𝐒𝐽 nodded a little, glancing away again. Are you too warm? 𝐒𝐽 glanced down at her sweater she wore over her gym clothes, seeing Kinoko point at it subtly. No. Then Kinoko, 𝐒𝐽 sighed, and her girlfriend shut up at once, letting her speak. We're avoiding talking about it. Let's just. 𝐒𝐽 sighed again, rubbing her face and deciding to just wing it. Let's just do this, okay? We both knew that we needed to talk about this for a while now. Yeah, Kinoko said in a low voice, still studying her lap. 𝐒𝐽 waited for her to speak again, and when she didn't, the ghost girl let out a small sigh and finally looked up at her estranged girlfriend, seeing Kinoko looking small and withdrawn, her eyes hidden underneath her hair as she fidgeted. Okay. 𝐒𝐽 sighed, and looked away again. Before we talk, I want to ask you one thing. Kinoko nodded numbly, and 𝐒𝐽 felt a bit of fear and anticipation fill her as she was about to ask the question she didn't want the answer to, and the one thing that would probably break her right here and now if Kinoko said what she was dreading to hear. Are we? 𝐒𝐽 shuddered, still staring at her knees. Are we going to break up? Kinoko stared at her knees for another few moments, 𝐒𝐽 feeling her heart hammering in her chest as she sat there, and then shook her head. I don't want to. 𝐒𝐽 let out another shuddered breath, and looked down at her feet. She could feel some tears start to build in her eyes, but she was quick to wipe them away. While a lot of the fear that she was going to be dumped was leaving her, she had to refocus. I don't want to isn't a no, we're not going to break up, so she needed to continue with this before she lost the courage. I don't want to either. She admitted, rubbing a hand against her. Jim breathes, I don't want to break up with you. I love you. 𝐼𝐭𝐻𝐿 let out a trembling breath, her eyes still hidden, and then said, I love you too. But we still need to talk. For the next few seconds, the two girls let the other calm down, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 wiping at her eyes and 𝐭𝐻𝐿 rubbing her face. And then, at long last, both girls turned to look at each other, and 𝐭𝐻𝐿's lip began trembling at the sight of 𝐒𝐿𝐽's tired, sad face while the ghost girl saw her wet eyes beneath the fringe, and felt her breath catch in her throat. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sighed again, and wiped a bit rougher at her eyes, we both have feelings for Midoriya. Let's get that out of the way. Okay, 𝐭𝐻𝐿 nodded, thumbing at her dress. Why did you take Midoriya on a date? I wanted to find out why I liked him. Like why you were attracted to him. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 studied her face for a moment, then closed her eyes. And what was the answer? Why do you like him? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 was silent for a moment, pursing her lips, and then finally said, He makes me laugh. He makes me feel good. As good as you do. I feel like I can be who I am, and he won't judge me. He's not freaked out by my mushrooms, he thinks they're cool. She saw 𝐒𝐿𝐽 thin her lips hearing that, and felt bad. 𝐒𝐿𝐽's own mycophobia was something they had both addressed before, and Izuku not minding them probably hurt 𝐒𝐿𝐽's confidence. I actually sang for him today, too. You sang? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 opened her eyes, surprised, and 𝐭𝐻𝐿 smiled softly. Yeah. I was sweating up a storm, but I did. And what did he think? He thought my voice was appealing. She turned away, smiling a bit. I'm not sure why, though. It's because you're a appealing singer. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 interrupted her, making 𝐭𝐻𝐿 look back up at her in surprise. It's what I've always said. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 blinked, but slowly, her smile returned, and she nodded. That one smile aimed at her, though, was enough to rock 𝐒𝐿𝐽 back somewhat, feeling something clench in her heart. It had been so long since 𝐭𝐻𝐿 had smiled genuinely at her, it took her aback. That's pretty much it, 𝐒𝐿𝐽, she said. I like him because he makes me feel nice, and he's nice as well. He's a really good guy, I like being around him, and I feel like I can be myself around him. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded slowly, her gaze turning down. However, 𝐭𝐻𝐿 spoke before 𝐒𝐿𝐽 could assume anything. Why do you like him? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 blinked, and quickly looked back up. What? Why do you like him? I asked you that, during our argument. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 frowned at the memory. I asked if you had feelings for him, and you didn't answer. That was the answer, your silence meant that you like him. Can you please tell me why? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 let out another breath, and looked away again. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 was patient for once, though, and let 𝐒𝐿𝐽 think about her answer. Finally, the silver-haired girl spoke. I think it's similar to the reasons why you like him, 𝐭𝐻𝐿, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 admitted quietly. I see how kind he is, how dorky he is, and soft he can be. He's attractive, he's generous, he doesn't have a mean bone in his body. I'm not going to say that I love him. Not like I love you. But I think that in time, if I really looked at him and spent time with him, then I probably could fall in love with him. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 nodded at that, her hands still pressed together. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 studied those soft-looking hands for a moment, and then let out a shuddering breath. Why you told me, during our argument, about big feelings and small feelings. And that they can shrink or grow over time. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 nodded again, her frown small. Are your feelings for Midoriya, are they bigger than your feelings for me? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 stared at her girlfriend as 𝐒𝐿𝐽 looked away, her fringe of hair hiding one of her eyes but seeing her subtly shake, and shook her head. No. They aren't. But they are big, aren't they? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 let out a tense breath, and looked away as well. For a moment, the two sat in silence once again, until 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shook her head, letting out a tense breath, and looked back at the mushroom girl. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 felt herself go still when she saw the one visible eye on 𝐒𝐿𝐼's face filling with tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. About everything. About not giving you an answer when you asked if I would choose between you and Midoriya. I'm sorry about yelling at you. I'm sorry about not telling you this before. I might have feelings for Midoriya, but I love you. That's the honest truth. If you do want to break up with me, it's okay. Just know that I'm so sorry about hurting you. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 looked into her girlfriend's face for a few more seconds, and then let out her own shuddered breath, tears in her eyes beginning to go past her fringe and down her cheeks. I'm sorry too, she muttered miserably. About asking Midori on this date, and not considering how you would feel. I'm sorry for making this such a big deal. I'm sorry for avoiding you these last few weeks. I'm sorry for making you think I was going to break up with you this whole time, and making you feel so anxious about it. I'm sorry for almost kissing Midori. I love you too. A lot. Almost too much. Without prompting, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reached out and pulled 𝐭𝐻𝐿 to her. The mushroom girl let 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pull her into a hug, her arms snaking around her torso as 𝐭𝐻𝐿 rested her face against 𝐒𝐿𝐼's shoulder, quietly crying. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 felt herself give over to tears as well, putting her face into 𝐭𝐻𝐿's hair, and quietly surrendered to the warm embrace. God, Izuku wasn't the only one suffering from touch starvation right now. She had missed 𝐭𝐻𝐿's embrace too much. For a few minutes, they sat on the bench, quietly hugging, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 planted a kiss against 𝐭𝐻𝐿's hair, the mushroom girl rubbing her back and shoulders. Finally, they reluctantly left the warm embrace, and took a moment to wipe their tears away. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took off her sweater so 𝐭𝐻𝐿 could wipe her face on the soft fabric, the mushroom girl giggling quietly. Finally, they looked back at each other, feeling a bit better while holding each other softly, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 still couldn't stomach one worry. So what do we do about Midoriya? Hey. I know that I still have feelings for him, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 admitted, feeling a bit ashamed to admit it, and I know that you must, too. We have big feelings for each other, but our feelings for him could grow. So what do we do about them? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 paused, and glanced away again, obviously in thought. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 thumbed nervously against 𝐭𝐻𝐿's dress, watching the mushroom girl quietly think. At first, her face was sad, and a little worried. It was obvious that she was thinking hard about this, and wasn't sure what to do, and then her face changed. It looked confused, as though she suddenly had an idea. Then she blinked a few times, and glanced at 𝐒𝐿𝐼, who was staring at her in confusion as well, 𝐭𝐻𝐿's hands still rubbing her shoulders. Oh, 𝐭𝐻𝐿. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 raised an eyebrow. Are you okay? Why, I just had an idea. Oh. It might not be a good idea, though, 𝐭𝐻𝐿 quickly added, looking a bit afraid. It's just an option, and if you don't want to, we don't have to. Okay, this is kinda scaring me. What did you think of? About Midori. I had the idea. Yes. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 leaned. What if we brought him into our relationship? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blinked, staring at 𝐭𝐻𝐿 as the mushroom girl blushed, gauging her girlfriend's reaction and looking worried. That's when it finally sank in for 𝐒𝐿𝐼, though, her eyes widening in shock. I'm sorry, 𝐭𝐻𝐿, can you explain that? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 glanced away again, still blushing, but looked back at her. Like the three of us, we all date each other. I date you and Midori at the same time, and you date Midori and I at the same time, and Midori dates both of us at the same time. Okay, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sat up on the bench properly again, removing her hands from her shoulders but holding onto 𝐭𝐻𝐿's hand to make sure the girl knew she wasn't pushing her away. Let's talk about this. Sure. So, we'd both be dating Midoriya at the same time, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 repeated, wanting to make sure she understood this perfectly, as in, we'll all go on dates, and sleep together, and maybe, eventually, get married together. That's what I'm understanding, right? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 nodded, and held her hand a little tighter. We both have feelings for Midori, right? And feelings grow. So maybe we don't have to choose between each other and Midori. Our feelings don't have to shrink because of him, right? They can just grow strong together. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded numbly and glanced away. A potential, polygamous relationship with Izuku. It wasn't something 𝐒𝐿𝐽 admittedly had thought of before, to be honest. She was so convinced that Kinoko had to choose between her and him, scared to think of any alternative, she hadn't considered the option that both would be fine. So, Kinoko was suggesting that they all date. All three of them. There's problems with that, of course. Kinoko agreed. It'd start rumors, of course. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 leaned forward on the bench, still thinking. And people might look down on us for dating him openly while together. Kinoko shrugged, and also leaned forward. It's not like we've ever cared about rumors, right? No, 𝐒𝐽 agreed, nodding slightly. But we also, let's be honest, Kinoko, if we're going to do this, would be competing against everyone in the house for his affections. I know, the mushroom girl sighed. And it might be more appealing for him to date Itsuka or Setsuna or anyone else than both of us at the same time. With that said, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 admitted, making Kinoko look around, it's not like we're unappealing, right? Nope. I like to think we're really hot. Well, yes, but besides that, we get along with him, we eat lunch with him, he and I share a hobby in swords and drawing, and you and him bond over mushrooms. Midoriya dating both of us, it could work. It'd require hard work, of course, but usually, polygamous situations run into the problem of one person having to dating two people at the same time and trying to please both of them, and the stress of that breaks them apart. But that's if Midoriya had to date both of us, without us being in a relationship. If it's the three of us, all dating each other, we could avoid the pitfall of Midoriya having to pay both of us attention. That's true, Kinoko nodded as well. It wouldn't be like Midori having to run from one of us to the other all the time. We'd all be hooking up together, sleeping together, eating together, going on dates together, showering together, being around each other. It could work. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 mused, slowly growing more used to the idea. We would have to make sure we don't run into our old problem of using him like we did, but we could theoretically date each other and him at the same time. It's just the problem of the rest of the girls also fighting us for his affection. Yeah, Kinoko sighed, we're all pretty good about it now, but someone's eventually going to make a move on him. If we did it, it'd have to be both of us, together. I may have a few ideas on how to get his attention. Here. Wait, so does that mean Kinoko blinked, staring at her girlfriend in shock, does that mean you're cool with it? The three of us dating? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stared at her knees for another few seconds, and then let out a small sigh, sitting up. You know what? What the hell? Let's pursue Midoriya together. Our feelings can grow big for him together. When we get back, we can brainstorm ideas on how to charm him. Kinoko smiled widely, and threw her arms around 𝐒𝐽 again, squeezing tightly. 𝐒𝐽 let out a small giggle, and hugged her girlfriend back, loving the feeling of her arms around her and her cheeks smushed into hers. They stayed like that for a while, embracing tightly after weeks of no physical interaction, until Kinoko finally pulled away and gave her a big smile. 𝐒𝐽 returned the smile as well, and for the first time since the argument on Friday, so many weeks ago, leaned forward and kissed her. It immediately filled them with warmth. It was sorely missed after weeks of anger and hurt feelings. It felt like they were stepping into a warm bath, raising their hands to cup each other's cheeks as they moved their lips against one another's. Finally, they separated, and then Kinoko went in for another one. And then 𝐒𝐽 took her own. And then Kinoko pushed her tongue into 𝐒𝐽's mouth, both of them grunting slightly. You know, 𝐒𝐽 said between kisses, her hands moving down to Kinoko's shoulders to rub. It is starting to get pretty late. If we get caught by a teacher, this might get us in trouble. It might, Kinoko muttered, her own hands going down 𝐒𝐽's back towards her but taking a second to push her tongue further in her mouth before speaking again. But I haven't been able to get my hands on you for a few weeks now. I guess if we wanted, we could go back to the house. There's a bush over there, 𝐒𝐽 as Kinoko's hands reached her but 𝐂𝐿𝐼𝐺's own hands going underneath her dress and rubbing her sides. No one would see us. Then we must get over there. Okay. I'll let that one go. Just before we go, I have something to ask you. 𝐂𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐺 mumbled, bending down to kiss her neck and making 𝐂𝐿𝐼𝐺 gasp. I had an idea for my favor for Midoriya. A new idea. Alright, Yui stared down at the two of them. What do you two have to say for yourselves? Itsuka and Izuku were too busy studying the floor to properly respond, very red in the face. They were kneeling before the couch and love seat, feeling the other girls staring at them in a mix of judgment and amusement. Thanks to some swift arts and crafts, Pony had made both of them wear paper crowns labeled "too corny," which they were too embarrassed to take off and let them stay on the tops of their heads. Above them, Setsuna looked like she was trying hard not to laugh, holding a hand over her mouth while she snorted and giggled. Yui herself was looking stoic as ever, although she held some amusement in her eyes as she scanned both of the accused roommates. Pony looked jealous, pouting at Itsuka as the orange-haired girl avoided her gaze, although Pony was also trying to suppress her own giggles. As for Ibara, well, scandalous, she ranted, pacing in front of them while Izuku and Itsuka wilted. So inappropriate. I understand the allure, but doing something like that in a public place. Itsuka, have you no shame? At the very least, Izuku and I went to a hotel room where we had our own privacy. But you, in the middle of an onsen that Izuku wasn't even supposed to be in. What if you were caught? Ah. Itsuka muttered, still staring at the floor but unable to come up with a response. My prez is bold, Setsuna giggled with glee, and Itsuka wanted to chop her neck but couldn't find she had the moral superiority to, showing off her birthday suit to Parsley. God, I wish that were me, Yui muttered, low enough that no one picked up on it, or ask whose position she would want to take. And especially Dash. Can I say something in my defense? Itsuka asked weakly. I'm not sure if you can defend yourself with this one, Izuku mumbled, still red in the face. Well, I for one would surely like to hear it. Ibara crossed her arms across her chest, waiting for Itsuka to speak. Ordinarily, it would be a hilarious sight to see the big sister of Class 1B being scolded for once instead of her doing the scolding, but Itsuka was too embarrassed to even appreciate the humor. Well, it's just. Itsuka cleared her throat, glancing at Izuku and blushing again, and found herself stuttering over her words and thoughts. I had things going on. She slumped over in defeat. Things going dash. Enough things to make you show off your naked body to Midoriya. Yes. That's kind of a weak excuse, Izuku mumbled, prompting Itsuka to WHP a glare at him. I'm sorry, who stayed in the bath 10 minutes after I was gone. Eep. 10 minutes, but why would you dash? Ibara blinked, trying to figure out why he would do that, while Yui raised an eyebrow. Setsuna collapsed on the couch, unable to hold back her laughter anymore, and Pony glanced down at Izuku's lower half and blushed. And then it seemed to come to Ibara, who let out a theatrical gasp. Midoriya. I didn't do that. He quickly waved his hands, panicking and blushing and not noticing Itsuka pouting a little in disappointment. I was waiting for it to see calm down. Oh, Setsuna giggled again, but this time you kicked her, making the green-haired girl yelp. After Itsuka's telling them to stop hitting on Izuku at the start of this whole thing, she was taking way too much enjoyment out of this. I cannot believe either of you. Ibara shook her head hard, almost collapsing from the sheer disbelief. I had thought we would reserve these kinds of things here, or in private. But here you are, confessing you did something so inappropriate in a public place, and dash. Before she could continue going on about how they were both inappropriate, however, the door behind them suddenly burst open, making everyone jump in surprise. Leiko! Kinoko! Pony gasped, turning around. Are you guys okay? Her fading into silence, along with everyone's eyes going wide and jaws dropping, was due to Kinoko being pushed into the room by Leiko, being kissed heavily with a hand in her hair and another on her butt. The 6 roommates watched in disbelief as the two made out languidly, rubbing each other seductively while fumbling to the stairs, until 𝐂𝐿 let out a small giggle and opened her eyes as 𝐾𝐞𝐲 kissed her neck. And then saw everyone staring at them in shock. "Hey!" 𝐾𝐞𝐲 giggled, slowly opening her eyes. "What's up? Why did you dash?" And then she turned to see everyone, and the small blush on her cheeks faded so fast it was like a light switch flipped off, eyes widening under her fringe. "Oh." For a few seconds, everyone stared at 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐾𝐞𝐲, very red in the face, while 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐾𝐞𝐲 stared back while going paler and paler. And then Izuku muttered, "Can we take off the corny crowns now?" "You keep yours on, Parsley." Setsuna nodded numbly, taking the crown off Itsuka's head and placing it over her own. "I see the All Might action figure in your breathes." About 5 minutes later, where Ibara reprimanded 𝐾𝐞𝐲 and 𝐂𝐿 for not doing that in private, and Izuku promptly excused himself to his room to get out of his date clothes and into pajamas while the girls did everything in their power not to look down at the bulge in his breathes, everyone sat in the mini-circle of the couch and love seat, fighting down their blushes while looking at the still very embarrassed 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐾𝐞𝐲, who were staring at the cushions in humiliation. Izuku ended up in between Itsuka and Pony, the horse girl cuddling up to Izuku out of instinct and letting him wrap an arm around her waist while blushing. She said it was due to his touch starvation, but everyone could see through her. Itsuka, meanwhile, only leaned up against Izuku's arm, which was still enough to make Izuku a blushing mess. Ibara herself was rubbing a hand against her face, while Setsuna and Yui wore the 2 corny crowns like badges of honor. "So you two did get back together?" Izuku asked through his embarrassment, but he couldn't help but smile when 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐾𝐞𝐲 nodded, even though the answer was pretty obvious from how they entered the house. That's awesome. I'm really happy for you guys. I mean, it was very interesting to see how you guys got back together." Itsuka smiled weakly, "but I guess all that matters is that you're together again." "Sorry about that." 𝐂𝐿 rubbed a hand through her hair, while 𝐾𝐞𝐲 nodded in embarrassment. "We kind of got carried away." Clearly, Yui raised an eyebrow, adjusting the crown on her head and making the other girls giggle nervously. "Well, in any case, I'm glad." Itsuka nodded, giving them a more sincere smile. "You two getting back together is, well, I assume not everything's been resolved, but most of it has." Well." 𝐂𝐿 shrugged slightly, and then turned to 𝐾𝐞𝐲. The mushroom girl glanced at her girlfriend as well, and then decided to just smile. "We'll tell you guys later," she decided. "Right now, we just want to be happy we're together again." The other girls nodded, very fine with that, and 𝐂𝐿 turned to Izuku. "Midoriya," she bowed her head slightly, "I wasn't sure at first, but you're asking us to resolve this on our own did work tremendously. Thank you." Oh. Well, Izuku smiled awkwardly. "You're welcome." "Yes." 𝐂𝐿 nodded, and then raised an eyebrow. "But since you did decline my favor to help me resolve how to get back together with 𝐾𝐞𝐲, that means that you still owe me a favor." Oh. Izuku suddenly felt a bead of sweat on his forehead, realizing that he did indeed deny what she wanted. "Indeed." 𝐂𝐿 smirked, which only made Izuku wilt more. "And I do have a new idea for how you can make it up to me." Should I be a little worried? Perhaps. Thankfully, it can be resolved now. Come along, Midoriya. Izuku blinked, staring at her in shock as the two girls maneuvered their way off the couch love seat setup, and looked at him expectantly as they moved to the stairs. He shared another glance with the other girls, who shrugged, and Izuku let out a small grunt as he withdrew his arm from around Pony's waist, and moved to follow them. The other girls decided at that time to wrap it up as well, Itsuka growing out her hands to move the love seat back to its regular position, and looked out of the corner of her eye as Izuku followed 𝐾𝐞𝐲 and 𝐂𝐿 up the stairs. The other girls as well looked after the trio as they went, feeling a bit of worry in their chests. They didn't want to assume. But at this point, they thought they knew what was about to happen. As they went up the stairs towards their floor, 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐾𝐞𝐲 glanced at each other. They knew that this was going to be their first major step in bringing themselves to Izuku's attention. It would be a bold move, one that might even be rejected, but when 𝐂𝐿 told 𝐾𝐞𝐲 about her idea, the mushroom girl was for it. After all, It was something that would finally make up for the mistake they had both foolishly made. The trio finally reached 𝐒𝐿𝐼's room, opening the door and letting 𝐒𝐿𝐼 walk in. As he looked around at the purple room, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shut the door behind him, making 𝐒𝐿𝐼 jump slightly and look around. "You are, so. What is your favor, if I can ask, 𝐼𝐺? We're going to correct a mistake, Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded, and then gestured with her hand. "Get in the bed." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blinked, and slowly looked around. Indeed, there was the rectangular bed with the base shaped like a coffin, the pillows puffed perfectly and the bed neatly made. He knew how soft it was, having been in it before, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼's request made him nervous. Thankfully, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 saw his hesitation, and moved to put her hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Midoriya," she said softly, "I'm not going to make you do anything you don't want to." "Oh, no, I believe you, 𝐼𝐺," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 quickly assured her, glancing around and seeing Kinoko also looking up at his face in concern. "It's just, what's going on?" "Well," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed, pouting. "When you left us after that night. It was because we were too caught up in our afterglow to even notice you. For that, we will always be sorry. For now, though. With your permission." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blushed a little, but Kinoko took her hand and held it tightly, giving her courage. "We would like to show you the care we were supposed to." "Care?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blinked, a little confused, and then he got it, his eyes widening. Oh, you mean?" "Indeed," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded. "With your permission, of course, for my favor, Kinoko and I would like to get into this bed with you, crawl under the covers, and, well, cuddle you to sleep. We'd be doing this since we foolishly gave you the wrong impression that night, and we want to make sure you feel, well, the love and care that we wanted you to feel." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 turned back to the bed, blushing and thinking for a moment, while Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 studied his face. This was the point that would determine what they would do. If he accepted, this might be the first step they needed if they intended to romance him together. If he refused, then they would have to be content with each other. Still, they let 𝐒𝐿𝐼 think for a moment. Before he slowly nodded. "Okay," he said quietly, "we can do that. Do we have to get rid of our clothes?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was quick to shake her head, smiling. "No, Midoriya. We will be getting changed, though, so if you'd like to." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded quickly, and turned to the wall to give them some privacy, completely unnecessary, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko did like the little show of politeness. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko then quickly moved to 𝐒𝐿𝐼's dresser, the ghost girl giving her girlfriend the dress she left there, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 changing into short shorts and a t-shirt. After about a minute, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was allowed to look around, and saw them in their pajamas, gesturing towards the bed. Gulping, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 complied, crawling into the bed, and moving the sheet so he could crawl underneath them, enjoying the coolness of the bed sheet. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 then shut off the lights, casting them into darkness, and she and Kinoko then moved to get in after him, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 laying on his left and Kinoko on the right. After a moment of hesitation, the girls wrapped their arms around 𝐒𝐿𝐼's waist, the boy jolting slightly at the cool touch, and drew themselves in. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gulped, but slowly raised his own hands to hold the small of their backs. So, he gulped, glancing at 𝐒𝐼. What do I have to do?" "Nothing," 𝐒𝐼 said quietly, shaking her head. "Just relax." With that, 𝐒𝐼 laid her head beside 𝐒𝐿𝐼's, and slowly closed her eyes. Her soft silver hair tickled his face a little, making him smile, and Kinoko also moved to lay her head beside his, humming as she moved her hand across 𝐒𝐿𝐼's body to rest against 𝐒𝐼's side. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gulped, but still mustered the strength to pull them in closer, both girls letting out appreciative noises at the closeness. Their legs moved to go over his waist, feeling a slight bulge, but neither of them complained or noted it, just cuddled in closer while 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gulped nervously. "Is this all right, Midoriya?" 𝐒𝐼 asked quietly, rubbing one of her hands on his chest. "Is this too much?" "And no, it's okay," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 told her, and tried not to shake too much as Kinoko somehow pressed tighter against him. "Just, can I ask something?" "Yeah," Kinoko asked, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gulped. Are you expecting something else to happen?" The girls glanced at each other, confused, and then back at 𝐒𝐿𝐼 as he went redder. "What do you mean, Midori?" he let out another shuddered breath. You said that you'd show the care you were supposed to that night. I'm not sure if you meant that you guys wanted to, especially after you just got back together. After I interfered with your relationship. The girls glanced at each other again, unsure about what he was talking about, until they glanced down at Izuku, and saw him glance down at their lips, blushing more. That's when it came to both of them, blinking in surprise. Izuku was asking if they were going to kiss him. Which shouldn't be that surprising. They did say that they were going to be making him feel loved and cared for, after their mistake during their night together, so why you guys don't have to, obviously. Izuku quickly said, blushing more. I must have misread dash. No, Midori, you didn't misread anything. Kinoko quickly assured him, hugging him briefly and nuzzling him, making him stutter. We must have made you think, yeah. That. Indeed, Leiko sighed, and made sure to hug Izuku as well. Perhaps. Kinoko, I know we said we'd wait, but maybe we should tell him what we decided to do. Just to make sure he does not get the wrong impression. Sorry. Izuku blinked, looking over at her. What you decided to do? Yeah, Kinoko nodded as well, blushing slightly. We should tell him. With that decided, the girls leaned up a little, letting Izuku relax against the pillows, and explain to him what they decided to do regarding their feelings for him. Izuku had listened, at first a bit confused, and then with eyes wide, and then a blush on his cheeks when Leiko confirmed that the two of them would be making moves on him together. So, Izuku tried to sum up what they told him. You're going to be romancing me. Together. Indeed. Yep. Izuku blushed again, glancing across the room at Leiko's swords. I don't know what to say. You can say no, Leiko offered, frowning slightly. If this makes you uncomfortable, Midoriya, only say so, and we won't do this. We don't want to make you uncomfortable. Yeah, Kinoko nodded as well, looking up at him in understanding. It's weird, we know. Just say the word, and we'll leave you alone. No, I won't say that. Izuku shook his head. It's unexpected, is all. Of all the things that I thought I'd hear, I wasn't expecting that. Are you guys sure you wanna bring me into this relationship? He fidgeted a little with the bedsheets, frowning. I might mess it up. Even more than I already have. It's a risk we're willing to take, Leiko softly told him, raising a hand to rub against his face gently. We both care for you, Midoriya, and I believe that, from what I've seen of you and what I know of Kinoko, if we were to get into a polygamous relationship, we could make it work. I can see us being happy together. Izuku blinked again, and looked down, obviously in thought. The girls waited while Izuku quietly muttered to himself, thinking everything over to himself, and nervously rubbed his chest with both of their hands, their fingers brushing together. Finally, Izuku seemed to come to a decision, nodding slightly, and gave both of them a wobbly smile. I guess if you want to romance me together, he gulped, but nodded. I'll keep that in mind. The girls nodded happily, and leaned up to hug him, Izuku letting out a small grunt of surprise at the tight grip, but still laughed a little. Once they were done with the hug, Leiko shared a glance with Kinoko, who nodded, and she turned her blushing face to Izuku. Well, if that's decided, she quietly said, and Izuku gulped when he noticed how close both of their faces were to him, but it wasn't an unpleasant feeling. If you'd like, Midoriya, we could make up what we did to you, with a little kissing, if you'd like. Izuku paused for only a few seconds, weighing the pros and cons, before throwing the pros and cons list away. If you'd like to. Nodding at that with a smile, Leiko leaned in, and Izuku closed his eyes as her lips met his. The boy let out a small groan at the feathery lips on his, enjoying how silky and soft they were. He then jolted slightly as Kinoko kissed his neck, the mushroom girl's hand raising to rub against his chest. Leiko's kisses were soft, full of love, and Kinoko's own kisses delivered to his neck weren't bites or anything rough, but small pecks. Izuku himself let out a small shudder at the affection, taken slightly aback, but raised his hands to rub against their spines, both of them taking small, sharp breaths at the feeling. Izuku disconnected from his kiss with Leiko, and turned his head so that Kinoko could inhale his lips, finally getting to do what she wanted to do on their date. As they slowly made out, 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hands went to his abs, tracing them with her fingers, and she leaned up to 𝐒𝐿 his earlobe into her mouth, nibbling on it. The three of them quietly made out for the next few minutes, the girls doing nothing to really get Izuku going, but only giving him the love and care that they had foolishly not given him during their night together. Their hands didn't go anywhere below the waist, staying on his chest or abs, or his arms or his shoulders, or his face and cheek. Izuku himself didn't mind not getting very stimulated, the feeling of their hands and lips on him feeling more than fine. It didn't take long, however, for the movement of both girls' lips to slow and get less passionate, until Izuku opened his eyes to see 𝐒𝐿𝐼 fallen asleep, obviously tired from the stress of the day. Kinoko gave him one last kiss on his neck, and he turned to see her pass out as well. Which was pretty good, that meant that Izuku had time to think now, with both girls wrapped around him and sleeping. He did mean what he said earlier, if the girls wanted to romance him together, he'd be more than willing to let them give it a try. It did surprise him, of course. The prospects of a polygamous relationship with Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wasn't what he expected, but the idea did appeal to him, for some reason. But before he could wonder more about it, he suddenly was reminded of something Itsuka said earlier that night. I mean that, are you going to start sleeping with everyone again? Go on dates with everyone? Kiss everyone? I don't know where exactly you're going with this. As much as he didn't like to admit it, Itsuka had raised a very good point there, which was perfectly demonstrated here, Izuku reflected sadly. Now that he had slept with Ibara, it seemed that he must have unintentionally gotten the girls' hopes up again. He kissed Setsuna, made love to Ibara, was going to kiss Pony eventually when she wanted to, and just made out with both Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 after confirming that they could try to romance him together now. Things might be thrown out the window now. He meant what he thought earlier, about not feeling like a sex doll to anyone anymore. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko stated their intentions, about wanting to romance him together, and it was explicitly shown through their little makeout session right now. They didn't ask for forgiveness for doing this, they didn't ask for anything else out of this, didn't expect him to do anything for them, just giving him small kisses before going to sleep. There were implications here, of course, but none that Izuku could think of now that he was feeling sleep start to pull him in. Still, he knew that this needed to be addressed, and soon. Izuku felt sleep start to come to him as he closed his eyes. But before he fell asleep with 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko holding him, he knew one thing was for certain. What he was thinking, it couldn't be a decision he made by himself. He needed everyone's input on this. The next morning, Izuku sighed as he walked down the stairs with Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿𝐼, blushing slightly but feeling a lot more relaxed after spending the night sleeping in 𝐒𝐿𝐼's comfortable bed. Izuku had stopped quickly upstairs to get dressed for school, grabbing his backpack to take with him, and went downstairs to see the girls already at the table eating breakfast while being joined by 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko. Itsuka glanced up at Izuku as he entered, and raised an eyebrow. So, she took a bite of her toast, chewing and swallowing. I didn't hear you come back to your room last night. And no, Izuku shook his head, moving to the seat beside her. I stayed in Yanagi's room. The girls glanced at the girl, who nodded in confirmation, and then at Kinoko, who also gave them all a weak smile and nodded. Itsuka put down her toast to turn to Izuku, a worried look in her eye, but before she could speak, Izuku sighed and leaned back in his seat as he sat down. Actually, Izuku sighed, and rubbed a hand through his hair, there's something I did want to talk to you guys about. The other girls turned to Izuku as he slowly sat up in his seat, looking around the table at everyone. He looked unusually serious, which already put the girls on alert, and Itsuka also closed her mouth and sat back so as to let him talk. It's about what happened during the weekend, with Shiozaki, Izuku confessed, and the Vine girl blushed a little, as well as what happened yesterday with Komori, and last night with her and Yanagi. The other girls nodded in confirmation, attention on Izuku only as he sighed again. It's just, well, okay. I'll just get this out of the way. Yanagi and Komori, they kissed me a few times last night. And I kissed back. Oh, geez, Setsuna chuckled a bit, strangely feeling a bit more good-natured and jokey than the others. Is there anyone in this house you haven't kissed yet? parsley. The girls couldn't help but chuckle at that, not noticing Itsuka pouting at her breakfast. Yeah, I know, Izuku chuckled weakly, tapping a finger against the table. I was just, after we went to bed, I was reminded by something Itsuka said last night, and about something Yanagi said, back in the onsen. About me denying you guys sex stuff, and then turning right around and having sex with Shiozaki. Reiko winced, pouting. I am sorry about that, Midoriya. I was taking a lot of my stress out on you. I know, Izuku gently interrupted, giving her a small smile, and I'm not mad. It's just, after Itsuka talked to me a little about it, and then after kissing you two last night, I realized you were right. That I said that I wouldn't let you guys have sex with me, and then I turned around and had sex with Shiozaki. And that I'm probably going to continue breaking that promise, to not let you guys come on to me. The girls glanced at one another, seeing Izuku looking down at his lap, obviously disappointed in himself. Itsuka felt some pity in her stomach, and was about to reach out to comfort him, when he spoke again. So, I wanna ask you guys your opinion on something. The girls blinked, and then gulped when they saw Izuku looking up, still blushing but with a determined look on his face. I was wondering, since I've already broken that promise, if the no sex rule should be abolished. Midoriya, Reiko quietly asked, an odd feeling filling her, what does that mean, exactly? I'm asking. Izuku gulped, but shook his head, and I'm not saying you have to. But I guess I'm asking, if I should let you guys have sex with me again.